What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Pirate Am Gohan Buu 1GB Chapter 1-inch Seawater. The seawater is coming up. Marineford, the glorious island of the marine, is now turning into a tragic hell on earth. The roar of artillery fire tears the air, the clash of swords is crisp and deadly, and blood is like ink, staining the white ice and the gray square red. The most elite soldiers of the naval headquarters and the brave men of the Whitebeard pirates are fighting a desperate battle that will determine the direction of the times. Every minute and every second, lives are dying, and roars and cries are intertwined. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, the man known as the strongest man in the world, looked a little embarrassed at the moment. His burly body was covered with hideous wounds, knife wounds, gunshot wounds, and even burnt black by the magma of Marine Admiral Akinu. Blood kept flowing down his knotted muscles, gathering into a glaring pool of blood at his feet. But he still stood like an unshakable mountain, and the huge naginata, Kurokumo Kiri, in his hand, every time he swung it, it carried the power to split mountains and rocks. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the towering execution platform in the distance. His son, Ace the Fire Fist, was locked there, waiting for death. In order to rescue Ace, he used all the power of the pirates and was willing to make the whole world his enemy. However, the brutality of the battle was far beyond his expectations. The Marine's defense was like a solid wall, and the captains under his command fought bloody battles one by one, but it was still difficult to break through. Gulala. Whitebeard let out a low roar from his throat. It was more like an outburst of anger and grief that was suppressed to the ultimate than a laugh. He saw Marco being handcuffed by Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, falling from the sky, and being pierced through the body by Kizaru's laser. He saw Diamond Joe's, who was distracted by worrying about him, and his entire right arm was frozen by Aokiji, and half of his body was covered with ice. He saw Oz Jr., in order to open up a path, his huge body endured the ruthless concentrated fire of the Marine, and finally fell down with a bang, splashing ice chips all over the sky. Familiar faces, children he treated as his own, were constantly being injured and even dying before his eyes. The Marine's offensive was as continuous as the tide, Marshal Sengoku's strategy was ruthless and precise, and the strength of the three admirals was an insurmountable barrier. The grief and anger in Whitebeard's heart was like a volcano about to erupt, accumulating and surging. He knew that if this continued, not only would Ace be saved, but the entire Whitebeard pirates would probably be buried here. Dad! The remaining captains and crew members shouted heartbreakingly. They tried to rush to Whitebeard to share the pressure with him, but they were entangled by the Marine soldiers. Whitebeard took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently. He felt the remaining strength in his body, felt his vitality slipping away like sand in an hourglass. He knew that he didn't have much time left. A remnant of the old era, there is no ship that can carry me in the new era. However, he couldn't fall down like this, he still had one last thing to do. He slowly raised the Kurigane Kiri in his hand, with the tip of the blade pointed diagonally at the sky. An indescribable aura of terror emanated from him, as if the air had frozen. The noisy shouts and cries of killing on the battlefield seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone's eyes were involuntarily attracted to this legendary pirates. Ace. Whitebeard whispered the name, his voice full of endless tenderness and regret. Children. His eyes swept over the crew members who were still fighting bloody battles, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He concentrated all his sorrow, anger, unwillingness, and love into the next blow. The muscles in his arms bulged, and the veins bulged like dragons. The powerful shock fruit ability was activated to the ultimate. A white halo enveloped his fists and naginata. The halo was so dazzling, but it also exuded a heart-pounding aura of destruction. However, his target was not any Marine in front of him, nor was it Sengoku or Akinu on the high platform in the distance. His naginata suddenly turned around and slashed fiercely at the ground below. His fist, which had gathered all his life's strength, also bombarded the solid ice and the ancient bedrock of Marineford. Boom boom boom. There was a loud noise that could not be described in words, like thunder from the sky exploding in my ears. The entire Marineford Island, no, the entire sea area, was shaking violently at this moment. The earth was wailing under the weight of the heavy load, as if an angry ancient beast was roaring. Advertisement: the hard ice, under Whitebeard's devastating blow, shattered like fragile glass. The cracks spread wildly in all directions from where he landed, quickly covering the entire square like a spider web. Then, the bedrock of Marineford Island under the ice also began to make teeth-grinding cracking sounds. What's going on? A Marine soldier was horrified to find that the ground beneath his feet was shaking violently and he could not stand steadily. Earthquake? No. This is much scarier than an earthquake. Another pirates was experienced, but had never seen such a horrific sight. The cracks grew larger and deeper, and bottomless darkness shone through them. Then, a despairing scene occurred. The cold seawater rushed in from those huge cracks with unprecedented ferocity. At first it was just a trickle, but soon it turned into a raging torrent, and then a roaring torrent. The seawater was like a beast that had been imprisoned for 1,000 years. Once it broke free, it would devour everything. Seawater. The seawater is coming up. Run. The order on the battlefield collapsed instantly. Both the Marines and the pirates seemed so small and powerless in the face of such a natural disaster. And this is just the beginning. As the bedrock of Marineford continued to break, the backflow of seawater became more and more rapid. In the center of Whitebeard's attack, the seawater even formed a huge Uzumaki. Then, in front of everyone's horrified eyes, the sea level surrounding the entire Marineford Island began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, it's not that the sea level is dropping, but the islands shattered by Whitebeard are being impacted and lifted by the seawater from below. Then, an even more terrifying scene appeared. The sea level in the distance began to rise abnormally, forming huge water walls that blocked out the sky and the sun. Tsunami. Whitebeard used his own life as a sacrifice to shatter the entire Marineford, creating an unprecedented tsunami. This tsunami did not come from far away, but erupted from the center of the battlefield, from under everyone's feet, and then swept in all directions. Chapter 2 Inches Ah. Help! Those could no longer be called ocean waves, they were moving ocean mountains. Each wave was hundreds of meters high, carrying tremendous force, making a deafening roar, as if it was going to smash the sky to pieces and drag everything in the world into the abyss. Whitebeard stood on the land that was about to be torn apart, letting the wind blow his blood-stained robes, his body still standing tall. He looked at the terrified Marines and the equally shocked pirates, with a sad but resolute smile on his face. This was his last act of rage, and also his last resort to clear a way out for the children. He wanted to use this huge wave to completely disrupt the entire battlefield and the Marines' deployment, in order to gain a slim chance of survival for Ace's survival and the children's retreat. The raging waves, with unprecedented force, mercilessly swept towards the center of the chaotic battlefield, vowing to completely devour and cleanse this land filled with killing and sin, along with all life on it. The power of Whitebeard's earth-shattering attack was far beyond the imagination of everyone present. It was not just a simple release of power, but the ultimate use of the shock fruit ability, which penetrated the foundation of Marineford Island deeply. The earth's violent wailing continued, and the vibrations underfoot were like death-threatening drumbeats, beating on everyone's heart. Marineford Square, a place that once symbolized the highest glory and justice of the Marine, was completely torn apart by the terrifying force that came from the depths of the earth in just a few seconds. The originally solid and complete square was now like a cookie crushed by a giant's hand, splitting into dozens of floating islands of varying sizes. These floating islands shook and collided violently in the surging seawater, making a tooth-grinding friction sound. Countless Marines and pirates had no time to react and fell into the icy and turbid current as the ground beneath their feet collapsed. Ah, help! Catch me! Catch me! Shrill screams and desperate cries for help came one after another, but were soon drowned out by even louder roars. The sea water rushed into the torn gap frantically, sweeping up large amounts of mud, gravel, and countless weapons and shipwrecks destroyed in the battle, forming a series of turbid and deadly undercurrents. The iconic and magnificent building of the naval headquarters, which symbolized absolute justice, also groaned under the heavy load. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the walls of the building and expanded rapidly. Window glass shattered like raindrops and fell one after another. Advertisement then, with a heart-shattering roar, the naval headquarters building broke in the middle, as if it had been cut in half. The upper half of the huge building lost its support and fell with an unparalleled momentum towards the square below, which had already turned into an ocean. Boom, smoke and mist rose into the sky, forming a huge mushroom cloud that obscured the sky. The unimaginable impact force caused the surrounding floating islands to shake more violently, and even several smaller floating islands were directly shattered or pressed underwater by the collapsed building debris. Countless Marine officers and soldiers who were originally commanding, fighting or responsible for logistics in the building did not even have time to scream before they were buried or swept into the flood as the building collapsed, and their lives or deaths were unknown. The original order of the battlefield completely collapsed at this moment. The encirclement carefully arranged by the Marines and the front lines that the pirates fought hard to attack were all destroyed in the face of this natural disaster. Looking around, there were only broken walls, turbulent waves, and figures struggling to float in the water. The three admirals of the Marine could no longer maintain their original composure at this moment. Akinu Sakazuki, the iron-blooded admiral who believed in complete justice, looked so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of his face. The ground beneath his feet had already broken apart, and part of the lava he created with great eruption was quickly cooled and extinguished by the surging seawater, making a hissing sound and emitting bursts of white smoke. The other part sank into the water with the broken landmasses, or was thrown into the air by the huge waves. He tried to use the torrent of lava to block the invasion of seawater, and even wanted to evaporate the seawater with high temperature, but in the face of this overwhelming amount of water, his efforts seemed to be a drop in the bucket. The rolling lava and the surging seawater collided with each other, erupting more violent steam and chaotic energy fluctuations. He had to use more energy to stabilize his body and avoid the huge wreckage swept up by the tsunami. He roared angrily, and the magma fists kept blasting out, trying to open up a stable foothold, but everything around him was falling apart. Aokiji Kuzan, who always appeared lazy, now had a serious look on his face. He immediately activated his Ice Age ability, trying to freeze the surrounding seawater to slow down the collapse of Marineford and create more footholds for the Marine soldiers. Huge blocks of ice spread out under his feet, colliding with the surging waves, making a crackling sound of freezing and the sound of ice breaking. His ability did slow down the advance of the seawater to a certain extent, giving some people a precious respite. However, the scale of the disaster caused by Whitebeard was too large, and the speed of his freezing was far behind the speed of the collapse of the entire island and the backflow of seawater. The ice surface he created was soon torn and washed away by deeper vibrations and stronger currents. He had to continue to output his ability, and fine beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Obviously, this was also a huge consumption for him. Kizaru Borsellino, with the light speed movement ability of the sparkling fruit, nimbly dodged between the constantly collapsing buildings and the flying debris. His figure turned into golden rays of light, appearing and disappearing on the chaotic battlefield. Every time he appeared, he would appear on a relatively safe floating island, or use a beam of light to bring some marine soldiers who were about to fall into the sea to a safe area. Even he, the iconic lewd smile on his face disappeared at this moment, replaced by an incredible astonishment. He kept looking around, watching the once impregnable marine fortress turn into a swamp in a few minutes, watching countless marine colleagues struggling in the disaster. This natural disaster scene, even for him who was used to seeing big storms and waves, was deeply shocked. He understood that at this moment, personal bravery had become very limited in the face of such a large-scale destruction. The most realistic option was to prioritize self-protection and rescue his subordinates as much as possible. Chapter 3 Inches What? What is this? On the execution platform, Marine Marshal Sengoku and Hero Garp looked at everything happening below with grim faces. The execution platform was located in a relatively high area and had not yet been completely submerged by the sea, but it was already shaky. This guy Newgate actually did this. Sengoku gritted his teeth, his voice full of anger and a hint of barely perceptible fear. He could never have imagined that Whitebeard would destroy the entire Marineford in such a way that would destroy both the good and the bad. Garp remained silent, only clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. His eyes were complicated as he looked at the huge figure in the distance that still stood firm in the wind and waves, Whitebeard. As an old rival, he knew Whitebeard's fear better than anyone else, but the scene before him was still beyond his cognition. Chaos, utter chaos. The marine formation was broken up, and the pirates' offensive lost its target. Everyone was struggling to survive in the face of this sudden catastrophe. Roars, explosions, collapsed buildings, and roaring waves intertwined into a doomsday symphony that echoed over the former naval headquarters. Whitebeard's attack was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge wave and completely changing the course of the war. Marineford, the unsinkable sea fortress, was sliding into the abyss in an irreversible manner. Just as Marineford was torn apart by Whitebeard's thundering blow, countless lives were struggling to survive between the surging tsunami and the collapsing landmasses. When people thought this was the end of the world, a stranger and deeper movement quietly came from under the cracked seabed. This throbbing was different from the violent shaking and tearing caused by the Whitebeard shock fruit. It was more stable and penetrating, as if it did not come from the surface of the Earth's crust, but from the deeper seabed, or even the core of the Earth. It was a low hum, like some ancient beast that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, slowly waking up and taking its first breath in this world. The aftermath of the tsunami is still raging, but people's attention is involuntarily drawn to this new and more mysterious vibration. In the center of the original Marineford site, where Whitebeard's attack had caused the most severe shattering of the island's bedrock, the surging water suddenly stopped its chaotic tumbling and began to swirl in a strange way. At first, the speed of rotation was relatively slow, but soon, the scope became larger and larger, and the speed became faster and faster. An extremely huge Uzumaki quietly formed between the broken floating islands and the turbulent waves. This Uzumaki was bottomless, as if it was directly connected to the entrance of hell, emitting a heart-pounding suction force, ruthlessly sucking the surrounding rubble, debris, and even some unfortunate people who fell into the water into it. What? What is that? A marine soldier who managed to climb onto a floating wooden board pointed at the huge Uzumaki in the distance with a trembling voice. Is an underwater volcano about to erupt? Another pirate's face turned pale. He would rather face the marine's swords and guns than face this irresistible natural force. Advertisement, however, what happened next made everyone's guess come to nothing and brought their fear to a new peak. As the throbbing from the depths of the sea became stronger and stronger, the seawater in the center of the huge Uzumaki began to surge and bulge violently, as if some huge monster was about to break out of the water. The mud on the seabed was stirred and rolled endlessly, dyeing the sea area an even deeper black color. Boom! A loud noise like muffled thunder came from the bottom of the sea, and then, under the gaze of countless horrified, confused and terrified eyes, an unimaginably huge building complex actually broke through the thick seabed mud, pushed away the surging seawater, and slowly rose from the bottom of the sea. It was a magnificent palace that was glowing with a faint lavender light. It is made of neither gold nor stone, neither wood nor jade, and exudes a cold and strange metallic luster. It has a soft texture like some organic matter. The sunlight shines through the turbid seawater and diffuse mist, shining on the surface of the palace, refracting a dreamy halo. The overall style of the palace is completely different from any civilization known in the world, whether it is the coral palace of the Fishman Island, the golden town of Sky Island, or the traditional architecture of Wano Kuni. It has no sharp straight lines, but is full of smooth and rounded curves, as if it is a perfect combination of the skeleton of some giant marine creature and modern technology. The huge tower is not straight up, but bends in an elegant arc, pointing to the sky. The corridors connecting the various parts also extend naturally like the veins of a living thing. What makes people feel even more mysterious and uneasy is that on the surface of this lavender palace, there are countless mysterious golden words twisted like tadpoles. These words flicker with a faint light, as if they have life, flowing slowly on the surface of the palace. No one knows these words, and no one can understand what they represent, but just looking at them makes people feel inexplicably dizzy and palpitating, as if their souls are being sucked into them. The palace was not rising fast, but every inch it rose brought a stronger visual impact and spiritual shock to the people around it. The seawater slid down from its huge surface, forming spectacular waterfalls, making a splashing sound. The silt and sediment on the seabed peeled off like old clothes, revealing a clearer and more awe-inspiring palace. Those who were just terrified by the tsunami and island collapse almost forgot the danger they were in. Their eyes were completely attracted by this incredible creation that emerged from the bottom of the sea. What? What is this? Akinu managed to steady himself, looking at the huge palace that was rising up, his eyes full of vigilance and confusion. Even he had never seen such a strange sight. Aokiji stopped making ice cubes and stared at the palace with a frown. He could feel that the breath emanating from the palace was neither demon fruit power nor haki, but a more ancient and unfathomable power. Kizaru also stopped flashing. He was suspended in the air, squinting his eyes, trying to see the details of the palace. Oh my, it's getting more and more interesting. This is really a surprise beyond my expectations. There was a hint of his usual teasing in his tone, but his eyes were filled with unprecedented solemnity. Chapter 4 Inches Dad, what the hell is that? Whitebeard also noticed this sudden change. He panted and looked at the slowly rising palace, frowning. He had been on the sea for decades and was well informed, but he had never heard of such a large-scale mysterious building hidden under the sea. Gulala, it seems that this sea is still hiding secrets that we don't know about. His voice was a little hoarse, but still full of haki. The mysterious lavender palace, like a visitor from another world, brought with it endless mysteries and an unsettling atmosphere. It slowly but inexorably rose toward the sea above the ruins of the destroyed Marineford. The huge palace, shining with a faint purple light, continued to rise up under the deep throbbing of the seabed and the attention of the crowd. It broke through the layers of seawater and pushed away the rolling mud, like a giant beast that had broken free from its ancient shackles and was finally about to see the light of day again. When its huge base was completely separated from the seabed and the main part of the entire palace complex gradually emerged in the air, everyone was shocked by its unimaginable grand scale and couldn't help but gasp. The palace rose higher and higher, and finally, above the sea where the aftermath of the tsunami gradually subsided, it slowly hovered. Yes, hovering. It did not float on the water like an ordinary island, but in a way that violated common sense of physics, it quietly suspended in the air dozens of meters above the sea surface, as if there was an invisible force holding it up from below. Its scale was so huge that when it was fully displayed in front of everyone, it almost covered half of the sky. The sky, which had become somewhat dim due to the tsunami, seemed even more oppressive under the huge shadow of it. The sunlight passed through the cracks and edges of the palace with difficulty, shining on its strange, lavender metal material that seemed to breathe, reflecting a dazzling and strange halo. The golden tadpole characters flowing on the surface appeared clearer and more mysterious in the sun. Everyone present, whether they were exhausted and wounded marines or pirates who were also fighting and trying to break through, all forgot about the fight and the danger around them. They all raised their heads, opened their mouths, and stared blankly at the huge creation that suddenly appeared and hovered in the air in such an incredible way. The fear and confusion caused by the tsunami caused by Whitebeard and the collapse of Marineford seemed to be replaced by a more primitive and profound awe and confusion. Everything that happened before their eyes was completely beyond their cognition and beyond their understanding of the world. What on earth is that? A young marine muttered to himself, his voice filled with undisguised trembling. The spear in his hand drooped weakly, and he even forgot that there was a pirate staring at him not far away. The pirate's was not much better. He also looked up. The fierce expression on his face had been replaced by astonishment. A monster. Or some kind of ancient weapon. He racked his brains, but could not connect the scene in front of him with any of his past experiences. On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku's face became more solemn than ever. He held his forehead, as if he was thinking hard. Impossible. There is no record of such a thing in the world government's records. Where did it come from? His voice was low and hoarse, full of confusion and anxiety. Advertisement Garp stood beside him. His usual cheerful and uninhibited smile disappeared, replaced by rare seriousness. He stared at the floating palace, feeling the faint aura emanating from it. This thing is very old, and very powerful. His intuition told him that this palace was definitely not a good one. The remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. Dad, what the hell is that? Phoenix Marco barely supported his injured body and flew to Whitebeard, his voice full of vigilance. He could feel the aura emanating from the palace, which made him feel uneasy instinctively. Gulala. Who knows? Whitebeard grinned. Although he was weak, his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle. It seems that our troubles today are not limited to those marine brats. The palace suspended in the air was silent. It made no sound, nor did it show any obvious hostility or kindness. But it was this silence that added to its sense of mystery and oppression. An indescribable ancient and powerful aura spread from the palace, spreading like an invisible ripple to the entire Marineford wreckage area. This aura is not the direct deterrence of Conqueror's haki, nor is it the concrete power of devil fruit ability, but a more original and pure energy fluctuation. It seems to have experienced the precipitation of billions of thousands of years, witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, and has a kind of indifference and majesty that overlooks all living things. Under the influence of this aura, many weaker marines and pirates even had difficulty breathing and their heartbeats accelerated, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their hearts. Even those experienced warriors, such as the Marine Admiral and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, felt an inexplicable palpitation. Is this the abode of gods? The majesty it exudes is beyond the ordinary, making people involuntarily want to worship it. Or is it a demon's lair? Its strange shape, mysterious words, and disturbing ancient atmosphere remind people of certain taboo legends and terrifying existences in the abyss. No one knows where it came from, and no one knows why it appears at this moment, and why it is presented to the world in this way. It is like a huge question mark, hanging in everyone's mind. Is it a blessing or a curse? The unknown is often the most frightening. At this moment, the shouting and killing on the battlefield has completely subsided, leaving only the sound of waves hitting the floating ice and wreckage, and the heavy breathing of people. Everyone's eyes are focused on the mysterious palace, waiting, guessing, and fearing its next move. Time seems to have frozen at this moment, and the air is filled with suffocating tension and anxiety. This foreign palace rising from the bottom of the sea has added a more confusing and dangerous shadow to this already tragic summit war. Chapter 5 Inches Ice Age. Just as the entire Marineford battlefield fell into silence because of this mysterious palace that fell from the sky, actually rose from the bottom of the sea, and everyone was shocked by its ancient and powerful aura, with their hearts filled with unknown and fear, the lavender palace suspended in the air finally made a new move. In the center of the palace complex, the top of the tallest and most peculiar tower-like building, whose originally smooth surface suddenly began to change. Countless tiny metal components slowly retreated, folded, and reorganized like petals, revealing a huge, deep circular structure inside. This circular structure was several hundred meters in diameter, and its entire body was a darker purple than the palace itself, like the pupil of a gigantic eyeball. It stared quietly at the chaotic and messy battlefield below, without any light or sound, but with a chilling coldness and indifference. What is that? A Marine Rear Admiral swallowed hard, his voice a little distorted due to nervousness. He felt like he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast from another dimension, and the hairs on his body stood up involuntarily. Not only him, but almost everyone who noticed the circular structure had an ominous premonition in their hearts. It felt like a prey being locked by a top predator, with nowhere to escape and nowhere to hide. The next moment, as everyone watched in fear, the huge circular structure suddenly lit up without any warning. It was not a blinding light, but a dark light as deep as a black hole that could swallow all light. As the light flowed, it seemed as if countless stars were born and died in it, and it seemed to be connected to an unknown dimension. Then, an invisible but despairingly powerful suction force suddenly burst out from the lit one eye, like a flood breaking through a dam. This suction force was not aimed at a specific target, but covered the entire Marineford wreckage area, whether it was the huge floating islands floating on the sea, the people struggling in the water, or the ship wreckage and weapons and equipment scattered everywhere. All were within the range of this suction force. Woo! The first to be affected were the lighter objects and the weaker people. They only felt an irresistible force acting on them, and their bodies involuntarily flew towards the one-eyed palace in the air. What's happening? My body is out of control. A pirate screamed in horror. He waved his arms desperately, trying to grab the floating wooden board beside him, but the suction was too strong. He was like being grabbed by an invisible giant hand and quickly pulled into the air. Advertisement, hold on, everyone! The marine officers shouted loudly, trying to maintain order, but they themselves were also staggering in the face of the sudden suction and had no time to care about anything else. Solid ice, huge rocks, broken masts. Everything began to break away from the sea, twisting and deforming, pulled by the horrible suction force, converging towards the one eye of the palace, forming a huge torrent of all kinds of debris. The marine admirals were not spared either. Akinu Sakazuki roared, stomping his feet on the floating island below, trying to resist the suction with his powerful strength. His whole body turned into boiling lava, emitting amazing heat, trying to stabilize his body with his weight and strength. However, the suction was so strange and powerful that even he could feel his body floating up little by little. Lava kept dripping from his body, but was swept up by the suction and pulled into the air. He swung his fist angrily, and the giant lava fist slammed into the palace, but his attack was twisted and disintegrated by the invisible suction before it approached the palace. Ice Age. Aokiji Kuzan activated his ability again, trying to freeze himself and the marines around him in a huge block of ice to increase weight and stability to resist suction. However, just as the iceberg he created took shape, it was uprooted by an even more powerful force, carrying him and the frozen marines around him towards the palace. For the first time, he showed a look of shock on his face. The nature of this power was completely beyond his understanding. Kizaru Borsalino tried to transform into light to evade. However, when he turned into a golden light and tried to escape from the area, he was shocked to find that even light could not completely escape the influence of the suction. His speed was obviously slowed down, and his body seemed to be trapped in some kind of sticky quagmire. He was forcibly pulled by an invisible force, changing the trajectory of his flight and involuntarily heading towards the one eye of the palace. Oh my, this is really troublesome. For the first time, his signature drawn-out tone was filled with real panic. The Shichibukai also tried to resist by showing their skills. Sandstorm. Crocodile turned into a sky full of yellow sand, trying to disperse his body to weaken the effect of suction, but the sand was like iron filings attracted by a magnet, gathering into a stream of sand and flying towards the palace. Hawkeye Mahawk wielded the black knife, slashing out sharp sword energy, trying to cut through the invisible suction force, but the sword energy disappeared without a trace after flying a short distance, and he himself was pulled into the air by a powerful force. He held the black knife tightly, his eyes sharp, but he could not stop his body from moving. Even Ace, who was far away on the execution platform, was not spared. The suction ignored the restraints of sea stone and acted directly on his body. He felt a powerful force pulling him up from the execution platform, and the chains made a creaking sound under the heavy load, and then suddenly broke. He flew towards the palace like a kite with a broken string. He subconsciously looked down and saw Whitebeard, who was also pulled by the suction and flew towards the palace involuntarily. Dad! Ace cried out, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. He would rather be executed than see his father and companions encounter such unknown dangers. Whitebeard also felt the irresistible suction. He was already severely injured and exhausted, and it was even more difficult to resist at this moment. He roared and tried to fight back with the power of the shock fruit, but the force was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, tightly sucking him and pulling his huge body off the ground little by little. His feet plowed 2 deep grooves on the broken floating island, but in the end he was unable to resist and was slowly pulled into the air. Chapter 6 Inches Ace. Hold on to me, Gulala. What is this? A mandatory invitation. Whitebeard grinned, with a hint of helplessness and a hint of heroism in his smile. He looked at his sons who were also sucked into the palace, as well as the terrified marines, with mixed feelings in his heart. Whether it was the Marine Admiral, the Shichibukai, or the crew of the 4 Emperors, whether it was a hero, a criminal, or an ordinary soldier, they all seemed so small and powerless in front of this powerful and desperate suction from the mysterious palace. Their struggles and resistances were all futile, like Amanda's trying to stop a chariot. Everyone was bound by an invisible force, and their bodies were uncontrollably pulled towards the huge, one eye, on the surface of the floating palace. No one knew what was waiting for them, life or death, blessing or disaster. But they had no choice but to watch themselves getting closer and closer to the terrifying, one eye, emitting dark light, as if they were about to be dragged into an unknown, unfathomable abyss. On the wreckage of Marineford, a collective ascension, spectacle beyond everyone's imagination took place. Desperate cries, angry roars, and terrified screams intertwined, but were soon drowned out by the huge sound of wind brought by the invisible suction force. An era seemed to be forcibly pulled into a new, unknown chapter in a way that no one could have predicted. Once the terrifying suction force from the mysterious palace, one eye, erupted, it was irresistible. Whether it was the elite marines, the brave men of the Whitebeard pirates, or the Shichibukai who played an important role in the Summit War, at this moment, they were like fallen leaves in the wind, being involuntarily swept into the unknown abyss. The process of being sucked into the palace was not a simple straight-line pull as everyone had initially imagined. When the body touched the edge of the dark light emitted by the one eye, a strong sense of dizziness suddenly hit. The scene in front of the eyes was instantly distorted and shattered, and then turned into a torrent of bizarre colors. It was as if I was thrown into a huge, constantly rotating Mangekyo. Red, blue, green, yellow. All kinds of indescribable colors rolled, intertwined, and collided before my eyes like boiling paint, forming a dazzling array of uzumaki and stripes. My body seemed to have lost all its weight, floating lightly, rolling and drifting uncontrollably in this colorful passage. Wah! What the hell is this place? Help, I'm going to vomit. Advertisement screams, roars, and retching sounds due to violent rolling echoed in the passage. But these sounds were soon drowned out by a more bizarre and pervasive humming sound. It was a low and continuous, buzzing sound, as if countless huge bees were flapping their wings in the ears, or as if some kind of extremely precise machine was running at high speed. This humming sound was extremely penetrating and directly acted on the human brain, making the already confused senses even worse. Luffy felt dizzy and his stomach churned. He subconsciously stretched out his rubber arm, trying to grab something to steady himself. At the moment he was sucked in, he and Ace were being pulled by the remains of the execution platform. At this moment, he still held onto the thick stake tightly, and his other hand was tightly holding Ace's arm. Ace! Hold on to me! Luffy shouted, even though he himself was like in a giant washing machine, unable to tell up from down, left from right. The wooden stake that once symbolized despair and death was now the only straw he could hold on to. However, the stake was not spared, and was swept into the twisted passage, taking the 2 of them, as well as some broken chains wrapped around it, with it, rolling together. Ace's condition was not much better than Luffy's. Although the sea stone restraints were broken by the suction, the long-term torture and weakness left him almost without strength. He could feel Luffy holding his hand tightly, and the strength was so firm that it calmed his confused mind a little. He tried to open his eyes and see the surrounding situation clearly, but all he saw was a disgusting chaos. He clenched his teeth and endured the discomfort brought by the weightlessness of his body and the impact of the ubiquitous buzzing sound on his mind. The Marine Admirals also lost their former composure in this unknown passage. Akinu Sakazuki, even if the element was transformed into lava, could not find a stable form in this twisted space. He felt his lava body being pulled and twisted by an invisible force, as if it was about to be torn into countless pieces. He roared angrily and tried to stabilize himself with armament hockey, but to little effect. This feeling of being completely out of control made him, an admiral who believed in absolute power, feel extremely frustrated and angry. Aokiji Kuzan gave up resistance and let his body roll as the passage twisted. He squinted his eyes, as if trying to adapt to this strange environment or thinking about the nature of this passage. There was not much expression on his face, but his furrowed brows showed his inner restlessness. He could feel that this passage was filled with a strange energy that he had never come into contact with. This energy seemed to interfere with his devil fruit ability, making it difficult for him to use the power of freezing effectively. Kizaru Borsalino was in the worst situation. He tried to transform into a light particle and shuttle through, but the moment he entered the channel, he found that his speed was greatly limited. Light, it seems, cannot travel in a straight line here, but is forced to bend with the distortion of space. The wretched smile that he always had on his face had long disappeared, replaced by a rare solemnity and a trace of panic. He kept trying, but he could not get rid of the shackles of this channel. He could only be like everyone else, helpless in the torrent of colors. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, also felt a long-lost sense of powerlessness in this unknown passage. His huge body was squeezed and pulled by the twisted space, and the wounds on his body burst again due to the violent rolling. The blood turned into blood beads in the weightlessness, floating in the chaotic colors. He clenched his teeth and tried to stay awake. His sharp eyes tried to penetrate the blurred light and shadow and see the road ahead clearly. He could feel that he was being taken to a completely unknown place, a place that might be more dangerous than Marineford. Dad. Marco transformed into a phoenix, with blue flames burning on his body, and struggled to maintain a certain balance in the passage, trying to get closer to Whitebeard. But the power in the passage was too chaotic, and every time he flapped his wings, he would be deviated by a sudden twisting force. Chapter 7 Inches Bang. Boom. Ouch. Hold steady, don't panic. Marshal Sengoku's voice rang out in the chaos. He tried to calm everyone with his authority, but his voice was soon swallowed by the strange buzzing sound. He himself was rolling in the passage, the golden Buddha light on him flickered, and he was obviously trying his best to resist this unknown force. Time seemed to have lost its meaning in this twisted passage. No one knew how long they had been drifting, whether it was a moment or a century. The confusion of senses, the weightlessness of the body, and the ubiquitous humming sound made everyone fall into a chaotic state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. Just when everyone felt that their spirits were about to be worn away by the endless rolling and buzzing, the chaotic colors in front of them suddenly began to fade, and a white light vaguely appeared at the end of the passage. The white light became brighter and clearer, as if it was an exit. Then, the suction force that had been pulling everyone and the irritating buzzing sound suddenly disappeared without any warning. The feeling of weightlessness still existed, but the body was no longer pulled by the twisting force. Everyone seemed to be thrown out of a high-speed rotating machine and fell towards the soft white light. After a short free fall, a solid touch came from under the body. Bang. Bang. Ouch. Various dull impact sounds and painful groans echoed one after another in an extremely vast space. The moment the suction disappeared, everyone fell from the air like dumplings, hitting the mirror smooth, cold and hard metal ground with a series of dull sounds. Luffy was the first to react, even though he was also knocked unconscious and his butt was burning with pain. He immediately checked Ace beside him and found that although Ace was pale, his breathing was still stable. He was just temporarily unconscious because of the violent tumbling and the final fall. He was still holding tightly to the huge wooden stake of the execution platform, which fell with them and hid not far from them, making a loud, clang sound. It hurts so much. Luffy rubbed his butt with a grin. The impact resistance of his rubber body allowed him to quickly recover from the impact of the fall. He shook his dizzy head, raised his head curiously, and looked at this unfamiliar environment. This is an extremely large circular hall. Advertisement. The floor of the hall was made of a strange metal that had never been seen before. It was as smooth as a mirror and could clearly reflect everything above. When you stepped on it, it felt cold and hard. Looking up, the dome was so high that the top was almost invisible, as if it was connected to an endless starry sky. The entire dome emitted a soft and even white light, illuminating this huge space like daylight, but without any glare. This light did not come from a single light source, but the entire dome was glowing, like a huge artificial sun. The walls of the hall were also made of an unknown, one-piece strange material. The walls were a deep dark gray, with an extremely smooth surface, without any seams or rivets, as if they were cast from a mold. What was even more striking was that on these dark gray walls, there were countless complex and precise energy lines. These lines were like the blood vessels of living things or the veins of plants, covering the entire wall, and flickering with a light blue light in a regular rhythm, as if the entire hall was breathing. There was a faint, strange smell in the air. It was a smell that was hard to describe, a bit like the ozone left in the air after a thunderstorm, mixed with a faint sweet fragrance, like the fragrance of some unknown flowers. Inhaling this air did not make people feel uncomfortable, but instead made them feel slightly refreshed. What frightened those perceptive warriors even more was that this huge hall was filled with an unknown energy that they had never encountered before. This energy was invisible and intangible, but it was everywhere, filling the entire space like a tide. It was not as intimidating as hockey, nor was it as concrete as the devil fruit ability, but a more fundamental and pure energy fluctuation. Some people could even feel their cells trembling slightly, as if they were resonating with this unknown energy. Where is this place? A Marine soldier struggled to get up from the ground. He looked around blankly, his face full of fear and confusion. His Marine uniform was tattered, covered with blood and dust, and the spear in his hand had long disappeared. The other Marines and pirates also gradually recovered from the dizziness of the fall. Some of them covered the painful parts of their bodies, some helped each other to stand up, and some immediately picked up the weapons that fell around them and looked around vigilantly at the surrounding environment and each other. The atmosphere of hostility that had previously prevailed on the Marineford battlefield seemed at this moment to be replaced by a sense of common confusion and uneasiness. The Marines and the pirates, these two originally antagonistic forces, were now like wild beasts thrown into the same strange cage. Although they still bared their teeth and remained vigilant, no one took action immediately. Marshal Sengoku was one of the first to regain his composure. He stood up with a serious expression and scanned the entire hall with sharp eyes, trying to find some clues from this strange environment. He immediately tried to release his observation haki, trying to sense the scope of this space and whether there were any potential dangers. However, after his observation haki was released, his brows knitted tightly together. He was horrified to find that in this hall filled with unknown energy, his observation haki was greatly disturbed and suppressed. The perception range that was originally enough to cover most of Marineford was compressed to the limit here. At most, he could barely perceive the movements within 100 meters around him, and the perceived information became blurred, as if separated by a thick layer of fog. This feeling made the battle-hardened Marine Marshal feel a strong sense of uneasiness. The unknown environment, coupled with the greatly weakened perception ability, was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous signal. The energy field here is very strange, Sengoku muttered to himself, his voice full of solemnity. He glanced at Garp not far away and found that Garp was also frowning. Obviously he also noticed something was wrong. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, with the help of several captains, slowly stood up. He coughed violently several times, coughing up a few mouthfuls of saliva with dark red blood clots. His injuries were extremely serious, and after the ordeal just now, he was on the verge of dying. But his sharp eyes still flashed with an unyielding light. He scanned the unfamiliar circular hall vigilantly, feeling the strange energy in the air, and frowned. Chapter 8 Inches Luffy. Stop running, Gulala. It seems that we have been taken to an incredible place. Whitebeard's voice was still hoarse, but there was a hint of inexplicable excitement in his tone, or it could be said that it was the pride in facing an unknown challenge. He glanced at the Marines who were also in a state of distress not far away, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The three admirals Akinu, Aokiji, and Kizaru also got up from the ground, each with a different look on their face. Akinu's face was so gloomy that water could almost drip out of it. He stretched his muscles and bones, feeling the lava power in his body that was a little sluggish due to the fall just now. He looked around, his eyes full of violence and vigilance. He was filled with anger towards this unknown existence that had forcibly abducted them. Aokiji seemed relatively calm. He dusted himself off and looked at the blue lines on the wall for a moment, as if thinking about something. He could feel that the level of technology in this place was far beyond their current understanding. Kizaru whistled, and his face regained a bit of that cynical expression, but his eyes were full of fear. Oh my, this is really a grand scene. I wonder if the owner here will entertain us well? His tone was relaxed, but his fingers curled up slightly unconsciously, ready to transform into an element at any time. The pirates also gathered in twos and threes, looking at the Marines around them warily, and at the same time felt overwhelmed by this unfamiliar environment. Captain Marco, Daddy, Diamond Joes looked at Whitebeard worriedly. Marco shook his head, motioning him to be at ease, and then glanced around sharply. Everyone stay alert, something is wrong here. Let's find out where this place is first. After a brief period of chaos, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Only the heavy breathing of people and the regular flickering of the energy lines on the walls could be heard. Although the Marines and pirates still occupied different areas of the hall, a subtle confrontation formed between them, a brief confrontation based on common confusion and the unknown. Everyone realized that they were trapped in a completely unknown place that might not even belong to their world. The scene before them was too strange and full of unimaginable technology, which filled them with uneasiness and awe. Advertisement for a moment, no one knew what would happen next, and no one dared to act rashly. They could only look at each other warily, while also trying to observe this mysterious and vast alien hall, trying to find a clue from it, a clue that could explain everything in front of them. In this vast hall filled with tension, confusion, and unknown energy, most people remained highly alert, carefully observing their surroundings, not daring to be careless. However, there were always some people who were more cautious, or in other words, those whose curiosity far outweighed their fear. Monkey D. Luffy is a typical example. After recovering from the initial pain of falling, the future Pirates King did not stand guard like the others, nor did he think about any strategic issues. His attention was quickly attracted by this new and huge place. He rolled to his feet, rubbed his still sore butt, and then, like a kid who had just entered an amusement park, he widened his iconic round eyes and looked around curiously. Wow, it's so big. Where is this place? Luffy exclaimed. His voice was particularly loud in this silent and vast hall, attracting the attention of many Marines and pirates. He completely ignored those vigilant eyes and jumped on the smooth metal floor of the hall, touching the cold walls and looking up at the dome that was so high that it was invisible and emitted a soft white light. The light blue energy lines flickering on the walls looked like some kind of interesting light show to him. Luffy. Don't run around, Nami, who was not far away, shouted with a headache, but Luffy obviously didn't hear her. Sanji and Zoro also subconsciously moved closer to Luffy to prevent him from causing any trouble. Usopp hid behind Zoro, trembling as he looked at this unknown place, muttering, I have a disease that prevents me from going to strange places. Luffy's curiosity soon drove him to the edge of the hall, close to the walls covered with complex patterns. He stretched out his rubber finger, poked the cold and smooth wall, and knocked lightly with his fist, making a dull, dong dong sound. Advertisement. This wall is so strange, it seems to be a whole piece, Luffy said to himself. He felt very novel about this huge one-piece structure. He paced aimlessly while observing the wall. When he passed a corner, perhaps because he was not looking at the road or because of pure luck, his foot accidentally kicked an inconspicuous metal protrusion in the corner. It was a dark gray metal block, only half the size of a fist, protruding slightly from the wall. If you didn't look at it deliberately, or accidentally touched it like Luffy did, no one would notice its existence. Ouch! Luffy tripped and nearly fell. He looked down and found the metal protrusion. What is this? He stretched out his finger curiously and poked the metal protrusion. The metal protrusion seemed to be a button. When Luffy pressed it, it sank silently into the wall. At the moment when the protrusion was pressed, a very slight mechanical transmission sound suddenly came from an area of about 1 foot square on the wall in front of Luffy. Then, the wall surface slid to one side silently like a sliding cover of a precision machine, revealing a small square compartment inside the wall. A plain-looking burlap bag fell out from the slid-open compartment with a pop and landed at Luffy's feet. Oh! Luffy's eyes lit up as if he had found some treasure. He bent down and picked up the bag. The bag felt heavy in the hand, and the rope tied at the mouth was tied in a loose knot. Luffy untied the rope impatiently, opened the bag, and took a look inside. Inside the bag, there were a dozen brightly colored beans the size of full anko. The beans were smooth and shiny, showing an attractive deep red color, with some tiny golden Madara dots, which looked very beautiful. A faint, indescribable strange fragrance emanated from the bag and entered Luffy's nostrils. Chapter 9 Inches Dark Hound. Is this food? Luffy's mouth almost watered. For a foodie like him, anything that looked like food was extremely attractive. He picked up a red bean from the bag, put it under his nose and sniffed it carefully. The strange fragrance became stronger, with a hint of sweetness and an indescribable freshness that seemed to be able to revitalize life. It smells good. It should be edible. Luffy came to this simple conclusion immediately. He felt a little hungry now. After all, he had been fighting in Marineford for so long and had just gone through such a tossing and turning, which consumed a lot of energy. He opened his mouth and was about to put the bean with the tempting aroma into his mouth. At this critical moment, a slightly sharp but energetic voice suddenly sounded from the side, stopping his action. Wait a minute, Straw Hat, what is that? Don't eat it. The speaker was Emporio Ivankov, the S********* king. He had just recovered from the dizziness of falling and was observing his surroundings alertly when he noticed what Luffy was doing. Ivankov's eyes were very sharp, or in other words, he had his own unique way of perceiving energy. The moment Luffy took out the red bean, he keenly sensed that the tiny bean seemed to contain an extremely pure and strange energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was very restrained, but it gave him an extraordinary feeling. He was startled when he saw Luffy was eager to put it in his mouth, and he quickly spoke out to stop him. Luffy paused, his mouth still open, and looked at Ivankov in confusion. He was holding the red bean in his hand, only a few centimeters away from his mouth. Ivankov walked over quickly, followed by Lightning and Azuma. Advertisement, I say, Straw Hat Boy, we don't even know where this place is. These things come from unknown sources. What if they're poisonous? Ivankov put his hands on his hips and spoke in his unique tone with a serious expression on his face. He leaned closer to the bean in Luffy's hand, looked at it carefully, and sniffed it. This smell is indeed very special, and... Ivankov frowned slightly. He could feel the energy contained in the bean, pure and powerful, but the nature was completely unknown. But it smells delicious. Luffy pouted in disappointment, looking at the beans in his hand with a face full of desire. For him, the temptation of food is huge, especially this kind of food that makes people salivate with just the smell. Even if it tastes good, you can't eat it carelessly, Ivankov said emphatically. In this damn place, any negligence could be fatal. Before you figure out what this is, you absolutely can't eat it carelessly. Luffy looked at Ivankov's serious expression, then looked at the beans in his hand. Although he was still very greedy, he nodded reluctantly. Okay. He knew Ivankov was doing this for his own good. Although he was usually careless, he would still listen to his companion's advice at critical moments. He reluctantly put the red bean back into the bag and tied the bag again. But the strange fragrance lingering in the air still made him swallow his saliva, and his stomach also made a gurgling protest. What kind of beans are these? Luffy stuffed the bag into his pocket, muttering quietly, with a look of regret on his face. He decided to try them first if he was sure they were edible after figuring out the situation. Ivankov watched Luffy put away the beans, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He once again looked at the compartment on the wall that slid open silently, and the metal protrusion that Luffy pressed down, his eyes full of thought. This hall is full of weirdness and unknown. Luffy's unintentional action could actually trigger such a mechanism and get such a bag of mysterious beans. Is this a coincidence or some kind of deliberate arrangement? What exactly are these beans? What is the use of the strange energy they contain? A series of questions popped up in Ivankov's mind, and also made some people around who noticed the situation here feel a little curious and wary about the bag of beans in Luffy's pocket. Advertisement. This mysterious alien hull seemed to have just revealed the tip of the iceberg to them, and Luffy's unexpected good luck might just be the beginning. Just when Luffy had a brief exchange with Ivankov over the bag of mysterious beans, attracting the attention of some people around, a sudden change once again brought everyone's minds back to the cruel reality, and also refocused the focus of the Summit War on Fire Fist, Ace in a tragic way. Akinu Sakazuki, the Admiral of Headquarters, hates pirates to the bone. He wants to kill the Whitebeard pirates, especially Ace, the bloodline of Pirate King. Roger. Previously, due to the appearance of the mysterious palace and the irresistible suction, he was forced to interrupt the execution of Ace. But when everyone was drawn into this strange alien hull, after a brief chaos and confrontation, Akinu keenly caught an opportunity. Most people's attention was attracted by this strange hull environment and Luffy's episode. Whitebeard was seriously injured and was at the end of his strength. Marco and other captains were also exhausted from the previous battle and fall, and were busy on guard and observation. This was a perfect time for a surprise attack. A trace of ruthless killing intent flashed in Akinu's eyes. Without any hesitation, his body suddenly turned into a rolling torrent of lava, and with an astonishing speed, it shot towards the direction of Ace and Luffy with a scorching airwave. Ace. The first person to notice the danger was Marco, who had been on high alert. He cried out, but the distance was too far and it was too late for him to rescue. Luffy was a little depressed because Ivankov stopped his beam, and he turned his back to the direction where Akinu was attacking. When he heard Marco's exclamation and felt the burning and deadly breath behind him, it was too late. Be careful. Ace pushed Luffy hard, trying to push him away. However, due to his previous injuries and the long-term restraint of Sea Stone, his body was extremely weak and he was unable to completely avoid Akinu's long-planned attack. Dark Hound. Akinu's roar was like a sentence from hell. His right arm, which had turned into a giant molten claw, pierced Ace's chest fiercely with a terrifying high-temperature and destructive force that could burn through steel. Chapter 10 Inches Beans. That's right, beans, puff. The hot lava instantly burned Ace's flesh, making a teeth-grinding, sizzling sound. Ace's body shook violently, his eyes widened instantly due to the severe pain, and his pupils contracted sharply. He lowered his head and looked at the lava arm that pierced his chest and exuded a pungent sulfur smell in disbelief. Ace. Luffy staggered a few steps after being pushed by Ace, and when he turned around, he saw this scene that made him tremble with fear. His mind went blank in an instant, as if the whole world had lost its sound and color. Akinu showed a hideous sneer on his face, and he was about to further stimulate the magma to completely burn Ace's internal organs. However, at this critical moment, a huge impact force hit from the side. A whole, Whitebeard, the severely injured old man had come close to Akinu without him noticing. His scarred fist, covered with the white halo of the shock fruit, hit Akinu's waist fiercely. Bang! Akinu was hit hard by the punch and groaned. His molten body was twisted unnaturally. He was blown away by the huge force and hit the metal wall in the distance. With a loud bang, he barely managed to stabilize his body. His molten arm that pierced Ace's chest was also forced to withdraw. Ace's body lost its support and fell backwards limply. Ace. Luffy let out a heart-wrenching cry. He rushed over as fast as he could and hugged Ace tightly in his arms before he fell to the ground. Warm blood gushed out from the horrific through wound on Ace's chest, quickly staining Luffy's collar and the cold metal floor red. The edge of the wound was charred black, emitting a pungent smell of burnt flesh. Ace's life force was fading away like a flood. His face turned pale as paper at a visible speed, and his eyes began to blur and lose focus. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something to Luffy, but only a faint, ho-ho, sound came out of his throat, and blood continued to flow out of his mouth. Advertisement. Luffy hugged Ace tightly, his body shaking violently with fear and anger. He could clearly feel that his brother's body was rapidly getting colder, and the familiar heartbeat was getting weaker and weaker, as if it would stop at any time. Ace. Ace. Hold on. Don't die. Luffy's voice was choked with sobs, and tears as big as beans rolled down from his eyes like pearls that had broken off the string, hitting Ace's pale face. He had never felt so helpless and desperate. He tried desperately to cover the wound on Ace's chest with his hands, but the wound was too big and the blood could not be stopped. Instead, it kept flowing out from between his fingers. He could feel that Ace's life was disappearing bit by bit at his fingertips. Why? Why is this happening? Luffy let out a desperate roar, his voice filled with endless pain and unwillingness. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that he had tried his best, gone through so many hardships, and finally saved Ace from the execution platform, but he had to watch him die in his arms. All around them, members of the Whitebeard pirates were also in great grief and anger. Captain Ace. A whole Akinu. I'll kill you. Marco, Joes and the others rushed towards Akinu, who had just stabilized himself, with red eyes, desperately, wanting to avenge Ace. However, other marine generals, such as Aokiji, Kizaru, and the marine vice-admirals, also reacted quickly and stood in front of them, and a fierce conflict broke out again between the two sides. But at this moment, the focus of the battlefield was undoubtedly the dying Ace in Luffy's arms. On the marine side, Marshal Sengoku looked at this scene with a complicated look. Although Ace's death was part of his plan, he was not unmoved when he saw Luffy's desperate look. However, as a marine marshal, he had to put the overall situation first. Akinu wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, his eyes became even colder. He glanced at the side of his waist that was hit by Whitebeard. Although it was not fatally injured, it was also in great pain. He looked coldly at Ace in Luffy's arms and said in a deep voice, "The bloodline of the pirates must be completely eliminated. This is the execution of justice." He was about to step forward again and end Ace's life once and for all. However, Luffy's actions stunned everyone. Luffy held Ace in his arms, feeling his brother's almost imperceptible breathing in his gradually lifeless eyes. His mind was blank, as if all his thoughts had been drained away. Despair was like a cold tide, completely drowning him. Advertisement. He didn't know what to do. He had no way. He was not a doctor. He didn't have the ability to bring people back to life. He could only watch Ace leave him. At this moment, a strange, almost imperceptible fragrance suddenly floated out of his pocket and entered his nostrils. This scent. Luffy's mind was like a flash of electricity. He suddenly remembered the bag of mysterious beans that fell out of the wall compartment just now. The fragrance made him feel very comfortable when he smelled it, as if it carried some kind of strange vitality. He didn't know what it was, and Ivankov had warned him not to eat it, but now, Ace was dying. He had no other choice. This was the only hope he could think of at the moment. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to try. Beans. That's right, beans. A crazy light flashed in Luffy's eyes, as if he had grasped the last straw. He trembled and took out the plain cloth bag from his pocket with his hands stained with Ace's blood. Because of nervousness and panic, His movements seemed a little clumsy and he almost dropped the bag on the ground several times. He anxiously untied the rope at the mouth of the bag and took out a brightly colored bean the size of Anko. That's it. The strange fragrance became even stronger. Ace. Ace. You must hold on. Luffy choked, his voice full of pleading. He looked at Ace, who was unable to swallow on his own and had his lips slightly open, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He no longer hesitated and stuffed the red bean into Ace's mouth regardless of everything. The bean was small and smooth. Luffy carefully used his fingers to push the bean inward along the back of Ace's tongue, trying to help him swallow it. The people around, whether they were the Marines and pirates who were fighting fiercely, or those who were watching from a distance, were all stunned by Luffy's sudden and inexplicable behavior. Chapter 11 Inches Ace. Captain Ace, what is Straw Hat doing? What did he feed Ace? No one knew what that little bean was, and no one had any hope for it. After all, Ace had a fatal penetrating wound on his chest, and it was caused by the lava of Akinu. Not to mention ordinary medicine, even the legendary panacea would probably not be able to cure it. Everyone thought that Ace was dead. Luffy's actions seemed to them to be a futile struggle out of despair. However, what happened next plunged the entire hall into a deathly silence, making everyone's eyes almost pop out of their sockets, and their worldviews suffered an unprecedented severe impact. The red bean that Luffy stuffed into Ace's mouth seemed to melt the moment it touched Ace's throat. Then, an indescribable, warm and pure energy flowed from Ace's throat into his limbs like a trickle. The next moment, a miracle happened. The horrific penetrating wound on Ace's chest, which was still oozing blood, began to change amazingly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scorched and necrotic flesh and blood tissues by the lava quickly fell off and regenerated as if they were injected with powerful vitality. New pink granulation tissues grew out at an astonishing speed, filling the hideous wounds. Broken blood vessels reconnected, and broken bones repaired themselves. It only takes a few seconds, yes, just a few seconds. The horrific wound on Ace's chest that was originally fatal was actually completely healed. There was not a single scar left, and his skin was as smooth as before, as if he had never suffered such a serious injury. Advertisement then, Ace's face, which was as pale as paper, quickly regained its rosiness at a speed visible to the naked eye. His breathing, which was so weak that it was almost unnoticeable, began to become even and strong. His eyes, which had lost their spirits due to the loss of vitality, also regained their brilliance. Cough, cough, cough. Ace coughed violently a few times, and a mouthful of foul air with a slightly burnt smell came out of his mouth. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. A trace of confusion flashed across his eyes, as if he didn't know where he was. But soon, he saw Luffy's crying and laughing face, covered with tears and blood. Luffy? Ace's voice was a little hoarse, but full of life. He subconsciously raised his hand and touched his chest. It was smooth and intact, without any pain. He moved his body and found that not only were his injuries gone, but his body was filled with unprecedented strength, as if all his fatigue and weakness had been swept away, and his physical strength had returned to its peak state. What is going on? He clearly remembered that the lava from Akinu pierced his chest. The excruciating pain and the despair of his life force fading away were all still vivid in his mind. He thought he was dead. But now, Ace's instant recovery and his lively state made everyone present completely stunned as if they were under a spell. The entire vast alien hull fell into a silence that was even more eerie and suffocating than before. The Marines and pirates who were fighting fiercely stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked at Ace and Luffy in disbelief. Akainu Sakazuki, the instigator of the attack on Ace, was also completely stunned at this moment. His face, twisted by anger, was now filled with shock and disbelief. He stared at the intact skin on Ace's chest, then looked at his lava arm that still had the scent of Ace's blood and burnt flesh, and his brain was a little confused for a while. No. Impossible. Akainu roared in disbelief. He knew very well the power of his Dark Hound. That blow was enough to melt steel and completely destroy anyone's heart. Ace had clearly been fatally wounded. How could he have completely recovered in just a few seconds? And he looked even more energetic than before the injury. Advertisement. This is illogical. This is totally contrary to his understanding of the world. Ace. Captain Ace. After a brief silence, an earth-shaking cheer broke out in the Whitebeard pirates' camp. The grief and anger on the faces of captains like Marco, Joes, and Beasta were instantly replaced by ecstasy. They were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes, and some even cried with joy and choked up. Great, Captain Ace is okay. Is this a miracle? They had just witnessed Ace being severely injured by Akinu, and the feeling of despair made them feel miserable. But at this moment, Ace was resurrected, like a phoenix from the ashes. This huge contrast from hell to heaven made them extremely excited. On the Marine side, everyone looked pale and silent. Marshal Sengoku's face turned livid. He stared at Ace, then looked at the inconspicuous bag in Luffy's hand, his eyes full of horror and solemnity. The recovery method that was beyond common sense and almost miraculous made him feel a deep fear from the bottom of his heart. What on earth is this? Is it some unknown devil fruit ability? Or some mysterious power that they have never come into contact with? If this thing can be mass-produced, how can the Marines fight? Any seriously injured and dying soldier can be instantly restored to his original state with just a small bean. This is simply cheating. For the first time, Aokiji Kuzan showed a genuine look of surprise on his face. He pushed up his sunglasses, as if he wanted to see more clearly. He could feel that the renewed vitality in Ace was so vigorous and pure, unlike any known treatment that could achieve this effect. Kizaru Borsellino also put away his cynical expression, and his eyes flickered with doubt. Oh my. This really scared me. His tone no longer had the ease it had before. As for the ordinary marine soldiers, they were terrified by the scene before their eyes. Many of them even began to wonder if they were dreaming. A person, with a pierced chest, could recover completely within a few seconds. This was even more bizarre than the legendary myth. And at the center of all this, Luffy was currently hugging the restored Ace, crying and laughing, like a child who had gotten his favorite toy. Chapter 12 inches. Oh, sure. Ace, you're okay. So good. Woo woo woo. Luffy's face was covered with tears and snot. He hugged Ace tightly, as if he was afraid that he would disappear again. The great joy of regaining what he had lost made him a little incoherent. Ace felt Luffy's genuine joy and worry, and his heart was filled with warmth and emotion. He gently patted Luffy on the back, and a long-lost, heartfelt smile appeared on his face. Yeah, I'm fine, Luffy. Ace's voice was full of strength, thank you. He knew that it must be the thing Luffy had given him to eat that saved his life. Although he didn't know what it was, he could feel that it contained unimaginable life energy. Ace stood up from Luffy's arms and stretched his body. He could clearly feel the surging power in his body, as if he had endless energy. He clenched his fists, and flames burst out from his arms with a whoosh, more vigorous and hotter than ever before. He glanced at Akinu, whose face was livid not far away, and a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he turned his head and gave Luffy a smile full of gratitude and fondness. I'm sorry to have worried you, brother. This scene was deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone present. A person who should have died was resurrected in such an incredible way, which brought an immeasurable impact to the entire battlefield. Whitebeard Edward Newgate had been watching all this silently. When he saw that Ace had really recovered and stood up again, his old face full of wrinkles and scars finally revealed a smile of relief from the bottom of his heart. He knew that his life was coming to an end. Whether it was the previous injuries or the force he had just used to save Ace, his already exhausted body was even worse. He could feel that the Shinigami was approaching him step by step. But if he could buy some more time, if he could do more for these children whom he treated as his own. Whitebeard's eyes fell on the inconspicuous cloth bag in Luffy's hand. A trace of determination and hope flashed in his eyes. He took a difficult step forward, his voice hoarse but full of unquestionable majesty. Ace, Luffy boy, well done. Advertisement. Ace and Luffy both looked towards Whitebeard. Dad. Ace felt a pain in his heart when he saw Whitebeard's old and tired appearance. Whitebeard nodded slightly, then his eyes turned to Joe's and Marco. Joe's and Marco were both smart people, and they understood Whitebeard's intentions immediately. They also saw Ace's miraculous recovery, and naturally thought of the bag of mysterious beans. Straw Hat Boy. Josu's huge body came to Luffy in an instant with an agility that was inconsistent with his size. Huh? Luffy was still immersed in the joy of Ace's recovery, looking at Joe's in a daze. Marco followed closely behind, with a solemn and expectant look on his face. Give us the cloth bag in your hand. Josu's voice was a little hurried, but it carried a tone that could not be refused. Luffy was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously glanced at the bag in his hand. Although he didn't know how magical this bean was, since it could save Ace, it must be a good thing. However, if his father's captains wanted it, he would not be stingy. Oh, okay. Luffy readily handed the bag in his hand to Joe's. Joe's took the bag and it felt heavy in his hand. He could feel that there were still a lot of beans in it. He and Marco looked at each other and saw a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. They knew that Dad's body had reached its limit, but if this mysterious bean really had such a heaven-defying effect, then maybe their father still has a chance of survival. Perhaps the Whitebeard pirates still have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Advertisement. This thought, like a spark that set the field ablaze, instantly ignited in Joe's and Marco's hearts. They held the sack tightly, as if holding their last hope. Their eyes were cast towards the huge figure in the distance who was still standing but looked extremely tired, their father, Edward Newgate. Senzu Beans, a mysterious object from an unknown palace, after resurrecting Ace, seemed to be creating new waves in the aftermath of the Summit War. Joe's and Marco tightly grasped the cloth bag they received from Luffy, their hearts filled with indescribable excitement and anticipation. They had just witnessed the miracle of Ace recovering from near death to his peak in an instant, which made them place high hopes on the mysterious red beans in the bag. Their eyes were all directed to the figure standing like a mountain not far away, but with obvious signs of aging, their father, Edward Newgate. Whitebeard's injuries were even worse than Ace's. The sword wounds that pierced his body, the charred skin from being burned by the magma, and the huge consumption caused by the long-term high-intensity battle had already exhausted the world's strongest man. Although he was still standing at this moment, his slightly trembling body and heavy and suppressed breathing showed that he was already at the end of his strength. Dad. Marco's voice trembled a little, and he came to Whitebeard as fast as he could. Chao Zi followed closely behind. He carefully opened the cloth bag, and a strange fragrance filled the air again. Whitebeard looked at the bags in their hands, then glanced at Ace who was full of energy not far away, and a glimpse of understanding flashed in his eyes. He grinned, with a hint of fatigue in his smile, but also a hint of expectation. Gulala. It seems that God doesn't want me to meet that guy Roger so early. Whitebeard's voice was still hoarse, but with a little more strength. Marco said nothing more. He quickly took out a few red beans from the bag. These beans were warm to the touch and emitted a faint energy fluctuation. He carefully put these beans to Whitebeard's mouth. Dad, please take this. Marco's voice was full of earnestness. Whitebeard opened his mouth without hesitation. He believed in his sons and the miracle that had just happened to Ace. Whitebeard swallowed several Senzu Beans. Similar to Ace's situation at that time, the Senzu Beans melted in his mouth, turning into a warm and pure torrent that quickly flowed to every corner of Whitebeard's body. Chapter 13 Inches Great Eruption. The next moment, a scene that once again stunned everyone present happened. The hideous wounds on Whitebeard's body, whether they were the deep wounds from the swords of the marine generals, or the charred and ulcerated wounds from the Akinu lava, all began to heal at an amazing speed visible to the naked eye. The dead tissue quickly fell off, and new flesh and blood regenerated at an incredible speed. In those wounds deep enough to see the bone, muscle fibers quickly connected and the skin covered them again. In those burnt areas, the charred scabs fell off, revealing the pink new skin underneath. There was a faint smell of burning and blood in the air, but it was soon replaced by the strange fragrance of the magic beans. Whitebeard's face, which had been extremely pale due to excessive blood loss, quickly returned to its normal rosy color. His back, which had been somewhat hunched due to extreme fatigue, also slowly straightened up. He took a deep breath, and his chest rose and fell vigorously, making a sound like a bellows. Although, the effect of the magic beans did not seem to allow him to fully recover to the peak state of his youth, after all, he suffered not only physical trauma, but also the ruthless erosion of time and the accumulation of old illnesses. But, just these few beans were enough for him to regain his footing, get rid of his dying state, and recover a considerable amount of his fighting power. Gulala. I haven't felt this feeling for a long time. Whitebeard stretched his muscles and bones, making a series of crackling sounds. He could clearly feel a strong force emerging in his body again. Although it was not as strong as in his heyday, it was a world of difference compared to the previous state where he had difficulty even standing. He slowly stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the naginata, Kurokumo Kiri, that was inserted beside him. The huge weapon that had accompanied him for most of his life seemed to have regained its vitality in his hands. A terrifying haki that made people's heart palpitate suddenly erupted from Whitebeard's body again, spreading in all directions like a materialized shockwave. Although it was not as overwhelming as before, it still carried the majesty and unquestionable strength of a king. Dad is recovered. Advertisement. The members of the Whitebeard pirates once again burst into deafening cheers. Their faces were filled with the joy of surviving the disaster and the rekindled hope. Their backbone, their legendary captain, once again stood before them. The marine side, on the other hand, fell into complete deathly silence. Marshal Sengoku's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was dripping out of it. He stared at Whitebeard, then looked at Luffy, his eyes full of disbelief and deep fear. First it was Ace, now it's Whitebeard. What is the origin of this mysterious being that can instantly heal fatal injuries? What huge changes will it bring to this war? No, to the entire world. Akinu Sakazuki's expression at this moment could no longer be described as shock. It was a complex expression mixed with rage, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible fear. He had just barely recovered from the shock of Ace's resurrection, and was about to launch another attack to completely wipe out the two pirates' leaders to uphold marine justice. But before he could do anything, Whitebeard, who should have been exhausted and close to death, actually also recovered a considerable amount of combat power in the same incredible way. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Akinu let out a low growl like a wild beast from his throat. His eyes were bloodshot with anger. In his opinion, this is simply a blasphemy against justice. Pirates, these vicious criminals, should be severely tried and punished. How can they have such a cheating recovery method? How can he tolerate this? Witchcraft. This must be some kind of evil witchcraft. Akinu roared. His body turned into boiling lava again, emitting suffocating heat. He would never allow these pirates to escape. He could not tolerate the Marine's justice being played by such absurd means. Whitebeard. Ace. You too are the source of evil. Today, I will wipe you out here, in the name of justice. Akinu's anger, like the lava in his body, completely erupted. His huge lava right arm condensed into shape again, larger and hotter than before, with a momentum of destroying the world and burning everything, and attacked Ace and Whitebeard who had just recovered. Advertisement. Great eruption. The huge lava fist, like a volcanic eruption, carried with it terrifying high temperature and destructive force that was enough to melt steel in an instant. It tore through the air, emitted a shrill whistling sound, and slammed heavily at the father and son. This time, Akinu was really angry. He wanted to use his most powerful force to completely destroy these two pirates who kept challenging his bottom line. Facing Akinu's angry, unstoppable and fatal blow, Ace, who had just recovered his strength, had a sharp cold light flashing in his eyes. He no longer hesitated or retreated. The Senzu Beans not only healed his injuries and restored his physical strength, but also allowed him to control his firepower to a whole new level. He could feel that the firepower in his body was more obedient and stronger than ever before. Dad, let me do it, Ace growled, took a step forward and stood in front of Whitebeard. He clasped his hands together suddenly, then suddenly opened them, and a flame far hotter than ever before burst out from his palms. Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor. It was no longer a simple flame, but a flaming sun that was condensed to the ultimate level and exuded a destructive aura. The size of this Emperor of Flame was larger than ever before, and its color was deeper, showing a heart-pounding dark red color, as if it could devour all light. At the same time, Whitebeard also moved. Although he gave the main attack position to Ace, he did not slack off at all. He held the naginata, Kurokumo Kiri, tightly with both hands, and the blade was covered with the unique white halo of the shock fruit, and then slashed forward. Air shock. The invisible force of vibration swept forward like a tsunami, and cleverly merged with Ace's Emperor of Flame. Flame and vibration, these two completely different forces, combined in a perfect way at this moment, forming a more terrifying and destructive composite shockwave. Chapter 14 Inches Boom. Another loud noise. This shockwave that combined fire and vibration, like a roaring dragon, rushed towards Akinu's giant lava fist carrying endless anger. Boom, a deafening roar suddenly exploded in this vast alien hall. Flame, lava, and vibration force, three ultimate destructive energies, collided fiercely in midair. An unimaginable energy storm swept wildly in all directions with the collision point as the center. The ground of the entire hall was shaking violently, as if it was about to be torn apart by this terrifying force. The air was burned and distorted, making a sharp whistling sound. The Marines and pirates who were closer were knocked to the ground by the powerful shockwave. Some of the weaker ones were even blown away, spitting blood. Surprisingly, after enduring such a terrifying energy impact, the strange material of this mysterious palace also groaned under the heavy load, and the flashing energy lines on the wall became a little disordered, but the structure of the entire hall was miraculously intact without any damage. This made everyone who noticed this have a deeper respect for the builder of this palace. At the center of the energy collision, the light was blinding and the smoke and dust were so thick that it was impossible to see the specific situation. But soon, the results became apparent. Akinu's huge lava fist, after colliding with the combined shockwave from Ace and Whitebeard, was actually forced to stop abruptly. Not only that, the powerful force that combined fire and vibration continued to advance forward, suppressing Akinu's lava in turn. What? Akinu's eyes flashed with disbelief and horror. He could feel that the opponent's attack came with an unrivaled force. Even the lava that he was so proud of was defeated by this force. Ace and Whitebeard, father and son, stood side by side, with firm eyes and an indomitable aura. Advertisement, get back. Ace roared, and the power of fire in his body burst out again, pushing the power of Flame Emperor to ultimate. Whitebeard also exerted his strength at the same time, and the power of shock fruit was poured out without reservation. Boom. Another loud bang. Akinu's huge lava fist finally couldn't hold on any longer and was completely crushed by the even more powerful composite shockwave. The remaining lava splashed like fireworks, falling on the ground, making a hissing sound and emitting bursts of white smoke. Akinu himself was also shaken by the huge recoil force and took several steps back before he could barely stabilize his body. He felt a surge of blood in his chest, a sweet taste in his throat, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. His face, which was distorted by anger, now looked even more pale and embarrassed. He was actually forced back by Whitebeard and Ace in a head-on collision. This is a huge humiliation for Akinu, who is known for his powerful attacking power, his belief in absolute justice and his never backing down. A hole. Akinu gritted his teeth, the anger in his eyes almost bursting out. He couldn't accept this result, and he couldn't tolerate these pirates being so arrogant in front of him. However, he also clearly realized that Ace, who had just recovered his strength, had significantly improved his strength compared to before, especially in the use of fire ability, which was more handy and more powerful. And Whitebeard, although not restored to his heyday, was still the man who could destroy the world. The fighting power of the two of them, father and son, should not be underestimated. For a moment, the battle situation seemed to have taken a subtle turn because of the appearance of the Senzu Beans. The Whitebeard pirates, who had been in a desperate situation, rekindled their hope of fighting back because of the successive recovery of Ace and Whitebeard. The Marines, on the other hand, were demoralized by these successive miracles and were filled with shock and anxiety. The scene of Ace and Whitebeard teaming up to force Akinu back caused a huge shock to the entire battlefield. The aftermath of the fierce battle swept across the entire vast circular hall like a strong wind. Advertisement Crocodile, the former Shichibukai and sand fruit user, was now dodging the flying lava fragments and violent energy shocks. His signature cigar had long since fallen to the ground, and his face was covered in dust. Although he was always arrogant, he could only choose to temporarily avoid the sharp edge in the face of a battle of this level. He didn't want to be involved in the fight between the three monsters Whitebeard, Ace and Akinu. Just as he dodged a huge flying rock and pressed his body against the cold metal wall, he caught a glimpse of something strange on the wall out of the corner of his eye. The walls of this circular hall were covered with complex and sophisticated energy lines, which flickered with a light blue light in a regular rhythm. However, Crocodile keenly noticed that the energy lines in the wall area not far in front of him seemed to be a little different from those in other places. The lines here were denser, and the frequency of flashing seemed to be faster, and the color was slightly darker blue. More importantly, the direction of these lines faintly formed an outline similar to a rectangular door frame. Crocodile raised his brows slightly, a hint of curiosity rising in his heart. Could it be that there is something hidden here? He is a man of careful thinking and strong observation. In this strange palace, any unusual details may hide important clues or potential dangers and opportunities. He cautiously took a few steps closer to the area and observed it carefully. The surface of the wall in that area was still that smooth one-piece material, without any traces of seams or switches. If it weren't for the subtle differences in the patterns of the energy lines, no one would have noticed the abnormality here. Crocodile pondered for a moment and decided to give it a try. He stretched out his right hand, and the sand fruit ability was activated, and his arm instantly turned into a sharp sand blade. He controlled the sand blade and carefully scratched the edge of the doorframe, outlined by the energy line pattern. There was no harsh sound of metal rubbing against each other, nor was there any sign of energy rebound. Just after the sand blade passed, an amazing scene happened. The rectangular wall area outlined by the energy lines actually slid slowly and silently towards the inside of the wall, just like the small compartment triggered by Luffy before. Chapter 15 inches. What does this mean? There was no obstruction at all, and the movements were as smooth as precision machinery. An entrance to a passage about 2 people tall and 1 person wide appeared in front of Crocodile. The light inside the passage was slightly dim, forming a sharp contrast with the soft and bright white light in the hall. A slightly different air from that in the hall, drier and cooler, diffused from the passage. There's something strange indeed. Crocodile's lips curled up slightly, his eyes flashing with a shrewd light. This discovery immediately attracted the attention of some people around. After all, in this unknown environment, any new discovery could affect their fate. Several marine soldiers who were closer also saw the entrance to the room suddenly appearing on the wall, and their faces showed vigilance and curiosity. Crocodile did not enter the room immediately, he just stood at the entrance and looked inside. The room did not seem to be very big, and some instruments emitting faint light could be vaguely seen inside. At this moment, Akinu was forced to retreat and gathered his strength to launch a new round of attack. Whitebeard and Ace were also ready, and the battle between the two sides was about to break out. Crocodile knew that now was not a good time to explore. He just silently noted the location and prepared to wait for a break in the battle or find a suitable opportunity to go in and explore. However, the development of things is often unexpected. As the battle between Whitebeard, Ace, and Akinu became more intense, the vibrations in the entire hall became stronger and stronger. Some of the debris that were originally placed against the wall or scattered in the corners due to the previous suction began to shake. Not far from the entrance to the room that Crocodile discovered, several marine soldiers were gathered together, watching the movements in the center of the battlefield vigilantly. One of the young marine soldiers lost his balance because the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently, and he subconsciously reached out to the wall next to him for support. His hand happened to press on a sensing area on the wall that was similar to the metal protrusion that Luffy had pressed before, but more hidden. Beep. Advertisement. A slight electronic beep sounded. Then, a locker slightly larger than the previous compartment slid open silently on the wall in front of the marine soldier. Inside the locker, dozens of oddly shaped single-lens instruments were neatly arranged. These instruments looked very sophisticated. The main part was a bracket that could be worn on the ear or fixed on the side of the head. The bracket was connected to a transparent green monocle that was about half the size of a palm. Next to the lens, there were several small buttons with some incomprehensible symbols engraved on them. What is this? The young marine soldier was stunned for a moment, then curiously picked up a single-lens instrument from the locker. The instrument is made of light material and does not cause any discomfort when worn on the head. He followed the example of his companion and put the instrument on his left eye, then casually pressed the button next to the lens. The moment he pressed the button, pale blue light suddenly appeared on the originally transparent green lens. Then, a series of golden numbers that were twisted like tadpoles and that he could not understand at all flashed rapidly across the lens like a waterfall. At the same time, a series of rapid, beep-beep, electronic prompt sounds came from the instrument and directly into his ears. Wow! What is this? The young marine soldier was startled by the sudden change and exclaimed subconsciously. Several of his companions beside him also noticed his abnormality and gathered around him curiously. Hey, what did you find? Asked an old soldier. The young soldier shook his head in confusion, facing a companion standing opposite him. He found that the rapidly flashing golden numbers in his left eye lens stabilized after a few seconds and finally stopped at a specific value. That value is 5. Then, another line of golden text appeared in the lens, which he also couldn't understand. It seemed to be some kind of annotation on the number. Advertisement. What does this mean? The young soldier was even more confused. He didn't know what the numbers and words in the lens meant. But he had a vague feeling that this strange single-lens instrument seemed to be a kind of observation device, or a kind of detection instrument. The number 5 that appeared in the lens seemed to have some connection with the companion standing opposite him. This unexpected discovery, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, once again caused a new ripple in this alien hall full of unknowns. What are these mysterious single-lens instruments, and what do they do? The answer to this question may be revealed soon, and the impact it brings will surely be far-reaching and unknown. The young marine soldier became the focus of everyone's attention for accidentally discovering and activating the strange single-lens instrument. He seemed a little overwhelmed as he wore the instrument that kept beeping and had numbers and unknown words flashing in the lens. Hey, kid, what the hell is that? A Marine Rear Admiral asked with a frown, a hint of impatience and curiosity in his tone. I don't know, sir. The young soldier stammered. I just pressed it randomly and it happened like this. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and Marine Admiral Kizaru Borsalino had come to the side of the young soldier without knowing when. He still had that iconic, slightly obscene smile on his face, but there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes that was hard to conceal. Oh my, this looks like something very interesting. Kizaru stretched out his hand and said in his unique slow voice, let me take a look. The young soldier dared not disobey the Admiral's order, and quickly took off the single-lens instrument on his head and handed it to Kizaru respectfully. Kizaru took the strange-looking instrument and played with it in his hand. His fingers fiddled with the small buttons next to the lens, as if he was studying their functions. The workmanship is quite exquisite. Kizaru nodded, then imitated the soldier just now and put the instrument on his left eye. He first casually glanced at the marines around him, and immediately a series of golden numbers that he couldn't understand appeared on his lens, accompanied by a series of beep beep prompt sounds. He found that when he looked at different soldiers, the numbers displayed on the lens would change accordingly, some higher, some lower. Chapter 16 Kizaru Admiral. Interesting. Kizaru's mouth corners slightly raised, he became more and more interested in this new thing. His gaze inadvertently fell on the figure standing like a mountain not far away, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. At this moment, Whitebeard had just recovered a considerable amount of his combat power with the help of Senzu Beans, and was standing side by side with Ace, emitting a terrifyingly powerful haki, and watching Akinu opposite him vigilantly. Kizaru pointed his left eye, which was equipped with a single lens instrument, at Whitebeard. The moment his eyes met Whitebeard, the scene in his left lens suddenly changed drastically. The golden numbers that were jumping before disappeared instantly, and were replaced by a string of new numbers that were so long that they almost overflowed the edge of the lens. This string of numbers was so huge that Kizaru couldn't count how many digits it had. Moreover, this string of numbers is not static, but is jumping wildly at an extremely fast speed. Huge changes are taking place every moment, as if representing some extremely unstable but extremely powerful source of energy. Bib 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 bib. The warning sound from the instrument became more rapid and sharper than ever before, as if it was sounding the highest level of alarm. Kizaru felt that his left eye was dazzled by the string of dazzling golden numbers, and his ears were numb by the piercing alarm. The iconic casual and cynical expression on his face, at this moment, for the first time, truly froze. Instead, there was a kind of shock and horror that was hard to conceal from the heart. Advertisement. He blinked subconsciously, and then took another careful look to make sure he was not mistaken. The string of frighteningly long numbers in the lens was still jumping wildly, and each number seemed to carry a 1,000-pound force, hitting his heart hard. This value. Kizaru has been in the naval headquarters for many years, and has fought with countless strong men and witnessed all kinds of powerful strength. However, he has never seen, nor imagined, that a person's strength can be expressed in such an intuitive and terrifying number. Moreover, this number far exceeded any number he had seen before, including his own, the other marine admirals, and even Marshal Sengoku and the hero Garp. Oh my! Kizaru subconsciously let out a low exclamation. For the first time, his eyes, which usually seemed a little lazy, revealed a truly complex expression that was a mixture of surprise, solemnity, and a hint of awe. He put away his usual nonchalant attitude, and his voice became a little dry. This is really an extraordinary monster. The monster he was referring to was naturally Whitebeard, who was not far away. Although he had long known that Whitebeard was very strong and the strongest man in the world, it was not until this moment, through this strange single-lens instrument, that he felt Whitebeard's unfathomable and terrifying strength in an unprecedented and more intuitive way. Even though he was severely injured and had just recovered some of his strength with the help of the mysterious beans, the values displayed by Whitebeard still reached a daunting and unattainable height. Although Kizaru's whisper was not loud, most of the people present were strong and perceptive, so they naturally heard his words. Combined with the rare shocked expression on his face and the mysterious single-lens instrument in his hand, many people immediately realized that this new gadget was probably more than just a simple observation device. The other marine generals, as well as some members of the CP organization, all had a glimmer of curiosity and inquiry in their eyes. Admiral Kizaru, what exactly is that thing? A marine vice admiral couldn't help but ask. Kizaru took a deep breath and managed to calm down the shock in his heart. He shook his head, as if trying to get rid of the string of terrifying numbers in the lens. Well, I'm not sure either. Kizaru's tone returned to normal, but the solemnity in his eyes had not completely disappeared. However, it seems to be able to, see, some things that we can't normally see. Advertisement. As he said this, he turned his gaze away from Whitebeard and looked at the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates. When he saw the Phoenix Marco, the numbers in the lens were not as terrifying as Whitebeard's, but they also reached a very astonishing level, and there were some special marks behind the numbers, which seemed to represent Marco's powerful recovery and flying abilities. When he saw Diamond Joe's, the number was also not low, and there seemed to be words like, extremely high defense, marked behind it. Flower Sword Vista and several other captains also displayed different values and characteristics representing their respective strengths in their lenses. Oh my, it seems that the Whitebeard pirates are really full of talented people. Kizaru said with a hint of inexplicable meaning in his tone. At this moment, several marine soldiers took out more single-lens instruments from the sliding locker. Marine Marshal Sengoku and Hero Garp also showed great interest in this new gadget. They each took one from the soldier and put it on their eyes. Marshal Sengoku first pointed the instrument at himself. The lens immediately displayed a series of values representing his strength, which was quite high, consistent with his identity and strength as a marine marshal. Then, he looked at Garp beside him. The value displayed in Garp's lens was actually slightly higher than his, and there seemed to be a note behind it like, pure ultimate power. This made Marshal Sengoku's mouth twitch involuntarily. This old B************** D is still so strong. Then, Sengoku pointed the instrument at Akinu. Akinu's stats were equally impressive, representing his terrifying attack power. Aokiji's stats were balanced in terms of attack, defense, and control. Kizaru's stats were particularly outstanding in terms of speed and energy output. The three admirals all possessed powerful strength that matched their status. However, when they pointed the instruments at the masters of the Whitebeard pirates, the expressions on their faces gradually became solemn. Whitebeard's stats, which kept jumping like astronomical figures, had already shocked them deeply. After taking the Senzu Beans, Ace's stats also soared to a level comparable to that of Marine Admiral, and his fire ability stats were particularly outstanding, and there seemed to be a huge potential mark behind it. Chapter 17 is interesting. Really interesting. Captains such as Marco, Jose, and Vista have also shown extremely high values in their respective fields. These cold and direct figures, like ruthless slaps in the face, slapped some Marine high-ranking officials hard. They mercilessly revealed the desperate gap between the top combat forces of both sides, as well as the terrifying overall strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Especially when some Marine vice admirals and rear admirals pointed the detectors at themselves, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and even some elite crew members, the difference in the values displayed in their lenses made them feel deeply powerless. How is this possible? A Marine rear admiral looked at the pitiful 2-digit number in his lens, then looked at the 3-digit number displayed in the lens of an ordinary crew member of the Whitebeard pirates not far away. His face turned pale and dense cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Our strength is actually so much worse than theirs. An atmosphere of uneasiness and unrest began to spread quietly in the Marine camp. After seeing these cruel figures, some middle and lower level officers even showed despair and fear. The Marine's strong Yamato justice that they had always believed in seemed a little pale and powerless in the face of these cold figures. Even Marshal Sengoku's face became extremely solemn after seeing these data. He knew very well that if Whitebeard was not old and weak, and if he had not been seriously injured, if the Marines had not taken advantage of the terrain and numbers, and if they had not used various strategies, the outcome of this summit war would have been unpredictable. And now, because of the appearance of these mysterious beans and these mysterious detectors, the war situation seems to have added more uncertainty. Who left these instruments? Marshal Sengoku was full of doubts and vigilance. This mysterious palace, and the unimaginable level of technology it displayed, made him feel a deep chill. Just as the Marine camp was in an uproar because of these combat power detectors, a gloomy and greedy eye also set its sights on these new gadgets. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, the ambitious former member of the Whitebeard pirates, is hiding in a relatively secluded corner at this moment, with excitement and calculation in his eyes. Advertisement. He had just noticed the movements of the Marines, as well as the strange-looking single-lens instruments in the hands of the soldiers. He was keenly aware that these things were probably very important. Taking advantage of the chaos, he quietly eliminated a lone Marine soldier and snatched a combat effectiveness detector from him. Ha 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 ha. Let me see what kind of interesting toy this is. Blackbeard let out a low and suppressed laugh, and he couldn't wait to put the detector on his right eye. He first turned his gaze to the figure that made him both respect and fear, Whitebeard. Similar to what Kizaru saw, Blackbeard's lens was instantly filled with a string of frighteningly long, madly jumping golden numbers. The terrifying number representing absolute power made Blackbeard's pupils shrink suddenly, and a trace of deep fear and a trace of, even more blazing greed flashed in his eyes. As expected of my father. Even at this point, he is still so powerful. Blackbeard licked his cracked lips and thought to himself. He knew that if he wanted to replace Whitebeard and become the new overlord of the sea, he had to cross this mountain. Then, his gaze turned to the other side, to the Straw Hat Boy who was fighting alongside Ace, Monkey D. Luffy. Blackbeard was filled with mixed emotions towards this young man who had repeatedly ruined his plans and also possessed the will of D. There was anger, disdain, and a hint of inexplicable concern. When Blackbeard pointed the detector at Luffy, the number displayed in the lens was not particularly high. Compared with those long-established strongmen, such as the Marine Admiral or the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy's number seemed a little low. However, just as Blackbeard was about to sneer and look away, he suddenly noticed that behind Luffy's not too high number, there appeared a line of special marks that were constantly flashing and marked with even more dazzling golden text. Although Blackbeard couldn't understand the specific meaning of that line of text, he could feel a strong and unique energy fluctuation from the shape and flashing frequency of those words. It seemed to foreshadow some kind of infinite possibilities. If Whitebeard's value represents the ultimate of the present, then the special mark behind Luffy's value is more like telling the infinity of the future. Advertisement. Blackbeard's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw the special mark. His breathing also became a little rapid. This is. He stared at Luffy intently, with unprecedented greed and heat bursting out of his eyes. He had a strong intuition that the Straw Hat Boy was definitely not as simple as he seemed. The potential he possessed was probably far beyond everyone's imagination. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Really interesting. Blackbeard let out a low and crazy laugh, his fat body trembling slightly with excitement. He originally just viewed Luffy as a slightly troublesome kid, but now, after seeing the huge potential mark displayed by the detector, his interest in Luffy instantly reached a new level. He began to re-examine his plan. Perhaps, this Straw Hat Boy could become an important chess piece on his road to future dominance, or a more valuable prey. In Blackbeard's heart, the flame of greed grew stronger and stronger, as if it was going to devour the entire world. On this side of the hall, the appearance of the combat power detector triggered a series of chain reactions, making the atmosphere on the battlefield even more tense and weird. At the same time, some unexpected incidents occurred on the other side of the hall. Buggy, the clown, a man whose luck is sometimes good and sometimes bad but who always manages to do something at critical moments, is now furtively rummaging through something in a relatively remote corner. He did not participate in the direct conflict between the Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, but took advantage of the chaos and tried to find some treasure in this mysterious palace with his group of improvised prisoners. After all, in his opinion, such a large and magnificent palace must contain a lot of valuable things. Hey, you guys, hurry up, bring everything that looks valuable to me. Buggy put his hands on his hips and shouted loudly to his men. Chapter 18. This kind of good thing must be in your own hands. His men were also desperate criminals, and they were equally eager for treasure. They hurriedly rummaged through the boxes and cabinets in the corners of the hall, hoping to find some gold, silver, and jewelry. However, the style of this palace was too strange. There were no mountains of gold as they had imagined. Instead, there were some strange instruments and equipment that they could not understand at all and were flashing various lights. Captain Buggy, there doesn't seem to be anything valuable here, said one of his men somewhat disappointedly. Nonsense. Look carefully. It must be there. Buggy yelled angrily. He himself was impatiently rummaging around a metal shelf that looked like some kind of storage rack. On the shelf were some strange-shaped metal parts and some tools he didn't recognize. As he was fiddling with the things roughly, he accidentally knocked over a small box on the top shelf. The box fell to the ground, the lid broke open, and several small metal capsules the size of ordinary pills rolled out from inside. These capsules have a silvery metallic luster all over, with a smooth surface and no markings. Huh, what is this? Buggy picked up a metal capsule and looked at it carefully. He squeezed it and it felt hard, not like an edible pill. He shook it and there was no sound. Tisk, what a piece of junk. Buggy curled his lips, thinking it was some useless metal part. He was in a bad mood, and seeing such an insignificant little thing made him even more upset. He threw the metal capsule in his hand to the side in an unhappily, just like throwing away garbage. The small metal capsule drew an arc in the air, and then fell on the metal ground not far away with a click. Just as the capsule landed on the ground, something strange happened. With just a slight bang sound, the small metal capsule suddenly exploded like a firecracker. Advertisement. A thick white smoke quickly spread from the place where the capsule exploded, instantly covering an area of several meters around it. Cough cough. What is that? Buggy was choked by the sudden smoke and coughed a few times, and quickly took a few steps back. His men were also startled. They stopped searching and looked at the white smoke vigilantly. The smoke came quickly and went away quickly. A few seconds later, when the thick white smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the scene on the ground, all the people present who saw this scene were stunned in an instant, as if they were under a spell. I saw that at the place where the small metal capsule had landed just now, a small flying motorcycle with an extremely sci-fi and futuristic shape appeared out of thin air. The flying motorcycle was a streamlined silver gray in color. It was small and could only accommodate 1 or 2 people. It had no wheels, and underneath it were several jet engine-like devices that were emitting a faint blue light, making the entire vehicle slightly suspended in the air a few centimeters above the ground. The front part was designed very simply, with only a transparent windshield and a few things that looked like operating buttons. This is like magic. A small, inconspicuous metal capsule fell to the ground, exploded into a cloud of smoke, and then such a cool flying motorcycle appeared out of thin air. Wow. The first to exclaim were Usopp and Frankie. Usopp's eyes were as big as copper bells, and his mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg. He pointed at the flying motorcycle that appeared out of thin air, his voice trembling with excitement. What is that? It's so cool. Frankie was so excited that his whole body was shaking, and his mechanical eyes were flashing with fanaticism. As a top shipbuilder and cyborg, he had an almost instinctive obsession with this unimaginable technological creation. Super. Frankie struck his signature pose and shouted, This is such advanced technology. It's actually possible to compress something so big into such a small capsule. It's incredible. Not only them, but also the other pirates and marines around them showed disbelief after seeing this scene. Creating objects out of thin air. And such sophisticated and complex mechanical creations. This technology has completely exceeded their understanding of this world. Advertisement. Doflamingo, the heavenly yaksha, who calls the shots in the dark world, narrowed his eyes behind his iconic sunglasses. His gaze flickered, full of calculation and greed. Unlike Usopp and Frankie, who only focused on how cool the flying motorcycle itself was, he immediately realized the huge value of this universal capsule, or compressed space technology. Portable, practical. Imagine if we could master this technology, then the transportation and hiding of weapons and equipment, as well as the storage and transfer of valuable materials, would become extremely convenient and efficient. An army would no longer need a huge logistic baggage, but only need to carry some small capsules to transform into tanks, cannons, and even warships when needed. This will be a subversive revolution in the military field. In the commercial field, the application prospects of this technology are equally immeasurable. Doflamingo's mind was instantly filled with countless thoughts of using this technology to make huge profits. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up into a sinister and excited smile. He looked at the broken box at Buggy's feet and the remaining metal capsules inside, his eyes filled with undisguised possessiveness. This kind of good thing must be in your own hands. This unexpected discovery, like another blockbuster bomb, once again caused an uproar in this already chaotic alien hall. The combat power detector allows people to intuitively see the power gap. This universal capsule, which can create objects out of thin air, demonstrates a black technology beyond imagination that is enough to change the world. How many unknown secrets and treasures are hidden in this mysterious palace? Everyone's heart was filled with questions, expectations, and a hint of fear. Because they vaguely felt that they seemed to be involved in an Uzumaki campaign that was far more grandiose and more dangerous than they had imagined. Just when everyone was shocked by the flying motorcycle that appeared out of thin air, and ambitious people like Doflamingo began to plan how to take this universal capsule technology for themselves, an even more bizarre and more frightening incident happened without any warning. Chapter 19. What a terrible laugh. The central area of this vast circular hall was originally empty except for the mirror-like metal floor. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly shook slightly, and then a huge, pitch-black, stone-like rectangular object slowly rose from under the ground. This black stone tablet-like object was tens of meters high and more than 10 meters wide. Its surface was as smooth as ink, and it exuded a cold and deadly aura. It stood quietly in the center of the hall, like a silent tombstone, or a door to an unknown world. What is that? A pirate said in a trembling voice, and he felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. How many unknown things are hidden in this damn place? Before everyone could recover from this sudden change, the surface of the huge black stone tablet suddenly lit up without any warning. It was not a blinding light, but a dim glow that rippled like water waves. Then, some blurry and distorted images began to emerge and flicker on the surface of the huge black stone tablet, like the film of an old movie. At the same time, a creepy laugh filled with unspeakable malice suddenly echoed throughout the hall. Ha-ha-hey-hey, ha-ha-hey-hey. The laughter was sharp and high-pitched, with a childlike innocence, yet it contained a chilling madness and evil. It didn't seem to come from a specific source, but seemed to ring directly in the depths of everyone's mind, like countless tiny steel needles, piercing their nerves fiercely. This sudden strange laughter made everyone present, no matter they were the vicious pirates or the battle-hardened marines, feel a shudder from the depths of their souls. Many weaker people were even irritated by the strange laughter and turned pale, trembling all over, and subconsciously covered their ears, but the laughter was like a leech, still echoing clearly in their minds, making them feel extremely scared and irritated. Advertisement. Even top warriors like Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Garp became extremely solemn when they heard this strange laughter. They could feel that this laughter contained an extremely terrifying spiritual power that could directly affect people's minds. What the hell is this sound? Luffy also felt his scalp tingling. He didn't like this sound that made him feel uncomfortable. What a scary laugh. Chopper was so scared that he hid behind Zoro, trembling all over. The strange laughter continued, like a devil's sound filling the ears, making the atmosphere in the entire hall increasingly weird and depressing. The image emerging on the surface of the huge black stone tablet gradually became clearer amid the creepy laughter. At first, the image was blurry, and only some fast flash, bizarre images of cosmic stars could be seen. But soon, the focus of the image was on a demon whose whole body was a strange pink color, looked a little funny, but also revealed an indescribable evil aura. The demon was not tall, and could even be described as short and fat. He had two horns that curved like tentacles, pointed ears, and a smile that was always innocent like a child, but full of teasing and cruelty. He wore a strange outfit that seemed to belong to some cosmic race, and there was a big M mark on his chest. At this moment, this pink demon is floating in the vast starry sky, surrounded by countless stars and nebulae emitting bright light. He seemed to be in a good mood, humming a weird tune and with a creepy smile on his face. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he did something horrific that no one would ever forget and that would overturn their worldview. The pink demon casually raised his little hand wearing a white glove and pointed to a huge planet emitting a blue light not far away. The planet looked full of life, and there seemed to be a highly developed civilization on it. Advertisement. However, the moment the pink demon's finger pointed at the planet, there was no sign, no fancy moves, and no earth-shaking sound. That huge, beautiful blue planet, just like that, silently, within just a few seconds, began to collapse and disintegrate from the core, and then turned into an endless expanse of cosmic dust. Yes, it's cosmic dust. A huge planet that once nurtured countless lives and carried countless civilizations, completely and cleanly disappeared from the universe with just a flick of the pink devil's finger. Not even a decent explosion occurred, as if it had never existed. And after doing all this, the pink demon still had that innocent yet cruel smile on his face, as if he had just casually crushed an insignificant ant to death, relaxed and unconcerned. Then, the scene changed, and another scene appeared. The pink demon traveled through the universe, constantly destroying planets one after another. Every time he made a move, it seemed so casual and so understated, but the result was a desperate, irreversible and complete destruction. These devastating scenes, like the most horrific nightmare, brought unprecedented, indescribable visual impact and spiritual shock to everyone watching the scene. Many of them are heroes who have traveled the seas, witnessed all kinds of powerful forces, and experienced countless brutal battles. They have seen swordsmanship that can cut through steel, hockey that can cause tsunamis, and the devil fruit ability that can control natural elements. However, they never imagined that there existed such a terrifying and incredible power in this world. Just a finger can destroy a planet. This was completely beyond their comprehension. This was not a power that mortals could possess. This was a power that only gods, or in other words, demons, could possess. If Whitebeard's power that could shatter an island was considered to be enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, then compared to the pink demon in front of them, Whitebeard's power was like a child playing house, not worth mentioning. Chapter 20 Quick. Find all those beans. The demon's relaxed and comfortable posture, his indifference towards destruction as if it were a child's play, made everyone feel an indescribable coldness and despair. Is this true? A marine soldier muttered to himself, his legs shaking violently with fear, almost unable to stand. He felt that his worldview was completely shattered at this moment. How is it possible? How is it possible that there is such a monster? A pirate's captain's face turned pale, and his voice was filled with undisguised fear. He would rather face 100 marine admirals than face such a terrifying existence that could easily destroy a planet. Even those top experts who hold high positions and have great strength fell into deep silence and shock at this moment. Marshal Sengoku's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He stared at the image on the Blackstone tablet with horror and solemnity in his eyes. He couldn't imagine what a terrible disaster it would bring if such an existence came to their world. Garp clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. His eyes, which were usually full of confidence, also showed a rare trace of confusion and uneasiness. Admirals Akinu, Aokiji, and Kizaru were all shocked by the terrifying image, and their faces became extremely serious. The devil fruit abilities they were so proud of seemed so small and ridiculous in front of the power that could destroy a planet. Whitebeard looked at the image, his brows knitted tightly together. He had traveled the seas for decades and thought he was at the top of the world, but at this moment, he had to admit that he was still far behind the pink demon in the image. Gulala. It seems that this starry sky is much more vast and dangerous than we imagined. Whitebeard's voice was a little hoarse, but with a hint of inexplicable emotion. That creepy laugh still echoed throughout the hall, and the image on the Blackstone tablet kept repeating the horrific scene of the pink demon destroying the planet, like an endless nightmare, deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. The fear of the unknown and the deep awe of the power that could destroy the world were like two invisible mountains, pressing heavily on the hearts of everyone present. Advertisement. The commotion and confrontation previously caused by the Senzu Beans and the combat power detector seemed to be suppressed by this even more terrifying and desperate scene. The atmosphere of irreconcilable hostility between the Marines and the pirates strangely disappeared temporarily at this moment. No one wanted to fight each other anymore, because they all clearly realized that if the existence in the image was real, then the hatred between them would be insignificant and not worth mentioning in the face of such absolute power. A common fear of the unknown and powerful forces, as well as a deep awareness of one's own insignificance and powerlessness, began to spread in everyone's hearts. However, human instincts are complex. Fear is often accompanied by desire. After witnessing a powerful force far beyond their own understanding, some people will inevitably develop a desire for power in addition to fear, as well as a strong desire to possess items that can enhance their own strength. Since this mysterious palace can play such horrifying images, does it and the things hidden inside it also contain secrets that can make them stronger? The magical effect of the Senzu Beans that can bring the dead back to life, the unique function of the combat power detector that can intuitively display strength, and the heaven-defying technology of the universal capsule that can compress space, all these things that have appeared prove the extraordinary nature of this palace. Perhaps, there are more powerful treasures hidden here. This idea quickly spread like wildfire in the hearts of many people. Then, after a brief silence and fear, a crazier and more primitive impulse began to dominate the behavior of everyone present. They all simultaneously and almost subconsciously began to frantically search this huge circular hall and those rooms that had been discovered or had just been forced open by them. Advertisement. They no longer cared about each other's identities, nor did they care about the rules of the battlefield. In their eyes, there was only greed and desire for those items that looked valuable. Quick, find all those beans. A pirate's captain shouted to his men. He had personally witnessed Ace and Whitebeard being brought back to life with the help of Senzu Beans, so he naturally understood how precious this thing was. Give me all those lenses that can see numbers. Another marine officer, not caring about discipline, ordered the soldiers around him. He knew that if he could master this detector, he would be able to better understand the enemy and his own strength, which would undoubtedly be a huge advantage in future battles. Those who had just witnessed the magic of the universal capsule were like crazy, rummaging frantically around the shelf that Buggy had knocked over and other places where similar items might be stored. For a moment, the entire hall fell into an even more chaotic but also more bizarre state of short truce. Marines and pirates, two originally hostile forces, temporarily put aside their hatred for each other and joined in this crazy search operation because of their fear of unknown forces and their desire for treasure. They were like a swarm of locusts, conducting a carpet search in every corner of the hall and every crevice where items might be hidden. Senzu Beans, combat power detectors, universal capsules, these items that have been proven to have magical effects naturally became their primary targets of plunder. Some people had small-scale conflicts because they were fighting for the same object, but they were quickly drowned out by the more chaotic scene around them. Luffy also joined the treasure hunt, but his goal was simpler. He just wanted to find if there were any other beans that smelled good, or other things that looked delicious. Ace and Whitebeard watched all this with caution and did not participate in the looting. They were more concerned about who the owner of this palace was and the real purpose of the palace. Although Akinu was still filled with rage towards the pirates, after seeing the devastating scene, he temporarily suppressed the urge to take action. Instead, he observed the movements around him with a gloomy face, trying to find some clues. Chapter 21 Inches Energy Sword. In this sudden, crazy search involving the entire nation, different people have different focuses due to their own personalities and goals. Crocodile, the far-sighted former Shichibukai, thought that items that were directly used in battle, such as Senzu Beans or detectors, had some value, but he was not very interested in them. He valued more those things that could fundamentally improve his own strength or bring long-term benefits. Unlike others, he did not rush to grab the hot items that had been exposed, but relied on his keen observation to search carefully in some relatively remote and inconspicuous corners. He believes that truly valuable things are often hidden in unknown places. In a corner filled with various discarded metal parts and broken instruments, Crocodile's eyes were attracted by a pile of thin metal sheets scattered on the ground. These metal pieces were about the size of an A4 paper, dark silver in color, of unknown material, cold and hard to the touch. They were written with mysterious golden words similar to those on the palace surface and in the detector lens, twisted like tadpoles, and some complex diagrams that looked like engineering drawings, depicting the structure of a special room. Although Crocodile could not understand the mysterious text, he vaguely recognized some key information from the clear diagrams. The room depicted on the blueprint had a very strange internal structure, and seemed to be equipped with many devices that could generate huge pressure. Beside the blueprint, there were some words marked with more eye-catching golden symbols. Although he still didn't recognize them, with the help of intuition and some graphics, he guessed that the meaning of those words might be related to words such as X times gravity, cultivation, enhancement, and limit. As this, a blueprint for some special training facility. A gleam of light flashed in Crocodile's eyes. He immediately realized that if his guess was true, then the value of this blueprint would probably far exceed those Senzu Beans or universal capsules. He had only heard of this method of training in some ancient legends. If this palace really had this technology and left behind the construction drawings. Crocodile's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. He carefully put away the stack of metal sheets and hid them in the inner pocket of his windbreaker. He decided that when he had the chance, he must study the blueprint carefully. If possible, he even wanted to take this gravity chamber for himself, or at least learn the relevant technology from it. Advertisement. For someone like him who desires to become stronger and has huge ambitions, this kind of thing that can fundamentally improve his strength is the real treasure. On the other side of the hall, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracula Mahawk, always maintained his unique calm and composure. He did not participate in the frantic looting, nor was he frightened by the devastating images. He just stood quietly in a relatively quiet corner, his sharp eyes scanning everything around him like a hawk, as if he was a bystander. He is not very interested in fancy technology products, such as detectors or universal capsules. For him, only the sword in his hand is the most trustworthy partner. However, just as he was casually glancing at a weapon rack filled with some broken weapons, his eyes were suddenly attracted by an inconspicuous hilt. The hilt of the sword lay quietly in the corner of the weapon rack, covered with dust, looking plain and even a little broken. Compared with the surrounding weapons that were gorgeous or exuded a powerful aura, it seemed so ordinary and inconspicuous. However, Hawkeye sensed an unusual aura from the hilt of the sword. It was a very restrained yet extremely pure energy fluctuation. He walked over slowly, reached out his hand, and picked up the hilt from the weapon rack. The hilt of the sword felt strangely warm. It didn't feel like ordinary metal or wood, but more like jade. Or some unknown crystal of energy. The shape of the hilt is very simple, without any unnecessary decoration, but when held in the hand, it feels comfortable and fits the palm perfectly. Hawkeye looked at the hilt carefully and found that at the top of the hilt, where it was connected to the blade, there seemed to be a small switch that could be pressed, or some kind of energy activation device. Advertisement. Subconsciously, he lightly pressed the switch with his thumb. The moment he pressed the switch, a faint but extremely pure white light suddenly lit up at the top of the hilt. The light flickered like breathing, with a faint sense of energy flowing through it, as if an invisible sword blade made of pure energy was about to extend from the hilt. Energy sword. For the first time, Hawkeye's eyes flashed with a hint of genuine surprise and a hint of indescribable excitement. He could feel that the hilt contained an extremely powerful energy that could be guided and controlled. If he could find a suitable method to fully activate it, the energy blade it could form would be as sharp and powerful as any legendary sword. Even worse than that. This is undoubtedly a huge temptation for a swordsman who has been pursuing the ultimate kendo all his life. Hawkeye tightly grasped the glowing hilt of the sword, his eyes full of concentration and inquiry. He knew that he might have discovered something extraordinary. This mysterious palace, like a huge treasure house, constantly shows them all kinds of miracles and treasures beyond imagination. And every new discovery is constantly impacting their cognition, and is constantly changing the direction of this summit war, and the future of this world. Just as the entire alien hull was thrown into chaos by the devastating images and the subsequent crazy plundering, an even more terrifying incident occurred again. Boom boom. There was a dull and violent noise, like thunder from the sky exploding in the ears, and the entire huge palace, without any warning, began to shake violently. This shaking was much stronger and more lasting than any of the previous shaking caused by Whitebeard's vibration or Akinu's attack. The ground was undulating like waves, making it impossible to stand firmly. Many people who were frantically looting were shaken to the ground by the sudden and violent shaking, and the things in their hands were scattered all over the ground. Chapter 22 inches plop. Plop. What's going on? As the palace going to collapse? Screams of panic rang out one after another. Looking up, the huge dome that originally emitted a soft white light was now flickering violently at an unsettling frequency. The energy lines that covered the dome and walls also became extremely unstable, with the light sometimes bright and sometimes dim. In some places, dazzling electric sparks even erupted, making a harsh, crackling sound. The walls, those solid walls made of an unknown one-piece material, now emitted a series of teeth-grinding, creaking sounds, as if this huge monster could no longer bear the weight and was about to disintegrate. There were even some tiny cracks appearing on the cold metal ground, and they were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh no, this place can't hold on. Marco's face changed drastically. He could clearly feel that a destructive force was coming from the depths of the palace. Is it going to sink to the bottom of the sea again? Marshal Sengoku's face turned extremely ugly. If this huge palace really sank, they would probably be dragged into the abyss and become buried with it. The fear that had been temporarily suppressed because of the treasure hunt, at this moment, surged out again like a flood that broke through the dam, and it was stronger than ever before. The shadow of death hangs over everyone's heart. No one knew what caused the sudden and violent shaking, nor did anyone know what would happen next. They could only watch helplessly as the huge cage that imprisoned them seemed to be heading towards destruction. Quick, find a way to get out of here. Where's the exit? People began to run around in panic, trying to find a way to leave the collapsing palace. However, this huge circular hall seemed to have no other obvious exits except the small room entrance that Crocodile had discovered before. Advertisement. Just as everyone was falling into despair and panic, the huge round, one eye, located on the top of the central tower of the palace, which had once forcibly sucked them into the palace, changed again. The dark purple, one eye, that was as deep as a black hole suddenly lit up without any warning. Different from the previous dark light that swallowed up all light, this time, it emitted a dazzling and violent white light. Not good. Kizaru's face turned really ugly for the first time. From the white light, he felt a terrifying force full of repulsion, which was completely opposite to the previous suction force. The next moment, as everyone was staring in horror, an irresistible repulsive force suddenly erupted from the lit, one eye, like a volcano. This repulsive force is more violent and direct than the previous suction force. All those who were still inside the palace, no matter if they were marines or pirates, strong or weak, seemed so small and powerless in the face of this sudden and huge repulsive force. Their bodies, along with the various props they had just snatched, Senzu Beans, combat power detectors, universal capsules, and some other strange parts whose uses they had no idea, were all grabbed by this unrivaled repulsive force, and then violently hurled out of the palace at a speed even faster than when they were sucked in. Wah! Help! Screams, exclamations, and the sounds of various objects colliding once again echoed in the palace. But this time, instead of entering the twisted color channel, he was thrown directly into the sky as if shot out by a huge slingshot. Luffy felt an irresistible force coming from behind him, and then his body flew up uncontrollably. He subconsciously hugged the huge execution stake in his arms, as well as some strange fruits that looked like food that he had just looted. Ace was also flung away by the repulsive force. He tried hard to adjust his posture in the air while vigilantly observing the situation around him. Although top warriors like Whitebeard, Sengoku, Garp, etc. were unable to resist this repulsive force, they relied on their strong strength and rich experience to barely maintain their balance and did not tumble wildly in the air like the others. Advertisement. Admirals Akinu, Aokiji, and Kizaru were also somewhat embarrassed by this sudden repulsive force. They tried to resist with their own abilities, but the repulsive force was so strong and sudden that their efforts had little effect. In just a few seconds, all the people who entered the palace were ejected from the palace cleanly and neatly by this powerful repulsive force, just like clearing away garbage. They fell from the sky like flowers scattered from heaven, and returned to the devastated sea above Marineford. Plop, plop. The sounds of people falling into the water came one after another. Those who couldn't swim began to struggle helplessly the moment they fell into the water, while those who were good at swimming immediately swam towards the floating ice and debris on the sea, trying to find a foothold. Fortunately, before being ejected from the palace, the repulsive force seemed to have provided some cushioning to them, so that they did not suffer much impact damage when falling from a high altitude. After everyone was forced out, the violent shaking of the huge palace suspended in the air gradually subsided. It did not disintegrate or explode immediately as everyone worried, but slowly began to sink towards the rough sea below. Its sinking speed was not fast, but it was unusually firm, as if it had completed some mission and was about to return to the abyss where it originally belonged. Before the palace completely disappeared under the sea, something strange happened again. Suddenly, a dazzling, laser-like lavender beam shot out from a structure at the top of the palace. This beam of light shot straight toward the churning sea surface below. The moment it touched the sea water, it did not disappear, but left a constantly flashing lavender light spot with a diameter of about tens of meters on the sea surface. That spot of light, like a huge lighthouse floating on the sea, emitting a soft and mysterious light, appeared particularly eye-catching against the backdrop of the dim sky and turbid seawater around it. It's like a coordinate marker. A mysterious coordinate that points to a certain direction or marks a special location. Chapter 23 Inches All troops, listen to my orders. After leaving behind this flickering light, the huge and mysterious palace never stopped for a moment and continued to slowly sink into the deep sea. The seawater slid down its huge surface, making a splashing sound. The mysterious golden words engraved on the surface of the palace seemed to flicker once before sinking into the seawater, and then completely dimmed. Finally, under the gaze of countless complex eyes, the exotic palace that brought endless mysteries and huge shocks completely disappeared into the deep and dark seabed, as if it had never appeared. All that was left was the mysterious light that continued to flicker on the sea, and the Marineford battlefield that had become devastated and in a mess due to war and mutations. The sea breeze blew, bringing with it a hint of salty, wet and bloody smell. The waves beat against the ice floes and debris, making a monotonous and depressing sound. The whole world seemed to have fallen into an eerie silence because of the appearance and disappearance of the palace. Summit War, this brutal peak showdown that should have determined the direction of the era, was forced to come to an abrupt end because of this sudden change that was beyond everyone's imagination. Marine and pirates, the two forces that were originally fighting to the death, have temporarily lost the mind and energy to continue fighting. The mysterious palace that rose from the bottom of the sea and sank again after performing countless miracles, as well as the props with various magical effects that flowed out of the palace, brought immeasurable impact and shock to both sides. Their minds were completely disturbed by this sudden change. On the Whitebeard pirates' side, although the appearance of Senzu Beans has restored a considerable amount of combat power to Ace and Whitebeard, they are also clearly aware that facing the power of the entire naval headquarters and the endless unknown variables, it is still extremely difficult to completely defeat the Marine, or to retreat unscathed. Advertisement. More importantly, their primary goal, rescuing Ace, had been achieved. Whitebeard looked at the mysterious light flickering on the sea in the distance, then glanced at his sons who were fighting bloody battles and were covered in scars, and a trace of determination appeared on his old face. Guys. Whitebeard's voice rang out like a bell, spreading across the entire battlefield. We retreat. Dad. Ace looked at Whitebeard unwillingly. He had just recovered his strength and was about to settle accounts with Akinu. Ace. Whitebeard looked at Ace deeply, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in his voice. The war is not over yet. But now is not the time to fight. He knew that Marine would not let them go easily. And that mysterious palace and the light spot it left behind would inevitably become the focus of the entire world's attention. They had to leave here as soon as possible, preserve their strength, and plan for the long term. After hearing the captain's order, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were still filled with anger and resentment towards the Marine, but they also understood the current situation. They quickly gathered together to protect Ace and Whitebeard, and at the same time began to collect the palace heritage, scattered nearby in the chaos. Senzu Beans, detectors, universal capsules, etc. Like a tide, they began to retreat in an orderly manner towards the port, or in other words, towards the direction where their ships that were scattered by the tsunami were anchored. Marine's side was also in chaos at the moment. Countless Marine soldiers were injured or killed in the previous battle and the palace incident. The naval headquarters building collapsed completely, and the entire Marineford Island was shattered. Marshal Sengoku looked livid as he watched the Whitebeard pirates begin to retreat, but he did not immediately order a pursuit. He knew that after this incident, the morale and combat effectiveness of the Marines were greatly affected. More importantly, the mysterious light flashing on the sea and the sunken palace made him even more uneasy and vigilant. He must report the situation here to the world government as soon as possible and organize forces to investigate the mysterious light spot. Advertisement. All troops, listen up. Marshal Sengoku's voice spread throughout the battlefield through the Den Mushi, save the wounded. Count the losses. Keep a close eye on that light spot. No one is allowed to act without my order. The Marine soldiers also felt relieved after hearing the marshal's order. They were also tired of this bloody fight that seemed to have no end. They began to busy themselves with rescuing their injured companions and cleaning up the battlefield. At the same time, they sent out reconnaissance ships to carefully approach the mysterious light spot, but they did not dare to easily contact it. A summit war that should have been fought with bloodshed and chaos, came to a temporary end in a dramatic way that no one could have predicted. The new focus has shifted from the feud between the Marine and the Whitebeard pirates to the mysterious palace and the unsolved mysteries it left behind. It seems that the world is about to usher in a new, more turbulent and more unpredictable era because of this sudden change. Everything that happened in Marineford spread to all parts of the world at an astonishing speed, as if it had wings. Of course, most of the news has been deliberately filtered and tampered by the Marines and the world government. Ordinary people in most countries may only know about the tragic summit war and the final retreat of the Whitebeard pirates. However, those who truly stand at the top of the world's power and those forces that have well-informed intelligence channels cannot ignore the mysterious palace that descended from the sky actually rose from the bottom of the sea and those props with unimaginable technology. The news quickly reached the holy land of Mariajoy in the ears of the five elders, the highest power center of the world government. 5 elderly men in black suits and serious expressions were gathered in a heavily guarded secret room. In front of them was an emergency report with the highest level of encryption that had just been sent from Marineford. The report described in detail the appearance and disappearance of the mysterious palace, as well as the characteristics of various magical props that flowed out of the palace, including magic beans that can bring the dead back to life, instruments that can detect combat power, and universal capsules that can compress space. After reading the report, the expressions on the faces of the 5 elders became extremely solemn. It could even be said that they were filled with a hint of shock and uneasiness that was difficult to conceal. They are the controllers behind this world and think they know everything about it, whether it is the truth of history, the secrets of ancient weapons, or the origin of devil fruit, they all know more or less. Chapter 24 What on earth is this? However, everything described in this report was completely beyond their understanding. A mysterious palace with technology far beyond the level of this era suddenly appeared in Marineford, and some props with almost miraculous effects leaked out. This made them feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. What on earth is this? A five elders with a mustache asked in a hoarse voice, his eyes full of confusion and fear. The report mentioned that there are some spherical decorations on the surface of the palace that are similar to Dragon Ball. Another five elders who wore glasses and looked more gentle pushed the frame on his nose and murmured. Moreover, the effects of the items flowing out of the palace are magical, just like the legendary Dragon Ball, that can fulfill any wish. A burly five elders with a scar on his forehead said in a low voice. Could it be that this is related to some lost ancient civilization? This possibility cannot be ruled out. But even the ancient civilizations we know about did not have the technological level to reach this level. The five elders fell into heated discussions and speculations. They racked their brains but could not connect this mysterious palace that suddenly appeared with any of the intelligence they had. Finally, one of the five elders who looked to be of the highest status and had a long white beard slammed the table, interrupting the discussion. No matter where it comes from, no matter what its purpose is, the bearded five elders said in a cold and decisive voice, the existence of this Dragon Ball Palace. This is the name they temporarily gave to this mysterious palace based on the spherical decorations similar to Dragon Balls on the palace and the characteristics of the props that flowed out and the props of advanced technology that flowed out of it must not be known to the world. Advertisement. There was a sharp light flashing in his eyes. This kind of power that is enough to subvert the world order, if it falls into the hands of people with bad intentions, the consequences will be disastrous. More importantly, it may shake the foundation of our world government's rule. Upon hearing this, the other five elders all nodded in agreement. They knew very well that once this unimaginable technology was widely spread or mastered by some powerful forces, the existing world situation would inevitably undergo earth-shaking changes. And this kind of change was something they absolutely did not want to see. Issue the highest order immediately. The bearded five elders said sternly, classify the Dragon Ball Palace and all related information as top secret. Strictly block the news, and prohibit any form of dissemination and discussion. All Marines who participated in the Summit War and came into contact with this information must be strictly examined and thought-controlled. Anyone who leaks the information will be killed without mercy. At the same time, he paused, a trace of greed and determination flashing in his eyes. The most elite forces of the secret organization will conduct an in-depth investigation and exploration of the coordinates of the mysterious light spot in Marineford. Be sure to find out the origin of the palace, and recycle as many advanced technologies and props as possible. If possible, the bearded five elders lowered his voice even lower, with a frightening light flashing in his eyes. We must firmly grasp this power in the hands of the world government. Top secret instructions were sent out from the Holy Land of Mariajoy and quickly reached the various intelligence and operations departments of the world government. A secret operation surrounding the Dragon Ball Palace is about to unfold in secret. And because of the emergence of this mysterious palace and the outflow of those magical props, this world has quietly set off a more turbulent and unpredictable undercurrent. No one knows what kind of future awaits them, but one thing is certain, this era is destined to never be peaceful again. The sea breeze of Marineford still carries the aftertaste of gunpowder and blood, blowing over this devastated land. The former symbol of Marine's glory is now only a pile of broken walls and countless debris floating on the sea. In the middle of this chaotic sea, the constantly flickering lavender light left by the mysterious palace is like a huge question mark, attracting everyone's attention and affecting everyone's mind. Advertisement. Marine Marshal Sengoku was standing on the deck of a makeshift command ship. Under his iconic seagull hat was a face full of fatigue and worry. His eyes sometimes looked at the retreating Whitebeard pirate's ship in the distance, and sometimes stared at the mysterious light spot on the sea. His brows were tightly locked together, as if they could pinch a fly to death. His heart was filled with an unprecedented heaviness. The Summit War, a war that he carefully planned, in which he put all of his Marines' efforts and even sacrificed countless lives, should have ended with the complete annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates, the execution of Fire Fist, Ace, and thus shocking the entire Great Pirates era. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. First, Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, unexpectedly broke in and disrupted his deployment. Then, the mysterious palace that descended from the sky actually rose from the bottom of the sea, and those God's tools, with incredible effects completely disrupted the rhythm of the entire war, and it can even be said that the war was forcibly stopped. Although Whitebeard was badly wounded, he seemed to have recovered some of his strength thanks to the appearance of the Senzu Beans. Ace was even more miraculously resurrected, and his strength seemed to have improved. Although the Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses, their core combat power remained, and with the help of those mysterious items, their threat was even more difficult to estimate than before. Although the Marines also received some props from the palace, they also suffered heavy losses and their morale was greatly hit. More importantly, the advanced technology displayed by the mysterious palace and the pink demon in the image that could easily destroy the planet cast an indelible shadow on the hearts of all the Marines. Marshal Sengoku has a strong feeling that the era of Whitebeard may really be coming to an end. This world's strongest man who once dominated the sea could not withstand the erosion of time and the tide of the times. However, a more chaotic, unpredictable and dangerous era seems to have arrived ahead of time because of the emergence of this mysterious palace. If those magic beans with magical effects are abused, they will completely change the pattern of war, making death less scary and making battles more cruel and lasting. Although instruments that can detect combat effectiveness can allow people to understand the power gap more intuitively, they may also cause greater panic and despair, and may even give rise to some extremists who only pursue numbers. Chapter 25 is awesome. This is awesome. The potential of those universal capsules that can create all kinds of creations out of thin air is even more immeasurable. If they are used in the military, what kind of terrifying weapons will be born? If they are used in business, what kind of huge impact will it have on the existing economic system? Not to mention, the palace itself and the pink demon that can destroy the planet, the unknown power represented by them is like a sword of Damocles hanging over the head of the entire world, which may fall at any time and bring about a devastating disaster. The more Marshal Sengoku thought about it, the more frightened he felt, and the more powerless he felt. He felt like a praying mantis standing in front of a train that was out of control. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stop the train from rushing into the unknown abyss. He had spent his entire life in the military, working for marine justice and world peace. He thought he had done well enough and worked hard enough. However, facing the situation that was completely beyond his control, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness and frustration for the first time. He was tired, really tired. It's not just physical fatigue, but also mental fatigue. He looked at the chaotic sea and the mysterious flickering light, and suddenly a strong idea emerged in his mind: to resign from the position of Marine Marshal. He is no longer able to control this out-of-control situation. Perhaps it is time for someone younger, more energetic, and more adaptable to this new era to take over his position. As for himself, maybe he could retreat to the second line like that old guy Garp, train some new people, or simply retire and have a few days of leisure. Once this idea came into his mind, it began to grow wildly in his mind like bamboo shoots after rain. Marshal Sengoku sighed deeply, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. He knew that once this decision was made, it would have a profound impact on the entire marine and even the entire world. However, he had no other choice. The shadow of the new era has quietly descended, and it seems that it is time for him, the guardian of the old era, to bow out. Just when Marshal Sengoku was considering retreating because of the chaos in front of him and the unknown future, on the other side of the battlefield, a soul full of evil and greed fell into unprecedented ecstasy because of these sudden changes. Advertisement. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, one of the biggest troublemakers and beneficiaries of the Summit War, was hiding in the cabin of a stolen marine warship with his group of vicious companions who were just recruited from the underwater prison Impel Down, his face filled with irrepressible excitement and pride. During the crazy search inside the palace just now, Blackbeard also grabbed some good trophies, with his cunning mind and unscrupulous style of doing things. In his hands, he was playing with several combat power detectors. In his opinion, these single-lens instruments were simply artifacts tailor-made for him. He couldn't wait to put a detector on his right eye and then turned his gaze on himself. The lens immediately showed a string of golden numbers that made him very happy. This number was many times higher than when he was a small fry on Whitebeard's ship. Thief ha 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 ha. Thief ha 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 ha. Blackbeard let out a triumphant and arrogant laugh, his fat body trembling slightly with excitement. He knew that the surge in this value was not only because he obtained the dark fruit, but also because he had just successfully seized Whitebeard's powerful shock fruit ability. Although the process was a bit dangerous and embarrassing, the result was gratifying. Dark fruit can devour everything and deprive others of their devil fruit abilities. Shock fruit has the power to destroy the world. These two completely different, yet both extremely powerful devil fruit abilities, are now perfectly integrated into his body. He could clearly feel an unprecedented, surging force flowing through his limbs. He even had an illusion that if he wanted to, he could easily cause earthquakes and tsunamis like Whitebeard and turn the whole world upside down. The ever-increasing value displayed on the combat power detector, which represented his strength, gave him the most intuitive and convincing confirmation of his powerful feeling. Advertisement. Great. This is really great. Blackbeard licked his lips greedily, his eyes filled with infinite desire for power. In addition to the combat power detector, he also grabbed a device similar to a treatment instrument that looked a little damaged but still seemed to be usable. Although he didn't know the specific usage of this thing, the things that flowed out of the palace must not be ordinary items. What makes him even more excited is that he is salivating over the potential of those so-called Dragon Ball gadgets, Senzu Beans and magic capsules. The magic beans that can bring people back to life and instantly restore them to their peak state. Heaven-defying technology that can compress huge objects into tiny capsules. If he could master these things and use them on a large scale, then his ambition to dominate the world would no longer be an unattainable dream. Ha 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 ha. This era belongs to me. Blackbeard laughed even more wildly, his eyes flashing with green light like a hungry wolf. He immediately gave the order and led his equally excited men to quickly evacuate the chaotic sea area. He had gotten what he wanted, even more than he expected. Now, he needed to find a safe place to digest this harvest, and start his new, bigger and more evil conspiracy. The era of Whitebeard is coming to an end, and he, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, will play a more important role on the stage of this new era. He wants to make the whole world tremble under his dark rule. The smoke of the Summit War has not yet completely dissipated, and a new storm is already brewing. Different from Blackbeard's ecstasy full of conspiracy and greed, the experience of Straw Hat Crew is more like an adventure full of thrills and adventures. Luffy, the thick-skinned captain, had experienced a life-and-death battle and witnessed Ace being severely injured. However, after Ace miraculously recovered, his attention was quickly attracted to the magical palace and the various novelties that flowed out of the palace. Chapter 26 Inches Dragon Ball Palace. In the chaotic search just now, the Straw Hat Crew also got some nice souvenirs, by virtue of their strength in numbers, although most of them were unreliable guys, and Luffy's protagonist Halo, Luck. Although Sanji and Zoro focused their main efforts on protecting Luffy and guarding the surroundings, they also picked up a few Senzu beans scattered on the ground. Although they didn't know how magical the specific effects of the beans were, since they could make Ace recover instantly, they must be very precious treasures. Usopp and Frankie showed great interest in the universal capsules that could create flying motorcycles out of thin air. One of them dreamed of becoming a brave sea warrior with all kinds of magical props, while the other was a top shipbuilder and scientist, obsessed with all kinds of high-tech products. Together, they successfully snatched several different types of universal capsules from the chaotic crowd. As for Luffy himself, although he was also curious about those new gadgets, he was more concerned about the pink demon that appeared in the Blackstone tablet image and could destroy the planet with ease. Who is that pink guy? He's so powerful, he can actually blow up such a big planet in one go. Luffy was chewing on a fruit that he had found from somewhere and had a strange taste, with his eyes wide open, his face full of curiosity and a hint of excitement. He didn't seem to be frightened by the devastating scene. Instead, he developed an inexplicable yearning for that kind of powerful force. Of course, he also had countless questions about the huge palace that fell from the sky and sank into the sea. Where did that palace come from? Are there any other interesting things inside? Luffy touched his chin and said to himself. After experiencing the thrilling summit war and the palace adventure, the Straw Hat crew felt exhausted physically and mentally. They knew that Marineford, a place of trouble, was not a good place to stay for long. With the secret help of the Pirates Queen, Boa Hancock, they quietly evacuated the battlefield and came to a relatively safe sea area. There, a familiar figure had been waiting for a long time. Advertisement. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, this former right-hand man of the Pirate King Roger, the legendary Great Pirate, has been secretly following the development of the situation since he learned that Luffy had broken into the Summit War, and came to support at the critical moment. When Rayleigh heard about the Straw Hat crew's experience in Summit War, especially the description of the mysterious palace and those magical props, even a knowledgeable legend like him could not hide his surprise. A huge palace rising from the bottom of the sea. A magical beam that can bring the dead back to life. A capsule that can compress space. And that pink demon that can destroy the planet. Rayleigh stroked his beard, his eyes full of thought. He had lived for so many years and had traveled all over the Grand Line with Roger, witnessing countless strange things, but what the Straw Hat crew described today was unheard of. It seems this world is more vast than we imagined, and it hides more secrets. Rayleigh sighed. He looked at Luffy deeply, his eyes showing a hint of relief and a hint of worry. Luffy, your performance in the Summit War this time was a bit reckless, but it also showed amazing growth. Rayleigh said slowly, but you must remember that the new world will be more dangerous and cruel than you think. The emergence of that mysterious palace and the outflow of those magical props will inevitably set off new waves throughout the world. Countless ambitious people and powerful people will go crazy for these things. The ocean in the future will only become more chaotic. Rayleigh patted Luffy on the shoulder and said solemnly, if you want to become the king of pirates, you must have stronger power and a firmer will. In the next 2 years, I will guide you in your training. You must be prepared to welcome the new era that is more magnificent and more dangerous. Luffy looked at Rayleigh's serious eyes and nodded heavily. He knew that he was far from strong enough. Whether it was to protect his companions or to realize his dream, he had to become stronger. Advertisement. That mysterious palace, that pink demon, and those magical props were like keys to open the door to a new world, making him full of anticipation for future adventures, but also full of a hint of vigilance. The wave of the new era has already surged in, and the adventure of the Straw Hat crew has just begun. Although the world government's blockade order was issued immediately and enforced with unprecedented severity, the truth will eventually come out. The Summit War involved too many forces and too many people. There were tens of thousands of elites from the naval headquarters, tens of thousands of members from the Whitebeard pirates, prisoners who had escaped from the underwater prison Impel Down, and other people who had come to watch the fun after hearing the news. Among these people, there are always some who are well informed, or have loose lips, or have ulterior motives. Therefore, although the world government used all its strength to try to completely cover up the mysterious palace and all information related to it, some rumors about the God's props still spread quietly like a plague in the underground world and among some well-informed pirates groups and countries. Have you heard? A magical bean appeared in the Summit War that can instantly revive a person. Even if there is a big hole in the chest, you can still be alive and kicking immediately. Not only that, there is also a magical capsule, as small as a pill, which can be transformed into a huge flying motorcycle when thrown on the ground. It is even more magical than the devil fruit. I also heard that there is a kind of lens that can show the strength of others after wearing it. The strong one's values are frighteningly high, and the weak one's values can be seen at a glance. Is this true? Where did such a powerful thing come from? It is said that it is a huge palace that emerged from the bottom of the sea. It contains countless treasures and advanced technologies. Some of these rumors are exaggerated, and some are even completely untrue. However, without exception, they all point to a common core. Those, God's tools, with incredible effects in the mysterious, Dragon Ball Palace. Chapter 27. The palace in the deep sea is still silent. These rumors, like pebbles thrown into a calm lake, created ripples in the undercurrent of the entire world. After hearing these rumors, countless ambitious people, conspirators, and those who yearn for powerful power, became like sharks smelling blood, with greed and desire flashing in their eyes. They began to use all their intelligence channels to try to find out the truth of these rumors and the whereabouts of those, God's tools. Some powerful pirates groups began to turn their attention to those forces that had participated in the Summit War and might have gained some benefits from it, such as the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates or the Blackbeard pirates. Some middlemen in the dark world also began to inquire around, hoping to buy even a tiny bit of God's props from those lucky ones at a high price. Even some countries that originally remained neutral or had no interest in the pirates, disputes began to stir after hearing these rumors that could change the world. For a time, the whole world was in turmoil and people were in panic because of these rumors about the God's tools. Although the world government tried its best to suppress it, the effect was minimal. On the contrary, their deliberate cover-up made the rumors more mysterious and credible. Everyone knew that a new battle for these God's props was about to begin in secret. The scale and severity of this battle would probably be no less than any known war. The new era seems to be becoming more chaotic and more full of variables because of these God's tools that have fallen from the sky. Just above the sea, the appearance and disappearance of the Dragon Ball Palace and the leaking of the God's tools caused a huge uproar that swept the entire world. Advertisement. In the deep and dark seabed, the huge palace that had just sunk fell into an eerie silence. The outside of the palace was covered with thick seabed mud and various marine life, as if it had been sleeping here for thousands of years. The energy lines that once flashed with mysterious light had long since dimmed. However, in the deepest part of the palace, a secret area completely isolated from the outside world and full of unknown technology, some unknown and subtle changes are taking place. It was a huge, circular culture room. In the center of the culture room stood a giant culture tank made of transparent crystals, shaped like a giant egg. The inside of the culture tank was filled with a light pink, viscous nutrient solution that emitted a faint fluorescent light. Countless energy pipelines that flashed faintly were connected from all sides of the culture tank, seemingly providing continuous energy to something inside the culture tank. At the bottom of the huge culture tank, a piece of cell tissue only the size of a thumb, with a strange pink color all over and looking like chewed gum, was lying there quietly. It looked lifeless, like an ordinary piece of organic residue. However, at this moment, without anyone noticing, the pink cell tissue suddenly moved slightly. The amplitude of its wriggling is very small, and it cannot be detected at all if you don't observe carefully. Then, an extremely weak, almost negligible trace of energy silently escaped from a damaged interface of the energy pipelines connected to the culture tank, and then slowly floated towards the pink cell tissue as if being pulled by something, and was finally completely absorbed by it. After absorbing that tiny bit of energy, the pink cell tissue seemed to return to silence, without any other movement. It seems to be still sleeping, waiting for some unknown opportunity. It was as if a terrifying demon that had been sleeping for 10,000 years was beginning its long and terrifying, fetal movement from the most primitive cellular state. Advertisement. No one knows what this small piece of pink cell tissue is. No one knows what kind of connection it has with the pink demon in the previous black steel image who can destroy the planet with ease. But what is certain is that its existence is itself a huge mystery, a time bomb that may be more dangerous and more terrifying than those God's tools. The palace in the deep sea is still silent. And that unknown wriggling also indicates that a more profound and more unpredictable crisis may be quietly brewing. Marineford, a land that had just experienced a century-long war and mysterious changes, had temporarily regained its surface calm, but secretly, it was surging with undercurrents that were more turbulent than ever before. Although the iconic building of the naval headquarters had turned into ruins, its powerful operating mechanism had not stagnated. A crude but heavily guarded command center was quickly set up on a large warship that was temporarily requisitioned. The air was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant and gunpowder smoke, and the walls were hung with makeshift sea charts and various battle situation analysis charts. Marine staff and signalmen came and went, with hurried steps and solemn expressions. The atmosphere in the conference room of the command center was so depressing that it was almost suffocating. The vice admiral of the naval headquarters, known for her wisdom and respected by the Marines, was sitting at the main seat at the conference table. Although she looked a little tired, her eyes were still as sharp as an eagle, and her calm aura calmed the anxious mood of the people present to a certain extent. Sitting at the conference table were the core generals of the naval headquarters, including Aokiji Kuzan and Kizaru Borsalino, who had just experienced a fierce battle, as well as some vice admirals and rear admirals who survived the war. Akinu Sakazuki, like an angry lion, stood in a corner of the conference room with his arms folded across his chest, exuding an unsettling burning breath and strong murderous intent. Everyone. Vice Admiral, he spoke slowly. Although her voice was not loud, it was clearly heard in every corner of the conference room. I believe that everyone is still in shock about what happened today. The mysterious palace that appeared from the bottom of the sea and the props with incredible effects that flowed out of the palace have brought us unprecedented shock and confusion. She swept her eyes over everyone present and continued, based on the intelligence we have collected so far, and the few items we accidentally brought back from the palace, the level of technology this palace possesses far exceeds our current knowledge. Chapter 28 Inches Humph. A bunch of useless trash. As she spoke, she signaled to the adjutant beside her to place some items that were carefully kept in special containers in the center of the conference table. It was a combat detector that had been damaged in the chaos, with only half of its lens left. When the Marine soldiers were ejected from the palace, they accidentally dropped some Senzu Beans from their pockets, which were quickly picked up by other soldiers. These precious beans were now placed in a transparent sealed container filled with inert gas and were kept as top-level strategic materials. There were also some strangely shaped metal fragments and parts that were stuffed into the pockets of Marine soldiers during the looting process, but whose uses were completely unknown. These are all the legacy that Marine got from the mysterious palace. The number is pitifully small, but each one may contain a secret that can change the world. According to preliminary assessments, Vice Admiral he pointed at the items on the table and continued, the red beans, which we temporarily call Senzu Beans, have incredible recovery abilities and can even restore dying people to their peak condition in an instant. This effect is completely beyond our understanding of medicine and biology. Hearing this, many Marine generals present subconsciously recalled the scene where Ace and Whitebeard relied on Senzu Beans to come back to life. Their eyes were filled with shock and a hint of desire. If the Marines could master the method of making Senzu Beans, then in future wars, the casualty rate would be greatly reduced and the combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. As for this damage detector, Vice Admiral Suru pointed at the instrument with only half of its lens left, although we still don't fully understand how it works. From the use of Admiral Kizaru and some soldiers, it seems to be able to quantify and display the target's combat effectiveness in some way. If we can master this technology, it will be of epic-making significance for intelligence gathering and tactical formulation. Kizaru Borsellino stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. He had personally experienced the magic of the detector, and still remembered the terrifying value of Whitebeard. As for these metal fragments and parts, Vice Admiral he frowned slightly, we are currently unable to identify their specific uses. However, judging from their materials and craftsmanship, they all demonstrate a very high level of technology. At this moment, a large video den mushi in the center of the conference room suddenly lit up, and a man's head wearing a strange helmet with only a pair of wise eyes showing appeared on the screen. Drive Vegapunk. Vice Admiral Crane saw the figure on the screen and nodded slightly. Vegapunk, who is known as the world's first scientist, with wisdom 500 years ahead of his time, is currently participating in this emergency meeting remotely via den mushi. Vice Admiral Suru, generals. Vegapunk's voice came through the den mushi, with a hint of unique hoarseness and excitement. I have received preliminary reports on the mysterious palace and those props. I express my strongest personal research interest in these technologies that are ahead of their time. Advertisement. His tone was filled with the enthusiasm and desire that scientists have for unknown things. According to your description, whether it's the magic beans that can instantly heal fatal injuries, or the instrument that can detect combat power, or the universal capsule that can compress space, the technological principles behind them are far beyond our existing theoretical framework. If I can get samples of these technologies, or even just some related information, it will be priceless for my research. Vegapunk's voice trembled with excitement. I strongly request that Naval Headquarters must do everything possible to obtain more information and objects about the palace and those props. I am willing to pay any price for this. This talented scientist, who usually lives a reclusive life and devotes himself to research, is now no longer calm because of these extraterrestrial objects. Hearing this, Vice Admiral he exchanged glances with the other generals present, and saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. Vegapunk's request undoubtedly represented the great value of these mysterious props. However, how easy is it to obtain more information and objects from the sunken palace full of unknowns? Just as the conference room fell into a brief silence and everyone was thinking about how to deal with this difficult situation, a voice filled with anger and murderous intent broke the silence. Humph. A bunch of useless trash. Akainu Sakazuki, the violent Marine admiral who believed in complete justice, could no longer bear this depressing and dreary atmosphere. He raised his head abruptly, his bloodshot eyes flashing with ferocity, like a beast about to devour someone. He snorted heavily, his tone full of disdain for those mysterious props and strong dissatisfaction with the current situation. What a bullshit legacy. What a technology that is ahead of its time. Akainu's voice echoed in the conference room like thunder. From his right arm that had turned into lava, wisps of burning steam emerged from time to time. In my opinion, these things of unknown origin are simply ominous things. They are the source of evil that disrupts the world order. He glanced at the samples on the conference table, his eyes full of disgust and vigilance. He instinctively felt that the appearance of these things would bring greater chaos and disaster to the world. However, Akainu changed the subject and his tone became even colder and firmer. But no matter what they are, the powerful force they contain cannot be ignored. If this power is controlled by the pirates or other evil forces, the consequences will be disastrous. He punched the wall beside him hard, leaving a shallow dent in the hard alloy wall, making a dull noise. So, I advocate. Akainu's voice was firm and unquestionable. Naval Headquarters must immediately organize the most elite forces and re-enter the sunken palace at all costs. We must seize all the valuable props inside and firmly grasp them in the hands of the Marine. At the same time, his eyes became sharper. We must thoroughly investigate the origin of the palace and the truth about the pink demon that appeared in the video and can destroy the planet. This potential huge threat must be completely eradicated to prevent future troubles. Chapter 29 By the orders of the Five Elders. Akainu's words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, immediately causing an uproar in the conference room. Re-enter the palace. That's too dangerous. We know nothing about that palace. Besides, it has sunk into the deep sea. How can we get in? Some Marine generals expressed their opposition and concerns. They had just escaped from that strange palace, and they were still terrified by the unknown and danger there. Moreover, the palace had sunk, and it was hard to find and enter it in the deep sea. However, Akinu ignored these objections and looked at everyone coldly, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. Danger. Humph. As Marines, when have we ever been afraid of danger? Akinu roared, do you want to watch those powerful forces fall into the hands of the pirates? Do you want that pink demon to really come to our world one day and turn everything we have into ashes? His question hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer, causing those who originally wanted to refute to fall into silence. I have to admit that although Akinu's words are extreme, they are not entirely without reason. The power contained in those mysterious props is indeed not to be underestimated. And the threat of that pink demon is like a sword hanging over one's head, making people unable to sleep or eat. I agree with Admiral Akinu. A steady voice sounded. The person who spoke was Aokiji Kuzan. He pushed up his sunglasses and said slowly, although the risk is great, we do need to conduct a deeper investigation into the palace. At the very least, we need to find out its origin and purpose, and whether it will pose a further threat to our world. Kizaru Borsellino also shrugged and said in his unique accent, oh, it sounds very challenging. However, it would be nice if we could really get some good stuff out of it. Although his tone was relaxed, there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Advertisement. Vice Admiral he frowned as he watched the people arguing. She knew that although Akinu's proposal was radical, it was not completely unfeasible. The key was how to control the risks and how to ensure the effectiveness of the action. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room became somewhat tense due to Akinu's tough stance, a figure who had remained silent caught the attention of Vice Admiral He. Marine hero, Iron Fist, Garp. This old boy, who was usually always laughing and carefree, did not join the argument at this moment, nor did he make a big fuss like usual, or doze off while eating rice crackers. He sat quietly in a corner of the conference room, his hands folded in front of his chest, head down, as if he was thinking about something. His face, which was full of traces of time, did not show much expression, but his eyes revealed an indescribable complex emotion. Vice Admiral Crane has worked with Garp for many years and knows his old friend's character well. The more silent he is, the heavier the things he is thinking about. Garp witnessed with his own eyes the miracle of Ace coming back to life with the help of Senzu Beans, and also felt personally the shock of the unimaginable technological power displayed by the mysterious palace. These sudden changes reminded him of many past events. He thought of his old rival and former best friend, the Pirate King Gall D. Roger. That man, like this mysterious palace today, had challenged the order of the entire world in an incredible way and set off a huge wave that swept across the ocean. Roger opened the era of pirates, causing countless people with dreams and ambitions to flock to the sea full of unknowns and dangers. And now, a new, more uncontrollable and more difficult to understand factor has suddenly come into the world. Garp seemed to see that the tide of the times was surging again in a more turbulent and violent way than ever before. But he himself, the marine hero who once dominated the sea and competed with the pirates' king, is now old. Advertisement. His physical strength was no longer what it used to be. His energy was also not as good as before. He couldn't even discipline his two grandsons, one of whom became the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the other became a pirate. What can he do in the face of this coming, more chaotic and more dangerous new era? Can he still protect everything he cherishes with his iron fists as he did before? A deep feeling of powerlessness and a hint of confusion surged into Garp's heart. He felt like an old captain abandoned by the times, watching a new and even bigger storm coming, but no longer able to steer the ship and could only go with the flow. This strong feeling of the transition from the old to the new era made Garp feel extremely heavy. He even envied his companions who died in the Summit War, because at least they no longer had to worry about this chaotic future. Vice Admiral he looked at the silent Garp and sighed inwardly. She knew that this old friend must be under great pressure. Just as the emergency meeting of the naval headquarters fell into a delicate stalemate due to Akinu's tough stance and Garp's rare silence, a top-level order from the Holy Land of Mariajoy was delivered to the temporary command center like timely rain. The people responsible for delivering the order were members of the secret cipher Pole CP0 directly under the world government. They read out the decision of the 5 elders with a cold expression and without any emotion. By the order of the 5 elders. First, agree that the naval headquarters organize an exploration team to conduct an in-depth investigation of the coordinates of the mysterious light spots that appeared in the waters near Marineford, as well as the possible existence of a sunken palace. Second, considering the huge risks and potential impact of this operation, the size of the exploration team must be strictly controlled, with a small group of elite forces mainly operating in secret, and it is imperative to avoid causing panic and unnecessary attention on a larger scale. Third, the primary goal of this exploration is to find out the origin and structure of the palace, and whether there are any further threats. Secondly, we will try to recover as much valuable technology and props as possible from the palace. Fourth, order drive Vegapunk, a scientist at the naval headquarters, to immediately organize a top scientific research team to conduct a comprehensive technical cracking and analysis of the small amount of palace heritage that the Marine has already mastered, and attempt to replicate and mass produce it. All research results must be reported to the world government as soon as possible. Chapter 30 is too incredible. Fifth, all information about the mysterious palace and related props is still classified as top-level confidential and is strictly prohibited from being leaked. Anyone who violates this will be severely punished. This remote instruction from the 5 elders was clear and well organized with clear objectives. It not only met the requirements of Akinu and other hardliners for the armed seizure to a certain extent, but also fully considered the risks and confidentiality of the action. At the same time, it also attached great importance to and supported Vegapunk's scientific research work. It can be said that this is a typical strategy of exploration and control. The goal of the Five Elders is very clear: to make the best use of this extraterrestrial force that has fallen from the sky, while ensuring that the situation is controllable, so as to further consolidate the ruling position of the world government. After listening to the Five Elders' instructions, the atmosphere in the conference room eased a little. Although Akinu was somewhat dissatisfied with the restrictions such as control scale and secret operation, since the Five Elders had agreed to his core proposition, re-entering the palace to explore and seize, he did not say anything more. A hideous sneer appeared on his face, and he had already begun to think about which elite forces to select to carry out this dangerous but tempting mission. Vice Admiral, he nodded slightly. The Five Elders' instructions coincided with some of her previous assumptions. She began to silently evaluate in her mind which people in the Marine were suitable to participate in this secret exploration operation. Dr. Vegapunk, through Den Den Mushi, also expressed his full support for the Five Elders' instructions. He can't wait to get more research samples. A secret exploration operation surrounding the sunken palace is about to quietly begin under the highest order of the world government. At this moment, in a relatively calm sea far away from Marineford, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby DK, was sailing slowly against the sea breeze. The atmosphere on the boat was a mixture of sadness and joy, filled with complex emotions. The biggest happy event was undoubtedly the miraculous resurrection of Fire Fist. Ace, the captain of the second squad, who was once sentenced to death and was fatally injured in the battle, was now standing on the deck alive and well, chatting and laughing with his brothers, which made the entire Whitebeard pirates immersed in a great joy of regaining what was lost. Advertisement. However, in sharp contrast to Ace's joy is the physical condition of their beloved father, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Although Whitebeard was pulled back from the brink of death by the power of the magic beans and recovered a considerable amount of his fighting power, everyone could see that the old man was still very weak. His burly body seemed a little hunched at the moment, and his face was full of deep fatigue. Most of the time, he sat quietly in his huge exclusive chair, closing his eyes to rest, or just silently watching his sons who survived the disaster. Every cough and every wheeze touched the hearts of every pirate present. They knew that their father's era might really be over. Although the magic beans were magical, they could heal injuries, but they could not reverse the erosion of time, nor make up for the loss of vitality. Inside the spacious cabin of the Moby DK, the core members of the Whitebeard pirates were gathered together for an important discussion. Phoenix Marco, as the captain of the first team and Whitebeard's most trusted deputy, was presiding over the meeting. His face was solemn and hopeful. He carefully took out a few beans that he had picked up in the chaos of the palace from a small bag wrapped in special cloth. These red beans, under the dim light of the cabin, exuded a faint strange luster. Everyone, Marco said in a hoarse voice, holding up the magic beans in his hand, these are the magic beans that we got from that mysterious palace. They can bring people back to life. There are not many, only these few. The atmosphere in the cabin suddenly became a little depressing. Everyone's eyes were focused on the small beans in Marco's hand. They had all witnessed the magical effect of these beans with their own eyes, and knew that each of them represented a life, and could even represent the outcome of a war. I will keep these beans safe. Marco continued, at the most critical moment, they may save our lives, or save Dad's life. The atmosphere in the cabin grew heavier when Whitebeard was mentioned. Advertisement. In addition to these magic beans, Marco took out several strange single-lens instruments and several metal capsules of different sizes from his arms. We also got some other palace heritage. He briefly introduced the functions of the combat power detector and the universal capsule to everyone. When the pirates in the cabin heard that the detector could see the strength of the strong and the universal capsule could create all kinds of creations out of thin air, they once again burst into exclamations and discussions. Too incredible. Diamond Joe's widened his eyes and muttered to himself, if these things are true, then won't the way we fight in the future have to change completely? Flower Sword Beasta also nodded, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. That's right. If we can equip such detectors on a large scale, we can accurately assess the difference in strength between the enemy and us before the battle begins, and formulate more effective tactics. And if that universal capsule is filled with powerful weapons or solid fortifications, it will play an unimaginable role in a surprise attack or positional warfare. And there's that magic bean. If every one of our brothers could get a magic bean to recover immediately after getting injured, wouldn't our Whitebeard pirates really become an undead army? The more the pirates discussed, the more excited they became, as if they had already seen the Whitebeard pirates relying on these God's tools to roam the seas once again and be invincible. However, Marco poured cold water on them in time. Calm down, everyone. Marco raised his voice a few degrees, suppressing the discussion of the crowd. Although these things are magical, their quantity is very limited. Moreover, our understanding of them is far from enough. His eyes became sharp. More importantly, we don't know whether the mysterious palace and the forces behind it have good or bad intentions towards our world. You all saw the pink demon that can destroy the planet. If that kind of existence really comes, the little legacy in our hands will probably be of no use at all. Chapter 31 The World's Strongest Pirates. Marco's words caused the cabin to fall into silence again. The excitement on the pirates' faces gradually faded, replaced by a solemnity and uneasiness. Ace also spoke up. Marco is right. The most important thing for us now is not to fantasize about dominating the sea with these props, but to find a safe place as soon as possible for Dad to recuperate. At the same time, we must find a way to figure out what happened to the palace and whether it will appear again. He glanced at the brothers present and said in a firm tone, no matter what happens in the future, we, the Whitebeard pirates, must unite and face it together. Oh, the pirates responded in unison, their eyes filled with renewed fighting spirit and hope. Although the road ahead is full of unknowns and dangers, as long as they still have each other, as long as they still have the Whitebeard pirates as their home, they will have nothing to fear. A discussion about the palace heritage continued on the Moby DK. They began to try to study the use of the detectors and universal capsules, and also began to think about how to maximize the value of these limited resources. They knew that the world was no longer peaceful because of the appearance of the mysterious palace. As one of the witnesses and beneficiaries of this change, the Whitebeard pirates would become the focus of attention of all parties. The road ahead is not destined to be smooth, but they are ready to meet any challenge. Because they are the Whitebeard pirates. They are the strongest pirates in the world who once dominated the sea. Inside the cabin of the Moby DK, the discussion about the palace heritage continues. The pirates are still excited about the magical items, but the calm analysis of Marco, the captain of the first squadron, makes them aware of the potential crisis and future challenges. Fire Fist. Ace did not participate in the discussion of the props at this moment. He sat quietly, his right hand subconsciously stroking his chest. There was once a horrible wound pierced by the Akinu lava, which was fatal. The heart-wrenching pain and the despair of the rapidly fading vitality were still clearly imprinted in his memory. But now, his chest was smooth and intact, without the slightest scar. He could clearly feel his heart beating vigorously, warm blood rushing through his veins, and his body filled with surging power. Advertisement. All this is thanks to those small, red, magic beans. A single bean could instantly restore a dying person to his original state, or even make him stronger than before the injury. This almost miraculous effect filled Ace with indescribable awe for the mysterious palace and the unknown existence that left these magical items. He began to reflect deeply on his own power. He has always been proud of his ability to possess the Logia Mera Mera fruit. The fire that can burn everything and the powerful destructive power made him the captain of the second squad of the Whitebeard pirates at a young age, and he became famous all over the world. He even thought that as long as he continued to practice and improve his control over the fire, he would become strong enough to protect everything he cherished, and to follow in his father's footsteps and create his own era. However, after experiencing the cruelty of the Summit War, witnessing the destructive power of the Marine Admiral, and especially after seeing the horrifying image of the pink demon destroying the planet with ease played on the Blackstone tablet, Ace painfully realized how small and insignificant the ability of the Mera Mera fruit that he was so proud of was in front of the true absolute power that could subvert the laws of the universe. His flames might be able to burn down an island, but could they burn down a planet? His power might be able to defeat some powerful enemies, but can it compete with a being that can turn stars to dust with the snap of a finger? The answer is no. A deep feeling of powerlessness and a desire for greater power began to grow in Ace's heart. He was no longer satisfied with the improvement of the Mera Mera fruit as before. He began to wonder if there were other ways in the world that could make him stronger. Did the advanced technology displayed by the mysterious palace also hide some method to improve individual strength? How did that pink demon acquire such a destructive power? Advertisement. Countless questions flooded into Ace's mind like a tide. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, and his eyes flashed with a determined and blazing light. He longs to become stronger. More eager than ever. Not only for himself, but also to protect everything he cherishes, to protect his father who has been so kind to him, to protect his brothers who have fought alongside him and are as close as brothers, and also for that foolish brother, Luffy, who has been trying to save him at all costs. He didn't want to experience again the feeling of despair of watching the one he loved in danger while being unable to do anything. Power. I need more powerful power. Ace muttered silently in his mind. That mysterious palace, those magical props, and the image of the pink demon seemed to have opened a new door in his heart, allowing him to see a wider and more dangerous world. As a result, he developed an unprecedented awe for the unknown power. He knew that the road ahead would be more difficult and more challenging than he imagined. But he would not back down. He would bravely face it, explore it, and pursue the power that could make him stronger. Because he is the flame of the phoenix, he is the fire fist, Ace. He is destined to burn with even more dazzling light in the tide of the new era. While the Whitebeard pirates were retreating, digesting the aftermath of the Summit War, and were full of confusion and expectations for the future. Far away in the new world, a uniquely shaped pirate's ship, the Red Hair Pirates, Red Force, was sailing smoothly against the wind and waves. The atmosphere on the ship was as relaxed and cheerful as ever. Some crew members were drinking on the deck, some were practicing martial arts, and some were singing. Their captain, Red Hair, Shanks, one of the four emperors, was leaning against the side of the ship, looking at the endless sea in the distance, with his signature, free and uninhibited smile on his face. Chapter 32. Destroy the planet. The Red Hair Pirates did not directly participate in the Summit War in Marineford, nor did they witness the appearance and disappearance of the mysterious palace. Shanks chose to intervene at the last moment of the war, more to prevent the further expansion of the war and to give Whitebeard and Ace a decent ending. However, this does not mean that he is unaware of the changes that took place in Marineford. Shanks has an extremely powerful intelligence network throughout the world. Almost at the same time as the mysterious palace sank, detailed reports on the Summit War and those incredible anecdotes had been delivered to him through various secret channels. At this moment, his deputy captain, Ben Beckman, was reporting to him with a newly compiled intelligence. Captain, Ben Beckman said with a serious expression. He was not as cheerful as the other crew members, but remained calm and steady. Something happened at Marineford, something we had never expected. Hearing this, Shanks withdrew his gaze from the distance, turned his head, looked at Ben Beckman, and motioned him to continue. Ben Beckman took a deep breath and slowly repeated the intelligence. According to the information we received, at the most intense moment of the Summit War, a huge, mysterious palace that glowed with a faint purple light suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea in Marineford and was suspended in midair. The style of the palace is completely different from any civilization we know of. Mysterious golden words are engraved on its surface. It exudes an ancient and powerful aura, and after it appeared, it forcibly sucked everyone on the battlefield into the palace. Inside the palace, there are some items with incredible effects. For example, there is a red bean called Senzu Beans, which can instantly restore a dying person to peak condition. Fire Fist, Ace and Whitebeard both relied on this bean to come back to life. Hearing this, Shanks raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had a close relationship with Whitebeard and Ace, so he naturally cared about their safety. Ben Beckman continued. There is also a single lens instrument that seems to be able to detect and display the target's combat power. And a small metal capsule called a universal capsule, which can be thrown on the ground and various items, such as flying motorcycles, will appear out of thin air. Advertisement. What's even more disturbing is that Ben Beckman's tone became more serious. There is a huge Blackstone tablet inside the palace, on which a video is played. In the video, there appears a pink demon with tentacles on its head and wearing strange clothes. According to the intelligence, the pink demon possesses unimaginable power that can easily destroy planets. In the video, he laughed and easily turned planets into cosmic dust one after another. When hearing this, Shanks's originally calm face revealed a rare and truly solemn expression for the first time. In his deep eyes, there flashed a trace of imperceptible horror and a trace of deep fear. Destroy the planet. This kind of power was beyond his understanding of this world. Even a 4 Emperors level warrior like him seemed so small and powerless in front of a power that could destroy a planet. That pink demon, is there a more detailed description? Or, does anyone know his name? Shanks' voice unconsciously became a little low. Ben Beckman shook his head. There is no accurate information about the pink demon's name yet. However, some of our subordinates, based on the description of the demon's appearance and abilities in the intelligence, as well as the M mark on his chest, have made some bold guesses. He paused, as if considering his words, and then slowly uttered a name. They speculated that the pink demon might be related to a terrifying existence called Majin Buu, that was mentioned in some rare, ancient documents that were even tabooed by the world government. Buu. Shanks chewed on this unfamiliar name over and over again, his brows tightly locked together. Advertisement. He could feel that this name seemed to contain some indescribable, heart-pounding aura of evil and destruction. The red-haired Shanks, who has always been free and fearless, felt uneasy for the first time after hearing the name, Buu, and the description that he could destroy the planet. He had a strong premonition that the balance of the world was about to be broken by some more terrifying and uncontrollable force. And that mysterious palace and the pink demon called Buu may just be the beginning. Pay close attention to all intelligence related to that palace and that Buu. Shanks ordered Ben Beckman in a deep voice. Also, find a way to find out what the so-called Senzu Beans, combat power detectors and universal capsules are, and whether there are other ways to obtain them. He knew that the emergence of these things would inevitably set off a new storm in the entire world, and he, the Red Hair Pirates, must be prepared to deal with all possible changes. The tide of the new era is already surging. And this time, it seems that even the 4 Emperors can no longer sit back and relax like before. At the same time, on the other side of the new world, Kaido, known as 100 Beasts, also received information about the Summit War incident on the Onigashima island he ruled. Ghost Island, as its name suggests, is shrouded in a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. The island is full of huge rocks of strange shapes and some buildings that exude an ominous atmosphere. The air is filled with a strong smell of alcohol and blood. In a huge castle that looks like a demon's head, Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 Emperors, known as the strongest creature in the world, is drinking wine and laughing wildly in an extremely heroic manner. His body was as big as a mountain, covered with hideous scars, with 2 huge horns on his head, and his face always had a brutal and crazy expression. He is surrounded by his 3 disasters, Jin, Quinn, Jack, and some other core cadres of the Beast's pirates. Chapter 33. What did you say? Gah, GH. That old guy Whitebeard, is he not dead yet? He is so useless. Kaido smashed the huge wine gourd in his hand to the ground, making a deafening sound, his tone full of disdain and ridicule towards Whitebeard. He had always longed for a true, life-and-death duel with Whitebeard where he risked everything, but Whitebeard died in what he considered a boring, stage-like Summit War, which made him very unhappy. But, Brother Kaido, said Quinn, the plague disaster, with his fat belly and a flattering smile on his face, according to the latest intelligence, something more interesting seems to have happened at Marineford. Oh, something interesting. Kaido's eyes flashed with curiosity. He was very interested in anything that could bring him excitement and fun. Quinn quickly reported the information he got from his men to Kaido, exaggerating it. When he mentioned the mysterious palace rising from the bottom of the sea and the props with magical effects, Kaido still had that expression of disapproval on his face. What a shitty palace, what a shitty prop, can it compare to lousy stick? Kaido said disdainfully. In his opinion, any fancy things are not worth mentioning in the face of absolute power. However, when Quinn mentioned the red beans called magic beans, which could instantly revive a person and even restore a dying person to their peak condition, Kaido's eyes, which were full of violence and madness, suddenly lit up. What did you say? Kaido's voice exploded like thunder. He grabbed Quinn's collar, lifted up his fat body, and asked viciously, say it again. Can that kind of bean really make people recover instantly? Quinn was so frightened by Kaido that he nodded quickly. Yes, yes, brother Kaido. That's what the intelligence said. Fire Fist, Ace and Whitebeard both survived by relying on those beans. Kaido's face showed an extremely ferocious and excited smile, and his eyes burst into an unprecedented and strong desire. His, Kaido of the Beasts, greatest hobby is fighting. It's suicide. He longed to meet someone strong enough to rival him, and longed to have a hearty battle that would make him feel the threat of death. However, he was too strong. So strong that almost no one in this world could really kill him. Whether he jumped from a height of 10,000 meters or was subjected to various extreme punishments by Marine, he remained unharmed. Advertisement. This feeling of being unable to die made him feel extremely empty and bored. But now, what did he hear? A magical bean that can instantly restore a person to full health. If he could get his hands on these beans, then, wouldn't he be able to challenge those powerful enemies more recklessly? Wouldn't he be able to enjoy the fun of fighting more without worrying about being unable to continue due to injuries? Even, he can form a truly immortal army of beasts. Just imagine, those powerful gifters under his command, those ancient species and mythical beast species, if they were injured or dying in battle, they would only need a small bean to recover immediately and return to the battle. What a horrific sight that would be. The whole world will tremble under the iron hoof of his beasts pirates. Gah, 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 gah. Kaido let out a deafening laugh, his eyes filled with infinite desire and possessiveness for the Senzu Beans. Quinn, Jin, Jack. Kaido ordered the 3 calamities under his command, go check it out immediately. Find out what those Senzu Beans are. Do whatever you can to get them for lousy. The more the better. Yes, brother Kaido. The 3 disasters responded in unison, with excitement and greed flashing in their eyes. Kaido of the Beasts, the 4 emperors, known for their brutality and destruction, found new, fun, and goals because of the emergence of Senzu Beans. He couldn't wait to get this magical bean, then challenge the whole world, enjoy endless battles and, perhaps, real death. Advertisement. On the island of demons, a new storm surrounding the Senzu Beans is brewing. Far away in Todo Land, Charlotte Linlin, the dessert queen of Bigmom, who is also among the 4 emperors, is in a completely different mood from Kaido. She was sitting on a gorgeous throne made of huge cakes and cookies, holding a cream puff with an enticing aroma in one hand, and directing her homies made of various ingredients with the other hand to prepare the next more delicious dessert for her. Her face was filled with a satisfied and happy smile. For her, nothing was more important than enjoying delicious desserts. Just then, her intelligence minister, Charlotte Maunder, came to her cautiously with a piece of urgent intelligence. Mom, Maunder's voice was a little nervous. Something very strange happened over at Marineford. Bigmom stuffed the last bite of puff into her mouth and glanced at Maunder impatiently. Is there anything more important than Mom's afternoon tea time? Her voice was like a loud bell, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Maunder shuddered with fear and quickly handed over the information in his hand. It's the latest strange news about the Summit War. It is said that a mysterious palace appeared, and there are some very magical props. Bigmom is not very interested in war and killing, unless it involves precious ingredients or powerful souls that she needs. She took the information somewhat nonchalantly and glanced through it casually. When she saw the description about the combat power detector and Senzu Beans, she just raised her eyebrows slightly and did not show much interest. Being able to see how strong others are. Being able to revive people instantly. It sounds interesting. However, it's still far inferior to Mom's dessert. Bigmom said with a pout. However, when her eyes fell on the description of the universal capsule, especially when it mentioned that the capsule could conjure up all kinds of things out of thin air, including aircraft, her eyes, which had been a little lazy, suddenly lit up. What did you say? Bigmom's voice suddenly rose an octave. She grabbed Maunder's collar and lifted him in front of her, with unprecedented excitement and desire on her face. Chapter 34 Infinite Fantasy and Possessiveness. Can that tiny capsule really turn into all kinds of things? Can it turn into food? Bigmom's saliva was about to flow out, and countless possibilities instantly emerged in her mind. Maunder was so frightened by Bigmom that he trembled and said quickly, "That's what the intelligence says, Mom. It is said that someone used that capsule to create a flying motorcycle." Flying motorcycle. Bigmom's eyes widened even more, and her imagination began to run wild. If that capsule could turn into a flying motorcycle. So, can it create a giant cake made of the world's finest cream and chocolate that you can never finish eating? Can it create an endless stream of fantastic candy with all kinds of exotic flavors? Can it create a giant, automated dessert factory that can produce all the desserts she wants? When thinking of this, Bigmom felt his soul trembling with happiness. For her, the dessert queen, who loves sweets, nothing is more tempting than unlimited, top-quality dessert ingredients in a factory that can continuously produce delicious desserts. Ma mama, Bigmom let out her signature, creepy laugh, her eyes filled with infinite fantasies and possessiveness of the universal capsule. She immediately ordered her children, Perospero, Katakuri, Smoothie, take people to investigate immediately. Find out what those universal capsules are. Do whatever you can to get them for your mother. The more the better. Mom is going to use them to build the world's largest and most delicious dessert kingdom. Although the members of the Bigmom Pirates group were a little helpless about their mother's sudden dessert craze, they also knew her temper and did not dare to disobey her in the slightest, so they quickly followed her orders and left. Advertisement. Wangguo Toto Land has set off a new commotion surrounding the dessert dream because of the emergence of the universal capsule. In a secret base in the New World, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa and the middleman of the Dark World, Joker, is observing the great changes caused by the mysterious palace with a calmer and sharper eye. He is not just focused on Senzu Beans like Kaido, nor is he just fantasizing about using universal capsules to satisfy his appetite like Bigmom. He, Doflamingo, is a real careerist and conspirator. From the rumors about the Dragon Ball Palace and magical props, he keenly smelled a huge opportunity that could subvert the entire world. Foo 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 foo. Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo let out his unique, strange laugh like a night owl. His pink feather coat looked particularly eerie in the dim light. His fingers tapped lightly on the table in front of him, his eyes flashing with a shrewd and dangerous light. Senzu Beans, combat power detectors, universal capsules, and that mysterious Dragon Ball Palace. Doflamingo's mouth curled up in a cold arc. He knew that the emergence of these things not only meant new power and technology, but also meant huge benefits and the opportunity to reshuffle. He immediately spread the news through his Joker underground network all over the world. High reward. A reward is offered for any detailed information about the Dragon Ball Palace, including the palace's exact location, if it will appear again, the palace's internal structure, the palace's power source, and the true identity of the palace's owner. Reward for any accurate information and exploration report regarding the coordinates of that mysterious light spot on the sea. A bounty for any kind of God's tool. Whether it's Senzu Beans, combat power detectors, or universal capsules, as long as you can get them, the price is negotiable. He even offered a reward for replicas of those magical props or related technical information. Advertisement. Doflamingo's bounty order was like dropping a bombshell in the dark world, immediately attracting the attention and covetousness of countless people. He knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to snatch the palace heritage from giants like the Marine and Whitebeard pirates with his own strength. However, he can use this method to collect intelligence, fish in troubled waters, and gain the greatest benefit. He keenly realized that this was a great opportunity that could change his fate and even allow him to ascend to a higher position of power. He must firmly grasp this opportunity and get a piece of the pie. Foo 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 foo. A new era is coming. And I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, will become the trendsetter of this new era. Inside the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo's strange laughter seemed particularly eerie and full of ambition in the quiet night. A secret war surrounding the Dragon Ball Palace and its legacy has quietly begun in every corner of the world. In a hidden corner of the world, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Baldigo, an island surrounded by white cliffs, is now in a tense and solemn atmosphere because of the shocking changes in Marineford. The commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, a man regarded by the world government as the world's most vicious criminal, and always with a mysterious tattoo on his face, is standing at the window of his simple but historically rich office, gazing at the turbulent sea outside. In his hand, he also held a detailed report on the Marineford incident. This report was delivered by secret intelligence personnel planted by the Revolutionary Army around the world, risking their lives to deliver it back as soon as possible. The content of the report was similar to what others had heard, describing in detail the mysterious palace rising from the bottom of the sea, and the various divine tools, with incredible effects that flowed out of the palace. Long's face showed no expression, and he still looked as deep and elusive as the sea. But his eyes flickered slightly when he saw the descriptions of sensory beans, battle power detector, and universal capsules in the report. He is different from other pirates or ambitious people. He does not desire to dominate the sea or satisfy his personal desires through these props. What he thinks about is how to use these sudden variables to serve his great revolutionary cause of overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government. The magic beans that can bring people back to life and instantly restore them to their peak state. Long muttered silently in his heart. Chapter 35. Yes, Mr. Long. If this kind of thing could be mastered by the Revolutionary Army and equipped on a large scale to the revolutionary fighters fighting for freedom and justice, then what a huge advantage would they have when fighting against the well-equipped and well-trained armies of the world government. Those comrades who were injured or even on the verge of death because of the battle will be able to stand up again and continue to fight for their ideals. This will greatly boost the morale of the Revolutionary Army and will also greatly weaken the military power of the world government. An instrument that can detect and display combat power. Long's eyes fell on the description of the combat power detector in the report. This kind of thing also has extraordinary strategic significance for the Revolutionary Army. They can use this instrument to more accurately assess the difference in strength between the enemy and us, so as to formulate a more accurate and effective combat plan. They can also use it to discover those revolutionary forces hidden among the people, which have great potential but are unknown to the public. The universal capsule that can create all kinds of things out of thin air. Long's eyes became more profound. The potential of this technology is immeasurable. If they can master this technology, the Revolutionary Army will no longer be constrained by the lack of weapons and equipment and logistical supplies. They can create the weapons, ammunition, transportation, and even solid fortresses and secret bases they need whenever they need them. Thinking of this, even a man as determined and calm as a mountain like Long couldn't help but feel a little excited. If these, God's tools, with magical effects can really be mastered by the Revolutionary Army, then their process of overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government and establishing a truly free and equal new world will undoubtedly be greatly accelerated. This is undoubtedly a great blessing for the working people who have lived under the high-pressure rule of the world government for many years and are eager for light and liberation. However, Long's excitement did not last long. His eyes soon fell on the description of the pink demon in the report and the devastating video. When seeing the terrifying scene of the pink demon turning a huge planet into cosmic dust with just a wave of his finger, Long's brows were tightly locked together. His eyes were filled with unprecedented vigilance and a hint of deep worry. Advertisement. This is a terrifying power that is far beyond his imagination and can even be said to exceed the boundaries of gods. The ultimate goal of the revolutionary army he leads is to overthrow the rule of the world government and liberate the oppressed people all over the world. However, if there really is a terrifying existence in this world that can easily destroy the planet like the pink demon, then what is the meaning of all their efforts and all the ideals they pursue in the face of such an absolute and irresistible destructive force? That is not only a threat to the world government, but also a threat to the entire world and all life. For the first time, Long felt that the enemy he faced might not just be the corrupt world government. In this vast universe, there seemed to be even more powerful and dangerous unknown beings hidden. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner turmoil. Sabo. Long turned around and said to a blond young man wearing a top hat and with burned scars on his face who was standing not far behind him, "Send the order immediately and ask all our intelligence personnel around the world to collect all the information about the mysterious palace, those magical props, and that pink demon at all costs." At the same time, Long's tone became unusually solemn. Pay close attention to the movements of the world government and the major pirates. The changes caused by the mysterious palace will inevitably set off a new storm in the entire world. We, the Revolutionary Army, must be prepared to deal with all possible emergencies. Yes, Mr. Long. Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army and Long's most trusted right-hand man, immediately took the order and left. His face also had a hint of solemnity and determination. Long turned his gaze back to the rough sea outside the window, his eyes becoming deeper and more complex. He knew that the road ahead would be more difficult and full of unknowns than he had imagined. However, he would not back down. For the ideals in his heart and for those who were looking forward to light and freedom, he would lead the Revolutionary Army and continue to move forward unswervingly. No matter if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, or a terrifying demon that can destroy the planet. Advertisement. Just as ambitious people, conspirators, and those who crave power around the world are ready to make moves and undercurrents are surging because of the changes in Marineford. The headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, a huge, strangely shaped airship floating in the air, was now in a state of chaos with everyone running around and people falling to the ground. The president, Big News, Morgans, a man with a bird's head, who always wears a pair of sunglasses and has an almost paranoid obsession with news, is now anxiously directing his subordinates to deal with various reports on Summit War. Quick, send out the special edition about Whitebeard's death. Use the most eye-catching title. Use the largest page. Photos of the destroyed naval headquarters. Post more. Let the whole world see the horror of this war. The news that Fire Fist Ace has been rescued will be suppressed for now until we confirm more details. This is big news, and we can't make any mistakes. Morgans waved his arms like wings, spitting and roaring at his equally busy reporters and editors. Summit War, this war of the century, is simply a feast for a journalist like him. Countless exclusive news and countless explosive news are enough to make him and his World Economic News Agency rich for a long time to come. However, just as he was excited about the news he had obtained, a piece of intelligence marked urgent and top secret was quietly delivered to him. This intelligence did not come from his official reporters around the world, but from some well-informed informants who survived the Summit War by chance, and were passed on through some unofficial channels. The content of the intelligence was very brief and somewhat vague, but the key words mentioned in it were like lightning, instantly striking Morgan's heart, which was extremely sensitive to news. Chapter 36. This is definitely the biggest exclusive news of this century. A mysterious palace rising from the bottom of the sea. A magical bean that can bring the dead back to life. A capsule that can make things appear out of thin air. And a pink demon that can destroy a planet. Morgan's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, instantly widened. His bird-like mouth also opened slightly due to excessive shock. With his beast-like intuition developed from years of journalism work, he immediately realized that behind this piece of scattered intelligence, there must be a piece of earth-shattering news. A big news whose importance and explosiveness may even far exceed the Summit War itself. This is absolutely true. Morgan's voice trembled slightly with excitement, and his heart, which belonged to a journalist, began to beat wildly at this moment. He knew that if this information was true, then all the things he had been concerned about before, such as the outcome of the Summit War, the death of Whitebeard, and the fate of Ace, all seemed to be overshadowed by these more bizarre and incredible miracles. This is the real big news that can shock the world and change history. Advertisement. Quick, get in touch with all the informants near Marineford. Morgan suddenly jumped up from his seat and roared at the communicator beside him, whatever the cost. Whatever the method. Dig out all the information about the mysterious palace, those magical props, and the pink demon. I want to know the truth. I want to know everything. His eyes flashed with greed and enthusiasm like a hungry wolf. He had a premonition that a mythological era that was more magnificent and more bizarre than the great pirates' era seemed to be coming. And he, Morgans, will become the witness and recorder of this new era. This is definitely the biggest exclusive news of this century. Ha 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 ha. Morgans laughed triumphantly and arrogantly. He couldn't wait to make this earth-shattering secret public and let the whole world be shocked. The World Economic News Agency, this huge news machine, began to operate frantically with unprecedented efficiency because of Morgan's exclusive hunch. An excavation operation surrounding the truth of the Dragon Ball Palace also kicked off. The smoke of Summit War not only profoundly affected the structure of marine and major pirates' forces, but also made the seven warlords of the sea system that once dominated the first half of Grand Line become shaky and in name only. The tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, a former cadre of the Revolutionary Army, has now been completely transformed into a human weapon of the world government. In the Summit War, he executes orders like a zombie. His future is full of unknowns and tragedy. Moonlight, Moria was ambushed by Doflamingo in the Summit War, and his whereabouts are unknown after his defeat, and his life or death is unknown. His once glorious thriller bark has long since become a thing of the past. In order to prevent the further expansion of the war and practice his own righteousness, Jinbei, the Sea Knight, openly broke with the world government, gave up his identity as a Shichibukai, and chose to evacuate with Luffy and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates after the war. His future will inevitably be closely linked to the Straw Hat crew. Advertisement. Although the Pirates Queen, Boa Hancock still retains the title of Shichibukai, her mind has long been completely focused on the Straw Hat boy Luffy who haunts her. For her, the identity of Shichibukai and the orders of the world government are far less important than Luffy's every move. If Luffy needs, she can even make the whole world an enemy without hesitation. Among the remaining Shichibukai, there are only a few who are still attached to this identity, or who are still trying to use this identity to achieve their own goals. Crocodile, the former Shichibukai who escaped from prison during the Summit War, has long disdained the identity of Shichibukai. He is now more interested in the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, and the mysterious blueprint of the gravity room he accidentally found in the palace. He believes that if he can master this technology that can fundamentally improve his own strength, his ambition will have greater room to display. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracula Mahawk, also doesn't care much about the identity of Shichibukai. He accepted this title more to kill time and find an opponent who can match him. The mysterious glimmering hilt he accidentally got during the palace incident aroused his interest even more. He could feel that the hilt contained an extremely powerful energy. If it could be fully activated, it might allow him to experience an unprecedented realm of swordsmanship. Only the clown, Buggy, a man with extremely good luck, is still complacent and carried away by the several universal capsules he accidentally obtained. Unlike others, he did not think deeply about the advanced technology behind the capsules, nor did he worry about the pink demon who could destroy the planet. All he thought about was how to use these magical capsules that could create things out of thin air to make a fortune, recruit more followers, and expand his Buggy Pirates group, so as to realize his great dream of becoming the overlord of the sea. At least it looks like it. Ha 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 ha. With these precious capsules, I can have whatever I want. Gold, silver and treasures. Luxurious palaces. Powerful weapons. All of them can be turned into reality. Buggy fantasized about a bright future with beauties on both sides, gold under his feet, and commanding the world, while letting out his signature, hilarious, sharp laugh. He even began to think about using a capsule to conjure up a luxury pirate's ship that was even bigger than the Moby DK, and then hang a clown head on the bow that was redder and bigger than his nose, in order to demonstrate his supreme majesty as a Buggy god tier. Shichibukai, which once balanced the three major forces in the first half of the Grand Line, has now become fragmented and in name only for various reasons. The mysterious props that flow out of the Dragon Ball Palace, and the unknown power represented by the palace itself will undoubtedly further accelerate the collapse of this system and will create even more turbulent waves on the sea of the future. Chapter 37 Symphony of Doom. As the old-time strongmen began to harbor their own evil intentions and undercurrents due to the emergence of the Dragon Ball Palace, the supernovas who emerged in the Sabayati archipelago and were hailed as the worst generation, also heard about the shocking events in Marineford through various channels. Captain Eustace Kidd, the supernova known for his brutality and ambition, was standing on the deck of his pirate's ship made of various scrap metals, with a hideous and excited smile on his face. A palace rising from the seabed. A magic beam that can bring people back to life. And a lens that can see other people's strength. Kidd licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a green light like a hungry wolf. Interesting. Really interesting. It seems that this world is even crazier than I thought. He could keenly feel that the appearance of these mysterious props would completely change the situation in the sea. This meant unprecedented danger, but also, unprecedented opportunities. Guys, Kid shouted to his equally excited crew members, let's go check out the area around Marineford. Maybe we can snatch some goodies from the remnants of the Marine and Whitebeard pirates. Trafalgar Law, the surgeon of death, seemed relatively calm. He was sitting in the command room of a submarine, holding a piece of intelligence about the Marineford incident in his hand, with his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Dragon Ball Palace. God's tool. And that, pink demon. Law's eyes flashed with shrewdness and calculation. He knew that the appearance of these things would inevitably cause a frenzy of competition among the world government and other major forces, and he might be able to use this opportunity to achieve some of his own secret plans. Beppo, Luo said to his adorable polar bear navigator, adjust our course, and we'll go around Marineford as well. But be careful and don't expose yourself so easily. Yes, Captain. Beppo saluted in a naive manner. The magician, Basil Hawkins, took out his mysterious tarot cards and began to predict his future fortune. Advertisement. The tower card, the devil card, and one unclear card. Hawkins looked at the cards in his hand, frowning and muttering to himself, it seems that a huge disaster and unprecedented changes are coming. And that mysterious palace is the eye of all this. The killer warrior, Hero, was silently wiping his two rotating sickles, his eyes full of desire for battle. The gangster, Capone Beige, began to think about how to use those magical props with his castle fruit ability to create a truly invincible mobile fortress. Skulachiman Apu, also known as Si Ming, is using his unique ability to transform his body into various musical instruments to play a doomsday symphony, full of chaos and anxiety. Although these supernovas that emerged in the new era were not directly involved in the Marineford Palace incident, they all keenly felt that the situation in the ocean had become more complicated and more dangerous because of the emergence of these mysterious props and unknown forces, but also, more full of opportunities. Some supernovas who were bold enough or have absolute confidence in their own abilities have begun planning to go to the waters near Marineford to find out what's going on, hoping to get a piece of the pie, or at least see with their own eyes how magical those legendary, God's tools, are. They know that a new era has quietly arrived, and these supernovas will become the weathervane of this new era. They want to carve out a world of their own in this chaotic era. And on the distant daughter island, Amazon Lily, this beautiful country isolated from the world, is no longer peaceful at this moment because of the arrival of a person. After surviving the Summit War and the palace incident full of adventures, Straw Hat Boy Luffy is now sleeping soundly on a soft and comfortable big bed in the palace of Daughter Island. He had some bandages wrapped around his body, but most of his injuries were caused by excessive hunger and physical exhaustion. After all, in the high-intensity battles of the Summit War, he had almost pushed his body to its limit. Advertisement. However, with Luffy's cockroach-like recovery ability, plus the delicious food on Daughter Island, although most of it was eaten by him alone, I believe it won't be long before he can be alive and kicking again. At this moment, he was smacking his lips and talking in his sleep, and his dreams seemed to be filled with all kinds of delicious food. Beside his bed, the Emperor of Daughter Island, Pirates Queen, Boa Hancock, was looking at Luffy's sleeping face with obsession, her eyes filled with infinite love and tenderness. In her opinion, Luffy is full of irresistible charm, whether he is brave and fearless in battle or his carefree and thick-skinned appearance in daily life. Ivankov and Lightning Inazuma, the two cadres of the Revolutionary Army who escaped from the underwater prison impelled down with Luffy, are now temporarily staying on the Daughter Island, waiting for further contact with Dragon. When Luffy woke up from his deep sleep, the first thing he did was to eat. Luffy quickly regained his spirits under Hancock's meticulous feeding. Then, he began to happily tell Ivankov and the others about his strange experiences in the mysterious palace of Marineford. Then, Ace was shot in the chest by the Red Dog head. He bled so much that I thought he was going to die. Luffy said as he gestured, with a look of fear on his face. But, at this moment, I suddenly remembered the cloth bag I picked up before. There were so many red beans in it, and it smelled so good. Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he smelled that strange fragrance again. I quickly took a bean and stuffed it into Ace's mouth. Guess what happened? Luffy lowered his voice in a mysterious manner. The big hole on Ace's chest healed by itself in a flash. There's not even a scar. And he became so energetic all of a sudden. Even better than before. Luffy became more and more excited as he spoke, spitting all over the place. Those beans are amazing. I've never tasted anything so delicious. No, it's something so magical. Advertisement Chapter 38. What exactly is that power? Although the Senzu beans were mainly eaten by Ace and Whitebeard, and Luffy himself did not taste them, but in the mind of a super foodie like him, something that can bring such magical effects must taste great. He was simply obsessed with the taste of those magic beans and thought about them day and night. Ivan-chan. Ivan-chan. Luffy suddenly grabbed Ivankov's arm, with an expectant look on his face. Do we still have those red beans? I want to eat some. No, I want to give them to my injured friends. Ivankov looked at Luffy's greedy expression and felt a bit amused. He shook his head and said, Straw Hat Boy, those magical beans are probably hard to come by. When we came out of the palace, the situation was so chaotic that we were lucky to be alive. There was no chance to collect those things. Ah, so that's it. Luffy's face showed a look of disappointment that was visible to the naked eye. He felt as if he had missed out on 100 million worth of delicious food. He turned to Hancock, blinked his big innocent eyes, and asked in a coquettish tone. Hancock, you are so amazing, can you help me find those red beans again? I really want to. I really want to see how magical they are again. Hancock's heart almost melted when she saw Luffy's cute appearance. She wanted to agree to all of Luffy's requests immediately. However, how could she easily find the magic beans that only existed in legends? She could only shake her head helplessly, with an expression of both doting and embarrassment on her face, which made Sandersonia and Marigold on the side stunned, and secretly sighed in their hearts at the great power of love. Although Luffy was a little disappointed, he quickly turned his attention to other things he saw in the palace. Oh, right. There's a huge black slate in that palace, movies can be played on it. I saw a pink guy that looked so weird. With a whoosh, he blew up a huge planet. It was many times bigger than our Mary. No, it was many times bigger than the Sunny. Luffy gestured and tried to describe what he saw. He didn't seem to realize how terrifying and dangerous the power displayed by the pink demon was. In his eyes, it was more like a very exciting, special effects show. Advertisement Ivankov and Rayleigh, if he were present at the moment, after hearing Luffy's description, the expressions on their faces would probably not be as relaxed as Luffy's. The Daughter Island is filled with Luffy's carefree laughter and his curiosity and yearning for the unknown things. However, he didn't know that all that he had experienced, and those magic beans and pink guys he mentioned, would create such huge waves in the ocean of the future. And he himself, the Straw Hat Boy chosen by fate, is destined to play a more important role in this new storm. Daughter Island is sunny and has a warm sea breeze. Compared with the tense atmosphere of the outside world, this place seems like a paradise, quiet and peaceful. After experiencing the life and death test of the Summit War and the shock of the palace adventure, the Straw Hat crew temporarily rested and recovered on this beautiful Daughter Island. Luffy was still as heartless as ever, eating and sleeping all day long. Occasionally, he would pester Hancock to help him find the Senzu beans that must taste delicious. The other crew members, in their respective fields, were digesting the huge impact of this incident and were full of various thoughts and visions about the future. Roronoa Zoro, the green algae-haired swordsman who aspires to become the world's greatest swordsman, is sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, meditating with his eyes closed. His three famous swords, Wado Ichimonji, third-generation Kitetsu, and Shisui, are quietly placed beside him. The sea breeze blew his green turban, and the sunlight shone on his resolute face, making him look like a silent sculpture. However, his heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. In his mind, the horrifying image of the pink demon destroying the planet that he had seen on the Blackstone tablet in the mysterious palace in Marineford kept replaying. Advertisement The power of destroying the world, which could turn a giant planet into cosmic dust with just a flick of the finger, gave him an unprecedented shock. That shock even exceeded the feeling he had when he was defeated by Hawkeye Mahawk. For the first time, he realized so clearly that in this vast world, or perhaps even outside the world, there existed such an incredible and powerful force that was far beyond his comprehension. Besides the visual impact of the sheer power, Zoro also noticed other details. When the pink demon launched the attack, he seemed to emit an invisible but extremely powerful energy fluctuation. That energy was different from any power system he was familiar with. It is not like Haki, which needs to be activated and perceived through will and spirit. It is not like the Devil Fruit ability, which has a variety of concrete and strange characteristics. That is a kind of more pure, more original, and more explosive power. Zoro couldn't even describe the feeling of that energy accurately. It was like a kind of chi, an inner energy that existed in every living thing, but required special methods to detonate and control. He recalled that in the video, when the pink demon destroyed the planet, his face did not show any effort or reluctance, but looked relaxed and comfortable, as if he had just done a trivial thing. This shows that the use of chi is as natural to him as breathing. Moreover, that kind of chi seems to be used not only for attack, but also for perception. In certain clips of the video, Zoro noticed that the pink demon seemed to be able to easily detect extremely weak energy fluctuations far away at the other end of the universe and accurately locate the target. This perception ability is also different from the observation Haki he knows. Observation Haki is more about the perception of the surrounding environment and the enemy's intentions, while the perception of chi seems to be more grand and subtle, and can even cross interstellar distances. That power. What exactly is it? Zoro pondered silently in his heart. Chapter 39 Could it be that palace is the only one? He vaguely felt that it might be a completely new power system that was completely different from the one he currently possessed. A new training direction that might allow him to break through the current bottleneck and reach a higher level of swordsmanship? Once this thought came to his mind, it was like a fire was ignited in his heart, making him feel both excited and confused. Excitedly, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope on the road to becoming stronger. What confused him was that he had no idea how to contact and learn that unknown power. He didn't even know the exact name of that power, let alone the method of cultivation. He tried to mobilize the Haki in his body, trying to imitate the energy fluctuations emanating from the pink demon in the image, but in the end he achieved nothing. Haki is Haki, and it is fundamentally different from the pure and explosive chi. Could it be that only that palace or that pink demon can possess that kind of power? Zoro's brows were tightly locked together. He thought of the magical items he had obtained in the palace, such as the magic beans and the combat power detector. These things all showed power far beyond the technological level of this era. Perhaps that unknown chi was also part of the mysterious palace civilization? If this is true, then if you want to learn that kind of power, you can only hope to encounter that palace again, or find clues related to that palace civilization. Zoro slowly opened his eyes, a firm and sharp light flashing in his eyes. No matter what, he would not give up the pursuit of greater power. Now that he had seen the power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, he would no longer be satisfied with the status quo. He wanted to become stronger, strong enough to cut through everything, strong enough to protect his cherished companions, strong enough to. One day, he could truly stand on top of the world. Advertisement perhaps, that unknown, chi, is a new key to his goal. He buried this doubt and goal deep in his heart, preparing to slowly explore and pursue it in future adventures. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of the Daughter Island Palace, Vinsmoke Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat crew, was holding a cigarette and skillfully preparing a variety of ingredients. The food on Daughter Island is very rich, and many of them are rare treasures in the outside world. This makes Sanji, a top chef, very happy and satisfied. He prepares a variety of delicious dishes for his partners every day. Of course, his top priority is to take care of the two goddesses in his mind, Nami and Robin. Every time he sees them smile with satisfaction because they taste the food they made, Sanji will feel that he is the happiest man in the world. At this moment, Sanji was humming a tuneless little song while slicing a huge piece of Sea King's grilled meat evenly into thin slices, then pouring a secret sauce on it, which exuded an enticing aroma. However, he was thinking about another thing in his mind. That is the magical item called Universal Capsule, that appeared in the mysterious palace in Marineford. He saw with his own eyes that Buggy, the red-nosed clown, just threw a small capsule and a cool-looking flying motorcycle appeared out of thin air. That scene gave him a great shock. As a chef, Sanji naturally developed a keen interest in this technology that could create something out of nothing. However, he was not interested in flying motorcycles or weapons and equipment. He suddenly had an idea. What if this universal capsule technology could be used to store and create food ingredients? Imagine if he could store the freshest and finest ingredients in the world, such as the legendary dream fish in the rainbow mist, sky shells, a specialty of Sky Island, fluorescent seaweed from 10,000 meters deep in the sea, etc., in universal capsules. Then, no matter how remote or dangerous the waters they sail to, he can prepare the most abundant and delicious meals for his companions anytime and anywhere. Advertisement. Imagine further, what if this capsule technology can not only store food ingredients, but also store already prepared meals? He could compress his carefully prepared top-notch banquets, which included all kinds of precious ingredients and complicated craftsmanship, into a small capsule. Then, when his companions needed it, they only needed to throw the capsule on the ground, and with a bang, a steaming, fragrant and luxurious meal would immediately appear in front of them. How convenient that would be! What a wonderful sight! The more Sanji thought about it, the more excited he became. He even began to draw beautiful pictures in his mind. During the adventure full of dangers, when his companions were demoralized by hunger and fatigue, he handsomely took out a universal capsule and threw it lightly. Then, a table of Sanji's special energy replenishing feast, containing all kinds of delicacies from land and sea that could quickly restore physical strength and mood miraculously appeared. On the beach as the sun was setting, when Nami and Robin were in a good mood enjoying the beautiful scenery, he elegantly took out a universal capsule and threw it casually. Sanji's special ladies' afternoon tea set, containing a variety of exquisite desserts, romantic candlelight and melodious music was romantically presented in front of them. Oh, this is simply gospel for the chef. Sanji was shaking with excitement, and his signature curly eyebrows were twitching with excitement. He even began to fantasize that if he could get enough universal capsules, he could make all his specialties into capsule dishes, and open a unique, Sanji brand universal capsule restaurant in the world. By then, no matter if it was the kings and nobles or the common people, they could taste the cooking skills of this top chef anytime and anywhere. Yeah, this is a great idea. Sanji snapped his fingers, his eyes filled with infinite longing for the future. He decided that when he had the chance, he would study the principle of the universal capsule. If possible, he even wanted to make his own gourmet capsule, specifically for storing food and cooking. Although he knows that this sounds a bit far-fetched, but for a chef full of romance and creativity, nothing is impossible. The inspiration of Sanji's food capsule may really bring unexpected surprises and convenience to the Straw Hat Crew's adventure in the near future. Chapter 40. No, I must understand these techniques. Among the Straw Hat Crew, the ones who are most fascinated by the technological products flowing out of the mysterious palace and have the most say are undoubtedly the sniper Usopp and the shipwright Frankie. These two guys, one is God Usopp, who is famous for all kinds of fantastic tricks and inventions, and the other is Cyborg Frankie, who has top shipbuilding technology and transformation capabilities. They have an almost instinctive love and pursuit for all kinds of new technologies and props. At this moment, Usopp and Frankie were gathered in the workshop of the Sunny, holding a lively technical seminar. In front of them were several combat power detectors, picked up in the chaos of the palace, although most of them were damaged and only some parts were left, as well as several universal capsules of different models, one of which had successfully transformed into a small flying motorcycle, which was now being torn into pieces by Frankie in an attempt to study its internal structure. Frankie, look at this. Usopp held up a combat power detector with only half of the lens left, with an excited expression on his face. This thing is so convenient. Just wear it and you can see the strengths and weaknesses of others. If I can repair it or copy it, then next time I encounter a powerful enemy, I will know in advance. Then I can come up with a better escape. No, a better battle plan. Usopp couldn't put down this small prop that could directly display combat power. He felt that if this detection function could be combined with his slingshot or other weapons, many powerful and very practical new combat props would be born. For example, there is a smart sniper slingshot that can automatically adjust the power of ammunition according to the enemy's combat power value. Alternatively, there's the weakness tracking kill star that can detect the enemy's weaknesses and deliver precise strikes. This idea is so genius. I am worthy of being God, Usopp. The more Usopp thought about it, the prouder he felt, and his nose was about to rise to the sky. Franky didn't care about Usopp's unrealistic fantasies. He was more interested in the universal capsules and the unimaginable level of technology displayed by the mysterious palace itself. Usopp, those little gadgets of yours are nothing compared to this. Franky pointed at the wreckage of the flying motorcycle he had dismantled and the universal capsule shells scattered on the ground, with an expression of both excitement and solemnity on his face. Look at this. Such a small capsule can actually hold such complex and sophisticated machinery, and it can appear out of thin air. This space compression technology, this energy conversion efficiency, is simply super-level black technology. Franky's eyes flashed with fanaticism. He carefully studied the parts of the flying motorcycles and the wreckage of the capsules, trying to find some clues to crack the mystery of this technology. However, he soon discovered that the manufacturing process and materials of these things were far beyond his current knowledge. He couldn't even accurately distinguish the materials of those parts. Advertisement, damn it. What materials are these things made of? What's their energy source? What kind of person is the builder of that palace? Franky scratched his iconic blue crew cut in annoyance. For the first time, he felt so clearly how small and backward his own technological level was in front of those unknown and more advanced civilizations. This feeling made him feel a little frustrated, but more of it was a strong desire to learn and surpass others. No, I must understand these technologies. Franky's eyes were filled with renewed fighting spirit. After we repair the Sunny and become stronger, I must find a way to find the mysterious palace. I want to see with my own eyes how many super-level technologies are hidden in it. He even began to imagine how powerful it would be if he could combine the technology of those palaces with his own cyborg technology and the various functions of the Sunny. The Ultimate Combined Super Robot General Franky Palace Limited Edition. Oh, my blood boils just thinking about it. Franky was so excited that steam was coming out of his whole body. Usopp looked at Franky, who was immersed in his fantasy, and shook his head helplessly. However, in his heart, he was also full of curiosity and yearning for those unknown technologies. Because of this palace adventure, these two tech geeks found a new, common goal. They decided that in future adventures, they must work hard to learn and research those unknown technologies, and strive to upgrade the equipment level of the Straw Hat crew to a brand new, super level as soon as possible. While the men on the ship were full of fantasies and aspirations for the future for various reasons, Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat crew, was deeply worried because of these sudden changes. Nami is a very rational and realistic woman. She is not as heartless as Luffy, nor is she as focused on improving her own strength as Zoro and Sanji, nor is she as blindly optimistic about unknown technology as Usopp and Franky. What she was more worried about was that if these God's tools, with powerful strength, fell into the hands of bad people, they would bring great disaster to this already chaotic world. She had witnessed the magical effect of the Senzu Beans in bringing the dead back to life. If this kind of thing was in the hands of those ambitious pirates or those corrupt kingdoms, wouldn't they be able to launch wars recklessly without worrying about the casualties of soldiers? What a terrible scene that would be. She had also heard about the existence of combat power detectors. If such instruments were widely used, wouldn't those with weaker strength be discriminated against and oppressed because of their low values? The strong would become stronger, and the weak would become weaker. Wouldn't the class solidification in this world become more serious? There are also universal capsules that can create all kinds of creations out of thin air. If they are used to manufacture weapons of mass destruction or to illegally plunder resources, it will be a devastating blow to the ecological environment and peace and stability of the entire world. Not to mention, the pink demon that appeared in the video and could easily destroy the planet. If that kind of existence really came to this world, then everything would lose its meaning. Chapter 41 Daughter Island. The more Nami thought about it, the more frightened she became. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She felt that the balance of the world seemed to be completely broken by the appearance of these alien objects. A strong sense of crisis hung over her heart. Of course, she also clearly realized that if the Straw Hat crew could reasonably use the props obtained from the palace, it would be of great help to their future adventures. For example, Senzu Beans can save the lives of their companions at critical moments. The combat power detector, if it can be repaired, can help them better understand the enemy's strength. And a universal capsule can provide them with various unexpected conveniences. However, the risks involved are equally huge. Once the news that they possess these God's tools leaks out, it will inevitably attract the covetousness and competition of countless forces. At that time, the enemies they will face will probably be stronger than ever before, and will be more unscrupulous. This is really a big problem. Nami rubbed her temples with a headache. She felt as if there was another heavy burden on her shoulders. She knew that as the navigator and chancellor of the exchequer of the Straw Hat crew, she had to be more cautious and work harder to plan the future path for her companions, seeking benefits and avoiding harm, so that they could sail safely on this increasingly dangerous sea and finally reach the legendary final island, Raftel. Nami's worries are not groundless. This world that has become unbalanced because of the Dragon Ball Palace is indeed brewing a bigger storm. Among the Straw Hat crew, the one who is most concerned and thoughtful about the mysterious palace itself and the unknown civilization it represents is undoubtedly the archaeologist, Nico Robin. Robin has a unique ability to interpret historical texts, and has been committed to pursuing the truth of the blank 100 years that was deliberately covered up by the world government. She has a strong interest in various ancient civilizations and lost knowledge. In the mysterious palace of Marineford, what attracted Robin's attention most were not the magical props, but the mysterious golden words twisted like tadpoles engraved on the walls of the palace, and the image of the pink demon played on the Blackstone tablet. Advertisement Robin was sure that those mysterious golden words did not belong to any ancient writing system she knew. Whether it was the hieroglyphics used in historical texts, the ancient symbols passed down by the Shandians of Sky Island, or the remaining records of some other lost civilizations, they were all completely different from this tadpole-like writing. This means that the palace was built most likely by a civilization that was completely independent of all the ancient civilizations she knew of, and even older, or, in other words, more alien civilization. The pink demon that appeared in the video and could destroy the planet with ease, displayed a power that completely surpassed Robin's understanding of ancient weapon. She had witnessed the terrifying power of the ancient weapon, Pluton, in Alabasta. The warship that could destroy an island with one shot was the ultimate weapon that could overturn the balance of the world at that time. However, compared to the pink demon who can easily destroy a planet, the power of Pluton is like a child's toy and is not worth mentioning. This made Robin realize that her previous research on the blank 100 years and ancient weapons might not be enough. It seems that there are some secrets in this world that are older, more powerful, and more terrifying than the research scope of Ohara scholars. That mysterious palace, those tadpole-like words, that pink demon. All of this points to a possibility that makes Robin both excited and uneasy. That could be a super ancient civilization, from outside this world, or an alien civilization. If this guess is true, then the history of this world and the truth of this universe are probably much more complicated and much more exciting than she imagined. Robin's heart was filled with a desire for unknown knowledge and a persistence for the truth of history. She decided that in future adventures, she must find a way to collect more clues about the mysterious palace and the pink demon. Advertisement She believed that solving these mysteries might bring her closer to the truth of the blank 100 years, or perhaps, she could find a path to true history. Of course, she also clearly knew that the pursuit of these taboo knowledge would inevitably be accompanied by great danger. The world government would never allow anyone to touch the secrets that could shake the foundation of their rule. However, Robin will not back down because she has died once, and it was Luffy and her friends who gave her a second life and the courage to continue pursuing her dreams. She will use her own eyes to see all the history of the world. She will use her own hands to uncover the truth that has been buried in the dust. No matter what is waiting for her ahead. On Daughter Island, the members of Straw Hat crew are digesting the impact of this palace adventure, in their own ways, and are full of various thoughts about the future. They may not know yet that they have been unknowingly involved in a larger and more dangerous cosmic event. But what is certain is that their adventure stories will become more exciting and more full of unknowns because of the appearance of these aliens. Daughter Island, this secluded and peaceful place, has temporarily become a safe haven for the Straw Hat crew. After experiencing the life and death test of the Summit War and the huge shock of the palace adventure, the crew members are resting and reflecting in their own ways. The ship's doctor, Tony Chopper, a reindeer with a blue nose and a cute furry appearance, is currently lying in the library of the Daughter Island Palace, with a pile of various medical books borrowed from the Nine Snakes pirates in front of him. However, his mind was not on these ancient medical books at all. His big round eyes were looking out the window absent-mindedly, and his mind kept replaying the unforgettable scenes that happened in Marineford. As a doctor, Chopper's lifelong pursuit is to cure all diseases and save all lives. He has made countless efforts to this end, learned various advanced medical skills, and even turned himself into a monster, in exchange for more powerful healing abilities. Chapter 42. Beans that can bring the dead back to life? He once thought that as long as he worked hard enough, one day he would be able to conquer those difficult and complicated diseases that plagued the world and restore the health of those suffering from illness. However, after witnessing the miraculous healing effects of the magic beans at Marineford, he came to realize how shallow and ignorant his knowledge of medicine was. A tiny, red bean could actually make Ace, whose chest was pierced by lava and whose life was in danger, completely recover in just a few seconds, and he was even more energetic than before the injury. If Chopper hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. This has completely exceeded all his knowledge of medicine, biology, and life sciences. What kind of beans are those? Chopper scratched his cheek gently with his furry little paw, his eyes filled with incredible shock and deep confusion. He couldn't understand what kind of ingredients were contained in the beans to produce such a heaven-defying therapeutic effect. Was it some unknown active substance that could rapidly promote cell regeneration? Or was it some mysterious element that could directly replenish life energy? How does it work? Does it stimulate the body's self-healing ability and push it to its limit, or does it directly use some unknown energy to repair damaged tissues and organs? These questions, like countless little bugs, kept circling and gnawing at his mind, making him feel curious and crazy. As a doctor with an almost paranoid love for medicine, Chopper really wants to get a magic bean, even if it is just a small piece, to conduct a careful study. He wants to know what kind of secrets are hidden in the bean. If he could analyze the ingredients of Senzu beans, understand their working principles, and even could replicate similar drugs, it would be an unprecedented great breakthrough for the entire medical community. Imagine if this drug could be promoted, How many people suffering from diseases and injuries would be saved in the future? How many lives on the verge of death would be given a new life? Advertisement. What a great and exciting medical miracle that would be. The more Chopper thought about it, the more excited he became, and his big round eyes began to sparkle. However, he also knew clearly that this was almost impossible. First of all, the number of Senzu Beans is extremely rare. According to Luffy, when they came out of the palace, the situation was very chaotic and there was no chance to collect more Senzu Beans. The Straw Hat crew probably only had the few Senzu Beans that Sanji and Zoro picked up. And these precious beans must be kept until the most critical moment to save the lives of their companions. How could they be easily given to him for research? Secondly, even if he really got a magic bean, with his existing medical knowledge and experimental equipment, he would probably not be able to analyze its true composition and mechanism of action. He could clearly feel that the beans contained a very mysterious, powerful, and unknown energy. That energy was completely different from any material energy he knew. It seemed to be a higher level of life force that transcended the boundaries of matter. How could a small ship doctor like him easily understand and replicate something that only existed in fantasy? Sigh. Chopper sighed softly, an expression of both longing and helplessness revealed on his furry little face. He knew that he might never be able to unlock the secret of the Senzu Beans. However, this experience also made him more deeply aware of the profoundness of the medical field and the mystery of the universe. He decided that in future adventures, he must work harder to learn medical skills, constantly improve his abilities, and strive to become a panacea that can cure all diseases as soon as possible. Perhaps, one day, he will be able to create a magical medicine like Senzu Beans through his own efforts to save more people in need. Advertisement. Although the hope is slim, he will not give up, because he is a reindeer doctor with firm beliefs and great dreams. On the deck of the Sunny, the musician of Straw Hat crew, the King of Soul, Brook, was holding a cup of steaming black tea and leisurely enjoying the beautiful sea view of Daughter Island. His body, which was only a skeleton left, emitted a strange, luster under the sunlight. Although Brook is an old man who has lived for decades, his curiosity about new things is no less than that of the young people on the ship. He found everything that happened in the mysterious palace in Marineford very novel and exciting. Wow. What an incredible experience. Brook took a sip of his tea and laughed his signature laugh. I never thought that an old man like me could witness such a bizarre sight. He was filled with amazement at the huge palace rising from the bottom of the sea. The magnificent building beyond imagination and the internal structure full of unknown technology opened his eyes. And those, God's props, with magical effects made him marvel. Beans that can bring the dead back to life. Lenses that can see how strong others are. And small capsules that can make things appear out of thin air. Brook shook his skull head, his tone full of disbelief. There are actually such convenient, no, such magical things in this world. If I had these treasures when I was young, my adventure would have been even more exciting, right? Yo ho ho. However, among all the things he saw and heard, what impressed Brook the most, and also what made him feel the most a little uneasy, was the pink demon that appeared in the image on the Blackstone tablet and could destroy the planet with ease. The terrifying scene of the demon destroying the stars with laughter, and the creepy laughter, reminded Brook of some very ancient and terrifying legends about the land of the underworld. According to legend, the land of the dead is not only populated by the souls of the dead, but also by some ancient evil gods who take pleasure in devouring souls and destroying the world. Those evil gods possess unimaginable terrifying power, and their existence itself is a blasphemy against all life. Could it be that pink demon is one of the ancient evil gods in the legend? Chapter 43. Yes, Akinu Admiral. This thought caused a barely perceptible cold light to flash across Brook's hollow eyes. Even though he had died once, it didn't mean he was truly fearless. He still felt fear from the depths of his soul towards the terrifying existence that could easily destroy the entire world. He also tried to use his unique soul power to sense the energy of the palace when he was inside the palace. He wanted to know what kind of power the palace was made of and what kind of existence controlled it. However, when his soul power came into contact with the energy core of the palace, or rather, the area that he thought was the energy core, he only felt an unfathomable, universe-like chaos. That feeling was like a drop of water merging into the boundless ocean and being swallowed up without a trace in an instant. He could not perceive any specific information at all, but could only feel an unknown power that came from the most primitive and original source. This feeling made him feel both awed and powerless. It seems that there are still too many secrets hidden in this world that we mortals cannot understand. Brook sighed softly and drank the tea in the cup. However, he soon regained his optimistic character. Well, although it's a little scary, I've learned a lot. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Maybe I can write these experiences into my new song in the future. The song is called The Adventure of Skeleton Brook's Palace and the Ballad of the Pink Cutie Who Destroys the Planet. Yeah, it sounds great. While fantasizing about his future concerts, Brook started laughing his signature, yo-ho-ho, laugh. Advertisement. For him, the King of Souls who has lived 2 lives, no matter how bizarre or terrifying the things he encounters, he seems to be able to face them with a positive and optimistic attitude. Perhaps, this is the reason why he was able to wander alone in the lonely Devil's Triangle for decades without losing himself. While the Straw Hat crew was enjoying a rare peace on the Daughter Island and was full of various thoughts and aspirations for the future, far away in the ruined Marineford, the naval headquarters was carrying out an important reorganization in full swing. Akinu Sakazuki, the iron-blooded admiral who had just shined in the Summit War and was about to succeed Sengoku as the new Marine Marshal, was now vigorously forming a special secret team in the temporary command center built in the new naval headquarters. The code name of this team was set as Legacy Recovery Team. As the name suggests, the primary mission of this team is to go to the coordinates left by the mysterious palace on the sea, try to enter the palace that may have sunk again, collect more information about the palace, and recover as many palace heritage with magical effects as possible. Akinu attached unprecedented importance to this mission. He personally selected the team members, each of whom was an elite officer in the Marine or a top agent of the secret Cipher Pol CP organization directly under the world government. These members are not only powerful, with Grandmaster's various combat and infiltration skills, but also strong-willed and absolutely loyal to the Marine and world government. In order to ensure the success rate of this operation, Akinu also equipped each member of the team with a combat power detector that was recovered from the Summit War and initially repaired and debugged by Dr. Vegapunk. Although the number of these detectors is very small, and most of them are damaged and unstable, at critical moments, they may be able to help team members better assess the strength of the target, thereby seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, and improving the success rate of the mission and their own survival rate. Advertisement. Listen. Akinu stood in front of the members of the Heritage Recovery Team. His face was distorted by anger and full of murderous intent. His voice was like a roar from hell. This mission is related to the future of Marine and the safety of the entire world. I don't care what method you use or what price you pay, you must turn that damn palace upside down. Bring back everything valuable inside. Especially the beans that can bring people back to life. And the lenses that can see other people's strength. And the capsules that can make things appear. If we encounter any resistance, or anyone who tries to stop us, we will kill them without mercy. Akinu's eyes flashed with undisguised brutality and determination. The justice of our Marines will not tolerate any provocation from any unknown force. Yes, Admiral Akinu. The members of the Heritage Recovery Team responded in unison, their voices filled with a solemn and murderous aura. They knew that this mission would be extremely dangerous and difficult, but they also longed to obtain the legendary God's tools and to uncover the secrets of the mysterious palace. A secret exploration and seizure operation surrounding the sunken palace is about to begin, a bloody prelude under the tough leadership of Akinu. Meanwhile, inside a secret scientific research base of the world government, the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk is currently busy day and night disassembling and analyzing one or two barely functioning combat probes that he obtained through secret channels. His laboratory was filled with all kinds of strangely shaped, flashing precision instruments, and the air was filled with a faint smell of burnt metal and ozone. Dr. Vegapunk was wearing a white scientific research suit and the iconic weird helmet on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes full of wisdom and enthusiasm. His hands were wearing special insulating gloves, and he was carefully using an energy-cutting pen to peel off the outer shell of a combat power detector layer by layer. Whenever he discovered some new internal structures or electronic components that he had never seen before, a gleam of excitement would flash across his eyes, and he would utter meaningless exclamations such as, "Oh oh oh." Or, "So that's it." When he finally disassembled the combat power detector completely and saw the energy sensing chips and micro data processing units inside that were as sophisticated and complex as works of art, even a knowledgeable and talented scientist like him could not help but give a heartfelt sigh of admiration. Chapter 44. It's so incredible. This design. It's incredible. This design. This craftsmanship. This layout of the energy circuit. It's simply a perfect masterpiece. Vegapunk's voice trembled slightly with excitement. He discovered that the level of technology contained in this small detector far exceeded all his previous research results. Especially the core energy sensing chip, it seems to be able to directly sense some special energy particles emitted by the target. He has never come into contact with it, similar to the life energy field, or battle will. And it can accurately quantify it and convert it into specific numbers. And that micro data processing unit can analyze and process these complex energy data in a very short time, and display them on the lens in an intuitive way. This technology. Vegapunk muttered to himself, his brain working rapidly, trying to understand the principles of this technology. He discovered that this technology seemed to involve a completely new theory of energy particle induction and conversion that he had never encountered before. This theory was fundamentally different from all his existing knowledge of physics and energetics. Could it be that, in this universe, there are higher dimensional energy forms that we have not yet discovered? There was a gleam of curiosity in Vegapunk's eyes. He knew that it was almost impossible to completely crack this technology that was ahead of its time in a short period of time. This would require a large amount of experimental data and, perhaps, a subversive theoretical breakthrough. However, he will not be discouraged. Although I can't fully understand it for now, but maybe I can try to imitate some of its functions. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Vegapunk's mind. He could try to use existing technology and materials to simulate certain properties of the energy sensing chip, or at least replicate the lens display system that could display numbers. Advertisement. This process is bound to be very difficult and long. However, for Vegapunk, a science madman, nothing is more exciting than challenging the unknown and exploring the truth. He couldn't wait to get involved in this new research. He believed that if he was given enough time and resources, he would be able to discover more and more amazing secrets from these alien objects. And these secrets may completely change the direction of technology in this world. While the Marines' Legacy Recovery Team was secretly formed in Dr. Vegapunk was conducting a preliminary analysis of the combat power detector. The few remaining Senzu Beans in the hands of the naval headquarters also became the focus of attention of senior generals and the fuse that triggered internal disputes. These hard-earned magic beans were listed as the highest-level strategic materials by the world government and naval headquarters because of their magical effect of bringing the dead back to life. They were stored in a heavily guarded, isolated secret vault, guarded by the Marine Admiral himself in turn, and no one was allowed to approach without permission. Ordinary Marines only saw the miracle of Ace and Whitebeard being resurrected by the beans from afar during the chaos of the Summit War, or heard about its miraculous effects from some gossip. But they had no chance to see the real appearance of the beans, let alone use them. However, the high-ranking officers of the naval headquarters, after witnessing the heaven-defying effect of the Senzu beans themselves, felt extremely complicated. They were eager to get this magical bean, but also had a deep fear of it. They were eager because they knew that if they could get a magic bean in the future battles, it would mean an extra life, which would mean they could turn the tide of the battle and win at the most critical moment. For those of them who had fought on the battlefield for many years and brushed shoulders with death, this temptation was hard to resist. Fear is because they are worried that if the enemy, especially those vicious pirates, also mastered this heaven-defying item, what a terrible nightmare it would be. Imagine if monsters like Kaido of the Beasts or Bigmom also had the ability to revive infinitely, how could Marine fight? Wouldn't the world be completely plunged into darkness and chaos? What made them even more uneasy was that the source of the magic beans was completely unknown. The mysterious palace and the pink demon who could destroy the planet were like a fog, shrouding their hearts. They didn't know whether there was a bigger conspiracy and price behind this gift. Therefore, the distribution and use of these few remaining beans sparked an extremely heated and sensitive discussion within Marine. Advertisement. Some people argue that these beans should be distributed first to the strongest and highest-ranking Marine commanders, such as marshals or admirals, to ensure that they can play the greatest role at critical moments. Others believe that these beans should be used as a strategic reserve and should not be used easily. They should only be used when the Marine is facing a critical moment of life and death. Some people have proposed some more radical ideas, such as trying to use these beans as seeds to grow more beans. Or, give them to Dr. Vegapunk for research, hoping to crack their composition and production methods. Various opinions and suggestions were debated endlessly among the Marine senior management, and no consensus was reached for a long time. In the end, it was the incoming Marine Marshal Akinu who temporarily calmed the controversy with his tough attitude. He announced that until a more reliable source of Senzu beans is found or Dr. Vegapunk makes a breakthrough in his research, the few remaining Senzu beans will be kept by him personally, and their use must be approved by him and the 5 elders of the world government. Although this decision made some people unhappy, it also temporarily maintained stability within the Marine. However, everyone knows that this is only a stopgap measure. The desire for Senzu beans and the fear of unknown power are like two-time bombs, deeply buried in the hearts of every senior Marine general. This complex and contradictory mentality will inevitably have a profound and unpredictable impact on Marines' future decisions and actions. Senzu beans, the gift from God, from an unknown palace, brings hope to the world, but also brings a heavier shadow. New World, a hidden island that is not marked on a map and is shrouded in thick fog all year round. The island has a steep terrain, jagged rocks, and exudes a desolate and dangerous atmosphere. In the heart of the island, inside a huge naturally formed cave, at this moment, it is brightly lit, bustling with people, and filled with a strange bustle that is isolated from the outside world. Chapter 45 Shiryu. Your value is YYY. This is the secret base that the Blackbeard pirates temporarily established after the Summit War. In the center of the cave, a huge bonfire was burning, and the dancing flames cast flickering shadows on the cave wall. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach was sitting on a huge rock that served as a seat in an extremely rough manner. In front of him were several barrels of strong liquor that had just been robbed from an unlucky merchant ship, as well as some roasted meat of unknown sea beasts that exuded a rich meaty aroma. His face was filled with irrepressible pride and excitement, and his signature, thief ha 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 ha, laughter echoed in the cave from time to time, seeming particularly harsh and disturbing. He is surrounded by his vicious companions recruited from the 6th floor of the underwater prison Impel Down, Eternal Hell, Rain. Shiryu, Sound, Van Oka, Fighting Champion. Chises Bajas, Evil Government King. Avalo Pizarro, Giant Battleship. San Juan Wolf, Crescent Hunter. Catalina Depin and Big Barrel. Basque Shot. Each of these guys was once a legendary criminal with great strength and brutal character. However, because of Blackbeard's charm, or strength and promised benefits, they have gathered under his command and become important pawns for him to realize his ambitions. In front of them were also some spoils, captured, from the Summit War and the mysterious palace. The most eye-catching ones are several single-lens instruments with strange shapes, combat power detectors, and a device that looks a little damaged but seems to be still working, emitting a faint blue light, and is similar to some kind of therapeutic instrument. Ha 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 ha. Guys, come and take a look. These are the treasures that I got from that damn palace with great difficulty. Blackbeard pointed at the props and showed off to his crew members while gulping down his wine. He randomly distributed the combat power detectors to several crew members he considered to be more core. Otokoshi. Van Oka, a taciturn Shinso fighter who always wears a strange hat, put it on his right eye immediately after getting a detector. He raised the huge sniper rifle called Chalu in his hand, looked through the lens of the detector, and began to aim at some stones or markers in the distance of the cave. Advertisement. The lens immediately displayed the values of the target objects. Although the stone had no combat power, the detector seemed to be able to sense its density or energy response. Van Oka found that when he aimed the crosshairs at different targets, the values and prompt sounds in the lens would change slightly. He tried to fine-tune his aiming angle and shooting strength according to the values displayed by the detector. He found that this method seemed to allow him to more accurately grasp the distance to the target and, a certain sense of presence. Interesting. Van Oka's mouth curled up slightly. He felt that this thing might help him improve his marksmanship to a whole new level. Shiryu of Rain, the former warden of the undersea prison, is famous for his bloodthirsty nature and powerful swordsmanship. He is not very interested in combat power detectors. In his opinion, a truly strong person does not need to rely on such external objects to judge the strength of the enemy. He was more interested in the treatment device that looked a little damaged. The device looked like a small metal box with some dimly lit indicator lights and a few buttons. In the chaos of the palace, the device seemed to have been damaged, with some cracks on the shell and the indicator lights flickering. Shiryu picked up the healing device and examined it carefully. He noticed that when he brought the device close to some of his old scars, the skin around the scars seemed to produce a faint, tingling sensation, as if some kind of energy was penetrating into it. He tried to press a button on the device. Suddenly, a light blue light as soft as water flowed out from the top of the device. He shone this light on a small wound on his arm that had just been left in the battle. An amazing scene happened. The small wound that was still slightly bleeding, after being irradiated by the light blue light, actually began to heal slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the healing speed was far inferior to the heaven-defying effect of the Senzu Beans, it was much faster than his own powerful recovery ability. Advertisement. Oh, this thing can actually heal injuries. A hint of surprise and a hint of interest flashed in Shiryu's eyes. He knew that although he was powerful, he was often injured in battle. If this device could really speed up the recovery of injuries, it would undoubtedly be a very practical treasure for him. He decided that when he had time, he would study the broken treatment device carefully to see if he could repair it, or at least figure out how to use it and where its energy came from. And the fighting champion, Zisha's badges, a simple-minded, strong man with well-developed limbs, became extremely excited and combative after obtaining a combat power detector. He immediately put the detector on his eyes and began to scan the other crew members in the cave one by one. Oh, Van Oka, your stats are XXX. That doesn't look that good. Do you want to fight me and see who's better? Shiryu, your stats are YYY. A little higher than Van Oka. But you're definitely still no match for my Chisa's badges' Iron Fist. Hey, Abalo, San Juan, what are your numbers? Let me see. I'm going to knock you all down one by one. Badgers was like a child who had got a new toy. He jumped up and down in the cave, provoked people everywhere, and shouted that he would use the detector to find strong people to challenge. The whole cave was in chaos because of him. Blackbeard looked at his crew members who were excited about the new props and smiled with satisfaction. He knew that although the legacy he got from the palace was not much, it was enough to improve the overall strength of his Blackbeard pirates to a certain extent. 2GB Chapter 46 How powerful that would be. What an invincible existence. More importantly, these things also further stimulated the endless ambition and desire for greater power deep in his heart. After distributing the stolen props to the core crew members, Blackbeard locked himself in a relatively quiet stone chamber and began his own secret experiment. The first thing he was concerned about was the backlash he had suffered from forcibly absorbing the power of the shock fruit. Although dark fruit has the ability to devour everything, including the devil fruit, shock fruit is the source of power for Whitebeard, and its violent and powerful energy far exceeds Teach's imagination. In the process of forced deprivation and absorption, his body and soul have endured a huge load and impact, leaving some imperceptible internal injuries and hidden dangers. He took out the damaged healing device he got from the palace. Although the healing effect of this device was far less immediate than that of Senzu Beans, it was better than nothing. He pointed the device at his body and activated the light blue healing light. He could feel a weak but continuous gentle energy slowly seeping into his body, repairing the meridians and cells that were damaged by the backlash of power. It's a slow process, but it works. Ha 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 ha. This thing is actually quite useful. Teach felt his physical condition gradually improving and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After using the treatment device to initially recover from his physical injuries, Teach turned his attention to the combat power detectors. He was full of curiosity and covetousness for this instrument that could visually display combat effectiveness. He was not like Van Oka, who only wanted to use it to calibrate his marksmanship, nor was he like Badgers, who only wanted to use it to find opponents to fight. What he was thinking about was how to steal this technology. He stretched out his left hand, which was covered with a dark aura, and slowly covered an intact combat power detector. Advertisement, Dark Water. Dark Fruit's black hole-like devouring power was activated instantly. He tried to use this ability to devour and analyze the structure and energy fluctuations inside the detector, hoping to find out its working principle, or even copy this technology. However, the material and structure of the combat power detector seemed to be much more complex and solid than he had imagined. Although the devouring power of the dark fruit could have a certain impact on it, it could not easily absorb it like the ability of the devil fruit. There seems to be some kind of extremely sophisticated energy protection mechanism inside the detector that is resisting the erosion of the dark fruit. Oh, interesting. A hint of surprise and a stronger interest flashed in Teach's eyes. He did not give up, but increased the output of Dark Fruit's ability. He could feel that he seemed to be wrestling with some kind of unknown technological power that was beyond his current cognition. He fantasized if he could really combine the devouring power of the Dark Fruit and the terrifying destructive power of the Shock Fruit, and then perfectly combine them with the technological power that transcends the times obtained from the mysterious palace. How powerful that would be! What an invincible existence! By then, the Marine Marshal, the 4 Emperors, and the world government will all be as weak as ants in front of Blackbeard Teach, and will be vulnerable. He will become the real king of the world, rule the entire sea, and even the entire world. This thought, like the sweetest poison, grew and spread wildly in his heart, making him feel extremely excited and intoxicated. Thief, ha 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 ha. Thief, ha 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 ha. His laughter full of ambition and madness was heard again from Teach's stone chamber. He knew that he was one step closer to his supreme goal, and these, God's tools, that fell from the sky were undoubtedly his strongest aid to the throne. A new era, the era of Blackbeard, is about to begin. Advertisement different from the Blackbeard pirates' atmosphere full of conspiracy and ecstasy. The atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates who successfully retreated from the Summit War seemed a bit heavy and confused. They chose a relatively remote and secluded sea area on the edge of the New World as a temporary resting place. It was far away from the Marines' sphere of influence and away from the territories of other 4 emperors, allowing them to take a breather and heal the wounds left by the war. The Moby DK, the flagship that once carried countless glories and legends, now looked somewhat broken and desolate. The hull was covered with traces of battle, and some places were even emitting black smoke. The faces of the crew members were filled with relief for surviving the disaster, but more of it was worry about the future and anxiety about their father's health. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, was sitting quietly in his huge private chair, covered with a thick blanket. His face, although it had regained some color with the help of the magic beans, still looked pale and haggard. His body, which was once as strong as a mountain, now looked a little hunched and weak. Although the magic beans were able to heal his fatal injuries, they could not make up for the life force he had lost due to old age, years of fighting, and old illnesses. He knew that his body was no longer able to do that. He could no longer wield his naginata, shake the earth, and protect his sons like he used to. His era, perhaps, is really coming to an end. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the corps captains gathered in front of him. Marco, Jose, Vista, Ace. Each of them was a child he treated as his own and his most trustworthy partner. My fellow men. Whitebeard's voice was a little hoarse and weak, but still carried an unquestionable majesty. I'm afraid I can't hold on for much longer. Upon hearing these words, the captains present felt a sudden pain in their hearts and their eyes instantly turned red. Dad, don't say that, you will get better. Ace's voice was choked with sobs. He couldn't accept this cruel reality. Yes, Dad. We still have Senzu Beans. They will definitely make you healthy again, Jose also said loudly. His body as hard as diamond was trembling slightly because of sadness. Whitebeard shook his head slightly, with a bitter smile on his face. Silly boys. Senzu Beans may be magical, but they can't save my life. My time limit may really have come. Chapter 47 Inches Fire Fist, Ace. He took a deep breath, and his eyes became unusually firm and full of entrustment. Marco, Whitebeard's eyes fell on the Phoenix. Marco, from today on, the Whitebeard pirates will be handed over to you. Marco's body shook violently when he heard this, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Dad, how can this be possible? Nothing is impossible. Whitebeard's voice suddenly became stern. You are my son, the captain of the first squadron, and the one who is most capable of leading everyone to continue on. You must shoulder this responsibility. His eyes swept across every captain present, and his voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. All of you must support Marco just as you supported me before. The Whitebeard pirates must not fall apart after my fall. We must continue to sail freely on this sea. Dad. The captains all burst into tears. They knew that Dad was making arrangements for his funeral arrangements. Marco clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. His heart was filled with endless sadness and an unprecedented heavy sense of responsibility. He knew that he could not disappoint his father's expectations. He had to cheer up and lead this scarred family to move on. I understand, Dad. Marco's voice was trembling, but unusually firm. I will definitely protect this home, protect all my brothers. Hearing this, Whitebeard finally showed a relieved smile on his face. That's right, this is my Whitebeard's son. His voice gradually became weaker. Marco took a deep breath and tried to calm his grief. He knew that now was not the time to be sad. He had to take on the responsibility of captain as soon as possible and lead his companions out of the current predicament. Advertisement. He began to discuss future plans with other captains. They decided to rest in this remote sea area for a while, so that their father and the injured brothers could recover. At the same time, they also had to familiarize themselves with and study the legacy obtained from the palace as soon as possible, the magic beans, combat power detectors, universal capsules, etc. They realized that these props with magical effects might become an important support for their Whitebeard pirates to survive in this increasingly dangerous sea in the future. They must use these props reasonably to maximize their effectiveness. At the same time, they also have to pay close attention to the movements of the outside world, especially the information about the coordinates of the mysterious palace and the light spot on the sea. They know that there must be a bigger secret hidden behind it. Although the Whitebeard pirates have lost their former peak combat power, they have gained new hope and variables due to the emergence of these palace legacies. Marco feels a great sense of responsibility. He knows that his future will be extremely difficult. However, for his father's entrustment and to protect this family, he will do his best to lead the Whitebeard pirates and continue to write their legend on this magnificent sea. When the Whitebeard pirates chose to lie low and rest, Marco began to take on the responsibility of captain. Fire Fist, Ace is also doing his own training and exploration. After experiencing the life and death test of the Summit War and the miracle of being resurrected by the Senzu Beans, Ace's desire for power has reached an unprecedented level. He was no longer satisfied with simply improving the power of the Mara fruit. He began to think about how to make himself stronger, strong enough to protect everything he cherished, strong enough to no longer let Luffy, his silly brother, worry and take risks for him. Under the guidance of Pluton Rayleigh, assuming that Rayleigh had brief contact and communication with the Whitebeard pirates after the Summit War, Ace began to try to combine his Mara fruit ability with his increasingly improved Haki to a deeper and more perfect level. He discovered that if he could skillfully integrate armament Haki into his own flames, then his flames would become more condensed, more penetrating and destructive, and could even cause more effective damage to enemies with strong defensive capabilities. Advertisement. And if he could combine observation Haki with the perception of fire, then he would be able to be more aware of the enemy's movements and more accurately predict his opponent's attacks, thus gaining a greater initiative in battle. This training method that combines the Devil Fruit ability with Haki is a completely new field for Ace. He is full of curiosity and enthusiasm, and invests a lot of time and energy every day to carry out hard training and attempts. In addition to cultivating his own abilities, Ace was constantly recalling the image of the pink demon destroying the planet that he had seen on the Blackstone tablet in the mysterious palace in Marineford. He was filled with confusion and a hint of yearning for the pure and powerful chi emanating from the pink demon. He could clearly feel that this kind of chi was fundamentally different from Haki. It was more restrained and more explosive. He tried to imitate the way the pink demon in the video used energy, trying to understand the essence of that pure chi. He wanted to know how that power was generated, how it was controlled and how it was detonated. Although he hadn't found any clues yet, and couldn't sense whether there was a similar chi in his body, he didn't give up. He had a hunch that if he could understand and master the mystery of chi, then his strength would achieve a qualitative leap. He longed to become stronger, not only for himself, but also to stop his brother, who always risked his own life to pull him back from the brink of death, from crying for him and worrying about him anymore. Luffy, wait for me. I will definitely become stronger, strong enough to protect you. Ace muttered silently in his heart, his eyes full of determination. The flame, in his hands, burned more vigorously and was more full of hope. Just as the strong people from all over the world were harboring their own ulterior motives and undercurrents were surging because of the emergence of the Dragon Ball Palace. The constantly flickering lavender light coordinates left by the mysterious palace on the sea surface began to attract the attention of the whole world like a huge magnet. Chapter 48. The target appears. Everyone is ready to fight. Countless ambitious people, explorers, pirates, bounty hunters, and those who are curious about the unknown have learned of the existence of this mysterious coordinate through various channels. Some of them are seeking the legendary Dragon Ball that can grant any wish. Although this is only speculation by the five elders, rumors tend to become more and more bizarre. Some do it to obtain the God's tools that have magical effects, such as Senzu Beans, combat power detectors, or universal capsules. Some want to explore the mysterious palace that may be hidden in the deep sea, hoping to discover the secrets of a lost ancient civilization, or a more powerful power. Others come purely for adventure and excitement, wanting to see with their own eyes what kind of miracles are hidden in this mysterious place that can cause a worldwide sensation. For a moment, the sea area near Marineford became turbulent again, and there was a sense of panic. Ships of various forces and flags began to gather secretly from all corners of the world towards the coordinates of the flashing mysterious light spot. Among them are the pirates, the supernova group that emerged in the new era and are eager to become famous overnight. There are arms dealers and intelligence traffickers who call the shots in the dark world and attempt to make huge profits from it. There are archaeologists and explorers who are fascinated by ancient civilizations and unknown forces. There are even some secret reconnaissance ships belonging to the world government and the marine, secretly monitoring the movements in this sea area. This sea area, which was once reduced to a scorched earth by the Summit War, has now once again become the focus of the world's attention because of a new, more mysterious and more tempting treasure. A new battle surrounding an unknown palace in the God's props is about to begin in secret. Advertisement. This time, the forces involved will be more complicated than the Summit War and more unpredictable. The sea once again became restless because of the unknown. The sea area near Marineford has once again become the focus of the world because of the mysterious coordinate point that keeps flashing lavender light. Countless ships with various purposes, like sharks smelling blood, gather from all directions, trying to get a share of the huge changes caused by the unknown palace. Faced with this chaotic situation, the naval headquarters, which had just experienced a brutal battle and suffered heavy losses, would naturally not sit idly by. Under the strong command of the incoming Marine Marshal Akinu Sakazuki, a fleet consisting of dozens of elite warships quickly established a tight blockade in the outer waters of the mysterious light coordinates. These warships, with their gun barrels erected and heavily guarded, stretch across the turbulent sea like a great wall of steel, trying to prevent any unrelated personnel from approaching the area full of unknowns and dangers. Marine's radio was also constantly broadcasting warnings to the surrounding sea areas. Warning. Warning. The sea area ahead has been listed as a Marine Level 1 control area. Any unauthorized vessels are prohibited from approaching. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. However, for those desperate criminals, Marine's warnings often have the opposite effect. The more forbidden, the more curious they become. The more dangerous, the more excited they become. What's more, the goal this time is the legendary Dragon Ball Palace that can fulfill any wish, as well as those God's tools that have miraculous effects. This temptation is enough to make any ambitious and powerful person crazy. Therefore, although the Marine blockade seemed impregnable, it was constantly attacked by forces from all sides shortly after it was established. Some smaller pirate groups that were weaker or just wanted to try their luck wisely chose to retreat after seeing the Marines' prepared posture. However, some powerful pirates who have various strange means did not take the Marine blockade seriously. Like cunning foxes, they used various methods to try to break through the Marine defense line. Advertisements and pirate groups, relying on their strong ships and powerful guns, tried to force their way through the checkpoint from the front. Some pirates groups took advantage of the cover of night or bad weather and tried to sneak in quietly. There are also some pirates with special devil fruit abilities, each with their own special powers. Some can make ships invisible, some can control ocean currents, and some can even travel directly on the seabed. For a while, near the blockade outside Marineford, the sounds of gunfire, shouting, and the roar of various devil fruit abilities colliding were heard one after another. Although the Marine soldiers had the advantage in numbers and equipment, they were stretched thin and exhausted because they had to defend the long blockade and deal with all kinds of strange tactics that emerged one after another. In this chaotic situation, the Legacy Recovery Team, secretly formed by Marine, also faced their first actual combat test. This team, composed of elite Marine officers and top CP agents, is currently on a specially modified, extremely fast, and powerful assault ship, conducting patrol and support missions inside the blockade. Their mission is not only to stop the pirates who try to break through the blockade, but more importantly, to test the real effects of the palace heritage they have just obtained, especially the combat effectiveness detectors, in actual combat. Soon, the opportunity came. A group of pirates flying a ferocious skull flag and with their hulls covered with rams and armor, ignored the Marines' warnings and rushed from the flank at high speed towards a weak link in the blockade like a mad dog. The captain of this pirate group was a burly man with a face full of flesh, wielding a huge mace. He seemed very confident in his own strength, and while commanding the ship to charge, he let out a deafening laugh. "Boys, charge for lousy. Break through the Marines' shitty defense line. The treasures inside are all ours. Wahahaha." The ships responsible for defending the blockade were several ordinary Marine patrol ships. Facing the aggressive pirates, they seemed to be somewhat powerless and were soon breached by the enemy's first line of defense, causing considerable casualties. At this critical moment, the assault ship of the Legacy Recovery Team rushed to the battlefield as quickly as an arrow. The target has appeared. Everyone prepare for battle. The team's commander, a Marine colonel with a scar on his face and eyes as sharp as an eagle, calmly gave orders through the communication device. Chapter 49 Report. Enemy Pirates Ship, Captain's Strength Assessment is XXX. The team members immediately entered combat mode. They put on their eyes the combat detectors that they had obtained from the palace and that had been initially repaired and debugged by Dr. Vegapunk. Report. The enemy pirates ship, the captain's strength is assessed as XXX, there are XX other cadre level members on board, with strength assessed between YYY and Zs. The rest of the miscellaneous soldiers pose a lower threat. After activating the combat power detector, a CP9 member in charge of reconnaissance and intelligence analysis quickly reported the strength composition of the enemy pirates group to the commander in clear numbers and levels. Although these detectors cannot display extremely accurate and detailed values like those in the palace due to damage and technical limitations, and cannot fully understand the meaning of those mysterious golden words through drive. Vegapunk's preliminary analysis and debugging by some experienced technicians, they can roughly determine the combat power level of the target and use some common codes and symbols within the Marine to simply mark and distinguish them. For example, high threat target, medium threat target, low threat miscellaneous soldiers, etc. Very good. The commander nodded with a satisfied look on his face. He immediately began to make targeted tactical deployments based on the intelligence provided by the detector. First squad. Concentrate your firepower and attack the enemy captain. Make sure to suppress or kill him in the shortest possible time. Team 2. Be responsible for eliminating those cadre level members. Pay attention to coordinated operations and don't fight too long. Third squad. Provide covering fire. Clear out those miscellaneous soldiers. Don't let them interfere with our main force. Sniper. Prioritize eliminating the gunners and helmsmen on the enemy ship. Clear and precise instructions were quickly conveyed to every member of the team. After receiving clear goals and instructions, the members of the Heritage Recovery Team immediately began to work efficiently like sophisticated war machines. They no longer need to observe and test for a long time to roughly judge the enemy's strength and threat level as before. Now, they only need to use the combat power detector to take a glance and have a relatively clear understanding of every enemy on the battlefield. Advertisement. This allows them to allocate firepower more effectively, select attack targets more accurately, and respond to various emergencies more calmly. The members of the first team were all Marine officers of Grandmaster Rokushiki and Armament Hockey. They rushed directly onto the enemy's pirate ship like a tiger descending from a mountain, and then, relying on their advantages in numbers and coordination, as well as their clear understanding of the enemy captain's strength level, they began to besiege him. The arrogant pirate's captain soon felt the pressure when facing these well-prepared marine elites. Every attack he made seemed to be predicted by the other side, and every counterattack by the other side was accurate and deadly, making him unable to defend himself. At the same time, the CP members of the second team also entangled the pirates' cadres like ghosts. They used the intelligence provided by the detector to accurately determine the ability characteristics and weaknesses of each cadre, and then adopted targeted tactics to quickly and efficiently eliminate them. The marine soldiers of the third squad, relying on their sophisticated weapons and equipment and skilled shooting skills, ruthlessly suppressed the pirates who tried to resist. The entire battle process, although still fierce, was also more orderly and more efficient than ever before. In just over 10 minutes, the pirates group that had been trying to break through the blockade with great momentum was defeated by the precise attack of the Legacy Recovery Team, and suffered heavy casualties. The arrogant pirates captain was also severely injured by the members of the first team and was eventually captured alive. Most of the remaining pirates' cadres and miscellaneous soldiers were also eliminated or captured. A battle that could have lasted for hours ended in a very short time with the overwhelming victory of the Marine. After the battle, the commander of the Legacy Recovery Team looked at the dejected pirates' captives and his team members who were almost unscathed, with a satisfied smile on his face. He knew that the victory of this battle was inseparable from the heroic fighting and exquisite coordination of the team members. But more importantly, it was the huge role played by those combat effectiveness detectors in actual combat. Advertisement: this intelligence advantage of being able to predict the enemy's strength in advance and thus launch targeted strikes is really too powerful. The victory of this small-scale conflict and the outstanding performance of the combat effectiveness detector in actual combat were quickly reported to the top management of the naval headquarters. This made those marine generals who were originally skeptical about these palace heritages, or worried about their unknown risks, have a stronger interest in and a more urgent need for this new type of technological prop. They realize that in future naval battles, the advantage of intelligence will become more and more important, and this detector that can directly display combat power will undoubtedly become a powerful weapon for Marine to defeat the enemy. If this kind of detector can be equipped on a large scale to every Marine soldier, then the overall combat effectiveness of the Marine will get a qualitative leap. As a result, the Marine top brass expectations for Dr. Vegapunk to crack and imitate the combat effectiveness detector became more urgent. However, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Just when the Marine top brass were excited about the actual combat effectiveness of the combat effectiveness detector and were full of beautiful fantasies about its large-scale deployment, Dr. Vegapunk, who is far away in a secret scientific research base of the world government, has fallen into an unprecedented dilemma and deep helplessness because of another legacy he got from the palace, the Universal Capsule. Dr. Vegapunk, a genius scientist who is known for his wisdom that is 500 years ahead of his time, has a profound understanding and unique insights into various unfathomable scientific and technological principles. He has successfully analyzed the bloodline factor of devil fruit and created the human weapon, pacifist, that can fire lasers. In his opinion, there seems to be no scientific and technological problem in this world that he cannot solve. However, when he faced those small and exquisite universal capsules he got from the Dragon Ball Palace, he felt for the first time helpless. Chapter 50: Huge Sensation and Crazy Pursuit. He carefully placed an unused capsule of super glue in a specially made energy analysis instrument filled with various high-precision sensors. He tried to decipher its internal working principle by analyzing the energy fluctuations and spatial changes generated when the capsule activated and released objects. However, no matter how he tried, he could not accurately capture the mystery of the folding of space and the reconstructing of matter. He discovered that the interior of those universal capsules seemed to contain a kind of extremely special energy field that he had never encountered before. That energy field could distort and fold space in a way that he could not understand, compressing huge objects into capsules that were so tiny that they could almost be ignored. Moreover, when the capsule is activated and releases the object inside, the energy field will expand and reconstruct the compressed matter in an equally incredible way, restoring it to its original shape and size. This technology of creating things out of thin air has completely exceeded all of Dr. Vegapunk's existing theories of physics and space. He felt like an elementary school student who had just learned addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, but suddenly had to face difficult advanced problems such as calculus and quantum mechanics. He was filled with a sense of powerlessness and frustration. This is impossible. This kind of spatial rules, this kind of energy conversion efficiency, this is simply not the level that the technology in our dimension can reach. Dr. Vegapunk muttered to himself in a daze as he looked at the chaotic and irregular energy data on the instrument screen. He even began to suspect that the civilization that created these universal capsules was not from their world at all. Instead, it was a more advanced super civilization from another dimension or another universe. He tried to conduct some superficial research on the external materials and activation methods of those universal capsules. He discovered that the shells of the capsules seemed to be made of an extremely tough unknown alloy that could store and conduct special energy. And the way to activate the capsules seemed to be through some specific vibration frequency or energy pulse. However, these were just appearances. He had no idea about the core technology of space folding and material reconstruction. It is still a long way to go before we can imitate even the simplest universal capsule that can store a needle or a small stone. This made Dr. Vegapunk, who always considered himself a genius, feel unprecedentedly frustrated. Advertisement. He knew that he might have encountered an ultimate technological problem that he might not be able to completely solve even if he spent his entire life on it. However, Dr. Vegapunk is Dr. Vegapunk after all. After a brief moment of frustration, his eyes were once again filled with the enthusiasm and persistence that is unique to unknown things. The more difficult it is to understand, the more worthy it is to study. He clenched his fists and swore in his heart, I must thoroughly understand the technology of this universal capsule, even if it takes all my time and energy. A difficult research project centered on space technology has quietly begun in Vegapunk's laboratory. At the same time, the legend of another kind of palace heritage, the magic beans, is also fermenting and spreading at an astonishing speed in every corner of the world, especially in the underground world. Initially, people just heard that there was a kind of red bean that could bring people back to life and instantly heal fatal injuries. This rumor was shocking and incredible enough. However, as time went by, and as some people with ulterior motives added fuel to the fire and exaggerated the stories, the legend about the magic beans began to become more and more bizarre, and more magical. Some people say that the magic beans can not only heal injuries, but also make people rejuvenate and restore their youth. Some people say that the magic beans can make people immune to all diseases, invulnerable to swords and guns, and have an indestructible body. Some people even say that the magic beans are not beans at all, but a kind of immortality drug that can make people immortal and ascend to heaven. These increasingly outrageous rumors spread rapidly like a virus among those who longed for eternal life or suffered from terminal illnesses, causing a huge sensation and crazy pursuit. There are countless billionaires who are suffering from illness. There are countless powerful people who are terrified of death. Advertisement. Countless ambitious heroes who suffer from old age and physical weakness. As if they had grasped at the last straw, they began to seek the legendary elixir of life at all costs, using all their wealth and power. All of a sudden, the bounty price for Senzu beans on the black market was driven up to a staggering astronomical figure. A tiny bean that may not even exist can be worth more than an island or a powerful fleet. Countless bounty hunters, information dealers, and those profit-seeking desperados, like flies smelling blood, began to frantically inquire and pursue the whereabouts of the Senzu beans. Some of them have targeted those forces that participated in the Summit War and may have gained some benefits from it, such as the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates or the Blackbeard pirates. Some of them tried to steal information and physical objects about Senzu beans from the marine or world government through various illegal channels. Some people even take the risk and head to the coordinates of the mysterious light spot on the sea near Marineford, hoping to find the legendary elixir of life from the palace that may be hidden in the deep sea. The entire underground world has become turbulent and people are in panic because of the legend of the magic beans. Those forces that actually control a small amount of Senzu beans, such as the Marines or the Whitebeard pirates, find this situation both funny and troubled. They knew that although the magic beans were magical, they were definitely not an elixir of life. Moreover, the number of magic beans they had was extremely limited, and it was impossible to satisfy the greed of so many people. However, they were unable to effectively stop the spread of these rumors, because for those who longed for life, any glimmer of hope was worth all the price they paid. The legend of the magic beans is like a Pandora's box. Once opened, it can never be easily closed again. The chain reaction it triggers will also have a profound and unpredictable impact on the future world pattern. Just when the outside world was in an uproar over various palace legacies. Chapter 51. The Revolutionary Army's attention, Dragon's deep thoughts. Naval Headquarters. The investigation into the coordinates of the flickering lavender light spot left by the mysterious palace on the sea is also proceeding in an orderly manner. Under the strong order of Akinu Sakazuki, the Marine first dispatched several unmanned exploration submarines equipped with the most advanced sonar detection systems and deep-sea cameras to conduct preliminary, non-contact exploration of the deep-sea area below the coordinates of the light spot. The images and data sent back by the unmanned detection submarine once again deeply shocked the Marine's top brass. They discovered that directly below the coordinates of the light spot, about several thousand meters deep in the sea, the huge palace that once floated in the air was now standing quietly on the dark seabed, like a sleeping ancient giant. The structure of the palace did not seem to have suffered much damage from sinking into the deep sea, and it still maintained its unique shape full of smooth curves and unknown metallic luster. What surprised them even more was that in a certain area of the palace, it seemed to be the location of the huge circular one eye that sucked everyone in and out before a relatively stable space channel that emitted a pale purple light was formed. That space passage was like an invisible entrance connecting the inside of the palace and the deep sea outside. It was surrounded by all kinds of chaotic and violent energy turbulence, as well as some extremely powerful and unknown force fields. The unmanned detection submarine tried to approach the space channel, but just when it approached a certain distance, it was bounced back by a strong repulsive force. Moreover, the various precision instruments on the submarine also experienced different degrees of failure and malfunction due to the interference of those energy turbulences. It seems that entering the palace is not as easy as we thought. Vice Admiral he looked at the images and data sent back by the unmanned detection submarine, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice. Akinu's expression also turned a little ugly. He originally thought that as long as he found the location of the palace, with the powerful strength of Marine, he could easily enter it and take away all the legacy inside. But now it seems that the palace's defense mechanism is far more complicated and dangerous than he imagined. The risks of rashly sending the legacy recovery team into the space channel filled with unknown energy turbulence and powerful force fields can be imagined. Once an accident occurs, those elite Marine officers and CP agents will most likely be wiped out, and even their bodies will not be found. Order the Heritage Recovery Team to temporarily stop all actions. Although Akinu was filled with resentment and anger, he also knew that now was not the time to act rashly. He had to be responsible for the lives of those loyal subordinates. Until Dr. Vegapunk conducts a more in-depth analysis and assessment of the nature of those energy fields and space channels, and finds a relatively safe way to enter, no one is allowed to approach that coordinate point without permission, let alone attempt to enter the palace easily. Akinu's tone was firm and unquestionable. He knew that one should eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. In the face of such an unknown existence beyond imagination, caution and patience are often more important than recklessness and impulsiveness. Marine's exploration operation has temporarily come to a standstill. The mysterious palace sleeping in the deep sea and the coordinate light spot constantly flashing on the sea surface are still like a huge mystery, attracting the attention of the whole world, and waiting for a suitable opportunity to show the world its tip of the iceberg again. Daughter Island, this mysterious country known as the Forbidden Land for Men, has now added a rare bustle and vitality due to the arrival of Straw Hat crew. Luffy, the nervous and energetic boy in the straw hat, has recovered from his injuries, mainly due to excessive hunger and physical exhaustion. After a few days of eating and sleeping, he has regained his lively and energetic appearance. During the time of recuperation on Daughter Island, in addition to enjoying Hancock's meticulous, loving feeding every day, Luffy also heard a lot of rumors about the outside world from Ivankov, Jinbei, assuming he also stayed on Daughter Island temporarily, and some other well-informed 9 snake warriors. Of all the things that made him most excited and curious, of course, was the information about the coordinates of the lavender light spot that was constantly flashing on the surface of the Marineford Sea left by the mysterious palace. Wow! That big palace actually left a shiny mark in the sea. Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent, and a childlike innocent and excited smile appeared on his face. He immediately jumped up from the bed, waving his arms and shouting, "Great, let's get going. I want to go to the big palace, to continue exploring. Maybe there are more delicious beans and more fun toys in it." For Luffy, the mysterious palace that descended from the sky, actually rose from the bottom of the sea, was simply a huge amusement park full of unknowns and surprises. He was completely unaware of the dangers that might be hidden behind the palace, and the huge disputes that might be caused by those magical props. All he could think about were those fragrant beans and those universal capsules that could create things out of thin air. Maybe I can find the pink guy who can blow up a planet with a whoosh. I want to make friends with him. He must like to hold parties too. Luffy touched his chin and talked to himself, his face full of infinite yearning for unknown adventures. Nami and Usopp, who were standing aside, immediately had 3 black lines on their foreheads after hearing Luffy's big words, and their faces showed expressions of helplessness and headache. "Luffy, calm down." Nami put her hands on her hips and shouted at Luffy, trying to pull him back from his unrealistic fantasy. "Do you know how dangerous that place is right now? The Marines must have set up many defenses there. Moreover, ambitious people and pirates all over the world are eyeing that place. With our current strength, if we rush over rashly, we will simply die." Advertisement Usopp also nodded repeatedly, with an exaggerated expression of fear on his face. "Yeah, Luffy, I have a disease that prevents me from going to dangerous places, and that pink guy doesn't look friendly at all. He's a monster that can destroy the planet. How could you want to make friends with him?" But there must be a lot of fun things there." Luffy pursed his lips a little aggrieved. He was still full of infinite curiosity about the big palace. "To have fun, you need to be alive to play with it." Nami rudely slapped Luffy in an attempt to sober him up. Just when Luffy was a little depressed because he couldn't go to the Grand Palace to explore immediately, and Nami and Usopp were trying to stop him from acting impulsively, a voice full of majesty and wisdom came from the side. "Luffy, Nami is right. It's not the right time for you to go to that place yet." The person who spoke was Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. He had arrived at the door of the room without knowing when, with a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes were full of solemnity. "Uncle Rayleigh." Luffy's eyes lit up again when he saw Rayleigh, and he immediately wanted to ask Rayleigh how to explore the big palace. However, Rayleigh waved his hand, signaling him to stay calm. "Luffy," Rayleigh's expression became serious. He slowly walked in front of Luffy and said in a deep voice, "Do you know what the emergence of that mysterious palace and the outflow of that magical tool mean to the whole world?" Luffy blinked and shook his head in confusion. "I don't know, but I think those beans are delicious. No, they're magical." Rayleigh couldn't help but smile when he heard this, but soon returned to his serious expression. "That palace, and the legacy it brings, will definitely completely disrupt the original balance of power in the New World." Rayleigh's voice was filled with a subtle worry. Whether it is the Marine, the other 4 emperors, or those ambitious people hiding in the dark, they will all engage in more intense and cruel struggles in order to compete for these forces that can change the situation of the war. In the future, the strength of the enemies you encounter in the New World may become more unpredictable and more, due to the appearance of these items. Rayleigh looked at Luffy deeply and said solemnly, "If you want to protect your friends and realize your dreams, you must master the real power as soon as possible. Hockey is what you need to master most now, and it is also the way to make you stronger. In the next 2 years, I will do my best to guide you in the practice of hockey. You must be prepared to welcome the coming new era that is even more magnificent and more dangerous. Otherwise, you and your companions will most likely be ruthlessly swallowed by this new wave." Rayleigh's words were like a wake-up call, and Luffy, who was still immersed in the beautiful fantasy of the big palace, gradually calmed down. He knew that what Uncle Rayleigh said was right. His current strength was far from enough. If he could not become stronger, he would not be able to protect everything he cherished, nor would he be able to continue to freely adventure in this increasingly dangerous world. I understand. Uncle Rayleigh. Luffy's eyes became firm, and he nodded heavily. I have been practicing hard for more than 10 years. I will definitely become stronger, strong enough to beat away all the bad guys who dared to bully my friends. Seeing Luffy's renewed fighting spirit, Rayleigh showed a relieved smile on his face. He knew that this young man with the will of D would never let him down. After listening to Rayleigh's words, the Pirate's Queen, Boa Hancock also made an important decision in her heart. She knew that although she was one of the Shichibukai and possessed great strength, she was still inferior to the truly top-notch masters of the New World. The daughter island she ruled had also been facing various threats from the outside world. If she wants to continue to protect her country and her people in the future, and more importantly, to protect her beloved Luffy, then she must become stronger and provide more help for Luffy's future adventures. So Hancock made a decision that surprised all the 9 snakes. She ordered the 9 snakes pirates and the Amazon Lily Kingdom on the daughter island to mobilize all their intelligence networks and resources to start collecting all the information about the Dragon Ball Palace, those magical props, and the coordinates of the mysterious light spot on the sea. She wanted to do her best to clear some obstacles and provide some useful information for Luffy's future adventures. Advertisement. She even secretly thought that if the time was right, she might be able to personally lead the 9 snakes pirates' most elite warriors to accompany Luffy to explore that place. A mysterious palace full of unknowns and dangers. For Luffy, she is willing to give everything, even if it means making the whole world her enemy. Hancock's decision will undoubtedly bring great help to Luffy's future adventures. It also deepens the bond between the Straw Hat crew and the 9 snakes pirates. Just when the powerful people from all over the world were getting ready for the mysterious palace and its legacy, and even began to rub their hands and prepare for a big fight. World government, this huge machine that rules the entire world, is also secretly carrying out their manipulation of public opinion. The 5 elders knew that the advanced technology displayed by the Dragon Ball Palace, and the props with miraculous effects were of great significance to ordinary people. Huge temptation. If this information is allowed to spread freely, it will inevitably cause panic and treasure hunting frenzy around the world. At that time, countless people will flock to the vicinity of Marineford Sea area, trying to get a piece of the pie from the sunken palace. This will not only bring great trouble to the marine blockade and exploration operations, but more importantly, it may expose some truths that the world government does not want to see to the world. In front of people. For example, the existence of the pink demon who can destroy the planet. For example, behind that palace, there might be an unknown civilization hidden that is far beyond their imagination. Once these things are made public, they will inevitably shake the foundation of the world government's rule, and may even trigger a global crisis of faith. This is something the 5 elders absolutely do not want to see. So, under their secret instructions, the world government began to spread the word through various media channels they controlled, newspapers, radio, and even some official propaganda machines. Spreading some carefully fabricated and distorted statements. They described the mysterious palace rising from the bottom of the sea as the lair of an ancient demon that has been sealed for thousands of years. They said that the magical items that flowed out of the palace, such as the magic beans, combat power detectors and universal capsules, were spread by the devil to lure people to fall. Bait. They even fabricated some sensational cases, claiming that those who used the devil's props temporarily gained some benefits, but eventually suffered all sorts of terrible misfortunes and disasters, such as becoming insane, or having one's soul devoured by demons, etc. In this way, the world government tried to demonize the mysterious palace and everything related to it. They hope that through this kind of public opinion guidance, they can reduce the curiosity of ordinary people about the palace and their enthusiasm for treasure hunting, and make them fear and reject those props of God. Psychologically, in order to cover up the truth and prevent more people from exploring the palace. Although this method of manipulating public opinion is somewhat crude, it is not completely ineffective. Some ordinary people who did not know the truth, after believing these demonized propaganda, did develop some fear and resistance towards the palace and those props. Dared to talk about and explore the work easily. Advertisement Chapter 52. The shock of the World Economic News Agency, Morgan's exclusive premonition. However, for those who are truly powerful and ambitious, or who have witnessed the magic of the palace and even benefited from it, the demonization propaganda of the world government is simply a joke. Inside the royal palace of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at the official newspaper in his hand that had the headline, "Beware of the devil's legacy, stay away from the temptation of the palace," and a smile full of mockery and disdain appeared on his face. Foo. World government, these old guys are really going backwards. Do you think they can stop people's desire for power with such childish tricks? It's really too naive. Doflamingo threw the newspaper into the fireplace and watched it turn to ashes in the flames. In his view, power is power, whether its source is divine or evil, there is no essential difference. The key is how to use it and what kind of benefits it can bring to oneself. In his eyes, the so-called devil's lair was clearly a golden land full of endless treasures and opportunities, and those so-called devil's temptations, in his view, were gifts from God that could make him stronger and realize his greater ambitions. The demonization propaganda of the world government not only did not frighten him in the slightest, but it made him more determined to get a piece of the legacy of the palace. He has spread the news of the high reward through the underground network of Joker. He believes that soon all kinds of information about the palace and props will continue to flow into his hands. On a secret island in the New World, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, after hearing the world government's propaganda, let out a deafening laugh. Ha 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 ha, 843, the Devil's Lair? The Devil's Temptation? Well said, very well said. Blackbeard poured liquor into his mouth, slapped his thigh and laughed. Is there anyone in this world who is more devilish than me, Blackbeard? Those so-called devilish tools are tailor-made for me? Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard not only had no objection to the world government's propaganda, but he actually felt that it was very much to his liking. In his opinion, power is the only truth. No matter where this power comes from, as long as he can use it and help him realize his ambition to dominate the world, it is a good thing. Instead, he was somewhat grateful for the world government's reverse propaganda, because it might scare off some timid competitors and make it easier for him to obtain those precious palace heritages. He has already started planning. When his strength improves a little bit, and he better integrates the abilities of the shock fruit and dark fruit with the props he has obtained, he will personally lead people to the mysterious coordinates of the light spot on the sea and explore the so-called Devil's Lair. He believed that there must be more and more powerful devil's treasures hidden there, waiting for him, the real devil, to discover. In addition to Doflamingo and Blackbeard, some other powerful people who had personally experienced the palace incident or had some knowledge of those God's tools, such as the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, the Red Hair pirates, and even some supernovas, all sneered or disdained the demonization propaganda of the world government. In the eyes of those who are truly at the pinnacle of power, or who aspire to reach the pinnacle of power, such tricks of the world government are simply not worthy of being mentioned. Strength is truth. This is the only principle that these heroes who venture into the sea believe in. Although the public opinion of the world government has influenced the cognition of ordinary people to a certain extent, it has no effect on those who are truly capable and ambitious to compete for the palace heritage. On the contrary, this deliberate cover-up and demonization has added to the legendary color and temptation of the mysterious palace and those magical props. A secret war over the Devil's Legacy has intensified in every corner of the world. And those who truly understand part of the truth play a more complex and dangerous role in this chaotic game. The hands of time, unknowingly, moved forward several weeks. During this period, the coordinates of the shimmering lavender light spot left by the mysterious palace in the sea near Marineford remained the focus of the whole world. Although the world government tried its best to block the news and used various means to guide public opinion and try to demonize the palace, it still could not stop those who were eager for power or full of curiosity about unknown things from gathering from all directions. Naval headquarters, after suffering heavy losses in the Summit War and the huge impact of the mysterious palace, is also rapidly rebuilding and reorganizing under the iron-fisted leadership of the new Marshal Akinu Sakazuki. Advertisement. After several weeks of rigorous and targeted preparation and training, the highly anticipated secret team, codenamed Heritage Recovery Team, finally received a joint order from the 5 elders of the world government and Marshal Akinu of the naval headquarters, to prepare for the first official exploration of the mysterious palace that might have sunk in the deep sea. This order made every member of the Heritage Recovery Team feel inexplicably excited and nervous. They knew that this mission would be extremely dangerous and difficult. They would face a completely unknown mysterious existence full of advanced technology and powerful energy. If they were not careful, they might be wiped out and even their bodies could not be found. However, they also knew that this mission was full of endless opportunities and temptations. If they can successfully enter the palace and bring back some valuable legacy, they will not only be able to make great contributions to the marine and world government, but they may also gain some powerful power that can change their own destiny and even the world's situation. This desire for unknown power and the expectation of achieving great things overwhelmed the fear and anxiety in their hearts. Before setting off, the naval headquarters equipped the Heritage Recovery Team with the best equipment. Each of them wore a special protective suit newly developed by Dr. Vegapunk, which could withstand a certain degree of energy shock and deep-sea pressure. Although this kind of protective suit could not be compared with the advanced technology of the palace itself, it was enough to improve their ability to survive in an unknown environment to a certain extent. The communication equipment they carry has also been specially improved and encrypted, and can maintain a certain degree of communication smoothness in an environment of strong energy interference. Of course, the most important thing is the combat effectiveness detectors that were recovered from the Summit War and initially repaired and debugged by Dr. Vegapunk. Although there are not many of them and their functions are not very stable, they are still an important support for the team members to judge danger and evaluate targets in unknown environments. In addition, Dr. Vegapunk also specially provided the team with some of his latest portable energy analysis instruments. Although these instruments cannot perform accurate energy data analysis like those large equipment in the laboratory, they can also roughly detect the intensity and type of energy fluctuations in the surrounding environment, thus providing some valuable reference information for the team's actions. After everything was ready, the members of the Heritage Recovery Team, led by their commander, Colonel Marine with a scar on his face and eyes as sharp as an eagle, boarded a specially modified deep-sea submarine that could withstand the huge deep-sea pressure and had powerful propulsion and concealment capabilities. This submarine, with a pitch-black body and smooth shape, left Marine's secret port silently like a ghost in the deep sea, then dived into the rough sea, secretly heading towards the coordinates of the constantly flashing lavender light spot in the waters near Marineford. Their hearts are filled with anticipation for the unknown, and also filled with calmness about life and death. They are the elite of the Marines and the sharp blade of the world government. They will use their lives and blood to uncover the mystery hidden in the deep sea that can subvert the entire world. Although Marine's secret exploration has been kept as confidential and concealed as possible, there is no impenetrable wall in this world. Especially in the waters near Marineford, the coordinates of the mysterious light spot have long become the focus of attention of the whole world. Countless eyes are secretly watching every move there. Therefore, when the Marine's special deep-sea submarine quietly sailed towards that coordinate point, some pirates and intelligence organizations with a keen sense of smell or a powerful intelligence network immediately noticed the Marine's unusual movements. Although they didn't know the specific goals and plans of Marine's action, they were all keenly aware that Marine must be taking some substantive actions against the mysterious palace. How could they just stand by and watch? Therefore, soon after the Marine's special submarine set out, some ships that also had deep-sea diving capabilities or other strange means quietly followed behind the Marine exploration team like hyenas smelling blood. Among them, there is a more secretive surveillance force affiliated with the world government's highest cipher pull CPO. Their mission is not only to monitor Marine's actions, but more importantly, to ensure that the palace heritage will not fall into the hands of Marine or any other forces at a critical moment, but will be directly controlled by the world government. There are specially modified spy ships sent by Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Heavenly Yaksha. These spy ships are equipped with various advanced eavesdropping and tracking equipment, trying to collect as much intelligence as possible about the palace and the Marine's actions without alerting the Marine. Doflamingo believes that as long as he has enough intelligence, he can find his own opportunity in this chaotic game. Even several extremely fast reconnaissance ships flying the flag of the Blackbeard pirates were looming in the distance. Blackbeard Teach, the ambitious new, Four Emperors, was determined to get the palace full of devil treasures. Although he would not easily go out in person, he would never miss any opportunity to reap the benefits or seize the results at a critical moment. In addition to these larger forces, there are also some other small pirate groups, or some unidentified mysterious organizations, who are like ghosts, watching in the dark, waiting for the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. For a moment, the sea area near Marineford, which was already undercurrent, became even more turbulent and full of murderous intentions. The Marine's Heritage Recovery Team didn't know that so many yellow birds had already caught up with them. They still followed the established plan, carefully maneuvering the special submarine, and kept approaching the mysterious light spot in the deep sea. As the submarine dives deeper and deeper, the color of the surrounding seawater changes. Advertisement it also changed from the initial azure blue to a deep dark blue, and finally, it was pitch black where you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Only the powerful searchlight on the outside of the submarine cast a few pale and lonely beams of light in the dark sea, barely illuminating the limited area ahead. Inside the submarine, the atmosphere seemed somewhat depressing and tense. The team members were all wearing heavy special protective clothing and breathing masks on their faces, silently sticking to their respective positions. Only the monotonous and regular sounds emitted by various instruments. The sound of beep echoed in the silent cabin. Report depth, report water pressure. The commander's voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of every team member through the internal communication channel. Depth 3,000 meters. Water pressure 300 megapascals. Depth 4,000 meters. Water pressure 400 megapascals. Depth 5,000 meters. Water pressure 500 megapascals. This is close to the design limit of the submarine. The pilot in charge of controlling the submarine is an experienced and highly skilled Marine veteran. Beads of sweat have already seeped out of his forehead, and his hands are tightly holding the controls. Rod, trying hard to keep the submarine balanced and stable. He could clearly feel that the enormous water pressure coming from the outside of the submarine, like a mountain pressing down on one's head, was constantly testing the endurance of this special submarine. The submarine's solid alloy shell, under the huge water pressure, made waves of unsettling, crunching, friction and groaning sounds from time to time, as if it could break at any time. Maybe it's flattened in general. The data from various instruments inside the submarine began to fluctuate violently, and some indicator lights even emitted shrill alarms. Hold steady. You must hold steady. The driver gritted his teeth and encouraged himself silently in his heart. He knew that if the submarine crashed here, then all of them would be in trouble. We'll be buried in this cold and dark deep sea, and will never be able to get out. In addition to the huge water pressure, what gave them a headache was the chaotic and violent energy turbulence near the coordinates of the mysterious light spot. As the submarine gradually approached the entrance to the space channel emitting a faint purple light, they could clearly feel that the surrounding seawater seemed to become no longer calm. Waves of invisible, repulsive and disruptive energy, like turbulent undercurrents, rushed towards the submarine from all directions, making the submarine's navigation smooth. The hard, bumpy ride various electronic equipment on the submarine also experienced varying degrees of malfunction and garbled characters due to the interference of these energy turbulences. The communication system is under severe interference, unable to contact the rear headquarters. The sonar detection system is out of order, unable to accurately judge the surrounding environment. Energy shield generator overloaded, emergency restart in progress. All kinds of bad news kept coming from various positions, making the commander's face become increasingly ugly. He knew that they had now entered a completely unknown and dangerous area. Here, they could only rely on themselves in this ship that could explode at any time. The disintegrated submarine will face all possible emergencies. Chapter 53 The Remnants of Shichibukai, each with their own thoughts. Attention all personnel, stay alert. Be prepared to respond to emergencies at any time. Although the commander's voice was a little nervous, he remained calm and decisive. He knew that the more critical the moment, the more he had to stay calm. Otherwise, if he lost his composure, that would be a real death. Supported by the driver's superb skills and tenacious will, the special submarine, like a small boat sailing hard in the stormy waves, slowly but firmly, little by little, approached the entrance of the stable space channel that emitted a lavender glow and swayed as softly as a jellyfish. The distance is getting closer. They could even clearly see that above the layer of light film, those mysterious golden words twisted like tadpoles were flowing slowly, emitting a heart-pounding, ancient breath. Finally, after going through countless hardships and obstacles, the head of the specially made submarine gently touched the entrance to the light membrane that was emitting a faint glow. There was no violent collision as imagined, nor was there any sign of energy rebound. That layer of light film was unexpectedly soft. The head of the submarine blended into lavender light easily, as if passing through a thin layer of jellyfish body. Then, the entire submarine was enveloped by the soft light, and then disappeared silently into the deep sea, as if it was completely swallowed up by another space. When the members of the Heritage Recovery Team recovered from the brief feeling of weightlessness and spatial distortion when they passed through the light film, they found themselves in a completely new and unfamiliar environment. The submarine is now quietly suspended in a huge metal channel full of unknown technology. This passage was different from the vast circular hull they had seen inside the palace last time. It was much narrower, only a few dozen meters wide and a few dozen meters high, presenting an irregular tubular structure full of smooth curves. The walls, top and bottom of the passage were all covered with the strange metal material that they had seen before, with light blue energy lines flashing on it. Those energy lines were still flickering in a regular rhythm, providing the only light source for this claustrophobic passage. The air was filled with a strange smell similar to the one I smelled the last time I entered the hull, a mixture of ozone and a faint sweet fragrance. Although this smell was a bit strange, it was not unpleasant, and instead made people feel slightly refreshed. See Joe, Yipi and Ji Jing. There was only a slight, buzzing sound from the various instruments inside the submarine after they had stabilized, and a dull low hum from the engine when running at low power. Apart from this, no other sound could be heard. This ultimate silence, on the contrary, makes people feel inexplicably depressed and uneasy. Is this the interior of the palace? A young team member nervously looked at the unfamiliar environment outside through the submarine's observation window, his voice trembling slightly. It looks more primitive than the hall we entered last time, another experienced CP9 agent pondered. The commander did not speak, he just quickly glanced at the instrument data inside the submarine. Report. The external environmental pressure is normal. The energy field strength is stable. The life support system is operating well. The team member responsible for environmental monitoring immediately reported. Very good. The commander nodded, and then issued a new order. All combatants, lift the submerged state and prepare to leave the boat. Reconnaissance team, immediately activate the combat power detector and energy analyzer, and conduct a comprehensive scan of the surrounding environment. Yes. Following the commander's order, the submarine immediately heard the sounds of metal friction and air pressure balance. The heavy hatch slowly opened, and a stream of slightly cold air with a strange smell entered the cabin. After putting on their respective combat equipment, the members of the Heritage Recovery Team filed out and stepped onto the cold and hard metal floor inside the palace. They looked around them warily at the unfamiliar environment, their weapons loaded, ready to deal with any danger that might arise. The members of the reconnaissance team quickly activated the combat power detectors and energy analyzers in their hands. The lens of the combat power detector did not show any value or mark representing life reaction. This meant that, at least in the passage area where they were currently located, there seemed to be no living creatures. This discovery made the team members feel a little relieved, but they did not completely let down their guard. However, after the energy analyzer was turned on, it immediately had a strong reaction. The pointer on the instrument screen swerved wildly towards a certain direction of the channel, and issued a series of rapid, beep, beep, alarm sounds. Advertisement, report to the commander. The energy analyzer shows that in the direction of the channel, about 3 kilometers away, there is an extremely powerful, unknown energy source. Its energy intensity far exceeds any target we have detected before. A team member responsible for operating the energy analyzer reported to the commander with a hint of shock and excitement in his voice. A powerful energy source? Upon hearing this, the commander raised his eyebrows slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He knew that in many science fiction works, this powerful energy source often represented the core of the entire base, or some extremely important secret. Very good. The commander's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that our luck this time is pretty good. He immediately ordered. Everyone, target the powerful energy source deep in the tunnel. Deploy your formation. Take turns to provide cover. Move forward carefully. If you find any abnormal situation, report it immediately. Yes. After receiving clear instructions, the members of the Heritage Recovery Team immediately followed the predetermined tactical formation and carefully explored forward along the direction indicated by the energy analyzer, heading deep into the passage full of unknowns and dangers. Their hearts are filled with anticipation for the unknown, and also filled with vigilance against possible dangers. They knew that every step they took might lead them into a mysterious realm that no one had ever set foot in and was full of deadly traps. And their exploration will surely reveal more unknown secrets of this mysterious palace sleeping in the deep sea. Under the leadership of the commander, members of the Marine Heritage Recovery Team carefully explored and advanced in the direction indicated by the energy analyzer, heading deep into the passage that was full of unknowns and dangers. Their footsteps were particularly clear and abrupt in the silent metal passage. Every team member raised their senses to ultimate, alertly watching any slight changes in the surrounding environment. As they continued to go deeper, the passage began to become wider and wider. The flashing energy lines on the wall also became denser and brighter, providing them with sufficient lighting. After walking about a few hundred meters, a familiar yet somewhat strange scene appeared in front of them. It was a huge rotunda. The scale of this hall was almost exactly the same as the huge circular plaza that brought everyone together that they had seen before the palace was forcibly ejected last time. Likewise, there is a dome that is so high that you can't see the top, emitting a soft white light. Similarly, the walls are made of unknown one-piece materials and are covered with complex energy circuits. Similarly, the metal ground is as smooth as a mirror and can clearly reflect everything above. Here, isn't this the place where we stayed last time? A young team member exclaimed in surprise. He still clearly remembered that last time, it was in this place that they witnessed the huge Blackstone tablet rising up and the terrifying image of the pink demon destroying the planet. Yes, judging from the structure, it should be the same place. The commander nodded, and a hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the internal structure of this palace would be so similar or repetitive. However, when they looked closely at the rotunda, they discovered some details that surprised and horrified them. They were surprised to find that during the last summer war, all the traces of destruction caused by the fierce battle between the Marines and pirates, as well as top warriors such as Whitebeard and Akinu, in the circular hall, such as the cracked ground, collapsed walls, and scorched areas, had disappeared. At this moment, the circular hall in front of them had a smooth floor, without any cracks or damage. The walls were also intact, and the flashing energy lines were. It was still flickering regularly, as if it had never been attacked. Not only that, the various sundries, parts, and some abandoned weapons and equipment that were scattered on the ground due to everyone's frantic looting also disappeared without a trace. The whole hall was so clean and tidy, as if it had just been cleaned. Only some metal shelves that originally appeared to be some kind of decorations or instruments placed at the edge of the hall were now empty, showing that the things on them had indeed been looted. How? How is this possible? A team member rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, I clearly remember that we made a mess here last time. How come all those traces of the battle disappeared? Could it be that this palace has some kind of self-repair or self-cleaning ability? Another experienced CP9 agent pondered, his eyes full of vigilance and a hint of fear. If this guess is true, then the technological level of this palace and the intelligence hidden behind it are probably far more terrifying than they imagined. A huge building that can automatically repair damage and clean up garbage, this sounds like a plot from a science fiction movie. Advertisement. The commander's expression also became extremely solemn. He knew that this discovery meant that their exploration operation this time would be more complicated and dangerous than expected. Attention everyone, be alert. The commander's voice was clearly heard by every team member through the internal communication channel. This palace is far more strange than we imagined. Don't touch anything easily. Act strictly according to the predetermined plan. Yes. The team members answered in unison, their hearts filled with awe and uneasiness towards this mysterious palace. After confirming that there were no direct threats around, the members of the Heritage Recovery Team began to carefully conduct a more detailed survey of the new-look, circular hall. They found that the structure of this hall was exactly the same as the one they remembered. However, the exhibits that had shocked and frightened them, such as the Blackstone tablet that could play images, did not appear at this moment. The center of the hall was empty except for the smooth metal floor. The energy analyzer was still pointing in a certain direction of the hall, as if the powerful energy source was hidden in that direction, deeper. Just as the team members were about to continue moving forward in the direction indicated by the energy, a sharp-eyed team member suddenly found A067 on a wall at the edge of the hall. A new entrance that they hadn't noticed before. It was a huge metal door that blended in perfectly with the surrounding walls, if it weren't for the slightly different energy lines on the edge of the door frame and the door. It is an inconspicuous device similar to an induction switch, and no one will even notice its existence. Commander, there seems to be a new door here, the team member reported excitedly. The commander immediately led his men over and carefully examined the hidden metal door. He tried and gently pressed the device on the door that was similar to a sensor switch. With a slight click sound, the huge metal door silently and slowly slid open to both sides, just like a scene from a high-tech movie. A slightly different air from the one in the hall, with a slightly, sweet and weird smell, wafted out from behind the door. Behind the door was a brand new, huge room that they had never entered before. The members of the Heritage Recovery Team looked at each other and saw a hint of nervousness and curiosity in each other's eyes. They don't know what kind of secrets are hidden behind this door. But they knew that their exploration this time seemed to lead to new discoveries. At the commander's signal, several members of the team responsible for the Vanguard mission, armed with weapons, carefully entered the newly opened door first. The room behind the door was equally huge, even more spacious than the circular hall they were in just now. The dome of the room was very high, emitting a soft and gentle, with a strange pink glow. In the center of the room, there were all kinds of strange devices and facilities that they had never seen before. Some installations resemble a giant, colorful pinball table, complete with flashing lights and intricate tracks. Some installations, like cute, giant candy-like seats, seem to be able to rotate and rise and fall. Other devices look like huge, transparent pipe networks, with some colorful liquids flowing slowly inside. On the walls of the room, there were some huge dynamic stereoscopic screens that looked like floor-to-ceiling windows. On those screens, all kinds of strange and bizarre movies were being played. The alien creatures that we have never seen before, chasing, playing and fighting with each other in some fantasy scenes. Some of the creatures are cute, some are slippery. Some are a little bit ferocious. The whole room was filled with a childlike, imaginative and a hint of weirdness. Where is this place? A team member looked around the huge room full of strange devices and odd images in a daze, muttering to himself, it feels like an amusement park. Chapter 54. The agitation of the supernova. The weather vane of the new era. Or someone's entertainment room, another team member guessed. In his mind, the pink demon who appeared in the Blackstone image and always had a childlike smile on his face emerged involuntarily. Could it be that this is where the pink demon usually plays? This thought made all the players present feel an inexplicable chill. What would the entertainment room of a terrifying being who could easily destroy a planet look like? What kind of games would he play on a daily basis? The commander's face also became a little solemn. He did not immediately let the team members disperse to check those strange devices, but first ordered the reconnaissance team to conduct a comprehensive scan of the room. The combat power detector still showed no life response. The energy analyzer detected weak energy fluctuations of different intensities but very similar in nature in every corner of the room. These energy fluctuations seemed to be related to those strange devices and the dynamic images on the wall. It seems that this is indeed some kind of functional place. The commander groaned. However, no direct danger has been found for the time being. He ordered the team to split into several groups to conduct a more detailed survey of this huge entertainment room, in the hope of finding some valuable clues or heritage, just as the team members were carefully exploring this entertainment room, full of unknown and weird atmosphere. In an inconspicuous corner, several team members made an unexpected discovery. There was a metal machine that was half a person's height and had a somewhat odd shape. The shell of the machine was a dull silver-gray color with some signs of damage on it, as if it had suffered some degree of damage at some point in the past. Next to the machine, there were some completely petrified, weirdly shaped candies scattered around. Some of those candies looked like small animals, some looked like fruits of some plants, and some were completely unrecognizable. They all had a grayish-white, stone-like texture, with tiny cracks all over the surface, as if they would break apart at the slightest touch. On the control panel of the half-destroyed machine, there were some remnants of labels written in that mysterious golden text twisted like tadpoles, as well as some simple diagrams that looked like operating procedures. Commander, we have a discovery here, a team member reported to the commander through the communication channel with some excitement. The commander immediately led his men over. The text decrypting expert accompanying the team, an agent from the CP organization who had in-depth research on various ancient scripts and codes, showed a surprised and somewhat weird expression on his face after carefully identifying the remaining icons and texts on the machine. According to the preliminary interpretation of these diagrams and texts, the text decryption expert said with a hint of uncertainty, this machine seems to be a candy-making machine? The commander raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes full of doubts. In such a mysterious palace filled with advanced technology, there is actually a candy-making machine? This sounds really unbelievable. Yes, Commander. The text decryption expert nodded and continued. Moreover, according to the descriptions of these diagrams, this candy-making machine does not seem to be used just to make ordinary candies. It seems that it can transform any object, even living creatures, directly into delicious candy. At this point, the text decryption expert revealed an unconcealable look of shock and disgust on his face. Turn living creatures into candy. This is no longer an entertainment facility, it is simply some extremely cruel and evil torture device or a hunting tool. The other team members present also felt a chill after hearing this explanation. They subconsciously glanced at the petrified candies and fruits on the ground, and a strong sense of discomfort surged in their hearts. Could it be that these strange-shaped stone candies were once living creatures? This thought made everyone shudder. However, the text decryption expert added, judging from the extent of the damage to the machine and the petrified candies, this candy maker should no longer be able to function properly. At best, it can only produce some ordinary candies that contain weak energy. Hearing this, the team members breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this terrifying machine was broken. Advertisement. The commander pondered for a moment, then ordered the technicians to conduct a more detailed inspection and attempt to recover the half-damaged candy maker. He knew that although the ability of this machine sounded a bit evil, the material conversion technology behind it might have extremely high research value. If he could crack some of the mysteries from it, perhaps it could bring unexpected breakthroughs to the technological development of the Marine. Just as a technician was carefully checking and scanning the candy-making machine with various instruments, his hand accidentally touched an inconspicuous hidden switch on the side of the machine that was almost integrated with the casing. The switch was very small, and its color was exactly the same as the surrounding metal. If you didn't look for it specifically, no one would notice its existence. Just when the technician's finger touched the hidden switch. Beep, beep, beep. Woo! Suddenly, a bright red light shone throughout the huge entertainment room. The piercing alarm, like the scream of a ghost, resounded throughout the space without any warning. The alarm sound had a very high frequency and strong penetrating power, directly stimulating the eardrums and nerves of every team member, making them feel dizzy and upset. What's going on? What happens? The team members were shocked by this sudden change. They raised their weapons and looked around vigilantly. The commander's expression suddenly turned ugly. He knew that they might have triggered the palace's defense mechanism. The next second the shrill alarm sounded. Crack, crack. The originally smooth metal walls on both sides of the passage suddenly emitted a series of teeth-grinding mechanical transmission sounds, and then slid silently to the sides, revealing the deep and dark hangars behind the walls. Then, from those dark hangars, several strangely shaped humanoid puppets made entirely of shiny metal slowly walked out. Those metal puppets were about 2 meters tall, with sturdy bodies, flexible joints, and a cold mechanical texture. Their heads were smooth balls without any facial features, with only a one-eyed sensor in the center that was constantly flashing red light. In their hands, they all held a strange-looking weapon similar to an energy rifle. At the muzzle, a dangerous blue arc was flashing. As soon as these metal puppets appeared, they immediately surrounded the members of the Heritage Recovery Team in the center. Their one-eyed sensors, flashing red light, scanned every Marine soldier coldly, as if judging their threat level. Patrol robot? There's actually such a thing here? One team member exclaimed in disbelief. The commander's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. He knew that this time, they might have stirred up a hornet's nest. Everyone, get ready for battle, the commander roared, and took the lead in raising the special assault rifle in his hand, aiming at the metal puppet closest to him. However, the reaction speed of those metal puppets was faster than he imagined. At the moment the commander issues the battle order. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The energy weapons in the hands of the metal puppets almost simultaneously emitted a piercing whistling sound, shooting out 10 beams of blue energy as precise and deadly as lasers. Those energy beams were extremely fast and powerful. Wherever they passed, the air was distorted due to the high temperature, making bursts of hissing sounds. Careful. Get out of the way. Advertisement. Although the members of the Heritage Recovery Team are all battle-hardened elites, they couldn't help but feel flustered when faced with this sudden, sci-fi energy weapon attack. They rolled on the ground or looked for cover, trying to avoid the deadly energy. Bang. 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 Several team members who were unable to dodge were hit by the energy beam. Although the special protective suits newly developed by Dr. Vegapunk offset some of the energy impact to a certain extent, they were still burned with charred holes. The injured team members also groaned in pain. Damn it. These guys attack so fast, and so powerful, said a team member, gritting his teeth. His arm was scratched by the energy beam and he felt waves of burning pain. Fight back quickly, the commander roared, and the assault rifle in his hand began to spit out flames wildly. The other team members also raised their weapons and launched a fierce counterattack against the metal puppets. For a moment, the entire huge entertainment room was filled with gunfire, energy beams flying, and explosions one after another. A battle full of futuristic technology broke out without any warning. Although the Marines' standard weapons were also well equipped and carefully improved, the physical warheads they fired could only create a series of sparks when hitting the hard alloy armor of the metal puppets, and it was difficult to cause substantial damage to them. Only some large-caliber armor-piercing bullets, or some specially modified explosive bombs, can barely cause some limited damage to the joints of those puppets. The energy weapons in the hands of the metal puppets posed a great threat to the Marine soldiers wearing special protective clothing. Their energy beams were not only fast and powerful, but also seemed to have some penetrating and paralyzing effects. Once hit head-on, even a strong Marine officer would lose his combat capability in an instant. The members of the Heritage Recovery Team, relying on their sophisticated equipment, skilled combat skills, and tacit cooperation cultivated through long-term training, launched an extremely fierce and hard battle with these suddenly appearing metal puppets. They used the strange-shaped entertainment facilities in the room as cover, constantly moving and shooting, trying to find the weaknesses of the metal puppets. The combat power detector also played a certain role at this time. Although it could not accurately display the combat power value of these metal puppets, after all, they were not living beings. It could detect the location of their energy cores and the energy fluctuation intensity of their weapon systems. This allows the team members to more specifically target and concentrate their fire on the vital parts of the puppets. However, the number of those metal puppets seemed to be endless. Every time they managed to destroy a puppet, more puppets would come up from the dark hangars on both sides of the wall. Moreover, the combat AI of these puppets seems to be quite advanced. They know how to fight in coordination, how to use terrain, and even know how to outflank and detour. Damn it. How many of these guys are there? A team member complained breathlessly while struggling to avoid the attack of the energy beam. The commander's expression became increasingly ugly. He knew that if things continued like this, their team would probably really die here. He must find a way to break this deadlock as soon as possible, or find a safe retreat route. This sudden encounter caused the first palace exploration operation of the Heritage Recovery Team to fall into a huge crisis from the very beginning. And for the first time, they truly experienced the cold and cruel defense of this mysterious palace. The huge entertainment room, filled with a childlike atmosphere, has now completely turned into a battlefield filled with smoke and raging energy. The members of the Marine Heritage Recovery Team have started an extremely fierce and difficult life and death struggle with the metal puppets that continue to pour out of the wall hanger. The piercing alarm sound still echoed throughout the space, like a demonic voice urging death, constantly irritating the nerves of every team member. The red warning light illuminated the tense and solemn expressions on the team members' faces, making them flicker. Energy beams and physical warheads intertwined and danced in the air, occasionally colliding with each other, bursting out dazzling sparks and deafening roars. The metal puppets' hard alloy armor. Under the attack of the Marine's special armor-piercing bullets, dazzling sparks were emitted, but they could only leave some shallow dents, which was difficult to cause a fatal blow to it. The energy weapons in the hands of the metal puppets were as accurate and deadly as Shinigami's sickles. Every blue energy beam that cut through the air carried a frightening breath of destruction, forcing the Marine soldiers to roll and dodge in a panic, or rely on those bizarre entertainment facilities as cover to put up a difficult resistance. Damn it! Where on earth did these iron lumps come from? No matter how hard we try, we can never get rid of them. A young Marine soldier complained breathlessly while firing madly with his assault rifle. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his face was stained with a lot of gunpowder and dust left over from the battle. While he was talking, a blue energy beam flew past his scalp and burned a bowl-sized hole in a metal pillar behind him, emitting a pungent burnt smell. He was so scared that he quickly shrank his neck and broke out in a cold sweat. Concentrate your firepower. Attack their joints and... That red one-eyed man, the squad leader, the Marine colonel with a scar on his face, calmly directed the battle while using the grenade launcher in his hand to accurately bombard the vital parts of the metal puppets. Chapter 55. Luffy's After Effects, his obsession with Senzu Beans. However, in the midst of this fierce battle, the team members soon discovered a problem that was both unexpected and troubling to them. Their combat detectors, which had been invincible in dealing with organic enemies before, were now completely useless when facing these cold metal puppets. No matter how they adjusted the angle and mode of the detector, the lens could not display any combat power value, or threat level, of these metal puppets. It was as if, in the eyes of the detector, these metal puppets with agile movements and fierce firepower were simply a pile of dead objects without life. What's going on? Is my detector broken? A CP9 agent in charge of reconnaissance anxiously patted the single lens instrument on his head, but the lens was still blank and there was no response. Mine too. These iron lumps can't show up on the detector at all, another team member shouted, his tone full of confusion and a hint of panic. The commander's heart sank when he heard this, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. The combat power detector is one of the important things they rely on for this exploration. It can help them quickly assess the enemy's strength and formulate the most effective combat plan. But now, this important support has actually become ineffective? It seems that this detector can only detect some kind of life energy field, or fighting will, of organic life forms. The commander made a quick judgment. His voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of every team member through the internal communication channel. For these lifeless mechanical units, it is impossible to effectively identify and evaluate them. This discovery undoubtedly adds tremendous difficulty and unpredictable risks to the battle of the Heritage Recovery Team. They could no longer use detectors to accurately determine the threat level and attack mode of each metal puppet as before. They could only rely on their previous combat experience and on-the-spot intuition to fight these unknown mechanical enemies to the death. This makes them more passive in battle and more likely to make mistakes. Some team members, unable to accurately judge the metal puppet's attack intentions, missed the best opportunity to dodge and were hit by the energy, suffering varying degrees of trauma. Other team members, because they underestimated the actual combat effectiveness of some seemingly inconspicuous metal puppets, rushed forward rashly and ended up in a tough battle and even paid the price of their lives. The battle became more and more brutal. The air was filled with the pungent smell of burning metal and a faint smell of blood. The team members' breathing became heavier and heavier. The special protective clothing they wore had long been soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to their skin, making them feel sticky and uncomfortable. But no one backed down. They're the elite of the Marines and the sharp blade of the world government. They shoulder important missions and possess an unyielding will. Fire! Fire! Don't stop! Smash all these damn tin cans into scrap metal, the commander roared, his one eye flashing with a ferocious light like that of a wild beast. Under his encouragement, the team members also burst out with a more tenacious fighting spirit. They cooperated with each other, covered each other, and used their flesh and blood to fight against those cold mechanical killers in the most primitive and tragic way. Time passes by every second. The battle was also slowly tilting in the direction that was favorable to the Marine. Although the combat power detector failed, the members of the Heritage Recovery Team were all experienced elites after all. After the initial panic, they quickly figured out some ways to deal with these metal puppets with their rich combat experience. They found that although the armor of these metal puppets was strong, their joints and the one-eyed sensor that flashed red light seemed to be their relatively weak points. Therefore, they began to consciously focus on these weaknesses. Although it is still difficult to kill those puppets with one blow, it can effectively delay their movements, or even temporarily paralyze them. Although the metal puppets were numerous and their combat AI was quite advanced, they were just lifeless machines after all. After a period of observation, their attack patterns were gradually mastered by the Marine elites. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, the balance of the battle began to slowly tilt towards the Heritage Recovery Team. Finally, after an extremely difficult and brutal battle, as the last metal puppet was transformed into a pile of smoking scrap metal in a violent explosion, the members of the Heritage Recovery Team, finally, BGB-J, won the encounter. Advertisement after the battle, the entire huge entertainment room fell into a strange silence. Only the heavy breathing of the team members and some damaged equipment were left. The sound of hissing electricity. The team members collapsed on the ground or leaned on the strange recreational facilities, breathing heavily. Their faces were filled with fatigue and relief for surviving the disaster. Although this battle ended with their victory, they also paid a heavy price. Several team members unfortunately died in the battle and fell forever on the cold metal ground. More team members suffered varying degrees of trauma. Some were burned by energy beams, some were concussed by the shockwaves of the explosion, and some collapsed from excessive physical exhaustion. Even the commander himself was scratched on the arm by a flying metal fragment during the battle, and his special protective suit was stained red with blood. Count the casualties, treat the wounded. The commander gave the order in a hoarse voice, enduring the severe pain in his arm. The team members immediately took action and carefully collected the bodies of their fallen companions. At the same time, they also began to bandage each other's wounds and take first aid medicines. Fortunately, they still had a few Senzu Beans obtained from the palaces, samples. Although the number was extremely rare, at this critical moment, they could play a miraculous role in bringing the dead back to life. After a difficult weighing of the pros and cons, the commander decided to give one of the beans to a young team member who was in critical condition after being hit by an energy beam while trying to protect his companions in battle. Thanks to the magical effect of the magic beans, the young team member's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he was soon out of danger. This small miracle also made the other team members present feel a deeper awe and desire for this god's prop. After simply dealing with the casualties, the commander knew that they could not stay here for long. The battle just now has triggered the palace's alarm system. No one knows how many more powerful and dangerous defense mechanisms are hidden deep in this mysterious palace. If they don't evacuate in time, I'm afraid, they will really be wiped out here. Hurry up! Collect everything of value. The commander shouted to the team members who were still able to move, the remains of the puppet, the sample of the candy-making machine, and all the data records and instruments in this room that look useful. Take everything you can take away. The team members immediately took action. Like experienced battlefield cleaners, they quickly collected various trophies from the battle scene. They cut and packed up the remains of the destroyed metal puppets as intact as possible. They knew that these remains would be invaluable research materials for Dr. Vegapunk. They also carefully placed the half-damaged candy maker and the petrified candy samples next to it into a special container. In addition, they also found some things that looked like some kind of data storage chips or energy core fragments in various corners of this huge entertainment room. All the Yi were collected together. After completing the initial search, the members of the Heritage Recovery Team did not dare to stop for a moment, and immediately carried their injured companions and supported the bodies of their fallen comrades. At the fastest speed, they returned to their special deep-sea submarine docked at the entrance of the channel. After all personnel and supplies were safely on board, the submarine's hatch was quickly closed. The driver also activated the submarine's propulsion system at the fastest speed, following the route they came from, heading towards the entrance of the space channel emitting a lavender glow, and returning at full speed. They didn't even dare to look back at the entertainment room, that was full of unknowns and dangers, for fear that after they left, something even more terrifying would catch up with them from the depths of the palace. Fortunately, they did not encounter any other defense mechanisms during their evacuation. The specially made submarine passed through the jellyfish-like soft light membrane entrance again without any danger and returned to the dark and cold deep sea near Marineford. When the submarine surfaced and reconnected with the Marine Command at the rear, it passed on the preliminary report of their exploration operation, as well as the various samples and data they brought back. The entire naval headquarters was shocked. This report from the Marine Heritage Recovery Team, and the precious samples and information they brought back at the risk of their lives have deepened the Marine top brass understanding of the mysterious palace sunk in the deep sea. They finally realized that the palace was not just a treasure house, full of magical props, but also a terrifying existence with a highly developed defense system and self-maintenance capabilities far beyond their imagination. It can automatically repair damage and clean up garbage after the battle, as if it possesses some kind of living intelligence. Its internal structure was as complex as a maze, filled with all kinds of rooms and facilities that they could not understand and were filled with unknown technologies. Advertisement: the so-called entertainment room, they discovered this time, as well as those metal puppets with powerful combat capabilities, are probably just the tip of the iceberg of the huge system of the palace. How many more powerful and dangerous secrets are hidden deeper in that palace? What kind of connection does the pink demon who appears in the video and can easily destroy the planet have with this palace? These questions, like heavy lead blocks, weighed on the hearts of the Marines' top commanders, making them feel both excited and fearful. The exciting thing is that if more advanced technologies can be discovered from this palace, then the strength of Marine will get an unprecedented leap. The fear is that if the power behind this palace is hostile to their world, then what they will face is likely to be an unimaginable annihilation. Top disaster. It seems. We underestimated this palace before. Vice Admiral, he looked at the report in his hand and the photos of the metal puppet wreckage, frowned and said in a deep voice. Road. Akinu's expression also turned very ugly. He originally thought that with the elite force of the Marine, he could easily conquer the palace and take the heritage inside for himself. But now it seems that he seems a little too optimistic. The defense of that palace was far stronger than he had imagined. Yamato, tricky. Order the Heritage Recovery Team to temporarily stop all exploration activities and rest on the spot. Although Akinu was filled with reluctance, he also knew that this is not the time to act rashly. At this time, he must reassess the risks and feasibility of this action. At the same time, he turned his gaze to the man wearing a strange helmet on the video Den Mushi screen, Dr. Vegapunk. The remains of these metal puppets, as well as the other. I will send all the samples and data to your laboratory immediately. I hope you can conduct a comprehensive analysis and research on them in the shortest possible time, especially those puppets. The driving method, energy core, and weapon system. I need to know whether our Marines can analyze it and find some new technologies that can be used by us. Oh, no problem. Leave it to me, Marshal Akinu. Dr. Vegapunk on the other end of the phone immediately became excited after hearing about the new research samples. His voice was filled with irrepressible enthusiasm. He showed a stronger interest in the metal puppet wreckage filled with unknown technology than he did in the combat power detector and the universal capsule. He knew that these cold mechanical creations must contain the key technologies that he had always dreamed of and could promote scientific and technological progress. For example, how do those puppets achieve such flexible and agile movements? How do their energy cores provide such powerful and lasting power? Energy weapons, how do they work? Can they be mastered and used by Marine soldiers? These questions, like huge magnets, attracted Dr. Vegapunk and made him eager to engage in reverse research on these puppet technologies. He believed that as long as he was given enough time and enough research samples, he would be able to analyze some subversive, enough to change the future war model. Technology. A new scientific research project centered on puppet technology is about to begin in full swing in Vegapunk's laboratory. The naval headquarters is also summarizing and reflecting on the lessons learned from this exploration. They know that the next time they enter the palace, they will face maybe a more severe challenge. Just as the naval headquarters was in a complex mood of excitement and solemnity because of the results of the first palace exploration operation. The news that Marines secretly explored the palace and brought back some treasures was leaked out through various channels to a greater or lesser extent. Although the world government and naval headquarters have tried their best to block the relevant news, there are no absolute secrets in this world. Especially in front of those well-informed dark world intelligence dealers, and those ambitious people who are full of greed for the Dragon Ball Palace. Chapter 56 Zoro's Doubts. The Chi in the image. They used various means, bribery, inducement, threats, and even directly extracting intelligence from some low-level Marine soldiers who participated in the operation, and more or less, they all got some sporadic information about the Marines' exploration operation. For example, Marine seems to have found a relatively safe entrance into the sunken palace. For example, the interior of the palace seemed to have an extremely powerful defense system, and even the elite Marine team had to pay a heavy price for it. For example, Marine seemed to have brought back some new treasures from the palace, in addition to Senzu Beans, detectors, and universal capsules. These sporadic pieces of information, which were difficult to distinguish between true and false, quickly fermented and spread on the black market after being exaggerated and maliciously speculated. Among them, the most eye-catching and the most coveted by those ambitious people are undoubtedly the precise coordinates of the stable entrance to the palace, and the possible way to enter. Everyone knows that the palace sunk in the deep sea is like a huge treasure house that has not yet been fully developed. It contains countless secrets and treasures that are enough to change the world. Whoever can enter the palace first, or in other words, whoever can enter the palace more safely and effectively, will gain the upper hand in this new treasure hunt game, and gain the greatest benefits. Therefore, on the black market, the price of the information about the precise coordinates of the palace entrance and the method of entry was quickly driven up to a jaw-droppingly high price. Some powerful pirates, such as Kaido of the Beasts or Bigmom's men, began to spend a lot of money to buy these intelligence that might not be completely reliable. They also began to secretly organize their own exploration teams, preparing to go to the mysterious coordinate point after the Marine, or, at the same time as the Marine, to conduct independent exploration. Some middlemen who call the shots in the dark world, such as Don Quixote Doflamingo, are more actively manipulating the transactions of this intelligence behind the scenes, trying to make huge profits from it, and taking advantage of the situation to find opportunities for themselves. Even some countries and organizations that were originally peaceful or not very powerful began to stir after hearing the news, hoping to get a piece of the pie in this huge change caused by alien objects, or at least to maintain their own living space. For a moment, the whole world became more turbulent and more dangerous because of the mysterious palace sleeping in the deep sea. A new battle for the palace entrance in the heritage of God is about to begin in secret, with a bloodier and more cruel prelude. Marine, as the first person to take the plunge, although he paid a certain price, he did get a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of the mysterious palace. They know that the road of exploration in the future will be more difficult, and full of unknowns. The Holy Land of Mariajoy, the sacred place floating on the top of the Red Line, symbolizing the highest power of the world government, is now shrouded in an unprecedented solemn and uneasy atmosphere. In the heavily guarded secret meeting room that only the highest levels of the world government can enter, 5 serious-looking old men in black suits, the 5 elders, are gathered around a huge round table. In front of them is a detailed report on the first palace exploration operation of the Heritage Recovery Team, that has just been urgently transmitted from the naval headquarters. The content of the report made each of their faces look more gloomy and worried than ever before. Self-maintenance capabilities that can automatically repair damage and clean up garbage? Possessing a large number of powerful metal puppets as a defensive force? The internal structure is as complex as a maze, filled with all kinds of advanced technologies that we cannot understand? There's even a terrifying machine that can turn living creatures directly into candy? Every piece of information was like a heavy hammer, hitting the 5 elders' hearts hard, making them feel palpitations and uneasiness. They originally thought that, although the mysterious palace rising from the bottom of the sea possessed some magical props and unknown technologies, as long as Marine could successfully enter it, with the powerful strength of the world government and the extraordinary wisdom of Dr. Vegapunk, they would be able to completely control it and take the legacy for themselves. But now it seems that they were too naive. That palace was far more unfathomable and more dangerous than they had imagined. It's like a Pandora's box full of unknowns and temptations. Once this magic box is completely opened, what is released from it is likely to be far beyond their control, and even will threaten their world government, which has absolute rule in this world for 800 years. Did we do something wrong? A five elder with a mustache asked in a hoarse voice. His eyes were filled with rare confusion and a hint of regret. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of saying all this? Another five elders who wore glasses and looked more gentle pushed the frame on his nose and said in a cold tone, once Pandora's box is opened, it can never be easily closed again. Advertisement. The question now is, how should we deal with this situation that has gotten out of control? A burly five elders with a scar on his forehead said in a low voice, his fists unconsciously clenched under the table. They knew that the news of Marine's exploration of the palace had been leaked to some extent. Pirates, ambitious people, and various underground forces who were full of greed for the god's tools and palace treasures would inevitably flock to it like sharks smelling blood. Although their world government possesses a powerful military force and intelligence network, it cannot be an enemy of the entire world at the same time, let alone stop those desperate criminals from taking risks for the sake of profit. It seems we can only take it one step at a time. The five elders with the highest status and long Whitebeard finally spoke slowly after a long silence. His voice was full of fatigue and a hint of helplessness. Continue to strengthen the blockade and monitoring of the waters near Marineford, and try to prevent unauthorized persons from approaching that coordinate point. Order Vegapunk to speed up the cracking and research of those palace heritages, especially the technology of the metal puppets. If we can use it, it will greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Marines. At the same time, his eyes became somewhat cold. For those forces that refuse to listen to advice and insist on getting their hands on the palace secrets, we can take some tough measures when necessary. We must let the whole world know that there are some things that they cannot touch. The five elders once again fell into heavy discussions and difficult decisions. They knew that a more chaotic and unpredictable era had arrived ahead of schedule because of the appearance of the mysterious palace. Whether their world government could continue to maintain their seemingly stable rule in this new era had become a huge unknown. Pandora's box has been opened. What is released is hope or despair. I'm afraid only time can give the answer. Just when the highest levels of the world government were worried and unable to sleep because of the tip of the iceberg revealed by the Dragon Ball Palace, Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy who is far away in the daughter island Amazon Lily, has become excited again because of a rumor related to the palace, rubbing his hands and eager to try. This rumor was not about the palace's defenses or the Marines' exploration. Luffy had never been interested in these complicated and dangerous things. What attracted him was another rumor, which, in his opinion, was much more important. Hey, did you hear it? Luffy heard a top-secret information from somewhere, probably from a nine-snake warrior who just came back from outside, or simply from Empress Hancock by acting cute. That made his eyes turn into stars in an instant. It is said that those guys from Marine brought out a machine from that big palace. A machine that can turn anything into candy. Luffy was gesticulating with his hands and drooling. A machine that can turn things into candy? Wouldn't it be the best machine in the world? Countless possibilities instantly emerged in Luffy's mind. He can turn the green peppers that you don't like to eat into sweet strawberry candies. He can turn hard stone into marshmallows that melt in your mouth. He can even turn those annoying Marines into lollipops of various flavors, and this doesn't seem very good. But, in short, in the eyes of Luffy, a super foodie, a machine that can turn anything into candy is simply a godlike existence. Great. I must get that machine. Luffy's eyes were burning with the raging, foodie soul. He suddenly jumped up from the bed, waving his fists, and loudly announced, I want to use that machine to eat candies of all flavors in the world. Strawberry flavor, orange flavor, barbecue flavor, and Sea King's flavored candies. They must be delicious too. Hee. The rumor of a machine that can turn things into candy immediately became another sufficient and legitimate reason for Luffy to go out to sea again and explore the mysterious, great palace. After all, for Luffy, the temptation of delicious food always comes first. Nami and Usopp, who were standing aside, felt dizzy again and black lines appeared on their foreheads after hearing Luffy's ambition. Luffy. You idiot. Are you listening to us? Nami was so angry that she was shaking all over. She felt her blood pressure was about to soar to the limit. How dangerous that palace is now, don't you know it all? And that machine that can turn things into candy sounds very evil. What if it turns you into candy too? Usopp also nodded repeatedly, with an exaggerated expression of fear on his face. Yeah, Luffy, I am most afraid of eating candy, especially being turned into candy. It will definitely be very sticky, and what if it is carried away by ants? Oh, it's okay. I'm a rubber man, I'm not afraid of being turned into candy. Luffy waved his hand nonchalantly, and his optimism to the point of blindness came into play again. Besides, if I really was turned into candy, it would definitely be the most delicious rubber candy in the world. Hee. Advertisement. Nami and Usopp looked at Luffy, who was aloof and only wanted candy. They all felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They knew that it would be harder than climbing to the sky to stop this single-celled foodie from taking risks. It seems that the next, heart-pounding, adventure for the Straw Hat crew is not far away. 0. Luffy's obsession with candy has become another powerful reason in his heart, besides looking for Senzu Beans, that drives him to the unknown palace. Power. He couldn't wait to go out to sea again, to see the magical, candy-making machine. With his own eyes, and then take it for himself and make it his own exclusive snack. Production line. Just as the eyes of the world are focused on the mysterious light spot on the sea in Marineford and the Dragon Ball Palace, that may be hidden in the deep sea. In the holy land of Mariajoy, the city of Pangu that symbolizes the center of world power, in its deepest part, there is a room unknown to outsiders, full of repression and taboos. The Void Throne, the one that has never been sat on since the establishment of the world government, symbolizing the vacant position of the world's supreme ruler, is now sitting. A mysterious figure. His, or her, his, because no one knows his, her true gender and identity, figure is shrouded in a hazy light and shadow, making it difficult to see his, her specific appearance and clothing. I could only vaguely feel that it was a being with supreme authority that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He is the real behind-the-scenes ruler of this world, Lord Yim, who is above the 5 elders. At this moment, in front of Lord Yim, there was a top-secret report made of special materials and emitting a faint light. This report was about the Dragon Ball Palace, that appears, as well as various magical props flowing out of the palace, and a detailed record of Marine's first exploration operation. At the end of the report, there is also a picture of the pink demon that appeared in the Blackstone tablet image, which was initially restored in high definition by Dr. Vegapunk. Lord Yim's eyes only lightly glanced at the descriptions of the Senzu Beans, the combat power detectors, the universal capsules, and the internal structure of the palace, without lingering for too long. It seems that these, God's tools, and advanced technologies, that are enough to shock the world in the eyes of the outside world are just some relatively novel toys. Just a thought. However, when his eyes fell on the blurred but still recognizable restoration of the pink demon image, his eyes hidden in the light and shadow were slightly paused. His gaze lingered for a long time on that pink face full of childlike innocence and an evil smile. He had no expression and made no sound. However, the surrounding air seemed to have completely solidified at this moment. An indescribable, cold and oppressive aura emanated from the Void Throne, causing the temperature of the entire room to suddenly drop by several degrees. The mysterious guards in black robes standing in the shadows in the corners of the room subconsciously held their breath, not even daring to breathe, for fear of disturbing this. The Supreme Being. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. I don't know how long it took before Master Yim slowly turned his gaze away from the restored picture of the pink demon. Chapter 57 Sanji's Inspiration, the possibility of capsule food. He still had no expression and did not say anything. However, those eyes hidden in the light and shadow seemed to become even deeper and more elusive. Then, he gently waved his hand. The top-secret report floating in front of him was like being pulled by an invisible force. It silently turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the air without leaving any trace. It seemed that the Dragon Ball Palace, that caused a commotion throughout the world, and the pink demon that could destroy the planet, were just a small episode that was not worth his excessive attention. However, those who truly understand the horror of Lord Yim know that the calmer this supreme being is, the more likely it is that he is brewing a more unfathomable plan in his heart. The deepest secrets of the holy land of Mariajoy and Pangu City are still hidden in thick fog. And the image of the pink demon and the possible name, Buu, seemed to touch some unknown memories of the king of the world. Just above the sea, the emergence of the Dragon Ball Palace caused a storm, and various forces were fighting openly and secretly for the heritage of God. In the deep and dark seabed, in that huge sleeping palace, in that secret incubation room filled with unknown technology at the deepest part, some more subtle, but also more disturbing changes are taking place. The huge, transparent culture tank that was like a giant egg was still filled with light pink, viscous nutrient solution that emitted a faint fluorescent light. The thumb-sized piece of tissue, which was a strange pink color and looked like chewed gum, was still lying quietly at the bottom of the culture tank. However, on May 27th, compared to a few weeks ago, it seemed some slight changes had occurred. Its size has slightly increased. Although the increase is very small, it is not noticeable unless you compare it carefully, but it has indeed become a little bigger. Moreover, the wriggling on its surface is more obvious and more frequent than before. It no longer moved slightly like before, just occasionally, as if it was just an unconscious physiological reaction. Now, its movements have become more regular and more purposeful. It's like a slowly developing heart, contracting and relaxing rhythmically. What's even more surprising is that it seems to be sensitive to certain energy fluctuations in the outside world. Not long ago, when Marine's legacy recovery team was engaged in a fierce battle with those metal puppets in that huge entertainment room, the strong energy fluctuations and shockwaves generated by the battle seemed to be transmitted to this secret training room in the deepest part of the palace through some unknown channel. And the moment the pink cell tissue felt the energy fluctuations, the movement of its surface suddenly intensified. It was as if it smelled some delicious food, and instinctively began to crave for more energy. It seemed to know that only by absorbing enough energy could it develop faster, grow faster, and wake up faster. Therefore, it began to more actively absorb the weak but continuous energy that escaped from the energy pipelines connected to the culture tanks due to the sinking of the palace and the damage of some systems. Greedily. Although the dissipated energy is only a drop in the ocean and insignificant to the huge energy core of the entire palace, for this small piece of pink cell tissue that is in a fetal movement state, it is like a long drought and a sweet rain, nourishing its life. Its size is increasing little by little in an extremely slow but real way. The wriggling on its surface became more and more vigorous. It is like a terrifying demon that has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, and is now moving from its most primitive cellular state, step by step, towards the other side of awakening, struggling but unwaveringly. No one knows what kind of disaster and despair it will bring to the world when it truly wakes up. But what is certain is that that day is not far away. Advertisement: the palace in the deep sea is still silent. But the unknown fetal movement indicates that a storm more terrifying than the Summit War and more devastating than any known disaster is quietly brewing. Above Marineford, the smoke of the battle of the century has long been blown away by the sea breeze, but the trauma and shadow it left behind are still deeply imprinted on this land and in the hearts of everyone who experienced it. However, the old pain has not yet completely healed, and a new storm is already brewing, and it is more violent and unpredictable than ever before. The mysterious palace that rose from the bottom of the sea, performed countless miracles, and then sank again was like a huge meteorite dropped into a calm lake, causing layer upon layer of endless ripples. The miraculous Dragon Ball items that flowed out of the palace, Senzu Beans, combat power detectors, universal capsules, were like catalysts, completely igniting the greedy desires of all the ambitious and powerful people in the world, and completely disrupting the original balance of power in the new world. Marine, after suffering heavy losses in the Summit War, is drawn into a more complex and dangerous game because of the appearance of this palace. They are eager to obtain powerful technology that can enhance their own strength from the legacy of the palace, but they are also filled with deep fear and anxiety about the unknown power hidden behind the palace. Although the Whitebeard pirates have saved the core fire with the help of the magic beans, the strongest man in the world who once dominated the sea is now old and unable to fight again. How will they protect their homeland and inherit their father's will in this turbulent new era? It is full of unknowns and challenges. Blackbeard Teach, the ambitious man who profited from the Summit War, became even more rampant and dangerous because he got the shock fruit and part of the palace heritage. His all-consuming dark ambition will surely bring even greater disasters to the world. Straw Hat Crew, these young people chosen by fate, are also unknowingly involved in the huge uzumaki caused by the Dragon Ball Palace. The adventures they experience and the unknown forces they come into contact with will profoundly affect their future adventures and will also allow them to play a more important role in this new era. And those powerful people hidden in every corner of the world, 4 emperors, revolutionary army, remnants of Shichibukai, supernovas, are all harboring their own ulterior motives and undercurrents because of the emergence of this palace, trying to gain the greatest benefits for themselves in this upcoming great change. Even the mysterious Lord Yimu, who towers over the whole world, seems to have a strange interest in the image of the pink demon. Not to mention, in the deepest part of the palace sleeping in the deep sea, the pink cell tissue is quietly moving. It is like a time bomb that has not yet exploded and is enough to destroy the entire world, waiting for the moment of waking up. The change of the world pattern, the turning point of the fate of the strong, the end of the old era, the beginning of a new era. Everything seemed to have begun with the earth-shaking shock caused by Whitebeard Edward Newgate in the Summit War. And this may be just the first note of the prelude to a complete out-of-control event that will soon sweep the entire world. The real storm is yet to come. The real madness has just begun. Marineford, the island that once symbolized the highest glory and absolute justice of the marine, has been reduced to ruins in most areas after experiencing the baptism of fire in the Summit War and the shocking changes in the mysterious palace. However, with the strong organizational ability of the marine and the efforts of countless soldiers day and night, a temporary but still heavily guarded naval headquarters command center has been rebuilt on the ruins. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the smoke and dust that filled the air, shining onto the makeshift command center, leaving a Madara-like light and shadow. The atmosphere in the conference room of the command center was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. The air was filled with a strong smell of rust and a faint smell of sulfur. All the surviving senior generals of the naval headquarters were sitting upright with solemn expressions. Their eyes were focused on the tall and oppressive figure at the head of the conference table. Akinu, Sakazuki. This iron-blooded admiral, who had impressed countless pirates and marines with his complete justice and ruthless methods in the Summit War, has now officially replaced Sengoku and become the new Marine Marshal. His face, which was distorted by anger and murderous intent, was now filled with unquestionable majesty and a hint of brutality that was difficult to conceal. The white marshal's cloak on his body, which symbolized the power of the supreme commander of the Marine, was particularly dazzling against his burly body. This was the first meeting of all senior generals he had convened since he took office as Marine Marshal. HMPH, Akinu snorted heavily. His hawk-like sharp eyes slowly swept over every general present. His eyes were filled with unquestionable pressure. The farce of the Summit War is finally over. That old immortal Whitebeard finally got what he deserved. This is a victory for justice for our Marine. His voice echoed in the conference room like thunder, and every word carried a scorching wave, making the generals present feel waves of palpitations. However, Akinu suddenly changed the subject and his tone became even colder and full of murderous intent. But the war is not really over. He slammed the table, leaving a shallow palm print on the hard alloy surface. That damn palace that emerged from the seabed, and those so-called legacy that flowed out of the palace with witchcraft-like power. They're like cancers that are corroding the order of our world. They're challenging the justice of our Marine. His bloodshot eyes stared at the generals present, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. I don't care what the palace is. I don't care what those legacy are. I only know that these powers that should not exist in this world must, and can only, be in the hands of our marines. Advertisement: any pirates, careerists, or anyone else who dares to get involved in these forces will be the target of our marines. Complete elimination. Akinu's words were filled with an unquestionable iron-fisted style and bloody murderous intent, which made many generals present feel a chill. They know that the new Marine Marshal's style of doing things will be tougher and more cruel than the previous Marshal Sengoku. So, I've decided. Akinu's voice rose a few notches again, exploding like thunder in everyone's ears. From today on, a special force will be established. A special unit that reports directly to me, the Marine Marshal, and has the highest authority to act. His eyes, like a sharp sword, swept across every general present, and he spoke word by word. The name of this unit is the Heritage Recovery Unit. Heritage Recovery Force. The generals present were all stunned when they heard this, with expressions of confusion and a hint of understanding on their faces. They knew that the legacy mentioned by Marshal Akinu was naturally referring to the props with magical effects that flowed out of the mysterious palace and the palace itself. The unknown technology and secrets contained in the body. That's right, Heritage Recovery Force. Akinu's mouth curled up with a hideous sneer. This force will be composed of our Marines' most elite soldiers in the world's political. It is composed of the core members of the government's CPO organization. Their only goal is to recover all the so-called Buu legacy, scattered around the world at all costs. Buu's legacy. Some generals looked even more confused when they heard this unfamiliar term. They didn't know that this term was a reference to the 5 elders of the world government. Star, based on the pink demon that appeared in the palace image and could destroy the planet, and certain features of the palace, a name temporarily given to those who do not know the tools and technology. Internal code name of 5.1 Department. Akinu ignored the confusion of the generals and continued in his oppressive voice. The Legacy Recovery Unit will not only recover the. More importantly, we need to thoroughly investigate the secrets of the mysterious palace. Its origin, its purpose, and the pink demon called Buu. What kind of existence is it? Any individual or force that dares to obstruct the Legacy Recovery Team from carrying out its mission will be killed without mercy, no matter who they are or how strong they are. Akinu's words were like pouring a bucket of hot lava on his declaration, which was already full of murderous intent. The temperature of the entire conference room seemed to rise several degrees. The generals present all felt a wave of suffocation. They knew that the newly appointed Marine Marshal was serious. A global, recycling, operation centered around the Buu legacy, full of blood and violence, is about to begin under his iron fist. And the world will surely be in turmoil due to the establishment of this special force. Just as Marshal Akinu was furious at the naval headquarters and announced the establishment of the Legacy Recovery Force, preparing to take control of the Buu legacy with an iron fist. The world government's highest cipher pole, the CPO, also received an emergency order from the Holy Land of Miraculous. CPO, the most mysterious and powerful intelligence and assassination organization hidden in the deepest part of the world government, has a member who is one in a million elites and has a variety of terrifying physical skills and assassination techniques, specializing in handling some dirty and bloody tasks that the world government is not convenient to publicly perform. Chapter 58 Usopp and Frankie's Technical Seminar. At this moment, inside the CPO headquarters in a secret base, a group of CPO members wearing black suits and various strange masks on their faces were solemnly listening to direct orders from their highest commander. Among these CPO members, there was a familiar yet chilling figure. Rob Lucci. This former CP9's strongest man disappeared after the Enies lobby incident. However, with his terrifying strength and absolute loyalty to the world government, or, in other words, his morbid obsession with dark justice, he not only did not receive severe punishment, but went up a level and was successfully promoted to one of the core members of CPO. At this moment, Rob Lucci still looked cold and cruel. He was wearing a neat black suit, with his equally cold pigeon Hadley squatting on his shoulder. There was no extra expression on his face, only his hawk-like sharp eyes, flashing a frightening cold light. When he heard from his superiors the detailed information about the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace and the Buu legacy, with incredible powers, for the first time, his icy face, which had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, revealed an imperceptible expression of deep interest. Beams that can bring the dead back to life? Lenses that can detect combat power? A capsule that can create all kinds of things out of thin air? And that pink demon who can destroy the planet? These words, filled with the unknown and powerful force, were like stones thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples in his heart. Rob Lucci is a pure fighting maniac. His lifelong pursuit is more powerful strength and more exciting killings. To him, the so-called Buu legacy was not something ominous or dangerous that needed to be strictly controlled. They are the perfect opportunities for him to become stronger and closer to the dark justice in his mind. He could clearly feel that the long-dormant desire for battle and power in his body was stirring because of the appearance of these legacy. Very good. When the commander announced that he would be appointed as one of the chief commanders of the newly established Legacy Recovery Unit 16 inches, responsible for tracking down and recovering the high-value Buu legacy on a global scale, and removing all the obstacles who knew about it and did not cooperate, Rob Lucci's mouth curled up with a cold and cruel arc. His pigeon haughtily seemed to sense his owner's excitement and made a few low, coo, sounds. I accept this mission. Rob Lucci's voice was still so cold and emotionless, but in his eyes, there was a chilling fire called excitement, burning. He can't wait to get into this new, hunting game. He wants to get those powerful, legacy, with his own hands. He wants to experience the power that transcends the times. He wants to let all those who dare to stand in his way taste the horror of 6 styles. The CPO's fangs have been exposed again. The return of Rob Lucci and the bloody mission he is responsible for will surely bring more killing and darkness to this already chaotic world. Just when Marine and CP0 began to take intensive actions for the Buu legacy. Far away on the new world's Onigashima, Kaido of the Beasts, the 4 emperors, who terrorizes the sea with the name of the world's strongest creature, finally learned more detailed information about the Marineford incident from his loyal, but somewhat unreliable, subordinate, Plague, Quinn. When Quinn described to Kaido with great excitement and exaggeration how the red beans called Sensus Beans could bring Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard back to life and instantly restore them to their peak state, and how the single lens instrument called Combat Power Detector could intuitively display the strength of a strong man. Kaido of the Beast's eyes, which were full of violence and madness, instantly widened to the size of copper bells. His mountain-like body began to tremble slightly due to excessive excitement. Gee, are you telling the truth, Quinn? Kaido's voice exploded like thunder in the castle of Onigashima. He grabbed Quinn's fat collar and lifted him up like a chicken, asking viciously, can that kind of bean really restore a person to full health instantly? Can that kind of lens really see the strengths and weaknesses of others? Quinn was frightened out of his wits by Kaido's terrifying aura. His face, which already looked a little funny due to his obesity, was now filled with fear and a hint of grievance. Yes, brother Kaido. It's absolutely true. Quinn nodded quickly, his voice filled with tears. I would never dare to lie to you. These are the latest information sent back from Marineford. Gig. Senzu Beans. Advertisement: the Senzu Beans that can instantly revive a person to full health. For an undead creature, like him whose biggest hobbies are fighting and suicide, but who cannot die because his body is too strong, this kind of bean is simply a treasure from God. If he could get this kind of bean, wouldn't he be able to enjoy the fun of fighting even more recklessly? He could challenge stronger enemies, try more dangerous suicide methods, and not have to worry about feeling bored and empty because of injury or near death. He could even use these beans to create a truly immortal army of beasts. Combat Power Detector. A detector that can intuitively display the strength value of a strong person. This kind of thing is also full of temptation for him, a battle maniac who likes to fight with strong people. He can use this detector to find those strong people hidden in every corner of the world who are truly worthy of his attack. He can accurately assess the strength of each opponent, so as to better enjoy the process of fighting. Interesting toys. What interesting toys? Kaido showed an extremely ferocious and excited smile on his face, and his saliva was about to flow out. He can't wait to get his hands on these fun toys. Quinn. Kaido threw Quinn to the ground and roared at him. Lousy orders you to lead a group of the best troops immediately. Get out of here and go to the damn sea near Marineford. No matter what method you use, no matter what price you have to pay, Kaido's voice was full of unquestionable majesty and brutality. You must bring all those Senzu Beans and battle power detectors back to Lousy. If anyone dares to stop you, or dares to snatch these toys from Lousy, Kaido's eyes flashed with a trace of cold murderous intent. Then let Lousy kill them all. Yes, brother Kaido. I obey your command. I'll do it right away. Quinn crawled up from the ground, and then rushed out of the castle with an agile speed that was completely inconsistent with his fat body. He knew that if he could not complete the task assigned by brother Kaido, then what would await him would definitely be a fate more horrible than death. On Onigashima, Kaido's order once again set off a bloody frenzy of preparation for war. Beasts Pirates, this dormant beast, seemed to have once again revealed its sharp fangs, because of the appearance of those interesting toys. Far away in Toto Land, the Queen of Desserts, Charlotte Linlin, was also feeling unusually sweet and anxious because of the information sent back from Marineford. I'm so hungry, I want to eat so much. Bigmom's food cravings struck again without any warning. Her huge body, like a small mountain, was now pacing back and forth around her dessert throne anxiously. Her eyes were red with hunger, and she kept muttering some nonsense about some dream food box that only she could understand. She longs for a magic box that can conjure up all the most delicious ingredients in the world and satisfy all her dessert fantasies. Just when she was about to lose her mind due to her strong appetite, her eldest son, the Minister of Sweets Perisparrow, and one of the 3 strongest generals under her command, Charlotte Smoothie, came to her carefully with a copy of the latest intelligence. Mom, calm down first. We have good news to tell you. There was a hint of flattery and a hint of nervousness on Perisparrow's face. Good news. Bigmom stopped pacing. Her eyes, which were a little cloudy due to hunger, stared at Perisparrow and her voice sounded like thunder. What good news? Can it be more important than the dream food that Mom wants to eat right now? It's about a magical thing called Universal Capsule that leaked out of that mysterious palace in Marineford. Perisparrow said hurriedly, fearing that if he spoke a little slower, he would be swallowed up by his furious mother. Universal Capsule. Bigmom frowned slightly, as if he had no impression of the name. Yes, Mom. Smoothie on the side also quickly added, according to the information, those small capsules can turn into all kinds of magical things out of thin air as long as they are thrown on the ground. It is said that someone used it to turn into a flying motorcycle. A flying motorcycle? Bigmom's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Instantly, an extremely wonderful idea flashed through her mind. If that kind of capsule could turn into a flying motorcycle, could it turn out the dream food box that she longed for the most? Advertisement can it create a super dessert feast that you can never finish, made with all the best, rarest, and most delicious ingredients in the world? When I think about this, Bigmom's food cravings seem to have been alleviated a lot. On her face, there appeared a smile that was both greedy and full of happy fantasies. Mama, Bigmom let out her signature, creepy laugh, her saliva already flowing from the corners of her mouth like a waterfall. Parasparrow, Smoothie, Bigmom gave her two capable children an unquestionable order. You two, right now, go get that magical candy for your mother. Capsule, in her opinion, if it can turn into something delicious, it must be the candy capsule, bring it back. The more the merrier. Mommy wants to use them to fulfill all my dessert dreams. If anyone dares to snatch these candy capsules from Mom, Bigmom's eyes flashed with a cold light, then make them all Mom's. Dessert after dinner. Yes, Mom. Let's do it right away. Although Parasparrow and Smoothie felt a little helpless about their mother's weird ideas caused by her bulimia, they 767 also knew that he could not go against her wishes now. They immediately took the order and began to mobilize the elite forces of the Bigmom pirates to go to the waters near Marineford to look for the legendary candy capsule. Because of Bigmom's dessert dream, Toto land of Wangguo has set off a treasure hunt full of sweetness and danger. Just as the other 4 emperors of New World were all harboring their own ulterior motives and ready to make moves because of the legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace. The Red Hair Pirates' flagship, Red Force, was still sailing slowly on the calm sea. Although the atmosphere on the boat was still relaxed, it was also a little more indescribably solemn than usual. Shanks, the always free and easy, optimistic and open-minded red-haired captain, now had a trace of rare worry on his face. In his hand, he held a somewhat blurry reconstruction of the pink demon that appeared in the image of the Blackstone tablet in the palace. He had bought it from an information dealer at a high price. Although the image is not clear, it is still possible to make out the demon's pink skin, the tentacles on his head, and the childlike, yet evil smile on his face. Shanks's eyes lingered on the restored picture for a long time, and his brows became tighter and tighter. Gohan Buu. Shanks whispered a name. This name was from some more secretive names that were even tabooed by the world government. A channel that I finally found out about the true identity of the pink demon, a possibility. Although he was not completely sure, the pink demon in the image was the legendary one that had brought endless disasters and destruction to the entire universe. Some kind of Majin Buu form. However, that terrifying power that could easily destroy a planet, that cruel nature that treated life as worthless, and that ominous name made him feel a chill. From the depths of my soul, Captain, are you still worried about that Buu thing? Deputy Captain Ben Beckman, holding a cigarette, walked slowly to Shanks and asked softly. Shanks raised his head and looked at his most trusted partner with a bitter smile on his face. Yes, Beckman. If that guy is really like the legend. If it is that powerful, then our world will probably be in great trouble. He handed the restoration drawing in his hand to Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman took the reconstruction drawing, looked at it carefully, and then returned it to Shanks. There was also a hint of solemnity on his face. Captain, I think. Ben Beckman took a deep puff of cigarette and slowly exhaled, saying in a calm and steady voice, the existence of that Buu itself is the greatest threat to the balance of our world. Chapter 59 Nami's Worries. An unbalanced world. Whether it's the Marine, the other 4 emperors, or even the Revolutionary Army, among all the forces in this world that we know of, I'm afraid that none of them can fight alone against a force that can destroy the planet. If he really comes to our world, then everything we have fought for before, everything we have protected, will become meaningless. Shanks remained silent after hearing this. He knew that what Ben Beckman said was true. However, Ben Beckman changed the subject, his eyes flashing with wisdom. I always feel that the appearance of the mysterious palace and the outflow of the so-called legacy seem not just a coincidence. They are more like a carefully arranged bait, or the beginning of a larger and more secretive plan. Oh, what do you mean? A hint of curiosity flashed in Shanks' eyes. Ben Beckman continued to analyze. Think about it, Captain. If that Buu really has the power to destroy everything, then why doesn't he just come down and completely destroy our world? Instead, why does he have to go through a palace and release some magical, but insignificant, tools, compared to his own power? Moreover, the timing of the palace's appearance was also very coincidental. It happened to be at the height of the Summer War, when both the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates were suffering heavy losses. This makes me wonder, behind the appearance of that palace and the playing of that Buu image, is there some deeper purpose that we haven't noticed yet? Ben Beckman's analysis made Shanks frown even more tightly. He knew that his deputy captain had extremely sharp insight and extraordinary wisdom, and his analysis could often point out the essence of the problem. You mean? Shanks groaned. What I mean is, Ben Beckman's eyes became unusually sharp. We should probably not dwell too much on how powerful the Buu is, or how magical those legacy are. What we should do is stay calm, investigate carefully, and try to figure out the real reason why the palace appeared, and what the real purpose of that Buu, or the existence behind the palace, is. Only by figuring this out can we truly find the right way to deal with this crisis. Shanks was silent for a long time after listening to Ben Beckman's analysis. Then he nodded slowly, a relieved smile on his face. You're right, Beckman, Shanks said. I was a little, overly concerned. No matter how powerful that Buu is, no matter what conspiracy is hidden behind that palace, we, the Red Hair Pirates, will not sit idly by. His eyes became firm and confident again. We will pay close attention to the development of the situation, and we will work hard to find the truth. If that Buu really dares to harm our world, then we, the Red Hair Pirates, will definitely not stand idly by. Guys. Shanks suddenly turned around and shouted to the crew members who were laughing and playing on the deck. The party continues. Turn up the music. Let's toast to this. The new era that is coming, which is full of unknowns and challenges. Oh, the crew members of the Red Hair Pirates immediately burst into deafening cheers after hearing the captain's call. Although they were somewhat worried about that Buu, they believed that as long as their captain, the red-haired Shanks, was there would be no difficulty that they could not overcome. On Red Force, cheerful and heroic singing and laughter rang out again. But everyone knows clearly in their hearts that an unprecedented storm has already quietly arrived. And they, the Red Hair Pirates, must also be prepared to meet this huge challenge that may sweep the entire world. New World, that secret island that is covered by thick fog all year round and not marked on the map. The temporary base of the Blackbeard Pirates, that dark and humid huge cave. The atmosphere at this moment is completely different from the previous hustle and bustle and wildness, and seems a little weird and focused. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, instead of drinking and having fun with his vicious companions or discussing the next looting plan as usual, locked himself in a relatively secluded stone chamber, with several Buu legacy, emitting unknown technological light, captured from the mysterious palace in front of him. His face was no longer the arrogant and rude smile he usually had. Instead, it was replaced by a complex expression that was full of greed, calculation, and a hint of solemnity. His eyes, flashing green like a hungry wolf, stared at the props in front of him, as if he wanted to eat them live. Advertisement first, he picked up a relatively intact combat power detector. Although this single lens instrument looked a bit odd in his opinion, its magical function of being able to directly display combat power made him feel extremely satisfied and excited. He put the detector on his right eye, and then cast his gaze towards a rat gnawing on a bone in the corner of the stone chamber. On the lens, a string of extremely weak golden numbers representing the mouse's combat power immediately appeared, accompanied by 10 almost negligible beeps. Ha 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 ha. What an interesting toy. Blackbeard laughed. He felt that this thing was tailor-made for a hunter like him. He knows that his future path will be full of battles and plunder. He must constantly challenge those powerful enemies and seize those precious devil fruit abilities, so as to continuously strengthen his own strength and finally ascend to the throne of the world. And this combat power detector will undoubtedly provide great help in his future hunting operations. He can use it to judge the strength of the prey in advance, so as to formulate a more stable and efficient hunting plan. He can use it to discover those unknown, unpolished gems hidden among the crowd who have great potential and then take them in for his own use or strangle them in the cradle. He could even use it to measure the extent to which his own strength improved each time he absorbed new devil fruit abilities, and thus feel more clearly the pleasure of becoming stronger step by step. With this thing, Blackbeard said with a cruel smile, my future hunting will become more easier and more enjoyable. Then, he turned his gaze to the treatment device that looked a little damaged but seemed to be still functioning. Although the healing effect of this device is far less immediate than that of Senzu Bean's, it still has extraordinary significance for Blackbeard at this moment. He knew that although he had successfully seized Whitebeard's powerful shock fruit ability, he had also suffered a huge backlash. His body and soul had suffered some imperceptible damage. Although these injuries would not affect his combat effectiveness for the time being, they were like a time bomb buried in his body that could explode at any time. Although this broken treatment device cannot completely eradicate these hidden dangers, it can effectively alleviate and repair the physical damage caused by the backlash of power, and accelerate his body's adaptation and integration to the new fruit ability. Ha 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 ha. God is helping me. Blackbeard felt the weak but continuous gentle energy emanating from the treatment device, and the comfortable feeling of the injuries inside his body slowly healing. His heart was filled with pride and relief. He knew that as long as he was given enough time to perfectly combine the two completely different powers of dark fruit and shock fruit, his strength would reach an unprecedented terrifying height. By then, he will become the only monster in the world who possesses two top devil fruit abilities at the same time. Whitebeard. Roger. And those so-called 4 emperors. Blackbeard's eyes flashed with a cold and crazy light. Your time has passed. From now on, this world will be ruled by me, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. He decided to make full use of these advantages obtained from the palace to speed up his long-planned ability user hunting plan. His target is those strong people who possess powerful or rare devil fruit abilities. He wants to take their abilities one by one and make them his own. He wants his Blackbeard pirates to become the most powerful and terrifying group in the world with the largest number of demon fruit powers. A dark hunt full of blood and plunder targeting people with special abilities all over the world is about to begin quietly under the planning of Blackbeard. And those, Buu legacy, will undoubtedly become his sharpest fangs in this hunt. Just when Blackbeard Teach was becoming ambitious and ready to make a big move because of his new toy. The headquarters of the Marine Science Force, a secret laboratory hidden in a corner of the world, full of all kinds of fantastic ideas and unknown technologies, the genius scientist drive. Vegapunk has fallen into an unprecedented dilemma and madness because of a legacy that also came from the Dragon Ball Palace, the Senzu Beans. Dr. Vegapunk, who is known as the world's first scientist, with wisdom that transcends his time by 500 years, has a very deep understanding and unique insights into various profound scientific and technological principles. He has successfully analyzed the bloodline factor of devil fruit and has also created a human weapon called Pacifist that can emit lasers. In his opinion, there seems to be no material phenomenon or mystery of life in this world that he cannot explain and replicate using scientific methods. However, when he was faced with the few remaining Senzu Bean samples that the Marine Legacy Recovery Team brought back from the palace at the risk of their lives, he had for the first time deep doubts about his own scientific knowledge that he was so proud of. He carefully placed one of the beans, of course, this was an extremely precious experimental sample specially approved by the 5 elders and Marshal Akinu, in his world's most advanced ultra-high precision mass spectrometer, which could analyze the composition of matter down to the atomic level. However, the results displayed on the analyzer screen made his wise eyes hidden behind the strange helmet widen instantly. Advertisement, this is impossible, Dr. Vegapunk muttered to himself in a daze as he looked at the analytical data on the screen that was completely beyond his understanding and was full of unknown elements and strange energy structures. He discovered that the energy structure inside the small red bean, the principles of life and vitality, were beyond all his existing knowledge. It seems that it doesn't belong to the material category of their world at all. The pure and powerful life energy it contains, as well as the mysterious mechanism that can instantly repair cell damage and promote tissue regeneration, are like a series of a huge mystery that cannot be explained by existing scientific theories. Dr. Vegapunk was not discouraged by this. He is a true scientist, and his desire to explore the unknown is far greater than anything else. He began to try various methods to replicate the magical effects of the magic beans. He tried to use genetic engineering technology to transform some ordinary bean plants, hoping to make them produce life energy similar to that of fairy beans. Either they wither and die directly, or they turn into some ordinary bunches with even weirder smells. He tried to use chemical synthesis to simulate some special energy structures inside the beans, hoping to create artificial drugs with similar therapeutic effects. The things that are synthesized are either highly poisonous or some useless colored powder. He even tried to use his newly developed energy resonance device to directly extract and copy the mysterious life energy inside the beans, hoping to inject it into the Wang Jiao, into the injured organism. As a result, once the life energy is separated from the carrier of the Senzu Bean itself, it will immediately dissipate into the air and cannot be effectively storage and utilization. I tried again and again, but all I got in return was failure again and again. This made Dr. Vegapunk, who always regarded himself as an omnipotent genius scientist, feel unprecedented frustration and deep confusion. He felt like a child standing outside a tightly closed door to the palace of higher dimensional life sciences. No matter how hard he tried, he could not find the key to his life. The key to open the door. Finally, after wasting a lot of precious experimental samples and trying all the methods he could think of, Dr. Vegapunk had to turn to the 5. Lao Xing submitted an experimental report, full of helplessness and regret. In the report, he frankly admitted that with his current level of technology and knowledge, he was temporarily unable to crack the core technology of the Senzu Bean, let alone replicate its magical effects. He even boldly speculated that the core technology of Senzu Beans might have involved some more profound and mysterious level of law of life, and this technology involving the universe. How could the laws of the origin and mysteries be easily discovered and mastered by mortals like them? After receiving the report from Dr. Vegapunk, the 5 elders felt somewhat disappointed and a little uneasy, but they also knew that such matters could not be dealt with in a hurry. Not coming. They could only order Dr. Vegapunk to continue the relevant research and devote more energy to those that are relatively easier to crack and imitate. Official palace legacy, such as the research on combat power detectors and metal puppet technology. The irreplicability of Senzu Beans has given the Marine and world government a clearer and deeper understanding of the preciousness and strategic value of this God's tool. Chapter 60 Robin's Meditation, Civilization Beyond Historical Texts. They knew that the few remaining Senzu Beans in their hands would most likely become out of print. And this, out-of-print, strategic material will surely play an immeasurable role at some critical moment in the future. Just when the marine scientists were racking their brains and were at a loss as to the mystery of the Senzu Beans. In New World, on an island filled with the breath of death and despair, the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, is leading his group of red-hard pirates in a medical rescue operation that is full of unknowns and dangers. He had just heard from some reliable intelligence channels about the mysterious palace in Marineford and the rumors about the props that flowed out of the palace and contained medical technology that was ahead of its time. These rumors made him feel uneasy for a long time. Trafalgar Law is a very special demon fruit power. The op fruit he possesses is known as one of the ultimate demon fruits, and allows him to cut, splice, and exchange any object at will within a certain space, even living creatures. With this heaven-defying ability and his own superb medical skills, Luo has cured many difficult and complicated diseases that others consider to be incurable, and has therefore made a great name for himself in the new world. However, in Luo's heart, there is always a hidden ambition that is bigger and more dangerous. He is not only satisfied with curing those common diseases, he also wants to unlock the deep secrets of some devil fruits, and even challenge the ultimate mysteries of life and death that are considered taboo by the world government. And that mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, and the medical technologies that are ahead of their time, such as the Senzu Beans and the broken treatment device, that flow out of the palace, in his opinion, are undoubtedly an important opportunity to realize his ambition. He thought that if he could obtain medical technology that was ahead of its time and perfectly combine it with his heaven-defying op fruit ability, then he might really be able to cure more, even all known and unknown, incurable diseases. He might be able to uncover the true source and nature of the devil fruit's power. He might even be able to find the real secret of the legendary anti-aging surgery that can give people eternal life. These thoughts, like a raging flame, burned in his heart, making him feel extremely excited and 563 eager. So, after careful consideration, Trafalgar Law made a bold decision. He ordered his navigator, Beppo, to adjust the course immediately and lead the Red Heart Pirates submarine, the Polar Diver, towards the area near Marineford that was full of uncertainty. Dangerous seas, full speed ahead. He wanted to personally go and find the coordinates of the mysterious light spot on the sea. He wanted to see with his own eyes the Dragon Ball Palace that sank in the deep sea. He wanted to do everything he could to obtain the medical technology that would enable him to realize his ambitions, and that was ahead of its time. Guys. Luo stood on the bridge of the Polar Diver, with a confident and slightly crazy smile on his face. Are you ready? We are going to perform an unprecedented major operation. Yes, Captain. The crew members of the Red Heart Pirates responded in unison, their eyes also flashing with anticipation for unknown adventures and unlimited trust in their captain's unpredictable abilities. Trafalgar Law's scalpel is about to reach out to the Dragon Ball Palace, which is full of unknowns and dangers. And his actions this time will definitely bring more variables and uncertainties to this already chaotic new world. Different from Trafalgar Law, which is full of calculations and medical ideals. Another representative of the supernova, Captain Eustace Kid, focuses on the Dragon Ball Palace in a more pure and violent way. Kid, the user of the magnet fruit known for his brutality and destructiveness, is not very interested in medical technology or strategic gadgets. The only thing he is interested in is power, pure, absolute power that can destroy everything. When he heard from his subordinates about the horrific scene in the palace's Blackstone tablet of the pink demon destroying the planet with ease, he felt an unprecedented excitement and intense jealousy in his heart. That is the real power, advertisement that is the absolute destructive power that is enough to make the whole world tremble. Compared to that kind of power, his proud ability of the magnet fruit and his huge mechanical arm made of various scrap metals are just like a child's toy, not worth mentioning. Only with that kind of power can one be worthy of the title of King of Pirates. Kid's eyes were burning with the fire of ambition, and a hideous and twisted smile appeared on his face. He longed for that kind of power. He wanted to tear all the enemies that stood in his way into pieces just like that pink demon destroyed the planet. So, he gave a bloody and brutal order to his most trusted deputy, killer warrior, Kira. Kira. Kid's voice roared like a wounded beast. I don't care what method you use, no matter what price you have to pay. You must give Lousy, from that damn palace, or from anyone else, the props or weapons that can enhance my attack power. I want my magnetic force to be stronger. I want my mechanical arm to be bigger. I want my destructive power to reach the level of that pink B asterisk 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 D. I will use those things to tear apart all obstacles, tear apart those who dare to laugh at my dreams, tear apart those high and mighty people, tear apart that rotten world politician. I want to make the whole world tremble and wail at the feet of Eustace Kid, and then completely surrender. Kid's roar echoed over their pirate's ship that was full of metal and blood, filled with chilling madness and desire for destruction. Kira listened to his captain's roar silently. His face, covered by the mask, showed no expression, but in his eyes, a trace of helplessness and he knew that once his captain decided on something, he would accomplish it at all costs. It seems that the Kid Pirates are about to plunge into the bloody and violent battle for the Dragon Ball Palace. And they have only one goal, that is, to obtain a more powerful force that can destroy everything. The supernovas of the New World have all responded in their own ways to the huge changes caused by the Dragon Ball Palace. They were like a group of sharks with a keen sense of smell, acutely aware of the bloody smell that was quietly surging above the ocean, full of opportunities and dangers. And they will surely play a more important role in this new storm. Just as the outside world was in an uproar over the Dragon Ball Palace and its legacy, various forces were fighting openly and secretly for their own interests, and undercurrents were surging. Far away on the daughter island of Amazon Lily, the Straw Hat crew still leads a relatively peaceful and delicious life. Sanji, a chivalrous and romantic chef with curly eyebrows, still enjoys doing this every day for his partners, especially the two girls in his heart. Nami and Robin prepare a variety of hearty and delicious meals. The novel and precious ingredients on Daughter Island also greatly inspired his creativity, allowing him to come up with some amazing new dishes every day. However, besides cooking, Sanji's mind would often have beautiful fantasies about those universal capsules. As he skillfully flipped the wok, he silently calculated in his mind. If that kind of universal capsule can really be used to store prepared food, it would be so convenient. From now on, BGEB. No matter how remote the sea we sail to, no matter how bad the weather is, I can always serve Miss Nami and Miss Robin the freshest, most delicious, and still hot, a loving meal. For example, on a romantic moonlit night, when Miss Nami is in a good mood because of enjoying the beautiful night view, I can, with a bang, conjure up a romantic candlelight dinner under the moonlight, containing top-quality caviar, truffle foie gras, and Romani Conti red wine. For example, on a sunny afternoon, when Miss Robin is a little tired from reading ancient books, I can, whoosh, and conjure up a set of afternoon tea break package for intellectual ladies, which includes a variety of exquisite French desserts, top-grade English black tea, and some scented candles that can help her relax. The more Sanji thought about it, the happier he felt. He even began to design a complete set of universal capsule exclusive menus for Nami and Robin in his mind, which included a variety of top-notch delicacies from all over the world that they might like. Advertisement. Oh, Miss Nami, Miss Robin, please look forward to it. Sanji, will definitely use my love and the universal capsule to fill your stomachs and your hearts. Sanji was so excited that hearts were popping out all over his body, and his curly eyebrows were twitching with happiness. As for Luffy, the single-celled foodie, Sanji said that giving him some barbecue capsules that could fill his stomach should be enough. Although Sanji's capsule cuisine fantasy sounds a little unrealistic, it is indeed full of the unique tenderness and thoughtfulness of this romantic chef. After satisfying his appetite, Luffy himself also showed great interest in the new toys he got from the palace. Especially the single lens instrument that can see the combat power of others. Wow, this thing is so cool. Can I know how powerful others are by wearing it? Luffy grabbed a combat power detector that Usopp was studying, which had only half a lens left. Of course, it was already damaged, put it on his eyes, and then began to scan his companions around him one by one. Zoro, what's your fighting power? Is it higher than mine? Sanji, what about your fighting ability? It must not be as high as Zoro's, hee. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, what about your combat power? Are they all in single digits? Luffy was like a child who got a new toy. He had a lot of fun playing with it and treated the detector as a kind of a game prop that could be used to compare who was more powerful among his friends. Of course, because the detector in his hand was broken, he couldn't see any values at all, but this didn't stop him from entertaining himself. He also had a sudden idea to use this detector to find the strongest snake on Daughter Island. Hancock. Luffy ran to the Empress, who was handling government affairs, with an expectant expression on his face. Let's use this lens to find the most powerful snake on your island. I haven't fought a snake yet, it must be fun. Hancock looked at Luffy's innocent and cute appearance, and her heart was filled with infinite pampering. Although she knew that the lens was broken and that Luffy was just fooling around, she still smiled and nodded, agreeing to Luffy's absurd request. In her opinion, as long as Luffy wants something, she will try her best to satisfy him. So, in the next few days, on Daughter Island, you can often see this strange scene. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, wearing a broken single-lens instrument, happily chases all kinds of strange and huge snakes in the jungle of Daughter Island, trying to use his detector. That doesn't work at all to find the legendary, strongest snake. The Pirate's Queen Boa Hancock follows Luffy closely like a little follower, always with a happy and obsessed smile on her face. From time to time, she cheers Luffy on, or helps him solve some little troubles that he accidentally provokes and are too fierce. This daily routine, full of childlike fun and a hint of absurdity, has become a unique landscape for the Straw Hat crew during their recuperation on Daughter Island. Although the storm outside was already brewing, at least at this moment, they could still enjoy a moment of peace and joy. Daughter Island, the mysterious land guarded by the Nine Snakes pirates for generations, is now bathed in the warm sunshine. The sea breeze brings the refreshing fragrance of flowers. A hint of barbecue flavor. After experiencing the life and death test of Summit War and the huge shock of the palace adventure, the members of Straw Hat crew are all enjoying this rare peace and 18%. Luffy is still the energetic single-celled foodie with an amazing appetite. Every day he either eats a lot or pesters Hancock to help him find all kinds of rare birds and animals that look delicious. Sanji was immersed in his capsule cuisine fantasy, and from time to time he would reveal a happy and obscene smile because of the scenes of preparing various romantic delicacies for Nami and Robin that appeared in his mind. Usopp and Frankie regarded the broken combat power detector parts and universal capsule shells obtained from the palace as treasures. They got together every day to carry out all kinds of whimsical, technical discussions, trying to crack out some great inventions that perhaps only they could understand. Roronoa Zoro, the green-haired swordsman who aspires to become the world's greatest swordsman, devotes most of his time to the arduous day-to-day. Khan's Minister of Cultivation, on the back hill of Daughter Island, under a secluded waterfall. Zoro was shirtless, revealing muscles as hard as steel and covered with hideous scars. He held 3 knives tightly in his hands, Wado Ichimonji, 3rd generation Yu, and Shu Shui. And beads of sweat kept sliding down his resolute face, dripping into the cold stream at his feet, splashing circles of tiny ripples. Chapter 61. Chopper's Medical Shock, the mystery of the ingredients of Senzu Beans. Drink. Every time he swung his knife, It brought with it a gust of wind that made the air whistle. As the knife flashed, it seemed as if a tiger was roaring and a dragon was tumbling. The surrounding trees and rocks were all slashed by his violent sword energy, leaving deep marks visible to the bone. However, Zoro did not feel the slightest joy at the increase in his own strength. His brows were tightly locked together, and his face was filled with a trace of unconcealable confusion and a sense of bottleneck. In his mind, he often uncontrollably recalled the horrifying image of the pink demon destroying the planet on the Blackstone tablet in the mysterious palace in Marineford. The demon didn't use any fancy moves, nor did he use any powerful weapons. He just gently waved his hand. Then, a huge planet, just like that, silently turned into cosmic dust. That kind of pure, without any techniques or impurities, energy explosion that seemed to be able to tear apart space and annihilate everything. That feeling was deeply imprinted in Zoro's soul, making him feel both shocked and fascinated. He tried to concentrate his increasingly improved armament hockey on the blade, hoping to simulate the terrifying power that could tear everything apart. His sword had indeed become sharper and stronger. He could even feel that his current strikes were enough to easily cut through steel, or even harder things. But he always felt something was missing. It's missing a taste. Hockey is a power that comes from will and spirit. It can strengthen attacks, predict danger, and even intimidate the weak. However, it is fundamentally different from the kind of pure chi that emanates from the pink demon, which seems to be an explosion from the origin of life. That kind of chi is more direct, more violent, and more elusive. It doesn't seem to be driven by will, but more like a kind of energy stored inside the body that can be detonated instantly. Zoro tried to sense whether there was a similar chi in his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he found nothing. He could only feel that his body was filled with vigorous vitality and powerful sword intent, but the chi that could tear through space seemed to be separated from him by an insurmountable veil, visible but intangible. Damn it. What exactly? What's the difference? Zoro was a little annoyed. He thrust the 3 knives in his hands fiercely into the rock in front of him, making a teeth-grinding friction sound. He recalled the time when he was on Hoi-Poi Island and received instruction from Eagle Eye to recall Mahawk. Hawkeye once told him that the true way of the sword is not just about improving skills and strength, but more importantly, it is about the perception of the breathing of all things, and the pursuit of the realm of cutting off everything, and not cutting anything. At that time, he was still a little confused about Hawkeye's words, and seemed to understand them not quite. But now, after witnessing the world-destroying power of the pink demon, he seemed to vaguely grasp a clue of something. Perhaps real strength is not just about mastering stronger hockey or more sophisticated swordsmanship. Rather, it is about finding a new way to perfectly integrate one's own life energy, the sword in one's hand, and the world around him. A way to unleash a purer, more fundamental power? This thought was like lighting a dim light on his dark sword path. Although the road ahead was still full of unknowns and confusion, he seemed to vaguely feel a new road leading to a higher level of swordsmanship. But how should he walk this path, and how should he get started? Zoro pulled out the 3 knives stuck in the rock, his eyes full of determination and a hint of expectation. He knew that he might face a new and huge challenge. And he is ready to face the challenge. Advertisement. Just as the Straw Hat crew was on Daughter Island, enjoying the rare peace and quiet, and each of them was practicing and thinking. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Baldigo, on the island surrounded by white cliffs, the atmosphere seemed unusually tense and solemn. After listening to the detailed reports about the Dragon Ball Palace and its Buu legacy sent back from all over the world, Commander-in-Chief Monkey D. Dragon fell into deep thought for a while. He knew that these God's tools, with incredible effects, as well as the power hidden behind the palace that far exceeded the technological level of this era, were both huge opportunities and unprecedented challenges for the revolutionary cause he led. If these forces can be mastered by the Revolutionary Army and used reasonably, then their process of overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government will undoubtedly be greatly accelerated. However, if these forces fall into the hands of the world government or those ambitious pirates, then the enemies that the Revolutionary Army will face will become even more strong and difficult for Yamato to deal with. Not to mention, the pink demon that appeared in the video could easily destroy the planet. That terrifying existence that was beyond the imagination of mortals was itself a huge threat to all life in the world. Long must make the most accurate judgment and the most effective response to this sudden change as soon as possible. After careful consideration, Long made an important decision. He decided to send a secret team composed of the most elite members of the Revolutionary Army to secretly go to the unknown and dangerous waters near Marineford to collect intelligence and wait for an opportunity to act. As the leader of this elite team, Long chose his most trusted right-hand man, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Sabo, the blonde young man who grew up with Luffy and Ace and was as close to them as a brother, reached a new height of strength and reputation within the Revolutionary Army after experiencing the Dressrosa incident and successfully inheriting Ace's Mera fruit ability. He not only possesses strong fighting ability, but more importantly, he has a calm mind, keen observation, and unlimited loyalty to the revolutionary cause. With him leading this secret team, Long believed that they would be able to complete this dangerous mission to the greatest extent possible. Sabo. Long handed a detailed action plan to Sabo standing in front of him, and said in a serious tone, "This mission is very important, and also very dangerous. Your mission is not to directly seize the so-called Buu legacy, nor is it to engage in direct conflict with marine or other forces. Long's eyes became extremely sharp. Your primary goal is to collect as much accurate information as possible about the mysterious palace, those magical props, and that pink demon. Secondly, we need to closely monitor the movements of all forces operating in that sea area, especially the actions of the world government and the marine. We need to know clearly what they want to get from that palace, and what they have already obtained. Finally, Long paused, a barely perceptible gleam in his eyes. If there is a chance to obtain some technology or props that are truly useful to our revolutionary cause while ensuring our own safety, then we can act accordingly. But you must remember, Long emphasized, safety first, intelligence is king. Before you are absolutely sure, never expose yourself easily, and don't get into unnecessary conflicts with any powerful forces. I understand. Mr. Long. Sabo took over the action plan, with a resolute and confident expression on his face. I will definitely complete the task. He knew that this mission was full of unknowns and dangers. However, for the ideals of the revolution and for the people who were still suffering, he would go to any lengths to uncover the truth hidden in the fog. The Revolutionary Army's hidden chess piece has quietly fallen. And Sabo and the elite team he leads are about to play an unknown but crucial role in the turbulent Marineford waters. Just as the secret team of the Revolutionary Army began to infiltrate the vicinity of Marineford, Marines, Heritage Recovery Team, did not back down after experiencing the painful lessons of the first exploration operation. Under the strong command of the new Marshal Akinu Sakazuki, after more careful preparation and more targeted training, they soon set out again. This time, their goal is clearer and more direct. That is, to set up a permanent, heavily guarded, underwater sentry post near the coordinates of the constantly flickering lavender light spot left by the mysterious palace. They want to firmly control the entrance to the space passage that may lead to the interior of the palace in the hands of Marine. They will never allow any other forces to easily interfere. However, Marine's plan was destined from the beginning to not go smoothly. Because, it's not just the Marine family that has their eyes on that sweet potato. Just when the Marines' Legacy Recovery Team had just set up a simple underwater warning platform near the entrance of the space channel, assembling some underwater sonar and sensor devices, an uninvited guest suddenly and aggressively broke into the sea area that was considered forbidden by the Marine. Asterisk. It was an advanced force consisting of several huge, heavily armored special submarines flying the Beast's pirates' ferocious skull flag. Advertisement. The commander of this army is none other than Admiral, one of the three disasters under Kaido of the Beasts, Quinn the Plague, a trusted aide sent out by him. He is also a zone ancient ability user who is also known for his brutality and bellicosity. Ha ha ha. Guys. Charge at Lousy. That glowing place is the entrance to the toy that Big Brother Kaido wants. Whoever dares to block the way will be torn into pieces by Lousy. The ancient species ability user stood on the command tower of the submarine, waving the huge mace in his hand and letting out a deafening roar. Behind him followed a group of equally ferocious and bizarre-looking beasts pirates givers, all of whom were rubbing their hands in preparation for a fight, their eyes flashing with bloodthirsty glints. The Marine sentry immediately sounded the battle alarm after discovering this uninvited guest. Report to the commander. An unknown submarine fleet has been spotted, 5 in total. The flag is Beasts Pirates. Order them to reveal their identities immediately and leave this sea area, otherwise we will use force to expel them. The commander of the Heritage Recovery Team, the Marine colonel with a scar on his face. A stern warning was issued through the underwater communication device. However, the Beast's pirates were not the kind of people who would listen to the Marine's warning. Expel them by force. Haha. Are you going to rely on you Marine bastards? The ancient ability user laughed even more arrogantly. If you have the guts, just let them go. Come here. Lousy is itching to do something. The two sides had a disagreement and without any unnecessary words, a fierce battle immediately broke out in the dark and cold deep sea. After the transformation, the gifters of Beasts pirates were transformed into ancient beasts with great strength and thick skin. The minions launched a fierce attack on Marine's underwater warning platform. Their submarines also opened their weapon hatches and fired powerful torpedoes and depth charges one after another. Although the Marines' Heritage Recovery Team is slightly inferior to the other side in terms of numbers and equipment, they are also elites who have experienced many battles, and they also have. The combat power detector is a powerful weapon. Attention! The guy in front of you who transformed into a Triceratops. His combat capability is assessed as a level. Focus your fire on him first. The two on the left wing transformed into saber-toothed tigers. Their combat capability is assessed as B+. Be careful of their speed and claw attacks. Torpedoes are coming from behind, everyone evade. Under the commander's calm command and the assistance of the combat effectiveness detector, the Marine soldiers carried out defense and counterattack in an orderly manner. They used the fixed turrets on the underwater warning platform and the specially modified weapons in their hands that could fire high-pressure water jets and electromagnetic pulse bombs underwater to fight against those fierce. The abnormal Beasts Pirates members fought a desperate battle. Suddenly, the originally quiet deep sea became ablaze with gunfire and raging energy. The light from the torpedo explosion made the dark seawater flicker. The loud noise of metal colliding, the roar of wild beasts, and the roar of humans intertwined together to form 10 pieces. A symphony full of death and destruction. The aftermath of the battle even attracted some of the huge deep-sea sea kings that were extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations from the nearby waters. After being attracted by the sound and energy of the battle, these terrifying deep-sea monsters began to launch indiscriminate attacks on everything around them, regardless of friend or foe. This made the already chaotic battlefield even worse. Just when the Marines' Legacy Recovery Team was fighting with the advanced troops of the Beast's pirates and the unexpected deep-sea sea kings, they were in a stalemate and exhausted. Another, larger and sweeter, fleet arrived silently in this sea filled with smoke and blood. It was a fleet of dozens of strangely shaped ships that seemed to be made of all kinds of giant candies and biscuits, full of fairy tale colors. Pirates. The flagship of the fleet is a ship made of giant strawberry cake and chocolate castle, exuding an alluring aroma, Queen Mother Anthem. That's right. The visitors are none other than the Big pirates, led by one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Well, it seems that we have arrived at the right time. Big Mom's huge figure, like a small mountain, appeared at the Queen Mother Saint. On the deck of the Song, with a lazy and greedy smile on her face, she glanced at the chaotic battlefield below and the pale light that kept flickering in the sea. Purple Light Door. Chapter 62 Brooke's Surprise. New Insights from the Soul King. Beside her stood her eldest son, the Minister of Sweets Perisparrow, and one of the 3 strongest generals under her command, Charlotte Smoothie, who possessed the ability of the squeezing fruit. Mom, those guys down there seem to be members of the Marine and Beasts Pirates. Perisparrow licked his giant cane made of candy, with a hint of disdain in his tone. They've already started fighting over that glowing thing. Oh, really? Big Mom smiled even brighter, and more creepy, when he heard that. That's really great. She doesn't care about first come first serve, nor does she care about the grudges between Marine and Beasts Pirates. In her opinion, all the good things that appeared in front of her should belong to her, Charlotte Linlin. Especially, the legendary hand that can conjure up all kinds of desserts and ingredients she wants, Candy Capsule. Perisparrow, Smoothie. Big Mom gave simple and rough orders to her 2 capable children. Get rid of those flies that are getting in the way down there for mommy. Clean it all up, then, bring back that shiny thing and all the delicious candy capsules inside for mom. If anyone dares to resist, Big Mom's eyes flashed with a cold light, then, turn them all into my soul homies. Yes, Mom. Perisparrow and Smoothie answered in unison, with cruel and excited smiles on their faces. The next moment, the Big Mom pirates' fleet, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, joined the already chaotic battlefield below. Countless candy shells, biscuit missiles, and various attacks controlled by homies, full of sweetness and death, rained down on the Marine and Beasts Pirates. 053. Members who were fighting fiercely. A more chaotic and more tragic 3-way melee around the palace entrance has begun. Marine, Beasts Pirates, and Big Mom Pirates, these 3 powerful forces representing the world's top combat power, are fighting an unprecedented life and death battle in this dark and cold deep sea in order to compete for the entrance to the Dragon Ball Palace, full of unknowns and temptations. This sea area has completely turned into a hell on earth. Just as the 3-way melee surrounding the palace entrance was in full swing and extremely brutal. On the battlefield, in an inconspicuous corner, an unexpected incident occurred, enough to shock and frighten everyone. A young officer belonging to the Marine Heritage Recovery Team was unfortunately ambushed by a gifter from the Beasts Pirates in the previous battle. He was seriously injured and had a huge wound on his chest that was deep enough to see the bone. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining his special protective suit red. He could clearly feel that his vitality was rapidly fading away, and his consciousness began to become blurred. Just when he thought he was about to die, he suddenly remembered the legendary magic beans that could bring people back to life. He knew that his commander had a few Senzu Beans in his hands that were kept strictly as strategic materials. His strong desire to survive made him temporarily suppress his awe of his commander and his fear of military discipline. While his comrades were fighting fiercely with the enemy and had no time to pay attention to him, he used up his last bit of strength to snatch the small metal box containing the Senzu Beans from the waist of a comrade who was responsible for keeping the Senzu Beans. Then, without even looking at them, he stuffed the several Senzu Beans, about 3 or 4 in total, in the box into his mouth, and swallowed them with difficulty. He originally thought that after swallowing these magic beans, his injuries would be instantly healed as the legend said, and he would even become stronger than before. However, the scene that happened next made him, and everyone who saw it, feel unprecedented fear and despair. The Senzu Beans melted in his mouth, transforming into a huge, pure, warm current full of the breath of life, which flowed into his limbs and bones. At first, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort and the return of strength. The horrific wound on his chest also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. But soon, he found something was wrong. The life energy that flowed into his body was really too huge, too pure. His body, like a balloon that had been forcefully stuffed with too much gas, began to expand uncontrollably. His muscles bulged one after another, protruding like a dragon. His blood vessels burst one by one, and blood gushed out from under his skin like a fountain. His bones also made a series of teeth-grinding, crackling sounds. The young officer let out a heart-wrenching wail filled with endless pain and despair. His body is still expanding, expanding, expanding again. Advertisement: his skin had been stretched to be as thin as a cicada's wing, and one could even see the muscles and blood vessels underneath that were frantically wriggling and bursting. His eyes, bulging with pain, were filled with bloodshot and fear of death. He wanted to ask for help, but he couldn't even utter a word. he could only make some meaningless, beast-like roars. The comrades around him, as well as the enemies who were fighting fiercely, were all stunned by this sudden, terrifying and strange scene. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at the marine officer who was transforming in an extremely terrifying way in disbelief. What's going on? What happened to him? No one knows what happened. No one knows how to stop this. Finally, under everyone's gaze, bang, a dull and terrifying noise. The body of the young marine officer, like an overinflated balloon, suddenly exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, bones were shattered. A strong, sickening smell of blood instantly filled the entire battlefield. Senzu Beans. The horrible side effects of overdose were revealed to the world in such a tragic and intuitive way for the first time. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill and fear from the depths of their souls. They finally realized that the God's tool, that seemed to be able to create miracles, also hid a huge danger that was deadly enough. When Pandora's box was opened, what was released was not just hope and disaster and despair, enough to destroy everything. The tragic scene of the marine officer exploding and dying from swallowing too much senzu beans was like a cold bomb dropped in the middle of a fierce battle, making everyone who witnessed this scene feel a chill from the depths of their souls and a deep fear. The three forces that were originally fighting fiercely for the entrance to the palace, the Marine Heritage Recovery Team, the Beasts Pirates Advanced Troops, and the BIGMOM Pirates Fleet, all stopped their attacks temporarily and cast their horrified and puzzled eyes towards the area where the self-explosion incident had just occurred. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a hint of the strange fragrance of fairy beans. This strange mixed smell made people feel both nauseous and uneasy. What happened just now? A gifter from the Beasts Pirates asked in a trembling voice. His face, which had become a little ferocious due to the transformation, was now filled with fear. He saw with his own eyes that the marine soldier, after swallowing a few red beans, exploded just like that. Could it be that those beans are poison? Another member of the BIGMOM Pirates said with some fear. He had imagined that if he could get a few of those legendary magic beans, he would be invulnerable and immune to all diseases. Now it seems that those things are simply life-threatening. The commander of the Marine Heritage Recovery Team, the Marine Colonel with a scar on his face, also looked extremely ugly at this moment. He stared at the blood-stained seawater and the scattered wreckage floating on the water, his heart filled with shock, anger, and a little fear. He knew that the magic beans had the magical effect of bringing the dead back to life. However, he never expected that this magic medicine would actually have such a horrible side effect. Overdose can actually lead to exploding and death. This discovery made him feel a deeper awe and vigilance towards the mysterious palace and all the legacy that flowed out of the palace. He began to wonder whether those God's tools that seemed to bring great benefits were hiding unknown, deadly traps. Just as the battlefield fell into an eerie silence and stalemate due to this sudden unexpected incident. On the outskirts of this chaotic sea, some small pirate groups that are weaker or just want to try their luck and take advantage of the chaos are also cruising and watching cautiously. They didn't dare to approach the palace entrance surrounded by the three major forces, nor were they willing to return empty-handed. They could only act like a group of hyenas wandering around a group of lions. I hope to pick up some leftovers from the gaps between the battles between those giants. Among them, there is a little-known pirates group whose strength can only be regarded as the bottom of the third rate, named Iron Scraps Pirates Group. The captain of the pirates is a man named Iron Fist Monka. He is tall and strong, with dark skin and a face full of flesh. He looks strong and powerful, but he is a simple-minded, cowardly, unlucky guy. The reason why he gave his pirates group such a resonant name and called himself Iron Fist was just to build up courage and scare those merchant ships that were weaker than him. Advertisement. It is worth mentioning that this Iron Fist Monka is not the same person as the Marine Colonel Monka who once bullied East Blue and was later beaten by Luffy. They just have the same name, unfortunately. At this moment, Iron Fist Monka was hiding behind a huge piece of ice with his dozen equally incompetent crew members, trembling as they watched the thrilling freeway melee in the distance. Captain. Let's run away. A crew member who looked as skinny as a mouse said to Monka in a trembling voice. Those guys in front of us look so powerful. If they find us, we'll be dead. Of course, this captain knows. Although Monka was terrified, he still pretended to be calm in order to maintain his pitiful captain's dignity in front of his subordinates. He stiffened his neck and said, I was just observing to see if there is anything. Something to gain advantage of. As he was speaking, a small unmanned reconnaissance ship, probably sent by some force to conduct preliminary exploration, appeared above the battlefield in the distance. If he was unfortunately involved in the melee, he was hit by a shell that came from nowhere amid a violent explosion, and then turned into a pile of burning flames. The wreckage sank into the cold sea. Oh, what a pity. That ship looks quite new, Monka said with some regret. He even thought that if the ship had not been sunk, they might be able to take advantage of it. Just drag it away and then sell it for some money to buy wine. However, just as the wreckage of the small boat was about to sink completely, a square-shaped object that was somewhat blackened by the flames and seemed to be made of some special metal appeared. A small square box suddenly floated up from the wreckage. The metal box seemed to have excellent waterproof properties. It remained afloat in the turbulent waves and slowly moved towards their floating. It drifted towards the direction of the ice. What is that? Monka stretched his neck curiously and looked at the floating metal box. It seems like a box, said the thin crew member uncertainly. Who cares what it is? Hurry up, pull it out, maybe there's some treasure inside. Monka's eyes suddenly lit up, and his greedy heart began to stir again. Get moving. Although he is as timid as a mouse, his desire for treasure is no less than those big pirates. Under his command, several crew members frantically used oars and ropes to finally pull the floating metal box out of the icy sea. Come. The metal box was heavy in the hand, with a smooth surface and no markings or words. Only a lock that looked very sophisticated and similar to a combination lock locked the box. Lock it tightly. Hurry, open it and take a look. What treasure is inside? Monka urged his men impatiently. However, his equally uneducated subordinates studied the advanced-looking combination lock for a long time but had no idea how to open it. Ship. Captain. This lock, we can't open it, said one of the men with some difficulty. Waste. A bunch of waste. Monka cursed angrily, then snatched the metal box and used his iron fist, that he thought was very powerful, to hit that lock buckle, smashed down, bang, a muffled sound. That seemingly sophisticated combination lock, under Monka's simple and rough iron fist, actually broke. I have to say, Monka's luck, at times, is pretty good. The box was opened, however, to the disappointment of Monka and his men. There was no gold, silver, jewelry, or sparkling diamonds or agates in the box as they had imagined. Inside, there were only a few torn pages that looked like they were made of some strange material that was similar to parchment but tougher and smoother. On those pages, there were some strange patterns of cultivation postures that they could not understand at all, as well as some schematic diagrams that looked like some kind of energy flowing and exploding in the body. Apart from this, there is nothing else. Chapter 63, Marine Reorganization, the prototype of the Heritage Recovery Team. Tisk. What a piece of crap. Monka was a little disappointed. He threw the few torn pages in his hand to the ground, with a look of disgust on his face. I was so happy for nothing. I thought it was some great treasure. His subordinates also had expressions of disappointment and disdain on their faces. However, just as they were about to throw this useless metal box into the sea, the crew member who was in charge of retrieving the box, who looked as skinny as a mouse, accidentally picked up the broken pages on the ground. Although he didn't recognize those strange patterns and symbols, he always felt that these pages made of such strange materials, and the high-end waterproof metal box used to store them, should not be ordinary things, right? So, he carefully folded the few torn pages of the book and stuffed them into his arms, ready to take them out when he had time. To use them as toilet paper. Or, at least as a fire starter, right? The poor Kame-sensei training manual, although it was only a fragment of the manual about the basic chi training and some simple techniques, just fell into the hands of a group of third-rate pirates who had no idea what it was. And its fate, therefore, becomes full of unknowns and a little bit ridiculous. After a thrilling treasure hunt, although they only got some waste paper, which they thought was useless, Iron Fist, Monka and his Iron Scraps pirates did not stay too long in this dangerous sea area. They took advantage of the fact that the three major forces were fighting each other and had no time to take care of other things, and quietly slipped away. During the next few days of the voyage, life on the ship returned to its usual, boring and dull state. Apart from drinking, gambling and bragging every day, the crew could not find anything more interesting to do to pass the time. And the skinny crew member who had stuffed the remaining pages of the Turtle School training manual into his arms before, because he had nothing to do, took out those strange-looking pages and looked at them over and over again. He still couldn't understand the complicated patterns and symbols on it, but he found that the little people with strange cultivation postures looked quite interesting. So he began to imitate those little men and made some very funny and awkward gestures on the deck. After seeing his strange appearance, the other crew members couldn't help but burst into laughter and mocked him. Hey, Mouse, what are you doing? Are you imitating a monkey? Ha 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 ha. I think he's not imitating a monkey, he's trying to learn how to dance God tier, yo ho ho ho. Even Captain Iron Fist Monka couldn't help but grin after seeing this scene, thinking that his subordinate was really too funny. However, as he laughed, a hint of curiosity suddenly arose in Monka's heart. He also picked up a torn page and looked carefully at the little man in a strange pose on it. This posture doesn't seem that ugly, does it? Monka said to himself, stroking his chin. Although he was simple-minded, he knew that something that could be placed in such a high-grade metal box and made of such a strange material should not be completely useless garbage, right? Maybe this really is some kind of long-lost, very powerful, ancient physical technique? Thinking of this, Monka couldn't help but feel a little itchy in his heart. Although he called himself Iron Fist, in fact, his physical skills were only slightly better than those of ordinary soldiers. If he could learn a truly powerful physical skill, wouldn't his strength also be greatly improved? By then, maybe he can really become a famous pirate? So, driven by curiosity, Monka also began to imitate the patterns on the torn pages and made some gestures. In his opinion, the postures were also a bit awkward, but seemed to contain some kind of indescribable charm. He tried his best to position his body in the same shape as the little man in the pattern. Then, he tried to imitate the feeling of energy flowing and exploding in the body as shown in the diagrams. Of course, he didn't know what Kai was, nor how to guide and control that energy. He was just simply imitating. He tried to concentrate all his strength on one point of his body, such as his palm. Then, suddenly, burst out. Ha! Monka shouted like the protagonists in those hot-blooded comics, then used all his strength to push his palm forward. Righto. Nothing happened. The only sounds in the air were his heavy breathing and the undisguised laughter of the crew members around him. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Captain, are you constipated? I think the captain wants to learn from that pink demon and destroy the planet. Too bad, he can't even fart, ha 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 ha. Monka's face instantly turned red. He felt that he had been humiliated. What are you arguing about? This captain is just warming up, Monka said to his men in anger. Although the first attempt failed, Monka was not discouraged. Instead, he became more courageous. He felt that his posture was not standard enough, or his strength was not focused enough. So, he began to study the remaining pages more carefully. He imitated the strange postures over and over again, and tried to concentrate all his strength on his palms. After laughing for a while, his men also felt a little bored, so they dispersed and continued to drink and gamble. Only Monka was left on the deck, posing in all kinds of strange postures like a fool. Time passed by little in this boring and somewhat ridiculous practice. At one point, Monka once again concentrated all his strength on his right palm, and then subconsciously imitated the pattern of energy explosion on the remaining page. When you push your palm forward suddenly, a miracle happened. I saw that from his palm, actually. Really, a small ball of faint, light blue energy impact was emitted? That ball of energy was only the size of a fist, and its light was very dim, as if it would go out at any time. But it actually flew out from Monka's palm. Then, there was a soft, bang, sound. That weak energy impact accurately hit a piece of wood on the side of the ship, which was already somewhat rotten. Then, the wooden board broke into pieces. It turned into a pile of sawdust. Monka stared in amazement, looking at his still slightly numb right hand, and then at the gap on the side of the ship that was created by the energy shock. His face showed an expression of disbelief, craziness. He actually, really, released a ball of energy from his palm? Although the energy looked very weak, its power was only enough to break a rotten wooden board. However, for Monka, this is an unprecedented and huge breakthrough. In the past, he could only rely on his pitiful brute force to fight with others. When will he be able to launch energy attacks from his body like those legendary strong men? Wahahaha. I succeeded. I am indeed a genius. Monka was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He couldn't help but let out a triumphant and crazy laugh towards the sky. His laughter also alarmed the other crew members in the cabin. They all ran out to see what was wrong with their captain. When they saw the broken hole on the side of the ship and Monka's expression of excitement that made him almost crazy, they all showed expressions of unbelievable surprise. Captain. What did you just do? That's right, it's me. I just sent out a shockwave from my hands, Monka said proudly, puffing out his chest, his face full of pride and arrogance. Although he himself couldn't explain what that feeling was, he knew that he seemed to have really mastered a very powerful new power. And all this was thanks to those waste papers that he had previously considered useless. The seeds of chi, unexpectedly, blossomed in this unknown little pirate's captain who was extremely lucky. And he, and the few remaining pages of the Turtle School training manual, in his hands, will surely cause some unexpected, small waves on the ocean in the future. Just when, Iron Fist, Monka was feeling complacent because he had accidentally mastered the basics of Kai, and was fantasizing about his bright future of becoming a great master and famous throughout the world. In the dark corners of this world, a bloody purge against those lucky ones who secretly kept the Buu legacy, or tried to crack its technology is also being carried out under the iron fist of the world government. The five elders are well aware that the God's tools that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace contain advanced technology and powerful forces, which are a huge potential threat to the rule of the world government. They will never allow these forces that are enough to subvert the world order to fall into the hands of those individuals or small forces that are beyond their control. Advertisement therefore, under their secret orders, the highest intelligence and assassination organization directly under the world government, CPO, launched a cold-blooded and ruthless secret operation around the world. Their goals are very clear. For those individuals or small forces who, in the chaos of the Summit War, or through various other channels, accidentally obtain some scattered Buu heritage, such as a few Senzu Beans, or an undamaged combat power detector, or 10 or 12 universal capsules. Once discovered, the members of CPO will not hesitate to take drastic measures, or use coercion or inducement to make them obediently hand over the legacy in their hands to the world government. Otherwise, if the other party is ignorant of the current situation and resists stubbornly, then kill them without mercy. All props will be confiscated. In addition, all relevant insiders will be completely silenced. For a time, the entire underground world became panic-stricken and people were in a state of panic because of CPO's secret operation. Many of the lucky ones, who had managed to get some scattered props during the previous palace heritage looting frenzy, before they had time to be happy for a few days, suddenly found that they had become the hunting targets of the terrorist organization CPO. Some of them were tortured by CPO agents using various cruel methods, and finally had to hand over the treasure they had finally obtained and swear to. He was lucky enough to save his life by never leaking the secret. Some of them simply disappeared without even being found, because they were unwilling to surrender or because they knew too many secrets that they shouldn't have known. Others, for fear of being visited by the CPO, live in constant fear, like a frightened bird, hiding from place to place, unable to sleep or eat. The information and physical transactions about Buu's legacy that were once sold at sky-high prices on the black market have also been severely affected by 490's iron-fisted purge as CPO. The blow. No one dares to talk about or trade those forbidden things in public that may bring them fatal disaster. The world government, with their cold and cruel iron fist, temporarily suppressed the chaos and greed that had been bred by the emergence of the Buu legacy. However, they also know that this suppression is only temporary. As long as the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace is still there, as long as those God's props with magical effects continue to attract people's attention, then the pursuit of power will continue. The desire and the exploration of the unknown will never stop. Pandora's box has been opened, and closing it again is probably harder than climbing to the sky. The emergence of Summit War and Buu legacy not only had a profound impact on the Marines, pirates, and the underground world. As for the 7 warlords of the sea system, which was once one of the 3 major forces in the first half of the Grand Line, along with the naval headquarters and the 4 emperors, the West also brought fatal. The impact. This system, which had already become shaky due to various problems, has become even more, in name only and on the verge of collapse after experiencing this unprecedented major change. The tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, a former Revolutionary Army cadre, has now been completely transformed into a human weapon of the world government. In the Summit War, he is like a soulless puppet. Like a puppet, he carried out orders to kill. His future was full of uncertainty and tragedy, and it also cast an indelible shadow over the Shichibukai system. Moonlight, Moria was seriously injured by Doflamingo in the Summit War, and his whereabouts are unknown. His zombie army, which once frightened countless pirates. The group had long since disappeared. Another important figure was missing from the Shichibukai. In order to practice his own righteousness, Jinbei, the Sea Knight, openly broke with the world government, gave up his identity as a Shichibukai, and chose to join Luffy after the war. With the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, he evacuated. His move was undoubtedly another heavy blow to the Shichibukai system. Although Boa Hancock, the Queen of Pirates, still retains the title of Shichibukai, her mind is no longer on this identity. The only thing she cares about now is how to help Luffy, whom she loves, realize his dream, and how to make Luffy fall in love with her. As for the order of the world government, what? In her opinion, any Shichibukai's obligations were far less important than a strand of Luffy's hair. Among the remaining Shichibukai, those who are still fulfilling their duties, or trying to use this identity to protect their own interests, can only be counted on one hand. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the heavenly Yaksha, who calls the shots in the Dark World, is undoubtedly the most active and the most dangerous one among them. Chapter 64 Vegapunk's Laboratory, Preliminary Analysis of the Detector. On the surface, Doflamingo is still the model Shichibukai, who obeys the world government, actively participates in the Summit War, and after the war, he took the initiative to hunt down the escaped prisoners. He even pretended to express to the world government that he was willing to assist Marine in investigating the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, and recover the Buu legacy that was scattered outside. However, secretly, he used his identity as Joker and his underground network all over the world to frantically collect all the real information about the palace and those magical props. He would never believe the lies about Devil's Lair and Devil's Temptation that the world government used to fool ordinary people. He had personally witnessed the magical effects of the magic beans, although only from a distance, and also learned from some reliable sources about the combat power detector and the heaven-defying function of the universal capsule. In his opinion, these things are not temptations of the devil at all, but gifts from God that can make him stronger and realize greater ambitions. Not only did he offer a high price in the black market to buy the physical objects and related information of Buu's legacy, but more importantly, he tried to use various channels to buy or copy those magical props from those who might have the core technology, such as Dr. Vegapunk, or some other mysterious forces hidden behind the scenes. He knew that if he could master these technologies that were ahead of their time, his business in New World would be bigger, his family would become stronger, his ambition to subvert the world would also be more likely to be realized. Doflamingo, like a lion majesty hidden in the undercurrent, is patiently waiting for the perfect moment to swallow all his prey in one gulp. The shaking of the Shichibukai system and Doflamingo's double-dealing covert activities undoubtedly indicate that the power structure of this world is about to usher in a more drastic reshuffle. Just as forces around the world were fighting openly and secretly, and deceiving each other for the legacy that had already flowed out of the palace. The exploration of the Dragon Ball Palace that sank into the deep sea has not completely stopped. Although Marine's first official exploration operation suffered a heavy price due to encountering a powerful defense mechanism, large-scale entry was temporarily stopped. However, some other small forces and explorers who possessed special diving capabilities, or who were simply lucky, were able to successfully and sporadically sneak into some previously undiscovered and relatively peripheral areas of the palace in the subsequent chaos. They did not find any divine tools with magical effects like magic beans, detectors or universal capsules in these secondary rooms. However, they did find some traces that could better prove the identity and living habits of the palace's former owner. For example, in a room that looked like a storage room, they found that it was filled with all kinds of strange-shaped food packaging bags that they had never seen before. The materials of those packaging bags were very special, and they were printed with some distorted cosmic words that they could not understand at all, as well as some delicious-looking, colorful food patterns. This means that the former owner of the palace, or in other words, an important guest, was probably a foodie with a huge appetite and unique taste. For example, in a room that looked like a bedroom, they found a huge round bed made of some unknown material that was as soft as clouds and had a faint fragrance. The comfort of the bed was beyond imagination, and people would not want to get up after lying on it. This shows that the master of the palace seems to have extremely high requirements for the quality of sleep. Even in a more secretive room full of childish fun and a little bit of weirdness, they found that it was filled with all kinds of beautifully crafted planet models. The planet models were of different sizes and colors, some looked vibrant, while others looked desolate and dead. They were cleverly hung in the air of the room or placed on some specially made display racks, as if they were collector's treasures. This made the explorers who discovered this room feel creepy. They couldn't help but think of the pink demon that appeared in the image on the black steel and could easily destroy the planet. Could it be that these planet models are all memorial items from the planets that the pink demon once destroyed? This thought made everyone shudder. Although these new discoveries did not bring them direct benefits, they also made them more interested in the mysterious palace and its former owner, the man called Ozai. The pink demon's cognition deepened. They realized that the palace was not just a treasure house filled with advanced technology, but more likely a nest that was once inhabited by an extremely terrifying and extremely lifelike being. This discovery also makes the legends about the palace even more confusing and even more fascinating. Advertisement after the Marine Legacy Recovery Team first explored the palace, although the world government and naval headquarters have tried their best to block the relevant news and strictly control the Buu legacy brought back from the palace. However, there are no absolute secrets in this world. Especially a magic weapon, like a combat power detector, which can directly display the strength of others. Its temptation is really too great. Some pirates, intelligence dealers, or other people with ulterior motives who were lucky enough to get one or two combat power detectors, even if they were damaged and barely usable, during the chaos of the Summit War or through various other secret channels, immediately realized the huge value of this kind of thing. They did not regard it as a strategic material that needed to be strictly controlled like the Marine did, or as a subject of advanced scientific research like Dr. Vegapunk did. What they thought of was a more direct and more simple and crude use. For example, use it to find the weak persimmon to squeeze. Or use it to find those big fat sheep hidden in the crowd. Thus, in dark corners all over the world, some lucky or unlucky people who possessed combat power detectors began to use this magical prop to conduct secret investigations in various places. Some of them wanted to use detectors to scan the opponent's strength before fighting with other pirates to see if they had a chance of winning. Some want to use detectors to find those hidden rich people in a prosperous port city who look ordinary but are actually wealthy, and then, Others were just out of curiosity, or wanted to show off the high-tech toys in their hands, so they wandered around and the four of them swept. However, what they did not expect was that this seemingly harmless exploration behavior inadvertently triggered some unexpected consequences. They discovered that in this world of crouching tigers, hidden dragons, there were actually many hidden strong men, who were unknown in the past, or even unknown, but whose combat power detectors showed values surprisingly high. Hidden strong men. Some of these hidden masters may be ordinary fishermen or farmers on a remote island, but in fact, they possess terrifying strength comparable to that of a marine officer, or even a higher level. Some of them may be an old man who was drunk all day in a tavern, but in fact, he is a legendary pirate who once dominated the sea but retired for some reason. Some may even be a child who looks innocent and harmless, but who actually has incredible potential that has not yet been fully awakened. The unexpected exposure of these hidden strongmen immediately aroused new attention among those who had combat power detectors and within their sphere of influence. After discovering these hidden treasures, some guys with ulterior motives began to think crookedly. Some of them tried to recruit these hidden strongmen for their own use through coercion and inducement. Some simply wanted to kill people and steal the treasures, or offer them as letters of surrender to more powerful forces. As for those hidden strongmen who were accidentally exposed, when they found that their peaceful lives were suddenly disturbed by a group of uninvited guests, and even faced life-threatening situations, they would naturally not just sit there and wait for death. As a result, in many places around the world, due to this accidental discovery of the combat power detector, small-scale, but bloody and violent, conflicts and struggles broke out. The combat capability detector, originally designed as a tool for observation and evaluation, has become the source of new chaos and disputes. And those strong men, hiding in every corner of the world, were forced to be exposed in advance to the spotlight of this increasingly dangerous and unpredictable new era because of the unexpected intervention of this high technology. The accidental spread of the combat power detectors and the series of chain reactions it triggered are just a small microcosm of the subsequent impact of the Dragon Ball Palace incident. What really makes the entire underground world crazy and boiling is those Dragon Ball props that have miraculous effects. On the black market, the bounty for these Dragon Ball props people privately referred to these mysterious props as Dragon Ball props, because the palace resembles a certain Dragon Ball in spherical shape, and some props that flow out of the palace, such as Senzu Beans, also have spherical or bean-shaped features, is rising at a astonishing speed, setting new records. Among them, the most sought after and most priceless one is undoubtedly the one that can bring people back to life and instantly restore them to their peak state. A small, red Senzu Bean is worth as much on the black market as a extremely rare, powerful Logia or devil fruit. Even better than that, after all, although the devil fruit can give people great power, it cannot bring people back to life. It also cannot make people instantly resurrect with full health when they are on the verge of death. But Senzu Beans can. Advertisement. This magical effect of heaven-defying that can directly change one's fate is simply irresistible to the pirates, bounty hunters, and those powerful people in the dark world who deal with death all year round. Have a Senzu Beans mean an extra life. Possessing a magic bean means being able to turn the tide of battle and turn defeat into victory at the most critical moment. Possessing a Senzu Bean even means being able to snatch back the life of the person you cherish most from the Shinigami. Therefore, even though the actual owners of the Senzu Beans, such as the remnants of the Marine and Whitebeard pirates, have extremely strict control over them, it is impossible for them to be easily spread to the black market. Above the city, however, this still cannot stop those buyers who are full of endless desire for Senzu Beans from offering astonishingly high prices on the black market. They are even willing to go bankrupt, or exchange everything they have, just to seek a legendary god. In addition to Senzu Beans, the combat power detector that can directly display the strength of a strong person is also a hot commodity on the black market. Although its effect is not as direct and heaven-defying as Senzu Beans, it is still useful for those who need to collect intelligence, assess strength, or simply want to show off. For forces and individuals, the value of a complete and functioning combat effectiveness detector should not be underestimated. It's a pity that this kind of thing is even rarer than Senzu Beans. Most of the detectors in Marine's hands are damaged and have undergone special treatment by Dr. Vegapunk, making it impossible for them to be easily circulated. And those lucky ones who got one or two detectors by chance through other channels, Zhao Li Zhao, mostly regarded them as treasures and would not show them to others easily, let alone sell them on the black market. Therefore, on the black market, the price of a good combat power detector, although not as exaggerated as the magic beans, is definitely, it is hard to find and is worth a fortune. As for the universal capsule that can create all kinds of creations out of thin air, it has been popular with wealthy people, adventurers, and the crazy pursuit of some collectors with special hobbies. Imagine that you can carry a luxury yacht, a mobile castle, or a well-equipped private army with you in just a small capsule. This kind of thing, in the past, was simply a fantasy. But now, thanks to the emergence of the universal capsule, all of this seems to have become possible. As a result, various offers for the universal capsules, high-priced rewards and customized requests, began to appear on the black market. Some wealthy people offer huge rewards in the hope of getting a universal capsule that can create a mobile vault. Some adventurers hope to get a universal capsule that can transform into an all-terrain off-road RV, or a small deep-sea submarine. There are even some collectors with unique tastes who hope to get a life-size, lifelike, beautiful figurines. The universal capsule? In short, because of the appearance of these Dragon Ball props, the entire underground world has fallen into 10 kinds of unprecedented, full of greed, desire and a bit of absurdity. In the midst of a frenzy, 014806316 Philo 1924611471. And those forces that really control these props, such as the Marine, Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard pirates, etc., have become everyone covets and is wary of. Object. A new secret war over Dragon Ball props has quietly begun in every corner of the world. Chapter 65. Strict control of Senzu Beans. The desire and fear of Marines. The intensity and bloodiness of this secret war is probably no less than that of the Summit War that just ended. In this world, there are always some people who are favored by fate, or in other words, are hit by the pie that falls from the sky. On a remote, almost isolated island in East Blue, there lived an ordinary old fisherman named Chasm. Father Chasm has lived on this island all his life, making a living by fishing. His life is simple and poor. His biggest wish every day is to catch more fish, exchange some money, buy some cheap rum for himself, or buy some delicious food for his sickly granddaughter at home. However, just a few days ago, a sudden accident completely changed the peaceful and poor life of Father Chasm. That day, as usual, Father Chasm was sorting out his worn-out fishing net at the beach. Suddenly, he found that 10 strange-shaped, metallic glittering small machines had been washed up by the waves on the beach not far away. That small machine was about half the size of an arm, and looked like a flattened can. There were some buttons and indicator lights on it that he couldn't understand at all, and some signs of damage that looked like they had been corroded or hit by something. Although Father Chasm was not well educated, he knew that this thing was definitely not something that should be found on their small island. He carefully picked up the broken little machine, held it in his hand, and looked at it over and over again. He found that there was a small, openable cover on the side of the machine. Inside the cover was an empty groove. On the other side of the machine, there is a small gift that looks like some kind of exit. Father Chasm studied this strange little machine for a long time but couldn't figure out what it was used for. He even tried pressing what looked like buttons on it, but the machine didn't respond at all. Tisk, what a piece of junk. Father Chasm curled his lips in disappointment, ready to throw this useless little machine back into the sea. However, just as he was about to throw the machine away, a ripe wild fruit that he had just picked from the tree accidentally fell out of his pocket. The wild fruit just happened to roll down and land next to the broken little crystal. Father Chasm looked at the wild fruit, then at the empty groove on the side of the machine, and suddenly, 097, an idea came to his mind. With the mentality of giving it a try, he stuffed the wild fruit into the groove of the machine. Then he randomly pressed the buttons on the machine again. Just as he pressed what looked like a start button, a miracle happened. The broken little machine suddenly made a slight buzzing sound, and the indicator lights on it also flashed a faint green light. Then, from the small exit on the other side of the machine, a square piece of candy with a faint fruity aroma fell out with a click sound. The candy was about the size of a thumb, and the color was exactly the same as the wild fruit he had just stuffed in. However, its texture had become unusually hard and crystal clear. This is. Father Chasm stared in amazement at the square candy in his hand that exuded an alluring fruity aroma, with an expression of disbelief, shock on his face. He actually used a wild fruit to make a piece of candy? He carefully put the square candy into his mouth. An indescribable, sweet and rich fruity aroma instantly filled his mouth. That taste was much more delicious than any candy he had ever eaten before. What surprised him even more was that when the candy melted in his mouth and turned into a warm current that flowed into his limbs, he actually felt that his body, which was a little tired from years of hard work, seemed to have regained a lot of strength in an instant. His spirit was also lifted. My, this is simply a miracle. Father Chasm was so excited that his whole body was shaking. His eyes, which were a little cloudy due to his old age, were now shining with an unprecedented light. He knew that he had found a treasure. He picked up a small energy candy-making machine that could transform ordinary fruits into magic candies that contained weak energy and could quickly restore physical strength. Although this machine, because of its damage, seems to be able to only produce this kind of ordinary sugar cubes with relatively weak energy, and the quantity produced each time is also very limited. However, for Father Chasm, an old fisherman who had lived in poverty all his life, this was enough to make him ecstatic. He immediately thought that he could use this machine to make more magic candies, and then, BGAG, take them to town to sell. He believed that this magical candy, which was both delicious and able to restore physical strength, would be able to sell for a good price. By then, he will be able to buy more delicious food and hire a better doctor for his frail granddaughter at home. Advertisement. So, Father Chasm began his primary entrepreneurial journey as a candy tycoon. He went to the island every day to pick all kinds of fresh fruits, and then used the broken little machine to turn them into square candies with tempting aroma. Then, he took these magic candies to the market in a nearby town and sold them secretly. Sure enough, this magical candy that is both delicious and can quickly restore physical strength was immediately sought after by local residents and some passing business travelers, as soon as it was launched. Father Chasm also made a small fortune because of this. His life was greatly improved because of this. However, the good times did not last long. As the saying goes, a man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. Father Chasm's magic candy, and the secret of his small energy candy maker that can make this candy, soon became famous. Some well-informed pirates operating in nearby waters, as well as some marine branch officers who were full of curiosity and greed for unknown things, all noticed this little treasure that fell from the sky. Thus, a bloody battle for this small energy candy maker quietly began on this originally peaceful and remote island. The first to come were a few notorious gangs of small pirates that were rampant in the nearby waters. They would not spend money to buy Papa Chasm's magic candy, like ordinary residents. What they wanted was a more direct and violent way, robbing. They rushed into Father Chasm's simple thatched hut with great momentum, and without saying a word, began to rummage through the drawers and cabinets, trying to find the legendary candy-making box. Although old and frail, Chasm knew that the little machine was the only hope for his and his granddaughter's future. He fought desperately to protect his baby. However, how could an unarmed old fisherman like him resist those vicious pirates? Soon, he was beaten all over and was dying, and the small energy candy-making machine that he regarded as a treasure was also snatched away by the pirates' leader, who seemed to be the strongest and most brutal. Just as the pirates' leader was preparing to leave with his trophy triumphantly, bang, 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 a burst of dense gunfire suddenly rang out from outside the thatched hut. Then, a group of marine soldiers wearing marine uniforms and holding standard muskets rushed in like a god descending from the sky, and the pirates who had not yet had time to react were surrounded. It turned out that the officials of the nearby marine branch had heard about the magic candy and sent people to investigate. As a result, they ran into the pirates who were committing the crime. A melee broke out again. Although those pirates were fierce, they were soon outnumbered and defeated by the well-equipped and well-trained marines. In the end, the pirates' leader, who had just grabbed the candy maker, was shot dead by a brave marine ensign. And the legendary, although only in a small area, small energy candy maker, also fell into the hands of the marine. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This murder caused by a small candy finally ended in such a dramatic way. And after some twists and turns, the small energy candy maker will soon be sent to the Marine Science Force headquarters and handed over to Dr. Vegapunk for more in-depth research. The tiny bit of Buu technology secret it contains may soon be revealed. Just as the fate of ambitious people, scientists, and some unlucky fishermen around the world is changing because of the legacy flowing out of the Dragon Ball Palace. Far away in the daughter island Amazon Lily, after hearing all kinds of strange stories about the Buu legacy, especially the rumor about the machine that can turn things into candy, the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, who left all this behind, became extremely curious about the mysterious Gohan Buu himself. In his simple and direct brain circuit, he was able to leave so many delicious things, such as Senzu Beans, although he didn't eat them, but Ace and Whitebeard both said they were good, and also make so many fun toys, such as combat power detectors and universal capsules, although he just played with them and broke them, and even a super awesome machine that can turn anything into candy. That guy must be a very powerful, good person. Gohan Buu. Sounds like it's delicious, hee, Luffy muttered to himself while chewing on a giant banana, a specialty of Daughter Island, with an innocent smile on his face. He had no idea how terrifying and evil the being called Buu was in the image on the Blackstone tablet. In his mind, anyone who can provide delicious food and toys must be a good person. So, Luffy secretly added a new goal for his next New World adventure. That is, advertisement. In addition to finding the legendary One Piece and becoming the king of pirates, you also need to find more clues about Gohan Buu and the Great Palace that sank to the bottom of the sea. He wanted to see with his own eyes what Gohan Buu, who left behind so many good things, looked like. He wanted to ask him if he had any more delicious beans. He also wanted to make friends with him. Then, together they could have the biggest party in the world. This, in his opinion, this extremely pure and beautiful wish has become another powerful motivation for him to set sail again. Although Nami and Usopp are still troubled by his unrealistic fantasy. Although Uncle Rayleigh was still warning him about the dangers of the New World and the importance of cultivation. However, Luffy's heart has already flown to the vast ocean full of unknowns and adventures again. He couldn't wait to find the good guy, in his mind, Gohan Buu. The huge storm caused by the Dragon Ball Palace that swept the whole world also became more and more serious because of the addition of Luffy, the biggest uncertain factor. More unpredictable and filled with a hint of comedy. A new adventure is about to begin. At Naval Headquarters, the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace and its legacy filled the air with excitement and solemnity, and the team began to prepare for the next. A more in-depth exploration. The highly anticipated Heritage Recovery Team paid a heavy price in its first official exploration due to the powerful defense mechanism of the palace. And direct access to the interior of the palace was temporarily suspended. However, they did not become completely idle. Under the strict command of the new Marshal Akinu Sakazuki, this special force composed of Marine elites and CPO backbones is still in the area near Marineford that is full of unknowns. The unknown and dangerous sea area is conducting continuous search and salvage work in the area outside the palace. They hope to find some valuable clues from the various wreckage and debris scattered on the seabed due to the appearance and sinking of the palace, or other Buu legacy. Hard work pays off. During a carpet sonar scan and deep-sea robot salvage operation on the seabed near the site of the palace sinking, the members of the Heritage Recovery Team had an idea. A new discovery. Neither big nor small. They salvaged a piece of what looked like a severely damaged part of some high-tech device from the thick seabed mud. The part was about half the size of a tabletop, and was a dull silver gray in color. It was covered with a dozen or so solidified seabed sediments and some indistinguishable with charred burn marks. Judging from its remaining shape and some exposed internal structures, it seems that it was once a round object similar to a radar antenna or some kind of energy detector device. What made the team members present even more excited was that they found a very familiar mark on the edge of the broken device component. It was a small, smooth, round spherical bump like a Dragon Ball. This mark is almost exactly the same as the mysterious spherical decorations they had seen on the outer shell of the combat power detector and the universal capsule before. Commander, we have a new discovery. A Marine major in charge of the salvage work reported to their commander through the communication device with some excitement. We found a piece of equipment that looks like a palace radar, and it has a Dragon Ball-like logo on it. This news immediately attracted the commander's attention. He immediately ordered his team to carefully transport the damaged device component back to the Marine's temporary command center and immediately deliver it to the in front of the virtual image of Dr. Vegapunk, who is providing remote technical support. Chapter 66: The Blackbeard Pirates' Secret Base, Distribution and Experimentation of Items. When Dr. Vegapunk saw the device component full of unknown technology, especially the ball-shaped mark that looked like Dragon Ball, his wise eyes hidden behind the weird helmet instantly lit up. Oh, could this be the legendary Dragon Ball radar? Dr. Vegapunk's voice trembled slightly due to excessive excitement. He even subconsciously stretched out his hand, wanting to touch the device parts in the virtual image. Of course, he didn't know the name, Dragon Ball Radar, but because of the ball-shaped mark, he had some more logical associations. He immediately ordered his assistants to transmit all the high-definition scanning images and structural analysis data of the device components to his laboratory. Then, he devoted himself to the intense and meticulous research of this new Buu legacy. After some preliminary, non-destructive analysis and bold guesses, Dr. Vegapunk came to a conclusion that made him feel both excited and a little disappointed. What excited him was that he was almost certain that the original function of this severely damaged device component was probably, as he guessed, a high-tech radar used to find the Dragon Ball, or some spherical object containing special energy, or other special energy sources. This technology that can search and locate specific energy sources across vast space, the scientific principles behind it, for Dr. Vegapunk, also has extremely high research value. However, to his disappointment, the parts of this palace radar were badly damaged. Not only was its shell cracked in many places, but the internal energy circuits and sensor chips were also mostly burned or corroded. More importantly, it seemed to be missing the most core key components used to drive and process signals. It's like finding the monitor and keyboard of a supercomputer, but missing the CPU and memory. Can't start at all. Damn it. What a pity. Dr. Vegapunk looked at the cold analysis data and pounded his head in annoyance. If this radar is intact. Or, at least if we can find that core component, then maybe we can take the initiative to look for those Dragon Balls hidden around the world, or other similar Buu legacy. They might even be able to use this radar to track the sinking palace's energy cores, specific location and operating status. But now, all of this can only be a beautiful fantasy. Although this severely damaged palace radar wreckage has certain research value, it cannot bring any substantial help to the Marine in a short period of time. It is like a secret that cannot be started, lying quietly in Vegapunk's laboratory, waiting for the day that may never come, to be repaired and see the light of day again. Although the Marine and the world government are trying their best to block the news and try to keep a legacy flowing out of the mysterious palace firmly in their own hands. However, in this world, there are no eternal secrets. As time went by, and various gossips and rumors continued to ferment and spread, information about the mysterious palace and the various magical props that flowed out of the palace gradually spread around the world to a greater or lesser extent. People have begun to have a relatively unified name for these items from unknown civilizations that have incredible effects. They collectively call these things Buu Legacy. The origin of this name, of course, comes from the pink demon who appears in the image on the Blackstone tablet in the palace and can destroy the planet with ease. Although, up to now, no one has been able to completely confirm that the pink demon is the real owner of the palace. No one knows what kind of direct connection there is between the pink demon and those magical props. However, the name, Buu, and his terrifying power to destroy the world have become like an indelible nightmare, deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone who has witnessed that image. Therefore, when people talk about the magical beans, combat power detectors, universal capsules, and even the newly discovered wreckage of the palace radar, they will subconsciously associate these things with the terrifying pink demon. Buu Legacy. This name, full of contradictions and complex emotions, came into being. This name contains people's deep fear and awe of the pink demon's terrifying power to destroy the planet. It also contains people's infinite desire and greed for the powerful functions of those magical props. The fear is because they are afraid that if the terrifying existence called Buu really comes to their world, then everything will vanish into thin air. The reason they are eager is that they hope that if they can obtain the magical items called Buu's Legacy, then they may be able to have more powerful power, advertisement, or a longer life, or a better future. This complex mixture of fear and desire made the name Buu Legacy spread rapidly throughout the pirates' world, becoming another legend after One Piece and Devil Fruit that was enough to drive countless people crazy and pursue at all costs. As the name Buu Legacy spread widely, various bizarre speculations began to circulate around the world about the true identity of the real owner of the mysterious palace, the man who appeared in the video and was called Gohan Buu. This was mostly fabricated by some curious people based on some hearsay clues in a wild imagination, whose authenticity has yet to be verified. Some people say that Gohan Buu is actually a powerful god-tier being who was sleeping in ancient times, that palace is his temple. And those Buu Legacy are the miracles he bestowed upon the world after he woke up. Those who obtain these miracles will be blessed by the gods and have extraordinary powers. This statement is very popular in some areas with devout faith in gods, or in some religious organizations that are eager to get divine revelation. They even began to secretly organize believers to go to the waters near Marineford to worship the mysterious light spot on the sea, hoping to get the favor of gods. Some people also say that Gohan Buu is not a god at all, but an ancient demon from the depths of hell. That palace is his devil's nest in the world, and those so-called legacy are the evil baits he uses to lure people to degenerate and devour human souls. Anyone who comes into contact with these things will eventually be doomed and forever damned. This statement is mostly promoted by the media controlled by the world government and some conservative forces who are full of fear and rejection of unknown things. They try to demonize the palace and those props in this way, so as to prevent more people from exploring the truth. There are also some scholars and dreamers who have come into contact with palace technology, such as Dr. Vegapunk, or some lucky ones, who escaped from the palace and know a little bit about it, and have a certain understanding of the universe and unknown civilizations, and boldly speculate that Gohan Buu is probably not even a thing in their world. He may be an alien visitor from a distant galaxy with a highly developed civilization. And that mysterious palace was not a temple or a demon's nest at all, but a spaceship that crashed on their planet for some unknown reason. As for the so-called Buu's Legacy, it was some daily necessities, or self-defense weapons on that spaceship. Although this idea of alien visitors sounds a bit far-fetched and unrealistic, it seems to be somewhat reasonable to those who have seen the palace's advanced technology. After all, the beans that can bring people back to life, the instruments that can detect combat effectiveness, the capsules that can compress space, and the terrifying power that can destroy planets at will, are far beyond the current technological level and cognitive scope of their world. If it wasn't from a more advanced alien civilization, how could it possibly possess such incredible technology and power? Therefore, the true identity of the palace owner, Gohan Buu, has become more confusing and more fascinating among the three mainstream speculations of gods, demons, and alien visitors. Every speculation has its own supporters and opponents. They argue with each other, refuse to give in to each other, and even fight each other. The identity and origin of the real Gohan Buu are still like a huge mystery, shrouded in thick fog, waiting to be completely revealed at some point in the future. Just above the sea, the emergence of Buu's legacy caused a storm, and various forces were fighting openly and secretly for their own interests, and undercurrents were surging. In the deep and dark seabed, in that huge sleeping palace, in that secret incubation room filled with unknown technology at the deepest part, some more subtle, but also more disturbing changes are taking place. Please give me flowers. The huge, transparent culture tank that was like a giant egg was still filled with light pink, viscous nutrient solution that emitted a faint fluorescent light. The thumb-sized piece of tissue, which was a strange pink color and looked like chewed gum, was still lying quietly at the bottom of the culture tank. After several weeks of slowly absorbing the weak energy emitted from the core of the palace, its size seemed to have increased slightly. Although this increase is still very subtle, it cannot be detected without careful observation. However, the wriggling of its surface has become more active and more regular. It no longer moved like before, only occasionally and unconsciously. Now, its wriggling has become more frequent and more possessing a certain indescribable vitality. It's like a heart that is slowly waking up, beating weakly and rhythmically. What's even more surprising is that it seems to have a strong reaction to the fierce battles in the outer sea, such as the three-way melee between the marine, beasts pirates, and BIGMOM pirates at the entrance of the palace. The energy fluctuations produced a slight, faint resonance. Advertisement. Although it is located in the deepest part of the palace, it is isolated from the outside world by the thick palace shell and thousands of meters deep sea water. However, the violent energy shockwaves generated by the battle seem to be transmitted through some unknown channel, or the palace's special energy transmission mechanism. The system was then transmitted to this secret cultivation room. Zero in the moment that pink cell tissue felt those energy fluctuations full of vitality and destructive power. The frequency of its surface peristalsis actually a little bit, a barely noticeable speed up. It seems like it can sense the bustle of the outside world. It seemed as if it could absorb a tiny bit of special nutrients from those chaotic and violent energy fluctuations, which were weak but could nourish its life. It's like an unborn baby in its mother's womb, feeling the noise and throbbing of the outside world. It instinctively craves more energy, longing for more intense stimulation to accelerate one's own development and awakening. Although it is still very weak now and cannot actively obtain those energies. However, its instinctive desire is like a seed, buried deep in the darkness, quietly taking root and sprouting. No one knows what kind of changes this seed will bring to the world when it truly breaks through the ground and grows into a towering tree. But what is certain is that that day is no longer far away. The palace in the deep sea is still sleeping, but the unknown fetal movement indicates that a more terrifying and more unpredictable storm is quietly brewing. With the first batch of Buu legacy, Senzu Beans, combat power detectors, universal capsules, and even the wreckage of the damaged palace radar, and the small energy candy maker. Machines have spread to all parts of the world through various channels, either openly or secretly, and have begun to be mastered and used by different people and forces. A brand new era, full of unknowns and variables, and also more chaotic and dangerous, has quietly begun. The old balance of power that was once thought to be indestructible began to show irreparable cracks because of the appearance of these aliens. Marine, although still the most powerful military force in the world, also felt unprecedented pressure and challenge because of the appearance of the mysterious palace. Not only must they deal with the pirates who have become more rampant and difficult to deal with because of the Buu legacy, but they must also be wary of the more terrifying unknown threats that may be hidden behind the palace. Sleep. The four emperors who once dominated the New World have become more restless and aggressive because of the temptation of those magical props. The open and covert struggles between them, as well as their plunder and conquest of other forces, will inevitably become more frequent and cruel. The Revolutionary Army, an underground force dedicated to overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government, also saw new hope and opportunities because of the emergence of Buu legacy. How they will use these variables to accelerate their revolutionary process has also become a focus worthy of attention. The supernovas that emerged in the new era, as well as the ambitious and lucky ones hidden in every corner of the world, have made these Buu legacy. It is seen as an important bargaining chip and springboard to change one's own destiny and realize greater ambitions. Chapter 67 teaches ambition, the evolution of shock fruit and dark fruit. They are like a group of small fish thrown into a shark pool. They have to try their best to avoid being swallowed by those powerful predators, and at the same time, try every means to snatch a little bit of Food. From the mouths of those giants that can make them stronger. New strong men are quietly rising in the midst of this chaos and strife. The old order is also crumbling under these shocks and challenges. Because of these, legacy of aliens, from an unknown palace, the gears of fate of the entire world began to turn slowly, uncontrollably, in a direction, full of unknowns and danger. No one knows where this out-of-control gear will eventually take the world. A better future, or a deeper darkness, or total destruction. But what is certain is that this huge storm caused by the Dragon Ball Palace has just beginning. And this is just the first note of the prelude to a complete out-of-control situation that will soon sweep the entire world. The real madness is yet to come. The real challenge has just begun. East Blue, that area of sea that is much calmer and, weaker than the Grand Line. Although there are often some small pirate groups here who rob and bully ordinary merchant ships in coastal villages, the strong ones who can really stir up big waves are rare. However, recently, a captain of a small pirates group who was previously unknown and even a little unemployed, suddenly became famous and became a hot topic on East Blue. This pirates group is the one that accidentally picked up a few torn pages of the Turtle School training manual outside Marineford before. Iron Scraps Pirates Group, 96-7, and the captain who has become famous is naturally Monka, who calls himself Iron Fist. Ever since he accidentally sent out a small weak energy shockwave from his palm on the deck last time, breaking a rotten wooden board, Iron Fist, Monka has developed an extremely strong interest in his few pieces of waste paper. Magic secret manuals. Although he was simple-minded, he knew that the secret book that could allow a third-rate pirate like him to possess the powerful-sounding shockwave ability was definitely priceless. Therefore, during the following voyage, Monka devoted almost all of his time and energy to studying and practicing those torn pages. He is no longer like before, spending his days drinking, bragging, or bullying those subordinates who are smaller than him. He started to become hardworking. Every day before dawn, he would run to the deck and face the rising sun, posing in those cultivation postures that still seemed a little strange to him but seemed to contain some kind of ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Over and over again, he imitated the little people on the pages of the book, twisting his body into all kinds of unbearable shapes. He tried hard to feel that wonderful feeling of concentrating all his strength on a certain point in his body and then suddenly exploding out. Of course, this process is full of hardship and pain. Due to the lack of proper guidance and the complete lack of understanding of what chi and energy flow and control are, Monka completely relied on his own wild intuition and blind cat catching a dead mouse luck and was blindly groping. He often suffers from back pain and cramps due to incorrect posture. He would often make himself red in the face, dizzy, or even faint on the spot because of overexerting himself or using the wrong method. His men, after seeing their captain acting like a madman every day, posing in all kinds of weird postures on the deck and making all kinds of strange noises, all thought their captain might be really crazy. They even began to discuss privately whether they should tie up the captain before he went completely crazy, and then divide up the pitiful property on the ship. Just run for your life. However, just when everyone thought that Iron Fist, Monka, this unlucky guy, would train himself to death sooner or later. Miracle, once again, has happened. After weeks of exploration and hard training filled with blood, tears, and jokes, Iron Fist, Monka actually really gradually mastered some tricks. He found that if he could adjust his breathing to a very slow and deep rhythm, and as he inhaled, he imagined that he was breathing in a certain kind of all the unknown, good things are absorbed into his body. Advertisement then, when he exhaled, he highly compressed and concentrated these good things, along with the strength of his whole body, and suddenly ejected them from a certain acupuncture point in his palm. He himself couldn't explain it clearly. Then, he would be able to relatively stably release that weak, light blue energy shockwave from his palm. Although the power of this shockwave is still not great, at most it can break a relatively thick wooden board, or knock an unlucky seagull down from the sky. Moreover, every time he released this shockwave, it would consume a lot of his physical strength, making him feel exhausted and tired. However, for Iron Fist, Monka, this is already a huge improvement. He is finally no longer the low-ranking pirates leader who only relies on brute force to fight. He is now also a quasi-master who can release shockwaves. Ha ha ha. See that? This is the result of my hard practice. Monka looked at his right hand, which was still emitting a little smoke, and at the seagull on the distant sea whose feathers were flying and it was falling screaming after being hit by his shockwave. An unprecedented satisfaction and pride appeared on his face. After witnessing their captain actually being able to send out that kind of, seemingly realistic shockwave from his hands, his subordinates were all stunned and astonished. All their previous ridicule and disdain for the captain, at this moment, turned into deep awe and worship. Their captain actually really mastered magical skills? This is simply a salted fish turning over a new leaf, a loser's counterattack. Therefore, in the eyes of the equally ignorant minions of the Iron Scraps pirates, their captain, Iron Fist, Monka instantly changed from a unreliable unlucky guy to a hidden, gifted, peerless master. And Iron Fist, Monka himself, because he mastered this unique skill, became unprecedentedly confident and inflated. He began to feel that he had been too low-key before. How could a peerless warrior like him, who possessed the magical power of shockwave, stay in a small place like East Blue and bully some small merchant ships? He should go. Challenge stronger enemies. He should go. Become famous. He should make the whole world tremble for his reputation as Iron Fist, Monka. So, on a sunny afternoon, Iron Fist, Monka, leading his group of equally arrogant subordinates, went in high spirits to rob a slightly larger merchant ship. Result, unfortunately, they encountered a Marine branch warship that was on patrol. Moreover, the commander of that warship was a well-known Marine captain in East Blue. According to past experience, when a small and insignificant group like the Iron Scraps Pirates encounters a regular warship of the Marine branch, especially when there is a captain in charge, they basically have no choice but to flee in fear or surrender. However, this time, Iron Fist, Monka, unexpectedly chose to fight head-on. "Don't be afraid, little ones, I'm here." Monka straightened his not-so-strong chest and shouted to his trembling men. "Today, I will let these Marine scum see the power of my Iron Fist shockwave." Then, he really rushed towards the Marine captain holding a sharp blade alone, with his bare hands. The Marine captain sneered contemptuously when he saw that this ignorant little pirate dared to attack him. He was too lazy to even draw his sword, and just casually kicked Monka in the chest, ready to kick this overconfident guy away. However, just when his foot was about to kick Monka in the chest, Monka suddenly let out a deafening roar. At this moment, his eyes, which were originally somewhat cloudy, actually flashed a terrifying light. He concentrated all the insignificant chi he had cultivated over the past few days and all the strength in his body into his right fist. Then, he blasted the Marine captain hard, Iron Fist, shockwave. Although he didn't really send out a shockwave, he just concentrated all his strength on this punch. The Marine captain didn't take Monka's punch seriously at all. In his opinion, this level of attack was not painful at all. However, the moment his foot actually touched Monka's fist, the expression on his face, however, suddenly, he only felt a strange force that he had never felt before, full of explosiveness and penetrating power, suddenly coming from the opponent's fist. Although that force was not particularly strong, it was unusually concentrated and tricky. It actually easily penetrated his armament hockey defense that was honed to withstand ordinary sword attacks. Puff, Captain Marine felt a pain in his chest, as if he had been hit hard by an invisible hammer. A piercing pain instantly spread throughout his body. He didn't even have time to let out a scream, and he flew backwards like a kite with its string cut, hitting the deck of the warship hard, and then his eyes went dark, and he fainted. One punch, just knocked out a swordsman who had experienced many battles and whose strength reached the level of Marine captain. Everyone who saw this scene, whether it was the minions of the Iron Pirates, or the stunned Marine soldiers on the warship, all completely stunned, they couldn't believe their eyes. This little pirate's leader who looks a little fussy and reckless actually possesses such terrifying strength. After seeing that his punch had caused such amazing effect, Iron Fist, Monka himself was also stunned. He looked at his still trembling right hand in a daze, his heart filled with incredible surprise and ecstasy. He actually, really, defeated 10 Marine captains? Moreover, it was killed instantly with one punch? Wahahaha, I succeeded, I really am the chosen one. After a brief moment of surprise, Monka immediately fell into an unprecedented, huge excitement and self-inflation. He felt that he had been too modest before. How could a peerless warrior like him, who possesses the divine power to protect his body, remain unknown? He should become famous. He should become a legend in East Blue. So, in the following battle, although there was no suspense, Iron Fist, Monka, relying on his sometimes effective shockwave, most of the time, it was still relying on his unexpected explosive power, and his minions whose morale was boosted by seeing Captain Kamui, the blind cat catching a dead mouse cooperation, actually, really, successfully robbed the warship of the Marine branch. Although they did not steal anything valuable, what kind of treasure could there be on a Marine's warship? And because they used too much force, they even broke the main mast of the warship. However, this did not prevent the Iron Fist, Monka and his glorious deeds of killing the Marine captain with one punch from spreading rapidly in the relatively calm waters of East Blue. An unknown little pirate's leader 4.2, just like that, because of a few fragments of the Turtle School training manual that fell from the sky and a series of accidents full of coincidences and luck, he became famous and became a rising funny star on East Blue. The news that Iron Fist, Monka could release shockwaves and defeat Captain Marine with one punch spread quickly through various channels. The snitch in the tavern, the sailors at the port, and even some underground organizations that specialized in selling intelligence in East Blue and even in the wider sea area. This news immediately set off an unprecedented, huge frenzy among the pirates and adventurers who were thirsty for power. What? That guy named Monka can actually send out shockwaves from his hands. Is this true? It's said to be absolutely true. Someone saw with his own eyes that he knocked a Marine captain flying with one punch. He didn't even pull out his knife. Too amazing. How did one cultivate such power? I heard that he got a book. A secret manual of magical skills that came out from a mysterious palace. For a time, the legend about Iron Fist, Monka and his shockwave magic became more and more mysterious and outrageous. Some people say that Monka is actually a peerless master who has been hiding from the world and was just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Some people say that the secret book that Monka got is the national treasure of a powerful ancient kingdom. After mastering it, one can possess the power to destroy the world. Some even say that Monka is actually the illegitimate son of a certain god, and the shockwave in his hand is divine power? These rumors, full of imagination and a little bit absurd, undoubtedly greatly stimulated those speculators who were eager to become stronger quickly by 11 steps to heaven. Chapter 68. Whitebeard's remnants are dormant, Marco's responsibility. They began to search frantically around the world for any clues that might be related to that shockwave magic. Some of them tried to find Iron Fist, Monka himself, hoping to learn a few tricks from him, or simply steal his secret book of magic skills. Some began to search in various antique markets, used bookstalls, and even in garbage dumps, hoping to find some similar books that recorded ancient cultivation methods. Torn pages of a book. Others simply became self-reliant and began to blindly imitate and randomly practice. Based on the descriptions of shockwaves they heard from others, as well as some luck methods they saw in inferior comics and third-rate novels. They thought that as long as they made some weird poses like Iron Fist, Monka, and then concentrated all their strength on one point and then suddenly burst out, they would be able to send out a shockwave that would destroy the world, and from then on become invincible, marry a beautiful, rich woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. However, the reality is cruel. Due to the lack of proper guidance and the fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of chi and how to practice it, the vast majority of imitators are just wasting time or harming their bodies. Not only did they fail to send out any decent shockwaves, but some people, because of twisting their bodies randomly and posing weird postures that are not ergonomic, end up dislocating their bones, straining their muscles, or even becoming paralyzed on one side of their body. Some people, because of their blind pursuit of concentration and burst of strength, end up suffocating themselves to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices, going insane, or even bursting a blood vessel and dying on the spot. Some lucky ones just developed a body of useless tendon meat, or learned some radio gymnastics that others thought were ridiculous and neurotic. Kai cultivation craze that was triggered by the unexpected success of Iron Fist, Monka, and swept across the entire pirates world, mainly those minor characters, began in an atmosphere full of blood, tears, pain, and a hint of black humor. And those strong men who truly possess the Buu legacy and have a deeper understanding of and covetousness of the unknown power of Kai are watching all this in secret, waiting for the real opportunity that belongs to them. Marine hero Iron Fist Garp, after hearing about the glorious deeds of East Blue's Lil Pirates Monka, who has the same name as his grandson and also calls himself Iron Fist, and who can actually release energy shockwaves from his hands and defeat Captain Marine with one punch, an expression that is both funny and somewhat thoughtful appeared on his wrinkled face. Haha. That kid named Monka is quite interesting. He's also called Iron Fist. He can actually send out shockwaves? Could he be my illegitimate son? Haha. Garp stuffed senbei into his mouth while letting out his signature, hearty and uninhibited laughter. The marine generals around him couldn't help sweating on their foreheads after hearing his unrestrained jokes, secretly complaining in their hearts, "You old man, please stop causing trouble for the marine." However, apart from the joke, Garp's heart was also touched by this little episode. He recalled the horrifying scene he had seen on the Blackstone tablet in the mysterious palace in Marineford, where the pink demon could destroy the planet with just a wave of his finger. The pure and powerful energy emanating from that demon seemed to be fundamentally different from the Haki that he had been practicing and relying on. Haki, although it can also greatly increase attack and defense power, and even predict the future, is more of a manifestation of will and spiritual power. And what the pink demon showed was more like a kind of pure energy that could be directly detonated and released. Something similar to chi. Garp doesn't have the ultimate pursuit of kendo like Zoro, nor is he as fanatical about exploring unknown technologies as Vegapunk. However, as a battle-hardened warrior who stands at the top of the world's military power, he also has his own unique understanding and intuition about the nature of power. He vaguely felt that the chi used by the pink demon and the shockwave, accidentally mastered by the little pirate's Monka, might hide some kind of more fundamental and more potential power system. So, during his daily Iron Fist exercises, which were like daily routines to stretch his muscles, Garp began to consciously try to condense and explode his extremely powerful armament Haki in a completely new way. He no longer simply covered his fist with Haki to increase its hardness and destructive power as he did before. He began to try to compress Haki, highly compress it again, compress it to a tiny point. Then, at the moment of punching, this highly compressed Haki point is released violently like a volcanic eruption. This attempt is extremely advanced and also extremely dangerous. Even with Garp's strong physique and superb control of Haki, he almost hurt himself internally during the first few attempts. He could clearly feel how violent and unstable the energy contained in that highly compressed Haki was. However, Garp did not give up. Instead, he became more courageous. Advertisement. With his beast-like fighting instincts and, decades of experience in beating unfilial descendants, he actually, really, gradually figured out some tricks. He discovered that if he could synchronize the highly compressed Haki point with the physical impact force of his fist at the moment of punching, in an extremely subtle, almost perfect rhythm, then, the penetration and destructive power of his fist seemed to have, really, been enhanced in a subtle but real way. Although, he still couldn't emit that kind of pure energy shock wave from his hands like that pink demon. However, he felt that his iron fist seemed to have become sharper and more deadly. Oh, this feeling seems pretty good. Garp felt the new sense of power in his fist, and a childlike excited smile appeared on his face. He knew that he might have found a new and interesting toy that could make his old bones stronger. And his unintentional attempt to make a preliminary combination of Haki and certain application principles of Chi will surely play an unexpected, significant role at some critical moment in the future. Just as Garp was exploring and strengthening his iron fist because of an unexpected inspiration. At the headquarters of the Marine Science Corps, the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk is also conducting a sleepless, almost crazy research on the various samples and data about the Dragon Ball Palace he received from the Legacy Recovery Team. He showed great interest and enthusiasm towards those combat power detectors, the wreckage of the metal puppets, and even the broken palace radar parts. He discovered that the technology level contained in these Buu legacy from unknown civilizations far exceeded his previous imagination. Behind every prop and every device, there may be a brand new core technology that can subvert existing scientific theories. Especially after he initially analyzed some basic data and preliminary application principles about the mysterious energy zone called Chi from the combat power detectors and the wreckage of some palace equipment. In Dr. Vegapunk's eyes, there burst out an unprecedented, brilliant light, as if he had discovered a new world. He realized that this Chi was probably one of the important cornerstones of the powerful technological power of that unknown palace civilization. If he could completely crack the secret of this Chi and use it to strengthen the Marines' weapons and soldiers. An extremely bold and extremely crazy idea quickly began to take shape in Dr. Vegapunk's mind. He wants to create artificial Qigong soldiers. He wanted to use technology to allow those ordinary Marine soldiers who had not undergone arduous training to also be able to master powerful energy attack capabilities similar to Qigong waves. Or at least, we need to create a new type of weapon that can simulate the energy of Kai, and is even more powerful. Once this thought came into his mind, it was like a spark that set the prairie on fire, burning fiercely in his heart and could never be extinguished. He immediately compiled his great idea, some preliminary theoretical analysis and experimental data into a detailed report, and then, through secret channels, it was presented directly to the five elders in Mariajoy, Cindy. He knew that if this artificial Qigong soldier plan succeeded, it would bring a huge leap in the Marines' combat effectiveness. It will also bring what a solid guarantee to the rule of the world government. After receiving Dr. Vegapunk's report, which was full of enthusiasm and ambition, the five elders felt somewhat shocked and a little skeptical at his bold ideas and slightly exaggerated descriptions. However, they also clearly know that Dr. Vegapunk is the only genius in the world who can turn this impossible into possible. Moreover, they also long to master an absolute force that could crush all resistance. So, after some not particularly intense internal discussions, the five elders finally approved Dr. Vegapunk's artificial Qigong soldier plan, which sounded full of black technology. And he also promised to provide him with all the resources and support he needed. A secret study on the militarized application of Qi energy is about to begin quietly in Vegapunk's laboratory with the support of the highest levels of the world government. And this plan will surely bring unpredictable, huge impact to the world at some point in the future. Just as the Marine and the world government were trying their best to obtain the Buu legacy, undercurrents were surging. Advertisement. The sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, Yinyu, Van Oka, also set sail on his dark and bloody ship. On the pirate's ship, he was fiddling with a new gadget that he had finally distributed from Captain Teach. It was a weirdly shaped thing that looked like some kind of high-power telescope, but it had some buttons and energy lines that he couldn't understand at all. Strange aiming. This scope is also one of the Buu legacy that came out of the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace. Although it can't bring back the dead like the Senzu Bean, it can also. It is not like the combat power detection that can directly display the strength, nor is it like the universal capsule that can transform objects out of thin air. However, for Van Oka, a Shinso fighter who is famous for his beyond visual range sniping ability, this strange 613 scope seems to be tailor-made for him. Made, a peerless artifact. He carefully installed the scope on his huge sniper rifle named Chinlu. Then he raised his gun and looked through the scope toward the distant sea level. The next moment, his slightly pale face, which was always hidden under the shadow of the strange hat, revealed for the first time an expression of shock and ecstasy that was difficult to conceal. Exclamation mark. He discovered that the magnification of this strange scope was far greater than any scope he had used before. He could even clearly see the tiny lines on the feathers of a seagull that was hunting on the sea several miles away. This kind of unimaginable beyond visual range observation ability, what it means to a sniper is self-evident. What surprised him even more was that this scope seemed to do more than just see far. He discovered that when he locked the crosshairs on a moving target, such as the unfortunate seagull, the inside of the scope seemed to light up with some faint, pale red energy spots. Those energy spots will automatically track the target's movement trajectory as if they have life. And, according to the target's movement speed and direction, they will also a certain degree of advanced prediction and trajectory correction. This is simply the eye of God. Van Oka's breathing became a little rapid, and his heart was filled with indescribable excitement and excitement. Exclamation mark. He knew that if he could fully master all the functions of this unique scope, then his beyond visual range sniping ability would achieve a qualitative leap. He will be able to hit any target he wants, at a greater distance and with greater accuracy. Even those difficult enemies who have the ability to move at high speed or jump through space will be helpless in front of his eye of God. Escape. Captain. Captain Teach. Van Oka's mouth curled up with a cold and confident arc. It seems that I, Van Oka, will soon be able to present you with a better, more and more valuable prey. The devil sniper of the Blackbeard pirates has become more dangerous and more deadly because of this strange scope from an unknown palace. In the secret base of the Blackbeard pirates, in that huge cave full of darkness and blood, there is only one person who can defeat the sniper, Van Oka, because he got a strange scope. In addition to the greatly increased strength, another core member, Shiryu of Rain, has also become more dangerous and more powerful because of an accidental gain from the Buu legacy. Bloodthirsty. Shiryu, the former warden of the undersea prison, is known for his cold-blooded character and his morbid desire to kill. He was full of the blood of countless fellow criminals. Chapter 69. Ace's Training. Exploration of Fire and Kai. For him, fighting and killing are not just a mission, but also a kind of enjoyment, a special way that can make his cold and twisted heart feel a little bit of pleasure. In the chaos of the Summit War, and the subsequent three-way melee between the Marine, Legacy Recovery Team, and the Beasts Pirates and BIGMOM Pirates at the entrance to the palace, Shiryu also participated in it like a ghost. He did not deliberately search for the legendary magic beans or detectors like others. He was more interested in those strong men who fell in battle and the extraordinary weapons in their hands. During a chaotic fight, he accidentally seized a samurai sword that looked somewhat different from the hands of a swordsman who belonged to an unknown small force and was killed by him. The samurai sword had a simple scabbard and a handle wrapped with crimson silk thread. It didn't look like anything special. However, the moment Shiryu drew the knife out of the sheath, an indescribable, cold and evil aura came from the blade and rushed towards him. The blade was a strange dark red, as if it was forged from some unknown special metal that could absorb light. The blade was extremely sharp, and under the dim firelight of the cave, it flashed a frightening bloodthirsty cold light. Shiryu simply flicked the blade with her finger. Buzz. A clear and long sound of a knife ringing suddenly sounded. That sound was not like an ordinary metal vibration, but more like a kind of low moan filled with desire and hunger. Good knife. A hint of admiration and a hint of excitement flashed in Shiryu's eyes. Although he already possessed the famous sword, Thunderstorm, for a true swordsman, one could never have too many good weapons. He tried to swing the new samurai sword. He discovered that this knife was not only extremely sharp, but also unusually light. It was as if it had no weight at all. This made his knife drawing speed faster than ever before. Even more weird. What surprised him even more was when he used this knife to kill some unlucky sea beasts captured nearby, or some disobedient captives. He discovered that at the moment the blade cut through the flesh, the dark red blade actually, slightly emitted a layer of an even more demonic red light. Moreover, from the handle of the knife, there is also a very faint, but clearly discernible vibration similar to desire, or excitement. It's as if this knife has its own life and will. It is thirsty for blood. It is enjoying killing. Shiryu even vaguely felt that after killing the enemy, this evil samurai sword seemed to be able to absorb a portion of the extremely weak life energy, or soul fragments, from the body of the killed person, and then use it to strengthen the blade itself. Although the effect of this enhancement is very weak and almost negligible. But, what if he uses this sword to kill enough strong men? Then, will this sword also become stronger and stronger? Or even evolve into a real demon sword? This thought made Shiryu's cold and twisted heart tremble slightly. He licked his cracked lips and a smile full of cruelty and anticipation appeared on his face. Interesting. Really interesting. Shiryu stroked the dark red blade, feeling the cold and evil aura coming from the blade, as well as the faint vibration of desire, his eyes filled with morbid fascination. He felt that this knife was simply a perfect weapon tailor-made for him, the Rain, Shiryu. He couldn't wait to use this new toy to kill more enemies, to taste more blood, to feel the ultimate pleasure of walking on the edge of life and death. Although Thunderstorm is good, it seems not evil enough. And this unknown, bloodthirsty, strange samurai sword, perhaps, could make his long-numbed heart feel a little long-lost fun again. Shiryu carefully put the new katana on his waist, and the 5 names were Thunderstorm. The 2 fierce blades filled with murderous aura shone against each other under the dim firelight, emitting a chilling breath of death. The Blackbeard pirates have acquired a new terrifying weapon, one that is enough to make the world tremble. Just as the strong men of the New World were harboring their own ulterior motives and undercurrents were surging because of the emergence of the Buu legacy. Advertisement. In the first half of the Grand Line, the mysterious island full of dreams and located 10,000 meters deep in the sea just below the holy land of Mariajoy, the Fishman Island, is also quietly experiencing some unknown changes. After experiencing the life and death test of Summit War and a short rest on Daughter Island, Straw Hat Crew finally set sail again, heading for their next destination of adventure. Island. Heading forward, under the guidance and help of the sea hero Jinbei, they boarded the Sunny, which was coated with a special bubble film, and safely passed through the deep sea area full of unknowns and dangers, and successfully arrived at this beautiful fairy tale island on the seabed. The Fishman Island, as the name suggests, is where the fishmen and mermen live. There are colorful coral reefs, strange deep-sea fish, strange ocean currents that can spit out huge bubbles, and even more, beautiful mermaid princesses, as well as some unknown darkness and hatred. Jinbei, as the hero of the Fishman Island and former Shichibukai, after leading the Straw Hat Crew into the Fishman Island, began to introduce the situation on the island to them in detail, as well as some things that need special attention. Luffy-kun, everyone. Jinbei's expression seemed a little solemn. He pointed to the area in the distance that looked a little, dilapidated and dark, and said in a deep voice, "That's Fishman Street. It's the place on the Fishman Island where some fishmen who have strong hatred and dissatisfaction with humans gather. Recently, the atmosphere in Fishman Street seems a little off." Jinbei frowned slightly. "I heard that a new group of fishman pirates named Hodi Jones is secretly gathering strength. They seem to be planning some conspiracy that is detrimental to Princess Otahime and the Dragon Kingdom." Hodi Jones? Luffy asked curiously as he stuffed his mouth with delicious snacks from the Fishman Island. "Is he very powerful?" Although Hodi Jones himself is a fishman with some strength, what really worries me is that he and his men are taking a banned drug, called Evil Drug S. Jinbei's tone became more serious and worried. The deadly drug S. Usopp and Chopper both shuddered subconsciously when they heard this. They all had an instinctive vigilance against all kinds of strange drugs. "That's right." Jinbei nodded and explained, "that murderous drug S is an evil drug that can burn life force to greatly increase the user's strength and speed in a short period of time. After taking it, although you can gain great strength, it will also cause a huge burden on the body and accelerate the user's aging and death. What makes me even more uneasy is that," Jinbei's eyes flashed with deep worry, "according to some unreliable intelligence I got, the effects of the murderous drugs S that Hodi Jones and his men have taken recently seem to have become more violent than before. It is said that there is some mysterious substance with unknown catalytic effect that came down from above, referring to the sea surface, and flowed into Fishman Street through the black market channel, and was mixed into the production process of Evil Drug S by Hodi and others." Jinbei didn't know that the so-called mysterious substances with unknown catalytic effects might be residues or fragments of the weak but extremely special Buu energy that accidentally leaked out from the Dragon Ball Palace. Although these Buu energies are extremely weak, their essence is far beyond the cognition of this world. When they are mixed with the murder drug S, unique to the Fishman Island, an unpredictable and violent chemical reaction occurs. This led to the mutation of the evil drug S. After the mutation, the effect of evil drug S has become more violent and powerful than before. It can generate even more terrifying power in a shorter period of time. It can make those fishmen with mediocre strength burst out with amazing fighting power, comparable to the Berry Pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. However, the side effects also became more serious, more deadly. The speed at which the vitality of people who take the mutated, evil drug S, is consumed will be several times, or even dozens of times faster than before. They may be able to gain the power to destroy the world in a short period of time, but that comes at the cost of burning their entire life. This is undoubtedly a kind of power that is drinking poison to quench thirst, full of despair and madness. If Hodi Jones and his men really got hold of this mutated, evil medicine S, and used it to arm a large number of his men, Jinbei's face showed deep worry. Then they will pose an incalculable threat to the Fishman Island, the Dragon Palace Kingdom, and even to the peace of the entire world. After hearing what Jinbei said, the expressions on the faces of the Straw Hat crew members all became solemn. They knew that this trip to the Fishman Island might not be as relaxing and enjoyable as they had imagined. A dark storm centered around racial hatred, the power of banned drugs, and unknown changes is quietly brewing beneath this beautiful underwater island. As expected, not long after the Straw Hat crew arrived at the Fishman Island, the new Fishmen pirates led by Hodi Jones brazenly launched a full-scale invasion of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. A fierce battle that will determine the future of the Fishman Island has begun. Luffy, the Straw Hat boy who is always full of justice and bellicosity, will naturally not stand idly by and watch such bullying of the weak. Together with his companions, he joined the battle to defend the Fishman Island and fight against the new Fishmen pirates without hesitation. And in this battle, Luffy also experienced for the first time, in a real sense, the terrifying power of the evil medicine S, after the mutation. Hodi Jones, and his core cadres, such as the shark fishman Bao Zhang, the giant squid fishman Ikaro, Sea Mui, and the Dharma Shark Mandosin, etc. After taking a large amount of the mutant murder drug their strength, speed, and brutality have reached an unbelievable height of terror. Advertisement. They are like a group of ancient vicious beasts that have lost their minds and only know how to destroy and kill. Even with Luffy's tough rubber body and his increasingly advanced hockey skills, he still felt a wave of difficulty when facing these drugged lunatics. Pressure. Especially in the final showdown with the captain of the new Murloc pirates, Hodi Jones himself. After taking dozens of mutated, evil drugs in succession, Hodi Jones' body has swelled to a extremely terrifying degree. His muscles as hard as steel, his teeth are as sharp as blades. His strength has reached a terrifying level, enough to tear steel apart and crack the earth. His eyes, which had turned red due to the effects of the drugs, were filled with deep hatred and crazy murderous intent towards humans. Straw Hat Boy Luffy, you damned human, how dare you hinder our Fishman's great revival? Hodi Jones let out a beast-like roar. Roaring, he slammed his huge fist covered with hard scales towards Luffy with a devastating momentum. I will absolutely not let you succeed. Luffy did not flinch at all in the face of Reddy Jones's attack, which was full of anger and murderous intent. His eyes were also burning with anger. He couldn't tolerate Hodi Jones's behavior of relying on hurting himself and his companions to gain false power. He could not tolerate Hodi Jones's despicable behavior of imposing his racial hatred on innocent people. I don't care about your revival of the Fishmen or your bullshit hatred. Luffy roared, and his small body also erupted with unprecedented. The powerful force. I only know that you made my friend cry and hurt my partner. I will never, ever let you go. Anger, unparalleled rage, and, when facing a powerful enemy, that kind of, never give up, move forward, the extreme state. At this moment, some kind of wonderful chemical reaction seemed to occur in Luffy's body. His increasingly improved armament hockey, and, the pink demon he saw in the image of the Blackstone tablet in the mysterious palace of Marineford gathering an exploding energy. Although he himself didn't know what it was, and didn't understand the principle at all, he just, subconsciously thought that method looked very cool. Very powerful. Damn, actually, in an unconscious state, they began to quietly merge together. He concentrated armament hockey on his right fist, making it as black as ink and as hard as steel. At the same time, he subconsciously imitated the way the pink demon condensed his chi, and put all his strength and, some kind of inexplicable will into it. All highly compressed and concentrated on that pitch black fist. Then, he suddenly took a step forward. 18. His right arm, wrapped in black hockey, spun at high speed and stretched backwards like a cannonball. Fire fist. Gun. A deafening roar. Luffy's black iron fist, which was a combination of armament hockey and, a hint of hazy chi, carried a strange power, unprecedented and never seen before. With great force, it slammed heavily into Hodi Jones's huge, destructive, white fist. 3GB Chapter 70 Explorers from all over the world gathered to Marineford. Boom, a loud bang that shook the earth. Two fists filled with terrifying power collided fiercely in midair. An unimaginable shockwave, centered on the collision point, swept wildly in all directions. The surrounding seawater was shaken by this powerful shockwave, and violently churned, forming huge uzumaki. The hard coral reefs, in front of this shockwave, shattered like fragile cookies. Even the fishmen and humans who were fighting fiercely in the distance were shaken to the ground by this sudden and terrifying impact. And in this earth-shattering collision, for the first time, Hodi Jones's face, which was full of confidence and brutality, revealed an expression of unbelievable, horrified. He could clearly feel that from the opponent's black fist, which did not look particularly strong, came a force that he had never felt before, an extremely strange and terrifying force. That power is not just the hardness and heaviness brought by armament hockey. More importantly, it also contained a kind of strange penetrating power that seemed to be able to penetrate all defenses and directly act on the inside of his body, and an even more terrifying explosive second experience. Puff, Hodi Jones only felt an irresistible force filled with a destructive aura, which instantly surged from his fist into his arm, and then spread throughout his entire body. His bones, which had become extremely tough due to taking the evil drug actually made a series of teeth-grinding, crackling sounds at this moment. His proud strength that was strong enough to tear steel apart was actually vulnerable to this even more bizarre and overbearing strange force. Wow, Hodi Jones let out a shrill scream. His huge body, which was as big as a small mountain, was actually knocked back by Luffy's seemingly ordinary punch. It smashed heavily onto a huge coral reef in the distance, splashing up gravel and blood foam all over the sky. This is impossible. Hodi Jones struggled and climbed up from the rubble. His face was full of disbelief and deep fear. He couldn't understand what kind of power the Straw Hat Boy had just thrown. Why is it so powerful, so weird? And Luffy himself, after throwing that punch, also felt a sense of inexplicable fatigue and a hint of confusion. He could feel that the power of the punch he had just thrown was, indeed, much greater than before. However, he himself couldn't explain clearly what was going on. He just, in a state of anger and extreme limit, subconsciously, just hit it out. The spark of hockey and ki, quietly, bloomed on this deep-sea battlefield in a way that Luffy himself hadn't even noticed. And this Unconscious fusion will surely plant a seed, full of infinite possibilities, on his future growth path. Just when Luffy was fighting fiercely with Hodi Jones, and unconsciously, an unusual spark of power burst out. Far behind the battlefield, the Sea Knight Jinbei, who was in charge of commanding and coordinating the defense of the Fishman Island, showed an expression of surprise and thoughtfulness on his face full of Fishman features after seeing Luffy's earth-shattering punch just now. Luffy-kun. That punch just now. Jinbei frowned slightly, his heart full of confusion. He could clearly feel that the nature of the power of the punch Luffy had just thrown seemed different from the armament hockey he had seen before. There seems to be a purer, more explosive, unknown energy in there? This feeling made him involuntarily think of the rumors about the mysterious palace rising from the bottom of the sea and the various Buu heritage that flowed out of the palace, which had been making a lot of noise all over the world in recent times. Could it be that Luffy-kun also gained some kind of adventure that could enhance his own strength from that palace? Advertisement. Just when Jinbei was feeling confused and puzzled by this, suddenly, in his mind, as if a flash of electricity, some very old, vague memories that he once thought were nonsense emerged. He remembered that when he was young, he had read in the library of Dragon Palace City on the Fishman Island, in the mountains of dusty ancient documents, he seemed to have seen some vague records about a mysterious building called Temple of the Sky, or Palace of Stars, that appeared in the deep sea near their Fishman Island in ancient times. Those records are very sporadic and very vague. It was only vaguely mentioned that the Temple of the Outer Worlds did not seem to be a product of their world, but rather came from a more distant and unknown place, the other side of the starry sky. It possesses a mysterious power beyond the imagination of mortals, and also hides a huge secret that is enough to change the fate of the world. However, because the time is so long ago, and there is no solid evidence to prove the existence of the Temple of the Sky, therefore, these vague records have always been regarded by scholars of the Fishman Island as some unrealistic myths and legends, and have not attracted much attention. 014806316 Filu 192,481,341. But now, after witnessing Luffy's extraordinary power explosion and thinking about the recent rumors about the underwater palace, Jinbei's heart was filled with anxiety. I couldn't help but come up with a bold guess. Could it be that those ancient documents do not record myths and legends, but real events that actually happened? Could it be that the mysterious palace that recently appeared in the waters near Marineford has some kind of unknown connection with the Temple of the Sky, or Palace of Stars, in the legend of the Fishman Island? This thought caused a huge wave of uproar in Jinbei's heart. He knew that if this guess was true, then the secret behind it was probably far more shocking and more complicated than he had imagined. He decided that after the battle was over, he would go to the library of Ryugu City and carefully read the ancient documents, hoping to find more clues about the Temple of the Sky. Perhaps, unraveling this ancient legend would bring him closer to the great truth that could overturn the entire world. With the accidental spread of Buu legacy, and the sporadic appearance of some Kai training methods full of coincidence and luck, even if they're incomplete or even seriously misunderstood. In this already chaotic world of pirates, a group of new strong men, with all kinds of strange new powers have begun to emerge. Some of them might have been little-known pirates, or obscure adventurers in some remote corner, or just 12 ordinary people with better luck. However, because they were favored by the Buu legacy, or because they unexpectedly comprehended a little bit of Kai, their strengths were improved by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. They began to no longer be satisfied with the status quo, no longer be content with mediocrity. They began to challenge the old forces and powerful order that once intimidated them. For example, in East Blue, the Iron Fist Monka, who accidentally got the fragments of the Turtle School training manual, and mastered the shockwave skill, so he claimed, became famous after defeating the Marine captain. He actually really attracted a lot of little pirates who were also brainless but full of desire for power to come and join him. His Iron Fragment Pirates group also grew a little bit because of this. He even began to fantasize about whether he should challenge the overlord of East Blue, the clown Buggy. For example, in a lawless area in the first half of the Grand Line, a small gang leader who originally made a living by selling inferior weapons and smuggling contraband accidentally bought a broken energy bracelet on the black market at a high price, which was said to have flowed out of the palace and could temporarily enhance the body's functions. His strength, BGDE, actually, also improved significantly. He began to no longer be satisfied with his pitiful territory, but cast his greedy eyes on the surrounding gang forces that were more powerful than him. A new gang fight centered on territory and interests was also about to break out. For example, in a certain sea area in New World, a pirate captain who originally made a living by robbing passing merchant ships and whose strength was mediocre, got a combat detector from a bounty hunter who was killed by him and participated in the melee outside the palace. The detector only had half a lens left, but it seemed to be barely usable. After that, his life also changed dramatically. He began to use the detector to specifically look for those fat sheep who were weaker than him but had abundant wealth. His success rate of robbery was greatly improved as a result. His reputation, although it was a bad reputation, also began to spread gradually in the nearby sea areas. Examples of the emergence of such new powers are endless in dark corners around the world. They are like poisonous mushrooms that suddenly popped out from cracks in the rocks. Although, their individual strength may not be able to compete with those truly top-notch powerhouses. However, their appearance was like a sharp dagger, piercing fiercely into the body of those old, seemingly stable forces in order. This has made the sea, which has already become turbulent due to the Summer War and the Dragon Ball Palace incident, even more chaotic and even more unpredictable. The cracks in the old order are constantly widening. And a new, even crazier and out-of-control era seems to have quietly arrived. The world government, a behemoth that has ruled the world for 800 years, feels unprecedented worry and a little fear because of the appearance of the Dragon Ball Palace and its Buu legacy. However, they are also keenly aware of the huge opportunities behind these alien objects. If we can firmly control these technologies that are beyond our time and the mysterious power called Kai in our own hands, then the rule of the world government will become more stable and more unshakable. Advertisement therefore, under the secret instructions of the Five Elders, a comprehensive study, analysis, and military application of Buu's legacy was launched. The movement quietly unfolded in various core departments of the world government. As the sharpest fang and the most loyal hound in the hands of the world government, the CPO organization naturally plays a crucial role in this operation. Role. The headquarters of CPO is hidden in a heavily guarded secret base in the holy land of Mariajoy, unknown to outsiders. Rob Lucci, once the strongest of CP9 and now the core of CPO, is working with several other equally powerful and ruthless former CP9 members. For example, Khalifa, Kaku, and Jabra, assuming they were also reactivated by the world government for some reason and promoted to CPO. Item. Very special, re-education, and secret training. The content of their training was not the sixth-style physical training that they had already mastered, nor was it those cold-blooded assassination techniques. Rather, it is a completely new and mysterious realm that they have never encountered before, full of unknown and powerful forces. That is the basic perception and initial application of Chi. The instructor of this secret training is not a taijutsu master or hockey expert, but several of Dr. Vegapunk's favorite students who belong to the Marine Science Corps. Although these young scientists may not be very strong in combat, they have some information recovered from the Dragon Ball Palace, such as the gold, the energy core data of the puppets, or some working principles of the combat power detector, and, after Dr. Vegapunk conducted preliminary research and analysis on these data, he obtained some vague understanding and superficial application theories about the energy of Chi. They tried to combine these theories full of uncertainty and bold guesses, as well as some possible information collected from ancient documents or other unknown channels. Ancient cultivation methods related to Chi, although most of them have been proven to be useless garbage, have been scientifically improved and simplify. Then, these recreated Chi quick training methods were directly given to Rob Lucci and other people who had extraordinary physiques and strong wills. CPD elites with a long history. The purpose is very clear, that is, to hope that through this somewhat forced method, these world governments, killing weapons, can also, in a short period of time, you will initially master the mysterious power called Kai. Thus, you can perform some special missions in the future, targeting Buu's legacy or other unknown threats. When it is used, it can play a greater role. Of course, the effect of this kind of crash training can be imagined. Rob Lucci and others, although they all possess talents and endurance far beyond the ordinary, are faced with this completely unfamiliar, lacking systematic theory and correct. When I was taught the practice of Kai, I also felt confused and at a loss. They followed the various strange perception methods provided by those young scientists, trying to listen to the breath of the universe, or feel the flow of life energy, or concentrate your mental strength on Dantian and imagine there is a fire burning there. These training methods, filled with metaphysics and middle school atmosphere, made these CPO elites who always believed in muscle and killing feel ridiculous. It's a bit laughable. However, military orders are as heavy as mountains. Since this is a secret order from the highest level of the world government, even these unruly, dark justice executors must unconditionally obey it. Obey. Chapter 71 Marine Blockade, the first small conflict. Therefore, in the following days, in the CPO's secret training base, you can often see such a scene full of disobedience and a little funny. A group of CPO elites wearing black suits and various ferocious masks on their faces, who usually kill without blinking an eye, are now sitting cross-legged on the futon, each with their eyes closed, brows furrowed, veins bulging on their foreheads, as if they're having an arduous battle with constipation. From time to time, their bodies would produce some strange physiological reactions due to random luck or excessive mental concentration. For example, Khalifa, the beautiful agent who was once famous for her sexy figure and the ability of the bubble fruit, now suffered from a sharp pain in her lower abdomen because of an incorrect Dantian chi gathering posture, and almost became incontinent on the spot. For example, Kaku, the former CP9 member who was once famous for his giraffe fruit ability and four-sword swordsmanship, accidentally twisted his beloved long nose into a twist because he tried to combine he with his slashing attacks. As for Rob Lucci himself, with his extraordinary willpower and his morbid obsession with power, he could barely feel a very weak warm current, of something similar, wandering around in his body. However, he still couldn't be as lucky as the little pirates, Iron Fist, Monka, and emit that kind of, even if the power was extremely weak, energy shock wave from his palm. Damn it. This, soft, invisible and intangible thing. How can I use it? After a failed attempt, Rob Lucci punched the alloy wall beside him in annoyance, leaving a deep fist mark. He still prefers the pure violence of being able to tear the enemy's flesh and blood with fists and claws. However, although the progress in cultivating chi is slow, it can even be said that there is no progress. However, in another aspect of re-education, Rob Lucci and others showed amazing talent and oral efficiency. That is, proficient in all kinds of Buu relics, recovered from the Dragon Ball Palace, or rather, the Marine Heritage Recovery Team, finally got back. How to use. Whether it's the detector that can visually display combat power, although most of them are damaged and need frequent repairs, or the universal capsule that can conjure up all kinds of creations out of thin air, although the number is extremely rare, and the things inside are mostly some useless daily necessities, such as an automatically heating toilet seat, or the broken treatment device that seems to be still usable. CPO elites such as Rob Lucci have mastered their basic operations and, some more, evil, application techniques at an extremely fast speed. They even began to try to combine and innovate these Buu heritage with their own 6-style physical skills and devil fruit abilities. For example, Khalifa tried to combine the universal capsule with her bubble fruit ability, hoping to create a bubble capsule bomb that can automatically track the enemy and release various surprises, such as pepper spray or super glue after contacting the enemy. For example, Kaku tried to combine the combat power detector with his Tempest Kick, hoping to kick out Super Invincible Giraffe Tornado Thunderbolt Pursued Deadly Serial Shadowless Kick that can automatically lock the enemy's weakness and also has the effects of armor breaking and stun. This name is made up by him, please don't take it seriously. As for Rob Lucci himself, he showed great interest in the broken treatment device and the core components containing unknown energy that were disassembled from the wreckage of the metal puppet. He seemed to want to find a special method from these things that could further strengthen his already terrifying life restoration ability, or even make his heart, which had become cold and numb from killing, feel a little bit of vitality again. In short, although the progress of CPO's re-education in the cultivation of Kai was worrying, it achieved remarkable achievements in the adaptation of props to Buu legacy and magical innovation. And these CPO elites who have mastered some of the methods of using the Buu legacy and have wild imaginations will surely bring shit, unimaginable surprises, and huge psychological shadows to their enemies when they perform various special missions in the future. While the secret weapons of the world government were carrying out various mysterious training and prop development. In a dark corner of the new world, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the heavenly yaksha, who calls the shots in the underground world, also succeeded in getting some of the coveted Buu legacy from a small nobleman who had fallen on hard times and whose eyesight was not very good through his huge and secret underground trading network and some unscrupulous coercion and inducement. Although the number of these legacies is not large and the quality can only be considered mediocre. However, for Doflamingo, a conspirator who is good at calculating and maximizing the value of limited resources, these things are enough to make him feel excited and satisfied. He got two main things. The first one is it looks like a children's toy. A flying capsule. This capsule is different from the one that Buggy God Tier accidentally got before, which can transform into a flying motorcycle. It is smaller and more simple. When Doflamingo, according to the method, tortured out of the unlucky noble, threw the capsule to the ground and shouted, transformation, in a very embarrassing posture. This was made up by the noble himself. In fact, it only requires a light press of the button on the capsule. Advertisement. There was a soft bang sound, followed by a burst of white smoke filled with the smell of cheap plastic. A somewhat oddly shaped, looking like a giant, upside-down electric fan blade, with a child's tricycle seat tied underneath. A small single-person aircraft suddenly appeared in front of him. This aircraft looks really unsightly. But when Doflamingo, with some disgust, sat on the child tricycle seat and randomly pressed a few buttons that looked like joysticks, the huge, upside-down fan blade actually, really, began to spin, whoosh. And it really carried him, staggeringly, into the air. Although the flying speed was not fast, the altitude was not high, and the stability was extremely poor, as if it would fall apart at any time. But, after all, this is still flying. This made Doflamingo involuntarily raise the corner of his mouth under his iconic flamingo sunglasses into a wicked smile. He knew that the string fruit ability could allow him to move and swing in the air to a certain extent. However, that method was not free enough, nor was it enough. And this, although it looks frustrating, it is a genuine flying capsule that will undoubtedly give him some new and more unpredictable means in air combat and some secret infiltration or rapid raids. He even began to wonder whether he should add some special modifications to this children's aircraft using the string fruit's abilities. For example, tying hundreds of sharp threads to the blades of an electric fan to turn it into a spinning blood-dropping guillotine in the air. The second thing he got was a simple, energy glove, that looked like it was made of some black leather and unknown metal, and had a rough, a bit cheap feel. After putting this glove on my hand, I didn't feel anything special. However, when Doflamingo tried to use his little, insignificant hockey, he was not good at hockey, but relied more on the fruit ability and wisdom. When injected into the glove, he discovered that the palm of the glove actually would light up with a faint, but real, red energy light. Then, when he aimed his palm at a target and, aimed with his mind, or guessed, and then, clenched his fist. Call out. A small energy bullet, only as thick as a finger, with a power that could only, penetrate a piece of cardboard, was actually fired from the palm of his hand. Although, the power of this energy bomb is pitifully small, even less powerful than a random string shot out by him using the string fruit ability. But, after all, this is also a kind of long-range energy attack. Moreover, this attack method does not seem to consume too much of his physical strength and, hockey? This made Doflamingo once again reveal a smile that was full of calculation and a hint of excitement. He knew that although this energy glove was not very powerful in certain specific situations, such as launching a surprise attack, or when fighting with the enemy in close combat, it might have some unexpected, miraculous effects. He even began to wonder whether he should give this energy glove some special modifications to the string fruit's abilities. For example, when firing energy bullets, he could also attach some parasite strings that could restrain the enemy's movements. Asterisk. In short, these two pieces of Buu legacy, although they look a bit copycat and low profile, also give Doflamingo some new and more insidious means in air combat, raids, and long-range harassment. He believed that with his wisdom and unscrupulous style of doing things, he would be able to realize the potential of these new toys to ultimate. As a result, his business and ambition in New World will surely reach a higher level. Just as the world government's CPO organization was conducting a bloody purge and brutal suppression of those small forces and individuals who secretly possessed the Buu legacy on a global scale. An undercurrent from the Revolutionary Army is taking advantage of this chaotic situation and quietly infiltrating into the heart of the world government. Advertisement Monkey D. Dragon, the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, knows the true meaning of the Buu legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace. The advanced technology contained in it has great strategic significance for their revolutionary cause of overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government. However, he also knew that with the current intelligence capabilities and armed forces of the Revolutionary Army, it would be difficult to directly snatch those legacy from the Marine or other powerful forces. It is almost an impossible task. Moreover, doing so would inevitably expose the Revolutionary Army's strength and intentions prematurely, thus attracting even more frantic encirclement and suppression from the world government. Zero. So, Long decided to take a more covert and more roundabout way. He set his sights on Dr. Vegapunk, who was known as the world's #1 scientist, and possessed countless technologies that were beyond his time. Long knew that Dr. Vegapunk had been working for the world government and had developed many powerful weapons and killing tools for them. However, according to the secret intelligence of the Revolutionary Army, deep down in his heart, Dr. Vegapunk does not seem to be a mad scientist who is completely without conscience and ideals. He seems to have some dissatisfaction and doubts about the world government's dark rule and anti-human behavior. Moreover, more importantly, not all people in Dr. Vegapunk's large and complex scientific research team are loyal to the world government. There will always be some young scientists who are dissatisfied with the status quo for various reasons, or who sympathize with and admire the ideals of the Revolutionary Army. So, under Long's personal planning and the secret operation of some Revolutionary Army agents lurking within the world government, a rebellion operation against the staff around Dr. Vegapunk has quietly begun. After a hard and thrilling effort, the Revolutionary Army actually successfully turned a young man who worked under Dr. Vegapunk and had access to some core scientific research materials into a defection. Young scientist. The young scientist, although not a high-ranking official, was not Dr. Vegapunk's most important assistant. However, he was forced to leave for some personal reasons. It was said that because his hometown had once suffered from the brutal oppression of a member country of the world government, and he had developed a deep suspicion and hatred of the justice of the world government. And the ideals of the Revolutionary Army resonated strongly. So, after the secret contact with the Revolutionary Army agents and some ideological education, full of ideal halo and future promises, that young scientist resolutely chose to betray his boss and the corrupt old world. He risked his life and used his position to secretly transfer some of the Dragon Ball props, mainly combat power detectors and the energy weapons of those metal puppets, to the Dragon Ball. The preliminary copy of the system and a copy of Dr. Vegapunk's personal research notes were passed through extremely secret channels to the Revolutionary military agent. Although these materials are incomplete, most of them are immature theories and experimental data full of speculations. However, for the Revolutionary Army, which was relatively backward in technology and had always been eager to obtain more advanced weapons and equipment, these things were simply a timely help. Oh, they provide extremely valuable reference and guidance for the future technological development of the Revolutionary Army. It also allowed the Revolutionary Army to slightly recover the disadvantage in the long-lasting technological competition with the world government. Chapter 72. Practical application of detectors, suppression of intelligence. Of course, this kind of traitorous behavior will inevitably bring fatal disaster to the young scientist. After successfully delivering the information, he also mysteriously disappeared from Vegapunk's laboratory with the help of the Revolutionary Army. From then on, he hid his identity and joined the Revolutionary Tide. After Dr. Vegapunk discovered that there was such a mole among his men, and that such important scientific research secrets had been leaked, he felt furious and a little scared. But he didn't make it public, because he knew that if this matter was exposed, not only would he lose face in front of the 5 elders, but more importantly, it might affect his subsequent research funding and personal freedom. So, he could only swallow his anger and secretly strengthen the security measures in the laboratory. He also conducted a more in-depth ideological and moral education and loyalty test on all his scientific researchers. Although this infiltration operation by the Revolutionary Army was full of risks, it did achieve unexpected great success. And those hard-won imitation data of Buu technology will surely provide powerful technical support for the rise of the Revolutionary Army at some point in the future. Just when the Revolutionary Army was excited about obtaining the precious Buu technology information and began to conduct relevant research and copycat work in full swing. The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, was highly expected by the Commander-in-Chief Monkey D. Dragon and was sent to the waters around Marineford to gather intelligence and wait for an opportunity. Also, encountered an adventure full of unexpected and surprises. Sabo led his secret little 120 team, composed of the elite members of the Revolutionary Army, carefully carried out lurking and reconnaissance missions in the chaotic and dangerous waters near Marineford. They did not, like the Marine or other pirates, directly attack the coordinate point left by the mysterious palace that was constantly flashing with lavender light. Their mission is more about observing in secret, collecting intelligence, analyzing the situation, and looking for any opportunities that might be useful to the revolutionary cause. Once, Sabo led several team members, disguised as ordinary adventurers, and sneaked into a lawless island that had become extremely chaotic and full of good and bad people because of the rumor of Buu's legacy to collect intelligence. They unexpectedly encountered a group of pirates who were fighting over an unknown object. Those 2 pirates look like insignificant characters, and their abilities can only be considered barely acceptable. However, in order to fight for the unknown object that they held tightly in their arms and wrapped tightly in rags, they fought unusually fiercely and 195. Swords flashed, blood flew everywhere, all kinds of unsystematic physical techniques and crudely made weapons were flying around randomly in the narrow streets. Sabo originally didn't want to pay attention to this childish gang fight. However, he keenly noticed that the 2 groups of pirates during the battle seemed to display a kind of fanaticism and recklessness that was not quite consistent with their own strength. It was as if the unknown object they were fighting for was a priceless treasure that was worth their lives. This made Sabo involuntarily feel a little curiosity. So, he did not leave immediately, but took his team members to hide in the dark, quietly observing this passionate battle. The battle did not last long. Soon, one of the pirates, after paying a heavy price, succeeded in wiping out the other pirates. And that unknown object that they regarded as a treasure fell into the hands of a one-eyed man with a fleshy face who looked like the leader of the pirates. After getting the unknown object, the one-eyed pirate's leader showed an ecstatic expression on his face as if he had found a treasure. He didn't even care about the bleeding wounds on his body, and couldn't wait to open the treasure, wrapped in rags. However, just when he was about to unveil the mysterious veil, swoosh! A black shadow as fast as lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Then, a crisp bone-breaking sound was heard. The one-eyed pirate's leader who had just been so complacent didn't even have time to utter a scream before his eyeballs bulged out, foam came out of his mouth, and he fell limply to the ground, completely dead. The unknown object, wrapped in rag in his hand, also fell to the ground with a click. The person who took action was, of course, the Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff, Sabo. Advertisement: his dragon claw fist, covered with armament hockey, is no joke. After easily dealing with those troublesome minions, Sabo slowly walked to the body of the one-eyed pirate's leader, bent down, and picked up the unknown object, wrapped in rags that had fallen from his hands. He carefully peeled off the rag that was stained with bloodline. Then, a look of surprise and thoughtfulness appeared on his face. What was wrapped in the rag was not gold, silver, or jewelry, nor was it some magical Buu's legacy. Rather, it was a few pages of cultivation diagrams that looked like they were made of some special paper, were a little torn and stained with blood. On those diagrams, there were some very similar in style to the Turtle Immortal Training Manual that Iron Fist Monka had obtained before, but the content was completely different. Strange training postures and energy running circuit diagrams. On the front page of those atlases, there were a few large characters written in a font that was full of simplicity and a hint of evil. Introduction to Crane Sen Ryu Fighting Techniques. Of course, this is also a fragment, mainly recording some, such as the basic flying principles of the air dance technique, and The preliminary luck method of the fingertip energy attacks such as the Dong Dong Wave. Hexian Ryu. Fighting skills. Sabo looked at the training diagrams in his hands that were full of unknown and a hint of ominous aura, his brows slightly furrowed, his heart filled with confusion and a hint of expectation. He knew that this thing must be not simple, and his unexpected gain this time will surely bring an immeasurable huge surprise to the Revolutionary Army at some point in the future. After successfully seizing the mysterious fragments of Introduction to Crane Sen Ryu fighting techniques from those unlucky pirates, the Revolutionary Army Commander-in-Chief Monkey D. Dragon and Chief of Staff Sabo immediately conducted extremely detailed and in-depth research on them. Although the contents of those fragments are incomplete and many places are full of unknown and incomprehensible metaphysical theories. However, with the dragon's unfathomable wisdom, Sabo's extraordinary talent and the keen perception of fire and energy inherited from Ace, they actually, really, from those broken diagrams, initially comprehended some basic principles about the mysterious power called Chi. Especially after they compared these fragments of Saru Senryu with the preliminary research data on Buu's legacy, obtained from Vegapunk Laboratory, and conducted mutual verification and bold speculation. Long's mind suddenly became clear. He deeply realized that the potential of this power system called Chi was huge, its applications were wide, and its power was terrifying. I'm afraid, it was far beyond his previous imagination. If the Revolutionary Army can truly master this power and use it in actual combat, then their chances of overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government will greatly increase. So, after some excited and careful consideration, Long made a major decision that would change the future fate of the Revolutionary Army. He decided to secretly select a group of young fighters from within the Revolutionary Army who were excellent, determined, and absolutely loyal to the revolutionary cause. Then, Sabo and some other cadres of the Revolutionary Army who also had some understanding of Kai, for example, the Monster King. Emporio Ivankov, who had fought side by side with Luffy in the palace, he also seemed to have his own unique understanding of the use of that energy, secretly taught them the Kai cultivation methods that they had learned from the fragments of Turtle Senryu and Crane Senryu. Long is trying to form a special force composed entirely of elite warriors who have mastered Kai. A Kai force that can fly, release energy shockwaves with bare hands, and create miracles. This unit will become the Revolutionary Army's trump card, powerful enough to fight against the powerful demon fruit power and human weapons of the world government. A surprise force, powerful enough to turn the tide of the war at the most critical moment. Although, this idea sounds a bit far-fetched and full of unknowns and risks. However, Long is full of confidence in this, because he knew that once the flame of revolution was ignited, it would never go out. And Chi, a power full of infinite possibilities, will surely shine with the most dazzling light in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. A secret military training and troop formation plan centered on Kai is about to begin quietly within the Revolutionary Army. And this idea that is full of ideals and a little bit of madness will surely bring unimaginable, huge shock to the world at some point in the future. In the new world's Onigashima, in the huge castle that looked as hideous as a demon's head, the deafening laughter of Kaido of the beasts and the painful and twisted howling of some gifters were echoing. Advertisement, haha. Interesting, really interesting. Kaido sat on his throne made of giant bones, holding a huge wine gourd in his hand. While pouring strong liquor into his mouth, he watched with interest what was going on below. An experiment, full of blood and a hint of Frankenstein. The subjects of the experiment were several givers, who belonged to the beast's pirates and whose strength could only be considered average or lower. They were the unlucky ones who gained various strange animal features and some unstable abilities by eating the artificial devil fruit smile. The prop of the experiment was Quinn. After much effort, we finally managed to grab some. Well, I couldn't identify their specific purpose at all, from the chaotic sea area near Marineford. Fragments of the device lost in the mysterious palace. Some of those fragments looked like a twisted metal plate covered with tadpole-like golden words. Some looked like a broken energy pipeline, with a faint trace of energy remaining. Energy fluctuations. Others looked like a burnt, oddly shaped plastic part. In short, in Quinn's opinion, these things are just a bunch of useless garbage. However, in the eyes of his boss, Kaido of the Beasts, these mysterious fragments from an unknown palace may contain something that can make his useless people, the givers, become stronger. A miracle. So, under Kaido's strong order, Quinn the Plague, one of the three plagues known for his pervert invention and pervert aesthetic. His equally unreliable scientific partner, M. Geisa Current, if Geisa had been forced to join the Beast's pirates for some reason at this time and became Quinn's research assistant, together, they started a Dragon Ball enhancement experiment, full of unknowns and huge risks. The experimental process is usually simple and crude. They randomly attach the palace installation fragments to the unfortunate donors. Some people tie it directly to their arms with wire. Some people stick it on their foreheads with tape. Some even had their skin cut open by that pervert named Geisa, and then forcibly stuffed it into their muscles. Then, they observed that these givers, when they came into contact with those mysterious fragments, or were affected by the weak, Buu energy that might remain on those fragments. What kind of wonderful changes will occur after radiation? Result, indeed, there have been some 1.0 changes. After some of the gifters came into contact with those fragments, their original, unstable, and even somewhat ridiculous smile fruit abilities actually. Of course, really, there have been some unexpected enhancements or upgraded. For example, a giver who originally could only grow a pair of squirrel claws on his arms, after coming into contact with a metal plate that was flickering with a faint blue light, the claws on his arms. The squirrel's claws, unexpectedly, became sharper and harder than before, and even could emit faint, static electricity sparks? Although, this kind of enhancement seems still useless and a little funny. However, for Kaido of the Beasts, a battle maniac who only pursues results and does not care about the process, this is enough to make him excited and satisfied. Haha. Did you see that, Quinn? Guy, Lousy said it? These treasures falling from the sky must be good things. Kaido pointed at the arm. The squirrel paw to the gifter, with static sparks on it, said proudly. However, these lucky enhancements and upgrades are, after all, only a minority. The reactions of more gifted people after coming into contact with those mysterious fragments, or being irradiated by their energy, are even more terrifying and miserable. Some of them began to twitch and twist uncontrollably, as if countless bugs were crawling under their skin. Some of them were foaming at the mouth, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and emitting bursts of heart-wrenching screams. Some even just exploded with a bang, just like the marine officer who overdosed on Senzu Beans before, and turned into a pool of full of a mosaic filled with various animal hair and viscera fragments? Chapter 73. The problem of counterfeiting the universal capsule, Vegapunk's dilemma. This extremely high failure rate and extremely horrifying side effects made the members of the Beast's pirates, who were always known for their ruthlessness, feel chills and shudders after seeing these scenes. Even one of the hosts of the experiment, Epidemic, Quinn, couldn't help but shed a tear on his fat face after seeing the miserable state of those experimental subjects. Crocodile tears? Guy, brother Kaido, this experiment seems too dangerous. Quinn stuttered as he spoke to Kaido on the throne, with a hint of fear and retreat in his voice. However, Kaido of the Beasts didn't care about these little sacrifices. In his opinion, these rubbish who can't even use hockey are just consumables to the gifter. Being able to use their lives to explore a new method for him, that can make the Beast Army stronger, is simply a worthy death, and it is worth it. Danger. What's so dangerous about that? Kaido snorted disdainfully, and then smashed the wine gourd in his hand to the ground again. Quinn. Guys. You two are rubbish. Keep experimenting. Lousy wants to see more surprises, more enhancements. If you two can make Lousy's Beast Army invincible, then the next ones to be used as experimental subjects will be you two. Kaido's words and his eyes full of cruelty and threats frightened Quinn and Geisa so much that they were scared out of their wits and d themselves. They knew that if they could not satisfy the pervert desire of this moody, world's strongest creature, then what would await them would definitely be torture, more horrible than death. Thus, an even crazier and even more inhumane Giver Dragon Ball enhancement experiment continues in full swing inside the castle of Onigashima. And those innocent donors became victims of this scientific exploration, full of blood and a hint of black humor. Kaido of the Beasts, the 4 Emperors, known for his brutality and destruction, is using his unique and twisted way to try to squeeze out the last bit of value from the shattered Buu legacy. He longed for more powerful strength, a stronger army, and a final battle in which he could enjoy fighting, and death to his heart's content. Just when Kaido of the Beasts on Onigashima was conducting his bloody and creative giver enhancement experiment. Far away in Toto Land, the Queen of Desserts, Charlotte Linlin, was also using her equally unique and appetizing way to interestingly difference those relatively complete Dragon Ball props that she had managed to snatch from the melee at the entrance of Marineford Palace. Bigmom, the 4 Emperors, who is famous for his greedy appetite and moody personality, is not very interested in those things in the Buu legacy that can directly improve combat power, such as Senzu Beans or combat power detectors. In her opinion, her own powerful soul fruit ability and her many powerful children are enough for her to run rampant in the new world. She is more interested in those novelties that can satisfy her endless appetite or bring her more fun. For example, the legendary universal capsule that can turn into all kinds of desserts and ingredients she wants. It's a pity that although her eldest son Perisparrow and General Smoothie also led a large number of troops and stirred up trouble in the waters near Marineford for a long time, in the end, they only managed to grab some empty universal capsule shells, and a dozen strange-shaped parts that had no idea what they were used for. This made Bigmom feel very disappointed and angry. She even ate several tons of desserts to vent her dissatisfaction. However, apart from the universal capsule, the BIGMOM pirates did not gain nothing. At least, they also managed to grab a broken combat power detector that seemed to be able to light up, although BIGMOM didn't know what this thing was used for. He just thought that the small lens on it looked shiny and pretty, and several strange mailboxes that also fell out of the palace, which looked like some kind of remote controller, game controller, full of unknown buttons. As for these new toys that she couldn't understand at all and couldn't eat for the time being, after the initial novelty wore off, BIGMOM began to think about how to make them more interesting. Then, she thought of her omnipotent soul fruit ability. The soul fruit allows her to extract the souls of others at will, and give these souls to various inanimate objects, turning them into homies, with self-awareness and the ability to act. For example, the pirate's hat, Napoleon, on her head is made from fragments of her soul. Not only can it be transformed at will, but it can also chat with her to relieve boredom. For example, the somersault cloud, Zeus, under her feet and the flaming sword, Prometheus, in her hand were also transformed from powerful souls and possessed terrifying power to destroy the world. BB. What if she gave these Dragon Ball props from the unknown palace, full of mysterious technology, souls, and turned them into homies? Will they show even more magical functions? Or, at least, would they speak and tell her some secrets about the palace? Advertisement, for example. In the palace, is there a river made of chocolate and cream? Or a castle made of cookies and candies? BIGMOIM feels very excited and looking forward to this idea. So she immediately placed the broken combat power detector and the strange metal boxes in front of her. Then, she stretched out her right hand, which was as huge as a hill and covered with thick fat, with her palm facing up, and her eyes flashed with a disturbing pink light. Life or treat, BIGMOM let out her signature roar, full of majesty and a hint of childish willfulness. An indescribable aura of terror, full of deprivation and empowerment, suddenly burst out from her body. She tried to use her soul fruit ability to extract some of the extra soul fragments from the shivering, unlucky ingredients homies around her, such as a crying cake or a screaming carrot. Then, forcefully inject these soul fragments into the damaged combat power detector in those strange metal boxes. She wanted to see what kind of wonderful changes these technological creations from outer space would undergo after they had souls. Righto. The result of the experiment was somewhat beyond her expectations. The broken combat power detector did produce some reactions after being injected with soul fragments. The indicator lights on it, which had been extinguished, suddenly began to flicker again. On the lens, some messy, meaningless golden numbers and symbols that looked like ghostly drawings began to appear uncontrollably. However, it did not come to life or speak as BIGMOM expected. It's more like a broken radio that's been stimulated by electricity and has short-circuited a little. As for those strange mailboxes, after being injected with soul fragments, their reactions were even more weird. They do not produce any light and shadow changes like detectors do. However, from their cold metal shells, there was a faint, even colder and disturbing aura emanating. It was as if something unclean was forced in. BIGMOM was a little disappointed as he looked at the new toys in front of him. Well, they didn't seem to become more interesting. She even tried to ask loudly to the detector that was flashing randomly. Hey, little mirror, tell mom, what is the most delicious dessert in the world? However, the detector was still just flashing on and off, completely ignoring her. Tisk. It's useless. BIGMOM was a little angry and threw the detector aside. She felt that these things that were looted from the palace were really too boring. They were not as good as the homies that she created with her soul, who were obedient and delicious. However, she did not give up completely. She decided to hand over these semi-finished homies to her children, who also possessed various strange devil fruit abilities for further research and development. Maybe, in their hands, these Buu legacy with souls can really show some unexpected magical functions. For example, a dessert detection and making homies that can automatically find and make top-notch desserts. BIGMOM's attempt at soul endowment did not achieve an immediate magical effect. However, have those Buu legacy that were forcibly injected with souls also produced some unknown, deeper changes inside? I'm afraid only time can give the answer. Just as the 4 emperors of the New World were all using their own ways to conduct various experiments and attempts that were full of creativity and a little bit of madness on the legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace. The Red Hair Pirates flagship, Red Force, is still sailing smoothly on the Grand Line, which is full of unknowns and challenges. Advertisement. Although the atmosphere on the ship was still relaxed, it was also a little more indescribably solemn and vigilant than usual. Especially after hearing various rumors about the pink demon called Buu, and his terrifying power that can destroy planets with ease. Even red-haired Shanks, who is always carefree and fearless, feels a little bit of it from the bottom of his heart. B9. €1. However, the Red Hair Pirates are, after all, the most balanced team among the 4 emperors, and are also the most rational and calm. They did not become blind and crazy like Kaido or Bigmom because of the appearance of the Buu legacy. They prefer to, through careful observation, calm analysis, and careful investigation, to find out the real reason behind this huge change caused by the mysterious palace. Hidden, real secrets and potential crises. In this regard, the deputy captain of the Red Hair Pirates, the man who always holds a cigarette and has a wise and deep look in his eyes, Ben Beckman, is undoubtedly well-deserved. Core figure. After collecting a lot of information about chi, this word was also obtained from some equally unreliable sources, such as someone who claimed to have mastered the shockwave magic. After hearing about the legend of the East Blue 517 Lil Pirates and some bits of information about the Dragon Ball items, Ben Beckman locked himself in the captain's room and conducted several days and nights of careful observation, comparative analysis, and bold inference. Finally, he came to a preliminary conclusion about the mysterious energy, chi, and its similarities and differences with Hoi-Poi. Captain, everyone, Ben Beckman stood in front of a huge sea chart. On the chart, various colored markers marked the Dragon Ball Palace and Buu Legacy. Various known information and unknown doubts related to it. There was a hint of fatigue on his face, but his eyes were unusually bright and focused. Based on my observations and analysis over this period of time, Ben Beckman said slowly, his voice calm and steady, I believe that the mysterious energy called chi is related to the Hoi-Poi we know do have something in common on some level. For example, he pointed to some descriptions of the use of kai on the sea chart, such as the shockwave of Iron Fist, Monka, or the energy burst of the pink demon in the palace image. Continued, whether it is chi or Hoi-Poi, it seems that it requires the user to have relatively strong willpower and mental concentration. Moreover, they can all, to a certain extent, release energy and cause physical damage to the outside world. This can be seen from the shockwaves released by the East Blue Pirates and the terrifying power of the pink demon that can destroy the planet. Certificate. Shanks and other crew members listened carefully to Ben Beckman's analysis, and from time to time, they would raise some of their own questions and opinions. But Ben Beckman changed the subject, his eyes becoming more profound. I also discovered that there seems to be a deeper connection between the energy of kai and Hoi-Poi. Adding essential differences. Hoi-Poi is more of an external manifestation of a living being's own will and potential. It can be mastered and improved through hard training, but its upper limit seems to be. Letters are also limited by individual talents and mental strength. And chi. Ben Beckman's eyes turned to the mark on the sea chart about the pink demon image, and his tone became a little solemn. It gives me a feeling that, like a more primitive, purer, and more life energy with infinite possibilities. It doesn't seem to be driven by willpower alone. It's more like a kind of power stored in every living thing, even non-living things, but it requires some special method to be ignited and detonated, the power of origin. And, judging from the power displayed by the pink demon, the way he uses ki seems to be more direct and violent than Hoi-Poi. Chapter 74 The Legend of the Magic Bean spreads rumors of the elixir of immortality. Hoi-Poi, although it can cause great damage, it often needs to rely on some medium, such as fists, swords, or eyes, to exert its greatest power. And chi seems to be able to burst out directly from any part of the body in the form of pure energy, forming all kinds of incredible attacks and magical powers. Although Ben Beckman's inference lacked sufficient evidence to support it, it did open a new door to an unknown power system for the Red Hair Pirates members present. They began to realize that in this world, perhaps, there really is a mysterious power that is completely different from the Hoi-Poi they are familiar with, but equally powerful, and perhaps even has more potential. So, Beckman, Shanks pondered for a moment and asked, do you think we can cultivate this kind of chi? This issue is also a matter of great concern to everyone present. Hearing this, Ben Beckman smiled bitterly and shook his head. Captain, to be honest, I don't know. From the information we have so far, the method of cultivating kai seems to be very rare and secret. The fact that the little pirate from East Blue was able to accidentally master a little bit of it is probably just luck. Moreover, that kind of power seems to be full of unknowns and dangers. If you practice it improperly, you may become possessed or even endanger your life. So, I suggest, Ben Beckman's tone became unusually serious, before we find a more reliable method of practicing kai and safety guarantee, we should not easily try to practice that unknown power. What we should do most now is to continue to improve our own Hoi-Poi skills and keep a close eye on the follow-up movements of that Bushu in the palace. After listening to Ben Beckman's advice, Shanks was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. He knew that what Beckman said was right. In the face of the unknown, remaining cautious and reverent is always the wisest choice. However, in his heart, he also felt a hint of curiosity and anticipation about the mysterious power called chi. Perhaps, at some point in the future, when they uncover more secrets about Buu and the palace, they will be able to find a way to that more primitive and pure power? The Red Hair Pirates are still cautiously observing this world, which is becoming increasingly chaotic and dangerous because of the Buu legacy. And their preliminary exploration of chi and Hoi-Poi will surely bring them unexpected inspiration and help at some point in the future. Just as powerful forces around the world were fighting openly and secretly for the Buu legacy, that had already flowed out of the palace. Some, relatively speaking, more lucky, or more rich, private expedition teams also began to cast their greedy eyes on that. The coordinates of a mysterious light spot on the sea near Marineford. They are not like the Marine, which has strong military power and the support of the state apparatus. They are not like the Four Emperors pirates, who have many powerful subordinates in the capital to run rampant in the New World. All they had were some relatively advanced-looking exploration equipment built with money, and a group of desperate-looking mercenaries who had also gathered together for money. Their purpose is also very simple, that is, they hope to find some rare treasures from the Dragon Ball Palace that may have sunk into the deep sea, which can make them rich overnight or famous all over the world. Among them, there was a private expedition team funded by a fat businessman from South Blue who was extremely wealthy but whose body was hollowed out due to years of indulgence in alcohol and S**X. Although this expedition team has a complex personnel structure and somewhat lacks discipline, the expedition equipment they have is luxurious. Not only do they have a small exploration submarine that can barely dive thousands of meters into the sea and is equipped with various sonars and robotic arms. Even through some, not so glorious channels, he got one or two, which were said to have flowed out of the palace, but whose functions had been severely degraded and often malfunctioned. A copycat version of the combat power detection device. With these, in some people's eyes, these are already top-of-the-line equipment and, the blessing of money. This private expedition team funded by a wealthy businessman actually, really, after paying a heavy price of several members missing and multiple damages to the submarine, luckily, through the entrance of the space channel filled with unknown energy turbulence and powerful force fields, successfully sneaked into the mysterious palace, a new area that had never been discovered by the Marine Heritage Recovery Team before. It was a room that looked like some kind of, small storage room or spare parts warehouse. The room was not big, and inside it were some strangely shaped metal parts that they could not understand at all, and some unknown crystals that emitted weak energy fluctuations. Just when the expedition members were somewhat disappointed and thought they would return empty-handed again. Advertisement: a sharp-eyed team member suddenly found a metal machine in a corner of the room that was covered with thick dust, or some unknown sediment similar to dust, and looked like some kind of small household appliance. The machine was about the size of a microwave oven, square in shape, and dark silver-white in color. On the front of the machine, there was a small door that could be opened, and on the door there was a touchscreen that looked like an operating panel, although the screen was completely black and had no response. On the top of the machine, there is a groove that looks like a feeding port. On the side of the machine, there is a small, discharging port. What is this? The expedition members gathered around curiously, carefully examining this new thing that they dug out from the dust pile. They tried pressing the buttons on the touchscreen, but the machine didn't respond at all. They then tried to stuff some compressed biscuits or energy bars that they carried with them into the feeding port. Then, he patted the outer shell of the machine randomly. Just when they thought that this thing was just a useless piece of scrap metal. Miracle happened again. Suddenly, the small machine, which had been unresponsive, made a slight, buzzing sound. The small, discharging port on the side of the machine also lit up with a faint green light. Then, there was a slight click sound. A piece of the same shape as the compressed biscuit they had just stuffed in, even. The patterns and gaps on it were exactly the same. The replica biscuit, actually, fell out of the discharge port. The expedition members couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. They couldn't believe their eyes. This seemingly inconspicuous little machine can actually replicate food? They quickly stuffed some fruits, bread, and even a small piece of dried meat into the feeding port. Result, without exception, that small machine can, after consuming some unknown energy that they cannot understand for the time being, perhaps the energy supply system of the palace itself, perfectly copy the food. Although, the number of copies each time is very limited, usually only 1 or 2 copies can be made, and the taste and nutritional value of the copied food seem to be a little worse than the original. But after all, this is also copying. A small amount of food can be perfectly replicated into more copies. This technology is a blessing for those who often need to go on long expeditions in the wild, or those who live in food-scarce areas. We've made a fortune. We've made a fortune. After learning about this amazing discovery through remote communication, the fat businessman who funded the expedition was so excited that his fat was shaking. He knew that if he could bring this food replicator back to the human world and commercialize the technology in it, then he will earn countless times more money than what he has now. He even began to fantasize that he could become the world's largest food supplier with this food replicator, and then monopolize the world's food market and eventually become the uncrowned king of this planet. So, under the fat rich businessman's huge reward and strict orders, after paying a heavy price of several members being cleaned out by some small defense mechanisms inside the palace due to operational errors, the private expedition team finally safely brought the relatively well-preserved small food replicator out of the palace. The discovery of this food replicator did not cause as much of a stir around the world as the Senzu Beans or the combat power detectors. After all, its efficacy does not sound so heaven-defying, and only a few people know of its existence. However, it has triggered a new round of covetousness and competition in some specific circles, for example, those aristocrats who are extremely wealthy but extremely afraid of death, or those poor countries that have been struggling to make ends meet. And this seemingly inconspicuous food replicator has also become another mysterious existence in Buu's legacy, full of unknowns and a hint of foodie aura. While all kinds of explorers, ambitious people, and speculators are fighting openly and secretly for the legacy flowing out of the Dragon Ball Palace, some more pious or more desperate people adopted a more primitive and more ritualistic way to try to communicate with the master of the mysterious palace. Advertisement. Most of them are patients with terminal illnesses or on the verge of death, or desperate people who have encountered great misfortune in life and have nowhere to go, or someone who is full of blind worship and unrealistic for gods and unknown forces. A fanatical believer in international fantasy. After hearing all the magical legends about the Dragon Ball Palace, for example, it can bring people back to life, make any wish come true, etc., they decided to build a palace for themselves. The master, the pink demon called Gohan Buu, that appeared in the video, is regarded as a savior. They traveled thousands of miles and endured many hardships to arrive at the unknown and dangerous sea area near Marineford. Then, they began to use all kinds of imaginative and slightly weird rituals to try to communicate with the god in their minds. Communicate, and ask for his grace or power. Some of them built a simple altar near the purple-lit sea coordinate point, and then, the few treasures they had saved from their frugal lives. Treasure, or some fat-looking livestock, such as goats, or sea pigs, as a sacrifice, devoutly, to the one who may not even the Lord of the Palace, that exists. They kowtowed and prayed, "Great God Gohan Buu, please, save us poor mortals. We are willing to help you. We offer you everything we have, and beg you to grant us health, wealth, or even just a little bit, the power to change our destiny." Some were even more extreme and crazy. They actually threw living people into the cold and dark deep sea as sacrifices, they thought. Only by using this most bloody and cruel method can one please the demon god, who may be equally cruel and bloodthirsty. Some even held various ceremonies filled with primitive worship and a hint of on the beach or on some makeshift boats. A cult-like weird ritual. Some of them wear strange clothes, they have to have a lot of money, and dance meaningless dances. Some of them chanted ancient and obscure spells, trying to summon the divine power of the palace. Some even carved various mysterious runes that were said to be able to communicate with gods on their bodies with sharp blades. For a time, the sea area near Marineford, which had already become chaotic due to the influx of various forces, was filled with piety and despair because of these. The arrival of the sacrificers adds a bit of more weirdness and a hint of black humor to the atmosphere. However, no matter how they sacrificed, how they prayed, how they tortured themselves, the mysterious palace sleeping in the deep sea still shows no response. The pink demon called Gohan Buu that appeared in the video has never shown any miracle. All their attempts were like falling into the sea without any response. It was as if the god they believed in and prayed to did not exist, or was simply too lazy to care about these insignificant and pitiful people. Mortal. These sacrificial behaviors, which are full of absurdity and tragedy, have also become a ridiculous, yet thought-provoking part of the Dragon Ball Palace incident. A small footnote. It also reflects from another perspective that in that era full of unknowns and despair, ordinary people's blind worship and unwillingness to worship supernatural powers, unrealistic fantasy, and when faced with a fate that is beyond one's control, that feeling of powerlessness and sadness that goes deep into one's bones. Ambitious people, explorers, and some more devout fanatics around the world are all fighting for the cloth that has flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace. When they were competing for the European heritage, and showing off their magical powers, fighting openly and secretly, and even making all kinds of futile sacrifices full of ritual sense. Chapter 75. Stability Test at the Palace Entrance, Marine's Caution. The World Economic News Agency, a huge news machine that controls the direction of public opinion around the world, has also devoted itself to comprehensive reporting on the huge changes caused by the Dragon Ball Palace, with unprecedented enthusiasm and efficiency, under the personal planning and instigation of its president, Big News. Morgans, the Birdman, with a bird's head and a near-paranoid obsession with news, relied on his sense of news that was as sharp as that of a wild beast, and his powerful intelligence network that was all over the world and could penetrate everywhere. He quickly collected a large amount of exclusive and explosive information about Buu's legacy that was full of strange stories and a hint of blood. He knew that if these things could be made public in a way that could satisfy people's curiosity and not directly offend the world government, at least on the surface, then he and his World Economic News Agency would surely gain both fame and fortune and make a fortune. So, after some careful planning and packaging full of journalist professional ethics and business acumen, a brand new series of reports full of mystery and A hint of 8 trigrams, has made its grand debut on the front page of the World Economic News. The name of this series of reports is Buu Legacy Records. As the name suggests, this series of reports specifically tells the stories of all kinds of bizarre and strange things that have occurred around the world due to the emergence of Buu's legacy, as well as the stories of the lucky and unlucky people whose destinies have been changed because of these God's tools. In the first report of Buu Legacy Chronicles, Morgans described in detail to readers all over the world with his vivid and colorful writing style, of course, his editors who are also good at adding fuel to the fire and artistic processing. How did the red beans called magic beans create a medical miracle of resurrection on the ruins of the Summit War, allowing Fire Fist, Ace and Whitebeard to be reborn? All of them escaped from the Shinigami's sickle. How can the single lens instrument called combat power detector directly display the strength value of the strong, so that those peerless masters hidden in the crowd can? There is nothing to hide, and how can that small metal capsule called the universal capsule turn into all kinds of magical creations out of thin air, such as flying motorcycles, mobile homes, and even a self-heating toilet seat? These 150 descriptions full of imagination and a hint of exaggeration immediately caught the attention of all readers around the world, greatly satisfying their curiosity about unknown things in 8 trigrams psychology. Then, in subsequent serial reports, Morgans began to vividly tell the stories of ordinary people whose fate was changed because of the Buu legacy. For example, how did Iron Fist, Monka, who accidentally picked up the remaining pages of the Kame Ryu training manual in East Blue and mastered the Shockwave Divine Art, as he called it, and jumped from an unknown small pirate's leader to a hot martial arts wizard in East Blue, although he himself might not know that what he practiced was actually just some very basic Kai skills. Another example is the story of how Kasim, an old fisherman who accidentally found a broken, small energy candy maker on a remote island in East Blue, made a small fortune by selling the magic candy that could quickly restore physical strength and also brought disaster upon himself. For example, some of the lucky ones and unlucky ones in the no man's land in the first half of the Grand Line suddenly gained some strange superpowers, such as being able to make nose hair grow infinitely, or being able to control cockroaches to dance, because they accidentally obtained some mysterious parts that were lost from the palace and whose specific uses could not be identified. The tragic and happy lives of the lucky ones and the unlucky ones. These reports filled with strange stories and a hint of black humor have undoubtedly made the Buu Legacy Chronicles series the most popular and best-selling column in the history of the World Economic News Agency. Every issue of the newspaper will be sold out as soon as it is released. Countless people are eagerly waiting for the publication of the next issue of Strange Stories, hoping to learn more about the latest developments and news about the God's Tools and Lucky Men, 8 trigrams. Of course, the Morgans were also very smart and cunning when doing this reporting. He did not directly touch upon those sensitive topics that might anger the world government, such as the true identity of the pink demon who could destroy the planet, or the huge secret hidden behind the mysterious East Palace that might threaten the rule of the world government. He, BGAC, focuses more on those more lighthearted, or more strange and bloody folk anecdotes and changes in personal destiny. He used superb journalistic skills to cleverly walk on the edge of truth and lies and between suicide and saving one's life in a way that satisfied people's curiosity and, to a certain extent, catered to the demonization propaganda of the world government. For example, he would also inadvertently mention in his reports some negative examples who had suffered misfortune due to the abuse of the Buu legacy. It can be said that Morgans and his Buu Legacy Chronicles have, to a certain extent, become the only, although not completely reliable, window for ordinary people to understand those God's tools and related events. It also allowed the legends about Buu's legacy, which were originally only circulated among a few powerful people and forces, to spread rapidly to every corner of the entire pirates' world in a more understandable and more entertaining way. Advertisement in this huge storm caused by the Dragon Ball Palace has become even more lively and full of unknowns. Just as the World Economic News Agency's Buu's Legacy Chronicles has set off a reading frenzy around the world, full of curiosity and 8 trigrams. Naval Headquarters, a huge military organization responsible for maintaining world peace and justice, has fallen into an unprecedented dilemma and deep anxiety because of the emergence of these Buu legacy and the sporadic rise of some new strong men who have mastered the cultivation methods of Kai. Especially in New World, that chaotic sea ruled by the 4 emperors, full of lawlessness and the survival of the fittest. Marine's dominance in the New World seems a little powerless and stretched due to the powerful forces of the 4 emperors and certain strategic considerations of the world government. And now, because of the accidental spread of the Buu legacy and the fact that some originally unknown pirates or adventurers, by chance, have mastered some of the God's tools, or the basic use of Kai, Marine's control over the New World has been challenged and weakened unprecedentedly. Some pirates that were originally suppressed by the Marines accidentally bought 1 or 2 energy gems on the black market that were said to have flowed out of the palace and could temporarily enhance their combat effectiveness. In fact, They might just be some palace fragments containing weak, Buu energy, or obtain some Kai cultivation secrets that were seriously misunderstood and modified from some unknown channels. Their strength actually, really, in a short period of time, received some false improvements. Then, they began to become more rampant and more lawless. They began to openly challenge the authority of the Marine, attack the Marine branch base, rob the world government's transport ships, and even dared to take the initiative to provoke those pirates who were more powerful than them. When the Marines are suppressing these emerging pirates, they often pay a heavier price than ever before because of their endless stream of unknown and bizarre methods. For example, in a Marine branch, they were hunting down a pirate's leader who was said to have obtained a flying capsule. That pirate's leader actually, really, when he was being chased by the Marine warship and had no way to escape, he took out a small capsule from his pocket with a bang, threw it onto the deck, and then, in a puff of white smoke filled with the smell of cheap plastic, he turned into it looked like it was made of scrap metal and several huge beer barrels, and it was rickety, homemade aircraft. Then, he really drove that flying machine that could fall apart at any time, staggering away under the stunned gaze of the Marines. For example, in another Marine branch, there was an encounter with a new pirates gang that was said to have mastered some kind of shockwave skill. In fact, maybe they just learned how to spray snot farther and more powerfully. The leader of the pirates gang actually, really, at the critical moment of the battle, he let out a roar full of momentum and bad breath at the Marine commander. Then, from his nostrils, a stream of yellow-green, sticky and unknown bacteria spurted out. Biochemical shockwave too. Although, the power of that shockwave was not that great, at most it could knock out a few unlucky seagulls. However, the spiritual pollution and psychological shadow it brings are immeasurable. So much so that, after the battle-hardened Marine commander had nightmares about snot and unknown mucus for several days in a row. Battles like these, full of surprises and accidents, occur one after another in every corner of the New World. This makes the Marines feel a headache and a bit helpless when facing those new enemies who may have mastered the Buu legacy, or Kai. They found that their previous effective combat experience and tactical coordination, when faced with these new forces that did not play by the rules, seemed to be insufficient. Marines' control over the New World has therefore been unprecedentedly weakened and challenged. Marshal Akinu was furious about this and ordered that these emerging forces that dared to challenge the Marines' majesty must be eliminated at all costs. However, he also knew clearly that unless Marine could get more and more powerful Buu legacy from the mysterious palace as soon as possible, use it effectively to strengthen your own armament and soldiers. Otherwise, the difficulties faced by them, the Marine, in this new era that is becoming increasingly chaotic and out of control due to the Buu legacy, will only become more and more serious. Advertisement just when Marine was overwhelmed by the chaotic situation in New World. After the adventure on the Fishman Island and solving the little trouble of Hodi Jones, the Straw Hat crew finally officially set foot on the. This is a new world full of unknowns and dangers. New World, this legendary sea area located in the second half of the Grand Line, is the destination of countless pirates' dreams and also the grave of countless powerful people. Here, the climate is unpredictable, the islands are bizarre, sea kings emerge one after another, and more importantly, the four most powerful pirates groups in the world today are entrenched here. Anyone who wants to gain a foothold in the New World, or want to challenge the throne of Pirates King, must first pass the four emperors. The Straw Hat crew, after 2 years of hard training, has made great progress in their strength. However, compared with those truly top-notch experts in the New World, they still seem a little immature and weak. However, this did not prevent them from being filled with endless curiosity and enthusiasm for adventure in this new sea area. Especially, when they heard that in recent times, New World has become more hotter because of the appearance of the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, and those Buu legacy. When things were noisy and interesting, Luffy, the adventurous maniac, was so excited that he danced with joy, wishing he could go and explore the world right away. However, reality soon gave them a big warning. After they entered the New World, on the first few islands they landed on, they began to encounter some new enemies that were completely different from the previous ones. Some of these enemies escaped by chance during the chaos of the Summit War, and accidentally purchased some from the black market. It is said that Buu legacy pirates are bounty hunters. In their hands, they may be holding a super crude version of a combat power detector that can only display 3 levels of high, medium, and low, and it often fails due to the signal. The signal is not good and fails, or they might have 1 or 2, which can only produce some useless one-time attack capsules, such as one that can spray out a large amount of magic. A scaremongering made of white foam, or a scare capsule that makes a loud noise. Some enemies are even more weird. They're said to have learned some full of loopholes and side effects from a swindler who claims to be a Qigong master, quick learning Qigong secrets. Then, they really took it seriously, and in the battle, they made all kinds of weird poses full of martial arts style and middle school atmosphere. Trying to send out a devastating shockwave from the palm of your hand. Although, what they end up making might just be a loud fart or a small burst of weak static electricity. However, these enemies who had mastered the new power, no matter how shallow and ridiculous it was, did indeed bring some trouble to Luffy and his companions. Yi. Chapter 76 The Daily Life of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy's yearning for a great adventure. For example, in a certain battle, Luffy underestimated a little pirate who was holding a surprise capsule in his hand, and as a result, he was sprayed with colorful, weird-smelling sticky foam in his face. He was almost sick to death. For example, when Zoro was fighting a bounty hunter who claimed to have mastered the invincible iron head skill, in fact, it was just a swelling of the head due to random luck. He was actually hit by the opponent's head, which was harder than a rock, and he saw stars and almost lost control of the knife in his hand. For another example, when Sanji was dealing with a superpower, who was trying to control his actions with his mind, actually, it was just his face turned red because of constipation. He also felt speechless and a headache. Although these innovative enemies were eventually successfully resolved by the Straw Hat crew using their more traditional and simple ways. However, these not so big but small troubles also allowed Luffy and others to have a more intuitive and profound understanding of the so-called Buu legacy and the mysterious power called Kai. They began to realize that this new world seemed really to have become more complicated and unpredictable because of the appearance of those aliens. And they must also adapt to this new era, full of new things, as quickly as possible. After experiencing the first few islands of New World, which were full of surprises and accidents, Usopp, the sniper of Straw Hat crew, became extremely interested in the Buu legacy, full of unknown technologies that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace, especially the universal capsule, that could conjure up all kinds of creations out of thin air, and the small aircraft that he saw in the images of the Blackstone tablets in the palace. They were small and exquisite, and could fly freely in the air. Usopp, although he looks a little timid and fearful on weekdays, and often brags some irrelevant bragging. However, deep in his heart, he always has a great dream of becoming a brave sea warrior, and possessing all kinds of magical props. In his opinion, those universal capsules and small aircraft are simply the best way to realize his dream. Imagine if he could make a universal capsule that he could carry with him and, when needed, could pop and turn into all kinds of useful things. Then, wouldn't it be possible for him to possess an inexhaustible supply of secret weapons, anytime and anywhere? For example, when he encounters a powerful enemy, he can bang and create a super slingshot that can fire a must-hit star. When he needs to escape, he can whoosh and conjure up a super escape speedboat that is faster than a marine warship. Even when Nami is in a bad mood, he can conjure up a bunch of shiny treasures to cheer her up, although this idea may cost him a painful price. And if he could also create a small personal aircraft that could fly freely in the air like in the palace image, then wouldn't he be able to soar above the sky like those legendary sky knights, overlooking the entire earth and becoming the overlord of the sky? Although he might be a little afraid of heights. These are full of middle school atmosphere and a hint of unrealistic fantasy, making Usopp feel incredibly excited and blood boiling. So, he began to devote most of his spare time to researching and transforming the universal capsule in the aircraft. Full of passion and imagination. He moved the few empty universal capsule shells that he had picked up in the chaos of the palace, as well as some disposable attack capsules filled with unknown parts that he had seized from the enemies he defeated, into the workshop of the Nihao. Then, he began to, like a real inventor, hammering and splicing all kinds of whimsical things on those parts that he couldn't understand at all and a pile of scrap metal. After a while, he took a wrench and a screwdriver and tried to dismantle the empty universal capsule shell to study the secret inside. The secret of compressed space. After a while, he took the welding gun and glue, trying to forcibly fuse those unknown parts that looked like some kind of energy core with a part of the super invincible slingshot Mark II that he made himself. He also borrowed some spare parts of the Sunny and some more advanced tools from Frankie, under the euphemism of conducting interdisciplinary technical exchanges and joint research and development. Advertisement result: the workshop of the Sunny was often filled with thick smoke, flying sparks, and even one or two not so small explosions from time to time, due to Usopp's creative and destructive experiments. This made Frankie, the shipwright in charge of managing and maintaining the Sunny, feel both headache and a little amused. However, Frankie, to some extent, understands and supports Usopp's spirit of exploration and hands-on ability, behavior. Because he himself, for those mechanical technologies that were ahead of their time and flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace, was also filled with indescribable shock and a strong desire to learn. Frankie, as a world-class shipbuilder and a half-baked scientist, has an instinctive obsession and pursuit for all kinds of sophisticated mechanical structures and powerful energy systems. He once felt incredibly proud that he could design and build a dream ship, like the Sunny, which had all kinds of magical functions, such as the wind cannon, the lion's roar cannon, and the General Frankie, that could combine and transform into a giant robot? He even thought at one point that his technological level was hardly rivaled in the world, except for the mysterious Dr. Vegapunk. However, after experiencing the Summit War, and in the subsequent battles with new enemies who had mastered part of the Buu legacy, although the imitation degree was extremely low, the design ideas could still be seen. Of Dragon Ball weapon wreckage were seized. Only then did Frankie realize his own insignificance and ignorance. He carefully brought the weapon wreckage, filled with unknown metals and strange energy circuits, back to the Sunny's workshop, and then, day and night, Zhuang Ming carried out meticulous disassembly and in-depth research. Whenever he discovered some energy transmission methods or mechanical structure designs that he had never seen before, which were full of ingenuity and a hint of black technology, his eyes would burst into a brilliant light, as if he had discovered a new world. He discovered that the technological level contained in those seemingly simple weapon wreckages was actually far beyond his current understanding. No matter what kind of energy conversion efficiency it is, the energy that can instantly amplify weak energy and emit it in the form of a beam. It is the kind of miniaturized mechanical structure that can integrate various complex functions in a very small space. Or maybe it's that kind of unknown alloy material that can withstand powerful energy impacts in extreme physical environments. All of them made him feel both shocked and fascinated. He felt like a child who had just learned how to build a small house with building blocks, but suddenly saw a skyscraper made of steel and glass that soared into the sky. That kind of dimensionality reduction attack from a higher dimensional technological civilization caused his genius heart, which had once been somewhat complacent about creating General Frankie, to suffer an unprecedented shock and a slight blow. However, this blow did not make him feel discouraged or desperate. On the contrary, it further stimulated the pervert spirit deep in his heart, the never give up pervert spirit, and the strong desire to learn about unknown technologies. Frankie suddenly stood up from his research table with a blazing fire in his eyes. He struck his signature, powerful pose and shouted loudly, These mechanical technologies are ahead of their time. They're really too super. Frankie, I must learn them all, master them all, then use my genius hands to create something that is even more super, more pervert, and more capable of bringing happiness and a hint of romance to my friends. A super invincible, #1 man in the universe. A dream creation. He decided that in future adventures, he must try every possible means to get in touch with more and more complete the real Buu legacy. He wanted to draw nourishment and learn from those technologies that were ahead of their time, and then integrate them into his own inventions. Advertisement: he wants to make the Sunny even more powerful, even more omnipotent. He wants General Frankie to evolve into Frankie Marshall, or Frankie Unicron. In short, Frankie's technological soul has been completely burned because of the appearance of these Buu legacy. And his passion and his crazy desire to learn will surely bring Straw Hat Crew unimaginable surprises and some minor troubles at some point in the future. New World, a vast sea full of unknowns and dangers, known as the Graveyard of the Strong. Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, is leading his group of red-heart pirates on their free diving ship, Polar Diver, on this rough sea, conducting a secret operation full of calculations and a hint of medical ideals. Their target, of course, is that coordinate point, located in the sea area near Marineford, left by the mysterious palace, and constantly flashing with lavender light. Law, the supernova who possesses the heaven-defying ability of the Op fruit, is filled with an indescribable desire for the medical technology that may be ahead of its time in the Dragon Ball Palace. He believed that if he could obtain that technology and combine it with his Op fruit ability, then he might really be able to realize his more ambitious and more dangerous ambition. However, how easy is it to get close to the mysterious coordinate point that is closely monitored by the Marine and World government and also coveted by countless other powerful forces? Although Luo was conceited, he was not a reckless person. He knew that with the current strength of the Red Heart Pirates, if they rashly engaged in a head-on conflict with other powerful forces, they would probably not gain any benefits. Zero, therefore, he adopted a more covert and more in situ and infiltration method that was more in line with his identity as a death surgeon. They used the superior diving performance of the Polar Diver and Luo's elusive Op fruit ability to carefully avoid the marine blockade and some other patrol boats of the pirates that looked not easy to mess with, and quietly approached the mysterious coordinate point. Once, Law led several core crew members, such as Beppo, the polar bear who always carried a huge samurai sword, and Shaky and Pekin, two partners who seemed a little too reliable but were actually very reliable, disguised as ordinary explorers, and sneak into a neutral island close to the coordinate point, which had become extremely chaotic and mixed due to the rumors of Buu's legacy, to collect intelligence and supplies. They unexpectedly encountered a CPO agent team that was also carrying out a secret mission in secret. CPO, the world government's highest intelligence and assassination organization, each of its members is a top master of Grandmaster 6 styles and assassination techniques. The leader of this CPO team turned out to be an old acquaintance of Luo, although their relationship might not be very friendly. The mysterious female agent who had fought with him briefly in the chaos of Summit War and left a deep impression on him. The tall, white-masked, wielding a strange finger pistol. Assuming that this is an original character of CPO, or a CP character who didn't have many roles in the original work but was quite powerful and was strengthened. The two parties, in a dark, stinking underground trading market, met each other because, they both had their eyes on a piece of top-secret information that was said to contain a partial map of the interior of the palace, although the authenticity of that information has yet to be verified, and a battle filled with temptations and murderous intentions inevitably broke out. Oh, isn't this the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, who rescued the Straw Hat Boy during the Summit War? The female CPO agent wearing a white mask looked at Law, who suddenly appeared in front of her and said in a cold tone. Her voice was like an ice ridge in the cold winter, without any emotion. What a coincidence. HMPH, same here. Luo's lips curled up with a hint of amusement, and his hand had quietly grasped the hilt of the magic sword named Ghost Cry at his waist. I didn't expect that the lackeys of the world government would be interested in this kind of unknown rumor. It's not your turn to interfere with our CPO's actions. Little pirates like you. The female agent's voice was still cold. If you know what's best for you, just hand over what you have, referring to the intelligence. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you a ride here in advance. Oh, really? There was a teasing gleam in Luo's eyes. Then we'll see whether you have the ability to do it. Chapter 77 Rayleigh's Warning. The balance of the new world will be broken. The words haven't been spoken yet. The female agent's figure disappeared instantly like a ghost. The next moment, she appeared behind Luo. Her slender fingers in black silk gloves were like the fangs of a lion majesty, and they struck Luo's vital spot in the back with a sharp gust of wind. Finger gun Madara. However, Luo's reaction was also not slow. At the moment when the female agent launched the attack, a light blue, translucent spherical space room quietly unfolded around his body. Slaughterhouse. Following Luo's low shout, the positions between him and the female agent instantly swapped. The female agent's attack, which was originally intended to be successful, landed in the air, and she herself was exposed to Luo's attack range. HMPH, a mere trifle. Although the female agent was somewhat surprised by the strangeness of Luo's op fruit ability, she was not panicked at all. Her body, as if boneless, twisted in midair at an incredible angle, dodging Luo's subsequent slash. Then, her finger pistol attack, as dense as raindrops, came towards Luo, covering the sky and the earth. The two sides, in this narrow and dark underground space, launched a fierce attack and defense, filled with speed and skill. Relying on the mysterious power of the op fruit and his own superb swordsmanship, Luo fought with the CPO female agent, and the two were evenly matched. However, just when the battle reached its climax, the female CPO agent seemed a little impatient. She suddenly took out something from her bosom that made Luo feel familiar, but also strange. It was a very peculiarly shaped, dark silver metallic luster. Well, it looked like some kind of medical device, but 930 was much sharper and more technologically advanced than ordinary medical devices. A small scalpel? The scalpel was only about 10 centimeters long, and the blade was as thin as paper. On the blade, there was a layer of faint, but extremely pure, energy light flashing. This is. Luo's pupils shrank suddenly. He could clearly feel that there was a kind of chi emanating from the small scalpel, which was somewhat similar to the chi emanating from the pink demon he had seen in the image of the Blackstone tablet in the palace before. But it had undergone some kind of artificial transformation, and energy compression, a special energy fluctuation. He immediately realized that this thing was definitely also a Buu legacy. Moreover, it was a preliminary imitation made by Dr. Vegapunk based on the technology obtained from the palace. Micro-energy surgery. The prototype of this micro-energy scalpel is probably the little tool that Majin Buu uses when he's bored to cut food or make some weird candy models. After the CPO female agent took out the micro-energy scalpel, her whole demeanor changed. Her eyes hidden behind the white mask flashed with an even colder and more dangerous light. Trafalgar Law, the female agent said, with a hint of barely perceptible superiority. Let me show you the power of the world government's latest technology. The words haven't been spoken yet. The micro-energy scalpel, in her hand suddenly, emitted a slight, buzzing sound. The faint energy light on the blade also became brighter and sharper. Then, her figure, like a ghost, rushed towards Luo again. This time, her attack was no longer a simple finger pistol, but a perfect combination of the high-frequency vibrating energy scalpel and her lightning-fast physical skills. Shave energy cut. All I saw was silver knife marks flashing with energy, which were almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. They were like a storm, cutting towards Luo's body. Those energy knife marks were not only extremely fast and had tricky angles, but also, their power was extremely astonishing. Wherever they passed, the air was cut, making waves of teeth grinding, hissing sounds. Even the hard rock walls, after being rubbed by those energy blades, were left with deep-boned, smooth, mirror-like cuts. Luo's expression, when faced with this unheard-of attack method, also became unusually solemn. He could clearly feel that the sharpness and cutting power of the micro-energy scalpel in the opponent's hand far exceeded any kind of cold weapon he had encountered before. Even his demon sword, Ghost Cry, covered with armament Haki felt a burst of effort when it collided with those energy blade marks. Advertisement. What gave him a headache was that the high-frequency vibration energy seemed to have a special effect that could interfere with his op fruit ability. He found that it was becoming extremely difficult for him to cut and exchange objects in the room, space as he wished before. Damn it. This ability specifically designed to restrain me? Luo cursed in his heart, with traces of cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. However, at this critical moment, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Luo's mind. Since the opponent can use the technology of Buu's legacy to strengthen his own attack. Why can't he use this technology to make up for his own shortcomings? Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Luo's eyes. While he was struggling to avoid the female agent's energy cutting like a storm, he quietly activated the other secret of the op fruit ability. Transplant. With Luo's low shout, the CPO female agent saw that the micro-energy scalpel in her hand, which was still attacking frantically, suddenly, without any warning, disappeared from her hand. The next moment, the small scalpel that was flashing with energy light actually, miraculously appeared in Luo's right hand. Wah! What? The female agent was shocked when she saw this. She had never expected that the other party actually had this strange ability to directly snatch the enemy's weapons. After Luo successfully transplanted the micro-energy scalpel into his own hands, his face showed 10 smiling lips full of confidence and a hint of evil. He could clearly feel a wave of cold and pure energy coming from the scalpel. This energy did not seem to repel his own devil fruit ability, but instead could produce some kind of strange resonance. He tried to initially integrate his op fruit's special ability to perform fine cutting and molecular level operations with the high frequency energy vibrations contained in the energy scalpel itself. Then, a miracle happened. The micro-energy scalpel in Luo's hand, the energy light that was originally only faintly flickering on the blade, suddenly became unusually bright and condensed. It was as if there was an invisible layer of pure energy, a surgical blade extending from the physical blade. That kind of, ultimately sharp feeling made Luo himself feel heart palpitations. This feeling. Luo looked at the energy scalpel in his hand, which seemed to have become even more powerful, with surprise and a hint of ecstasy in his eyes. He discovered that, with the power of the op fruit, the cutting force, accuracy, and control over energy of this already very sharp energy scalpel had all been greatly improved to an unimaginable degree. He even felt that he could now use this small scalpel to easily cut a piece of steel into countless perfect, molecular level cubes, just like cutting tofu. Hand of God, Luo muttered to himself subconsciously. He felt that the enhanced energy scalpel in his hand was simply a perfect weapon tailor-made for him, the surgeon of death. Then, Luo's mouth curled up a trace of cold arc, and his eyes once again turned to the CP0 female agent who seemed a little panicked because of losing her weapon. Now, it's my turn to perform a small operation on you. A battle full of high-tech and devil fruit capabilities, which ended with Trafalgar Law's unexpected harvest. And the micro-energy scalpel that Dr. Vegapunk had initially copied based on the palace technology, by some strange coincidence, became a brand new and more deadly, divine weapon in Luo's hands. It will also play an immeasurable role in Luo's future adventures, or surgery, career. Just when Trafalgar Law accidentally obtained a micro-energy scalpel, he was full of imagination about the future development of his op fruit ability. Speculations about the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, and the true identity of its former owner, the pink demon known as Gohan Buu, have also triggered a new round of heated discussions and bold inferences within the academic circles around the world. Although, this circle may not be very formal and authoritative. Previously, there were three main speculations about the identity of the palace owner: an ancient sleeping god, a demon from hell, and an alien visitor from a distant galaxy. Although these three speculations are full of imagination and a hint of mystery, they also have their own flaws that are not easy to explain. For example, if the owner of the palace is a god, then why would he leave behind so many props that look technological, rather than holy? Moreover, that pink demon doesn't look like a kind and merciful god. Advertisement: if the owner of the palace is a demon, then why would he leave behind magic medicine, like magic beans that can bring the dead back to life? Moreover, some rooms inside the palace, such as the storage room full of food bags, and the bedroom with a huge soft bed, look too lifelike, and not at all gloomy and scary as a demon's lair should be. As for the alien visitors, although it sounds more, well, it fits the advanced technology level of the Buu legacy. However, if the palace is really a crashed spaceship, then why does it have such a powerful defense mechanism? And what about my repairability? Moreover, the power of that pink demon is really too exaggerated. It's just like a character in a comic book, not really real. Just when all the speculations were at a stalemate and could not be justified, some scholars who like to study history and have big imaginations, combined the huge size of the palace and the powerful defenses inside it. After the legend of the master, Gohan Buu, who could easily destroy the planet, suddenly, a new, more daring, and more chilling speculation They believe the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace itself, along with its legendary master, Gohan Buu, is likely to be the three legendary dragons who can destroy the world. One of the ancient weapons, however, this ancient weapon is not man-made like Pluton or Poseidon or some kind of special bloodline inheritance. It is very likely that it is a living weapon that comes from outer space and has self-awareness and unlimited evolutionary capabilities. The reason why it is currently sleeping in the deep sea and has only leaked out some, relatively harmless legacy. It is very likely it is just because it is in some kind of special sleeping or energy replenishing stage. Once it fully awakens and returns to its peak state, then the damage and destruction it can cause will probably far exceed the sum of the other two ancient weapons, even enough to completely destroy the entire world. Eradicated from the universe. Once this theory of sleeping ancient weapon was proposed, it immediately attracted a lot of attention among scholars who, well, like to study forbidden knowledge and doomsday prophecies. A huge sensation and a strong panic. They began to frantically search for any possible connection with this from various ancient documents, myths and legends, and even some unreliable folktales. Some clues related to the extraterrestrial living weapons. However, they did not find any direct evidence. However, this speculation is like a seed filled with ominous atmosphere, deeply buried in the hearts of everyone who knows the situation. It also makes the mysterious palace, sleeping in the deep sea, even more strange and unpredictable, and even more awe-inspiring. After hearing this new speculation, the 5 elders of the world government remained calm on the surface and severely rebuked those who. The ignorant scholars, however, deep in their hearts, they also felt a chill because of this terrifying inference when they thought about it carefully. They knew that if this speculation was true, then all their previous efforts to recover the legacy and control the power would be enough to. In the face of the absolute power that could destroy the world, everything would become meaningless. They can only pray that the so-called sleeping ancient weapon will never wake up. Or, at least, not wake up until they find the power to fight it. Just above the sea, people are in a state of panic and undercurrents are surging because of all kinds of speculations and unreliable rumors about the Dragon Ball Palace and Gohan Buu. When, in the deep and dark seabed, in the sleeping huge palace, in the deepest part of the secret cultivation room full of unknown technology, something is happening. Subtle, but also more disturbing, substantive changes. The huge, transparent culture tank that looked like a giant egg was still filled with light pink, slightly fluorescent, viscous nutrient solution. Advertisement Chapter 78 Hancock's support, intelligence gathering of the 9 snake pirates. And that piece of Buu cell tissue, only the size of a thumb, with a strange pink color all over, like a chewed gum, was still lying quietly at the bottom of the culture tank. While continuously and slowly absorbing the weak energy escaping from the core of the palace, its volume seemed to have increased slightly compared to before. Although, this increase is still very difficult to detect. However, the wriggling on its surface has become more active and more, possessing a certain indescribable vitality. What is even more surprising is that it seems to have become more sensitive to the energy fluctuations generated by external human activities, especially those related to the practice and use of qi. Before, it would only produce a slight, faint resonance in response to those more violent and destructive energy impacts, such as the three-way fight between the marine and the pirates at the entrance of the palace. But now, it seems to be able to distinguish more clearly the special nature of the purer and more original life energy called qi. Whether it was the Iron Fist Monka who accidentally mastered the shockwave fur in East Blue when he had random luck, or the marine hero Garp when trying to combine hockey with the principle of using ki to strengthen his Iron Fist, or when Sabo of the Revolutionary Army was studying the remaining fragments of Introduction to Crane Sen Ryu fighting techniques, and he had a preliminary understanding of some of the basic principles of air dance and dong-dong wave. Even when Straw Hat Boy Luffy, when fighting Hodi Jones, unconsciously combined hockey with some kind of hazy chi feeling, and fired the fire fist gun that broke through the stone. These energy fluctuations related to qi, although some are weak, some are chaotic, and some are even full of misunderstandings and a little bit funny. However, the Buu cell tissue sleeping in the culture tank of the deep sea palace can, more or less, sense their existence. And, for them, I developed 16 kinds of instinctive, strong desires. It seemed to know that the energy called qi was more nutritious to it than the ordinary energy emitted from the core of the palace. Also, a special tonic that can promote its awakening and evolution. Therefore, after feeling those intermittent energy fluctuations of qi coming from the distant sea surface, the cell activity of that piece of pink cell tissue actually had a slight but real increase. The frequency of its surface movement also speeds up a little bit, imperceptibly, because of this. It was like a hungry beast with an extremely sensitive sense of smell, smelling a hint of delicious blood from afar in the darkness. It instinctively desires to get more qi energy, longing for those beings that possess kai to be able to get closer to it. Even, it can actively come before it and become the perfect nourishment for awakening and evolution. Although, it is still very weak now and cannot actively influence the outside world. However, this instinctive desire and the slight increase in cell activity that results from it is like a seed of disaster that is quietly sprouting. It indicates that, at some point in the future, when it truly wakes up and has enough power, it will bring what a horrible catastrophe to this world. The palace in the deep sea is still sleeping, but the unknown fetal movement became more active and full of ominousness because of the emergence of the external chi energy. Naval headquarters, the temporary command center, is in a conference room filled with a depressing and solemn atmosphere. A heated debate is going on, in full swing, regarding whether a larger expedition should be organized to go deeper into the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace, sunk in the deep sea, and conduct a more thorough and dangerous investigation. The two sides of the dispute are the two core factions of the naval headquarters. On one side are the hardliners, led by the new Marine Marshal Akinu Sakazuki. They argue that time is of the essence and action must be taken as soon as possible. There must be more and more powerful Buu legacy hidden in that mysterious palace. If Marine can master all these things, then Marine's strength will be unprecedentedly improved, enough to crush all pirates and even completely end this chaotic era of great pirates. As for the risks, Humph, as a Marine, when have you ever been afraid of taking risks? Advertisement for justice, for order, for the absolute rule of the world government, any sacrifice is worth it. We can't wait any longer. Marshal Akinu's face was filled with unquestionable majesty and a hint of anxiety. He scanned every general present with his eyes as hot as lava and roared like thunder. That palace is like a huge treasure house. It contains power that can change the world. We, the Marines, must and can only be the first and only ones who can open this treasure house. Any stumbling block that dares to stand in our way, whether it's the pirates or any other messy forces, will be completely crushed by us. On the other side, there is the conservative faction, headed by former Grand Admiral Sengoku, who has resigned from the post of Grand Admiral but still has great influence within the Marine, and the Chief of Staff of the Naval Headquarters, Vice Admiral, Crane, etc. They thought that Marshal Akinu's plan was too risky, too radical. The defense mechanism inside the mysterious palace had far exceeded their expectations. The painful lessons of the first exploration were still fresh in their minds. If they rashly organized a larger expedition team and went deep into the core area of the palace, once they alarmed the legendary palace master, Gohan Buu, who was said to be able to destroy the planet, although they didn't know that the master might now be just a mass of slowly developing cell tissue, or triggered more violent events in the palace. A powerful defense mechanism that they simply cannot resist. 014806316 Philo 1925011581. Then, the consequences are disastrous. It's not just the Marines participating in the operation might be wiped out. It may even bring a devastating disaster to the entire world. Akinu, calm down. Sengoku's voice, though a little tired, was still full of unquestionable majesty. After all, he was once Akinu's superior. The danger of that palace has far exceeded our assessment. We know almost nothing about the situation inside it now. In this case, rashly sending a large force deep into the palace is not heroic and decisive at all, but a stupid act of suicide. Vice Admiral, he also nodded slightly, looking at Akinu with eyes full of wisdom and a hint of worry, and said slowly, Marshal Akinu, I understand your urgency to master that unknown power as soon as possible. However, we cannot ignore the huge potential risks because of this. I suggest that we should start from the periphery first, and gradually conduct a more detailed and safe survey of the palace. At the same time, we should also concentrate our efforts to have drive Vegapunk crack the technology of the Buu legacy that we have obtained as soon as possible. Once we have a deeper understanding of the palace and have more powerful countermeasures, it will not be too late to consider whether to enter its core area. The two major factions of the Marine hierarchy had huge disagreements due to their different views on the exploration of the core area of the palace. The two sides held their own opinions and argued endlessly, and neither could convince the other. As a result, the atmosphere in the conference room became unusually tense and stalemated. And this difficult decision about whether to go deep into the tiger's den will inevitably have a profound and unpredictable impact on the fate of Marine and the direction of the entire world at some point in the future. Just when the Marine executives were arguing over whether to seek death, in a corner of the New World, a swordsman who was originally well known in the New World and was known for his pretty good swordsmanship and a relatively arrogant personality, completely changed the trajectory of his life because of an unexpected Buu legacy, and eventually he walked into the abyss of destruction. This swordsman's name is, let's just call him Blood Blade, Carlos. Carlos the Blood Blade was once a young swordsman full of dreams and ambitions for the future. He dreamed that one day he would be able to carve out a place of his own in the New World with the sharp blade in his hand, and even challenge the high-ranking four emperors and become the new overlord of the sea. However, the reality is cruel. New World is a cruel world where the strong prey on the weak and the strong are respected. For an ordinary swordsman, like Carlos, who has some strength but lacks a strong background and, heaven-defying luck, it is harder than climbing to heaven to make a name for himself here. He fought and failed again and again, but he kept fighting and failing, and gradually, his initial spirit and dreams were worn away. Until one day, during a very bloody, gangster on gangster fight, he accidentally got a somewhat evil-looking samurai sword from the body of a little-known pirates leader he had killed. That katana was different from the one that Rain Shiryu got, although it looked different. The blade of this sword was as black as ink, and the handle was inlaid with a strange red gem that looked like the eyeball of some creature. However, they possess extremely similar evil characteristics. That is, it can absorb the life energy of the person being killed to strengthen the blade itself. After Carlos got this magic sword, he didn't care too much about it at first. However, when he used this knife to kill some ignorant minions, he was shocked to find that this knife was actually absorbing the power of those dead. And he himself could also feel an unprecedented, powerful pleasure through this knife. So, Carlos, the swordsman who had been somewhat disheartened, seemed to have found a new life goal and began to madly indulge in using this magic sword to kill people. With this magic sword that can continuously absorb energy and strengthen itself, his strength is increasing rapidly. Soon, he became quite famous in the New World. Advertisement. He defeated one after another powerful enemies that once intimidated him. He also received a huge amount of wealth that dazzled him. His ambition also swelled up again. He began to feel that he was the chosen one. This magic sword was a divine weapon bestowed upon him by God. He was destined to conquer, with this sword, the whole world. However, he did not realize that as he continued to indulge in killing and the improvement of his strength, his own mind was also unconsciously being gradually corroded and controlled by the bloodthirsty desire and evil will contained in the magic sword. He became more and more brutal, more and more bloodthirsty, and more unscrupulous. He no longer fights for survival or dreams, but purely to kill for the sake of killing. To satisfy the endless appetite of the magic sword. Bloodthirst. Finally, in a reckless action, he thought he had enough strength to challenge the four emperor's cadres. Carlos, the Blood Blade, encountered the most powerful enemy in his life, and also met his destined ending. Although he relied on the evil power of the magic sword, he once fought a fierce battle with the four emperor's cadre. However, just when he was about to launch a fatal blow to kill the opponent completely, the magic sword, in his hand, however, completely lost control because it absorbed too much energy in a short period of time, far exceeding its own endurance. An unimaginable terrifying force filled with destructive and violent aura suddenly erupted from the interior of the devil's sword. Then, it turned against its master. No, Blood Blade. Carlos only had time to let out a scream, filled with unwillingness and despair. Then, under the impact of the uncontrolled huge force, his body, like the marine officer who just swallowed Senzu Beans, his muscles swelled and his blood vessels burst. Bang. In full view of the public, he died. Turned into a pool of blurry flesh and blood. And that magic sword, that was filled with evil and ominous aura, after absorbing Carlos's relatively delicious life energy, emitted a there was a creepy buzzing sound, and then it turned into a black light and disappeared into the vast ocean, leaving no trace. Buu legacy, or rather, those seeds of power that were accidentally scattered around the world due to the emergence of the palace, full of unknowns and dangers. While they bring miracles and hope to some people, they also bring destruction and despair to others. And this cost of legacy, full of irony and tragedy, will surely continue to be felt in the days ahead, in this increasingly out of control world. Continuously happening. East Blue, that area of sea that is much calmer and weaker than the Grand Line. Iron Fist, Monka, the little pirate's leader who became East Blue's martial arts genius, self-proclaimed because he accidentally picked up a few torn pages of the Turtle School training manual, is now. His mood was not as glorious and proud as he looked on the surface. Since last time, he defeated the Marine captain with one punch using his sometimes ineffective shock wave magic and some unspeakable luck. And after robbing a Marine warship. His reputation, indeed, has caused quite a stir in the small pond of East Blue. Chapter 79 World Government's Public Opinion Orientation. The Devil's Legacy. Countless young pirates who are equally ignorant regard him as an idol and a life mentor. They come to him one after another, hoping to learn a few tricks from him, or at least become familiar to him, so that they can have more topics to talk about when they go out to brag about it. As a result, the size of the Iron File Pirates group grew a little bit. From the original dozen people, it grew to 20 or 30 people. This made Iron Fist Monka feel incredibly inflated and elevated for a moment. He even began to fantasize, was he really the kind of martial arts genius that only appears once in a century? Destined to soar to the sky, become famous all over the world, and become the new generation of the overlord of the sea. However, this beautiful fantasy did not last long. Soon, the card encountered a bottleneck. He discovered that although he could relatively stably release that kind of weak, light blue energy shock wave from the palm of his hand. However, no matter how hard he practiced, how diligently he posed in those weird postures, the power of his shock wave always remained at the primary stage, which could only break a relatively thick wooden board, or knock down an unlucky seagull. It was impossible for him to become what he imagined, to destroy the heavens and earth and be omnipotent. What made him even more frustrated was that he found that his understanding and control of the mysterious energy called chi always remained at an extremely superficial and vague level. He simply had no idea how to effectively channel and store that energy. He also had no idea how to combine that energy with his own body and that unsystematic iron fist technique at a deeper level. The few remaining pages of the Turtle School training manual in his hand recorded some basic training postures and patterns of energy bursts. However, because the skills were incomplete, and many of the key luck techniques and mental formulas had long been lost or used as toilet paper by his equally uneducated skinny crew members on a certain, stormy night. Therefore, Monka is now completely in the dark, like a blind man groping in the dark, practicing blindly and without any clue. As a result, his strength quickly reached an insurmountable bottleneck, and he could no longer enter the village. Damn it, why can't my shock wave become stronger? Monka punched the side of the ship in annoyance, making the gap that he had just made with the shock wave even bigger. He began to doubt whether this was really the only talent he had. Or, that magic skill secret book is actually not a magic skill at all, but just some, more advanced magic tricks. This kind of doubt about one's own strength and confusion about the future made Iron Fist Monka feel extremely frustrated and unwilling. He has already experienced the wonderful feeling of killing a strong enemy with one punch and being respected and admired. He absolutely would not be willing to stop here. He longed for greater power. He longed to unlock the true secrets of the mysterious energy called Kai. So, after a not particularly intense ideological struggle, Iron Fist Monka made a, in his opinion, very wise and decisive decision. He wants to get out of East Blue. He wants to head to the more vast and dangerous Grand Line. He was going there to look for more information about Buu's legacy and the cultivation diagram of the secret manual of divine skills. He believed that as long as he could obtain a more complete cultivation method, or some other godly tools that could enhance his strength, then he, Iron Fist Monka, would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck again and become even more powerful. Even become the true overlord of the sea. Advertisement. Of course, he also knew that with his current, mediocre strength and his group of equally incompetent subordinates, wanting to survive in the Grand Line, an area full of powerful people and monsters, and to find those illusory opportunities was simply a pipe dream. So, he also made another decision that was, in his opinion, equally wise and, sensible. That is, he had to take the initiative to find some pirates that were more powerful than him, and then, temporarily, join them and become their, partner. Or, to put it more bluntly, just be a little brother and suck up to them. He believed that, with his, somewhat, potential, shock wave, magic skill, and his eloquent tongue, although, most of the time, he only talked about irrelevant bullshit, he would definitely be able to convince a visionary boss to take him in, and provide him with some, training resources and intelligence support. So, Iron Fist Monka, the East Blue martial arts genius, who rose to prominence due to an accident, led his Iron Pirates, who were full of infinite visions for the future and a little bit of unrealistic fantasies, and marched towards the Grand Line, which was full of unknowns and dangers, with great vigor and confidence. His journey of seeking the truth, which is full of legends and a touch of humor, will surely create some, well, maybe not too big, but definitely interesting enough, small waves on the ocean in the future. Just when Iron Fist Monka embarked on a Grand Line journey full of unknowns in pursuit of greater power. The world government's top intelligence and assassination organization, CPO, has launched a more ruthless, bloodier and cruel purification operation around the world with the tacit approval and secret support of the new Marine Marshal Akinu Sakazuki. The goal of this purification operation is not just to recover the Buu legacy that is scattered outside. More importantly, we must eliminate those individuals and small forces that have accidentally obtained the Buu legacy, or have mastered some of the Kai training methods, and whose power has lost control, or that pose a potential threat to the rule of the world government. In the eyes of the five elders and Marshal Akinu, the unknown power of Buu's legacy and Kai is like a double-edged sword. If they can be firmly controlled by the world government, then they will become powerful weapons to consolidate their rule and eliminate dissidents. However, if these forces fall into the hands of those uncontrolled, ill-intentioned, lucky ones, or ambitious people, then they may become a major hidden danger that subverts the world order and threatens the government's rule. Therefore, for these, disobedient, lucky ones, and ambitious people, CPO's policy is very simple and crude. Or, surrender completely, hand over all legacy and secrets, and become a new tool in the hands of the world government. Or, disappear completely, erase all traces of existence from this world. Thus, in the following days, one after another, bloody and terrifying hunts and purges quietly took place in dark corners all over the world. Rob Lucci, the core backbone of CPO, and his equally ruthless former CP9 partners became the main executors of this purification operation. They are like a group of ghosts walking in the darkness, appearing silently in front of those lucky ones, or new powerful ones, who are listed as elimination targets by the world government. Then, they used their perfect six-style physical skills, and the Buu heritage, full of unknown technology obtained from the palace, for example, the damaged but still usable treatment device, after a simple repair by Dr. Vegapunk, was transformed by Lucci into a small, electric shock device that could temporarily paralyze the enemy's nerves. To ruthlessly judge and cruelly purify those targets who were still immersed in the beautiful dream of reaching the sky in one step. Some small pirates leaders who had become arrogant and insolent because they accidentally got one or two magic beans, before they could use those magic beans to save themselves or their companions, were pierced through the heart by Lucci's lightning-fast finger pistol Wonglian. They died without even a groan. And the magic beans on them, which were regarded as treasures, naturally fell into the hands of the CPO. Some bounty hunters who were so self-righteous and causing trouble because they got one or two broken combat power detectors by chance, before they could use those detectors to find some real, big fat sheep, were directly cut in half by Kaku with his, more perfect, Tempest Kick Joe Duan, and died miserably. And those, high-tech detectors in their hands also became the spoils of the CPO. Even some, because of randomly imitating Iron Fist, Monka, they accidentally, developed a little bit of unsystematic chi sense, and began to challenge the authority of the local marine branch, good martial artists. They were also ruthlessly committed suicide by the CPO. Their, pitiful, Qigong waves, maybe, just a loud sneeze, were like a child's toy in front of Rob Lucci's Six Kings spear that could easily tear through steel. They were vulnerable. The CPO's purification operation was so cruel, so swift, and so efficient that it was simply outrageous. They are like an emotionless killing machine, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of those who were lucky to rise because of the Buu legacy, but unfortunately became the elimination targets of the world government. Advertisement. For a time, the entire underground world became panic-stricken because of CPO's bloody action. Many lucky people, who were once complacent because they accidentally got some Buu heritage, began to be in a state of panic all day long, like frightened birds. Hiding from place to place, afraid that it will be my turn next. They began to realize that those God's tools that seemed to bring great benefits also hid great dangers that were fatal. And the world government, through this iron-fisted purification of CPO, once again clearly conveyed a message to the whole world. The unmistakable signal. Anyone who dares to challenge their authority, or who attempts to get involved in power that does not belong to them, will pay the most painful price. Exclamation mark. Just as the world government's CPO organization was ruthlessly hunting down and brutally purifying those out of control on a global scale. The chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, is also quietly carrying out a seed plan, full of hope and unknowns in a secret base of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo, the blonde young man who inherited Ace's will of fire, accidentally seized the fragments of Introduction to Crane Senryu fighting techniques from those unlucky pirates. He then conducted in-depth research and bold speculation on it together with Commander-in-Chief Monkey D. Dragon. They discovered that the mysterious power called Chi had such great potential and such wide applications that it was simply unimaginable. If the Revolutionary Army can truly master this power and use it in the fight against the world government, then their chances of overthrowing that corrupt rule will greatly increase. Therefore, under Long's decision, a secret plan aimed at cultivating the Revolutionary Army's own Chi force was quietly launched. Sabo, with his extraordinary talent, keen perception of fire and energy, and from the two books of Turtle Senryu and Crane Senryu, although they are both fragments. From the secret book of divine skills, he comprehended some unsystematic but inspiring cultivation experiences, and became the chief instructor of this seed project. He secretly selected 10 groups of young fighters from within the Revolutionary Army, young, well-qualified, determined, and absolutely loyal to the revolutionary cause. Some of these young fighters may have originally been just ordinary revolutionary soldiers, but in the previous battle with Li Laojiao they showed extraordinary courage and potential. Yes, they may be some orphan patrolmen whose families were broken up under the high-pressure rule of the world government and who were full of deep hatred for the old order. Some people may even, for various strange reasons, accidentally develop some weak induction into the energy of Chi. Lucky guy. In short, Sabo gathered these, young people who were full of plasticity and revolutionary enthusiasm, together, and then began to try to teach them the method of practicing the mysterious power called Chi, based on his own understanding of the fragments of Kane Senryu and Crane Senryu, as well as some preliminary research materials on the energy principles of Buu's legacy that leaked out from the Vegapunk laboratory. Of course, these materials were also obtained by the Revolutionary Army through some special channels, with great difficulty. This process is, naturally, full of hardships and difficulties. After all, Sabo himself his understanding of chi is still in the stage of groping and blind cat catching a dead mouse. The 2 secret books of magical skills in his hands were also incomplete, and in many places they were filled with incomprehensible metaphysical theories and self-contradictory descriptions. He could only rely on his own intuition and some unreliable inspirations to select those cultivation methods that he thought were more reliable, and then use a more easy to understand and full of revolutionary optimism method to teach them to those equally confused young soldiers. Comrades, listen up. Sabo stood on the high platform in the training ground. His face was filled with a confident and sunny smile, although in his heart he might be a little unsure, and said loudly to those young soldiers below, full of expectations and a little bit of confusion, what we are going to learn today is a kind of Chapter 80. Disdain from some insiders. Strength is truth. A brand new great power that will make us stronger and powerful enough to overthrow the corrupt rule of the world government. This kind of power is called chi. It is hidden within each of us. It is the flame of life. It is the roar of revolutionary will. As long as we can feel it with our hearts, guide it with love, use the right posture to explode it, then we can fly into the sky and hide on the ground like those legendary heroes, and be omnipotent. We can even blow up a marine warship with our bare hands. Kick the door of the world government with our feet. Sabo's passionate and inflammatory speech immediately ignited the raging fire in the hearts of those young warriors. They were all eager to try, wishing to immediately master the magic skills, and then liberate all mankind. However, when they actually started to practice, according to those training methods taught by Sabo, full of creativity and imagination, they discovered that ideal is full. The reality, however, is harsh. Some of them imitated the postures of Kame Ryu and tried to Kamehameha. The result was that they just made their faces red and almost got a stitch in the side. Some imitated the postures of Crane Immortal style and tried to dance in the air. The result just fell down from a wooden stake more than 1 person high and landed on the ground. Others simply, because of their random luck, ended up with body aches, meridians going in reverse, and even spitting out blood of an abnormal color on the spot. The entire training ground, for a moment, was in chaos, filled with grief and an indescribable, joyful atmosphere. Sabo looked at these young warriors under his command who were full of vitality and spirit of exploration, and although he also felt a little headache and helpless. However, he was not discouraged in his heart. He knew that the process of acquiring any kind of great power would inevitably be filled with hardships and twists and turns. As long as they can persevere, keep exploring, keep trial and error, then, one day, they will be able to truly ignite the revolutionary fire in their bodies, called chi. Although, this process may be very slow and very difficult. However, the first batch of seeds of chi belonging to the revolutionary army have been quietly sown. They 137 will surely take root, sprout, and grow vigorously at some point in the future, adding a new and powerful force full of infinite possibilities to the future of the revolutionary army. Just when Sabo was working hard and devoted himself to cultivating the Kai troops of the revolutionary army, that mad scientist, M. Guy Sa Kalang, who had an inseparable relationship, full of love, hate, and vengeance, with the Straw Hat crew on Punk Hazard Island, was also in his secret laboratory, which was borrowed from some unlucky guy and was filled with all kinds of dangerous chemicals and unknown biological experiments. He was ecstatically fiddling with some fragments of the Buu legacy, and some related technical information, most likely shared from Doflamingo or Kaido, that he had obtained through some equally dishonorable channels. Gaisa Kalang, the evil scientist who has a morbid obsession with the power of gas fruit and various biological weapons of mass destruction, after coming into contact with the Buu legacy, filled with technology beyond its time from an unknown palace, his already very crazy and twisted brain instantly became like being injected with high-purity stimulants, and he became completely high. Shish. Guy let out his signature, creepy, shrill laugh. His eyes were bloodshot from overexcitement and his face showed a pervert smile that was both greedy and full of scientific exploration spirit. It's too incredible. This way of energy conduction. This efficiency of material conversion. This unknown alloy material that I can't understand but feels very powerful. Guy carefully analyzed the fragments of Buu's legacy, with various sophisticated instruments. Of course, most of these instruments were borrowed from other places, or pieced together by himself with some scrap copper and iron, while constantly making tisk-tisk sounds of amazement. He discovered that the level of technology contained in these seemingly insignificant fragments simply far exceeded all his previous knowledge. Regardless of whether it is the energy weapon, technology that can instantly amplify weak energy and launch it in the form of a beam. Or is it that kind of space folding technology that can compress huge objects into tiny capsules? Advertisement. Or maybe it's that kind of unknown energy radiation technology that can directly act on the cellular level of living organisms and make them produce various strange upgraded effects. All of them made him feel both shocked and fascinated. He felt like a curious baby who had opened Pandora's box. And inside the box, there were all kinds of God's materials that could enable him to realize his crazier and evil science fictions. So, Geisa Current began his crazy experiment, full of creativity and destructiveness. He began to try to combine these mysterious technologies from the unknown palace with his own devil fruit abilities, mainly his gas fruit ability that can produce and control various deadly gases, as well as his equally inhumane human body modification and biochemical weapon technologies, to a big fusion. He wanted to see what kind of earth-shattering chemical reaction would occur when these black technologies from different fields and dimensions collided with each other. Result: he really created some new things that are even stranger and more dangerous. For example, he tried to forcibly graft some small weapon modules that were disassembled from the remains of metal puppets and could fire energy beams onto his half-orc biochemical weapons that were transformed using the power of the smile fruit and gas. As a result, some creatures were born that could both spit poisonous gas and shoot energy beams. Gas laser orcs. Although these gas laser orcs, due to immature technology and unstable energy supply, often blow themselves up or die on the spot due to energy backlash. However, the one or two gas energy beams they occasionally successfully fired were not very powerful but full of unknown radiation, and they did indeed cause extremely horrible damage and some irreversible, strange upgrades to those the guinea pigs, who were unfortunately their experimental subjects, usually some unlucky pirates or civilians they caught. For example, he tried to use some unknown alloy powder scraped from the shell of the universal capsule, which was said to have the property of space compression, and some new type of gas he developed himself, to mix and compress it, high-tech. As a result, they created some small and portable, but extremely powerful concentrated gas capsule bombs. Once this bomb is detonated, it can release a high concentration of deadly poison gas in an instant, enough to cover a range of several kilometers. Its killing effect is simply so devastating. He even had a sudden idea to fuse his gas fruit ability with the life energy of the legendary Senzu Beans that could bring people back to life, to some extent. He fantasized that if he succeeded, he could create a super invincible gas bean man that could kill people without being seen and could also give him a feed at a critical moment. Although this idea sounded too perverted and impossible to achieve. In short, the mad scientist Geisa Kalang, after coming into contact with some fragments and technical information of the Buu legacy, completely fell into a kind of scientific frenzy that he could not extricate himself from. His crazy experiments that were full of creativity and destructiveness would also bring unimaginable disasters and some ridiculous surprises to the world at some point in the future. Just when Geisa Current was conducting various crazy experiments for his scientific dream. Far away in Toto Land, the Desert Queen, Charlotte Linlin, is also making some equally creative and slightly childish attempts for her dessert dream. Previously, Bigmom had tried to use her soul fruit ability to give souls to some relatively intact Dragon Ball gadgets, such as a broken detector and several empty universal capsules snatched from the melee at the palace entrance, turning them into homies. She had thought that these Buu heritage with souls could display even more magical functions, or at least be able to chat with her and tell her some secrets about the palace. For example, is there a mountain made of chocolate in the palace? However, the results of the experiment made her somewhat disappointed. Those props that were endowed with souls did not come alive or become more interesting as she expected. They are more like some souls that have been forced into bodies that don't belong to them. Poor mental patience. However, Bigmom did not give up completely. She then turned her gaze to another Buu legacy that she had picked up from the battlefield and that looked even more potential, the wreckage of the candy-making machine that was said to be able to turn any object, even living things, into candy. Although that machine was severely damaged, and it seemed to be missing some core components. Advertisement. However, Bigmom, with her almost instinctive intuition about desserts, still sensed a faint but real, sweet scent from the wreckage. She believed that this thing would definitely bring her a surprise. So, she activated her soul fruit ability again, and extracted a relatively strong and obedient soul fragment from a hapless chef who was about to be executed by her because he didn't provide her with the latest cake on time. Exclamation mark. Then, she carefully, of course, in her rather rough way, injected this soul fragment into the wreckage of the candy maker. Miracle seems to have really happened. The wreckage of the candy maker that was originally lifeless and covered with rust and damage, after being injected with soul fragments, suddenly made a slight clicking sound of mechanical rotation. The indicator lights on the machine that had been turned off began to flicker colorfully. Well, they looked very sweet. Then, from the small discharging port of the machine, it actually began to slowly but continuously produce some somewhat oddly shaped, but emitting a strong candy aroma, candy soldiers. Those, candy soldiers, are only about the size of a palm. Some are, candy knights, made of hard candy, wielding candy swords. Some are, marshmallow gunners, made of marshmallows, which look soft but can spray syrup. And some are made of chocolates and biscuits of various colors, which look delicious. Chocolate biscuit commandos. Although, the fighting power of these, candy soldiers, is very, low maybe. They can't even beat a slightly stronger mouse. And, when they move, they are also a little, shaky and uncoordinated. But, after all, they are also, soldiers, that can move on their own and look pretty cute. More importantly, they are all made of candy. This makes Bigmom feel, extremely excited and, satisfied. Ma. Success. Mommy succeeded. Bigmom looked at the, candy soldiers, that were constantly, produced, from the machine, and danced with excitement, with her saliva almost dripping onto the ground. With these cute, candy soldiers, Mommy will not only be able to eat all kinds of delicious candies in the future, but will also be able to, form, the most, sweet, invincible army, in the world. Ma. However, Big Mom's, beautiful fantasy did not last long. She soon discovered that this, candy-making machine homies, whom she had endowed with a soul did not seem as obedient and reliable as she had imagined. Because the machine itself is in a, severely damaged and, unstable state. Moreover, the soul she was given, which was extracted from the unlucky chef, was not very, strong and, not very smart. So, when this, candy-making machine homies, was making those, candy soldiers, it would often, have all kinds of strange, faults and accident. Sometimes, it would suddenly, get stuck and wouldn't be able to produce a single, candy soldier, for a long time. Sometimes, it would, uncontrollably produce a bunch of, weird-shaped, unidentifiable, failed candies. What is even more troubling to Bigmom is that the, intelligence, and, obedience, of those, candy soldiers, that he had finally created are really, worrying. They often, don't listen to instructions and run around everywhere. They often, fight each other, because of a little thing, like, snatching a piece of sugar residue that fell on the ground. They were even, so bold as to try to, steal those, premium desserts from Bigmom's collection. These, out-of-control candy soldiers, full of, energy, and, personality, have caused a lot of, ridiculous little troubles on Cake Island, and also made the hostages. The head chef, Shutroy, who is responsible for managing and, cleaning up these troubles, and the other members of the Bigmom pirates, are feeling, a headache and suffering terribly. Chapter 81 Prelude to the First Palace Exploration. Marine's Preparation. Bigmom's, prop homies, experiment, which is full of, sweetness, is, to some extent, successful. However, the final result seemed, not as perfect as she expected. Instead, it's more like a, sweet burden full of, surprises, and, accidents. Just as the other, 4 emperors, of New World, Kaido of the Beasts and Bigmom Charlotte Linlin, were all conducting various, creative and, a little crazy, experiments, and, attempts, on the, Buu legacy, that flowed out of the, Dragon Ball Palace, in their own ways. The Red Hair Pirates, a powerful pirate group known in the New World for being, relatively, Buddhist, and, peace-loving, at least, when it doesn't involve their bottom line, are also conducting a, more covert and, more far-reaching, secret investigation under the leadership of their captain, Red Hair Shanks. The target of their investigation is the, Buu heritage, itself, which possesses magical powers. Although, they are also full of curiosity about those, magic beans that can bring people back to life, or, instruments that can detect combat power. However, compared to these, practical, props, red-haired Shanks and his vice-captain Ben Beckman are more concerned about, the pink demon that can easily destroy the planet that appears in the image of the Blackstone tablet in the palace, Gohan Buu, or, that's what they temporarily call it, and, the true origin and purpose of the mysterious palace full of unknown and, ominous atmosphere. Shanks' intuition told him that behind this, Buu, who suddenly descended upon their world and that palace that was like Pandora's box, there must be huge secrets and potential crises that were far beyond their imagination. This crisis might even be more, terrifying and, unpredictable than any enemy they had faced before. Therefore, he must, find out the truth of all this as soon as possible. So, under Shanks' personal instructions, the Red Hair Pirates used their powerful intelligence network that was all over the world and could penetrate everywhere. They began to investigate in depth anything that might be related to the pink demon called Gohan Buu, or the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace. $4,437. The scope of their investigation is extremely broad and extremely in-depth. They weren't just paying attention to the various rumors and, unreliable folktales that circulated after the Summit War. They also turned their attention to those taboos listed by the world government, which had been sealed for hundreds of years. They tried to find any mysterious symbols or prophecies that might be related to Buu, or Palace, from the extremely rare, historical text, rubbings that recorded the historical truth of the blank 100 years. They even sent some Grandmaster Ancient Languages and Mysticism crew members to conduct on-the-ground investigations and explorations in those seldom visited lost ruins and forbidden places around the world that are said to hide ancient secrets. They hope to find some key clues that can reveal the true identity of that mysterious being from the dust that has long been forgotten by history. This investigation process is naturally full of hardships and danger. Not only do they have to face close surveillance and secret obstruction from the world government and the Marine. We must also be wary of the dark forces of other powerful pirates and underground organizations who are also coveting the Buu legacy. However, the members of Red Hair Pirates did not back down. They believed in their captain, and also believed that only by finding out the truth could they better protect the sea they loved so much, and the companions they cherished. And during this secret investigation full of unknowns and challenges, red-haired Shanks himself would often fall into deep thought. His eyes, which always carried a hint of carefreeness and, a hint of drunkenness, were now filled with a rare solemnity and a hint of worry. He always felt that the appearance of the pink demon called Buu, and the mysterious palace was not accidental. Behind this, there seems to be some kind of bigger, more disturbing conspiracy. Or some kind of sign of a huge disaster that is about to befall this world. His intuition has always been accurate. And this time, his intuition sent him an unprecedented, strong warning. He knew that he had to find the answer as soon as possible. Otherwise, what awaits them may very well be an abyss from which there is no escape. The secret investigation of the Red Hair Pirates is still proceeding, difficultly and persistently. And they will surely, at some point in the future, gradually uncover the tip of the iceberg of the shocking secret about Buu and the palace, from those clues that have been buried by history. Advertisement. Just when the Red Hair Pirates were working hard to find the truth about Buu. At the headquarters of the Marine Science Corps, in a secret laboratory filled with all kinds of fantastic ideas and a hint of madness, the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk is working day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep, in order to crack the mysteries of the Buu legacy. After weeks of hard work and countless failed attempts, Dr. Vegapunk finally achieved an important result, not big or small, but of milestone significance, in a certain field. That is, he actually successfully imitated a simplified version of the combat power detector. Although the appearance of this artificial probe looks more rough and bulkier than the original Buu legacy. The lenses on it that were used to display the numbers would often flicker due to unstable energy supply, and even emit a few wisps of black smoke from time to time, full of technological sense. Moreover, the range of combat power it can detect is also very limited. For those targets that are too powerful, such as Marine Admiral level, or have very special energy fluctuations, such as some with strange devil fruit abilities, it will often crash directly, or display a bunch of meaningless garbled characters. Its accuracy and versatility, for example, the original detector seems to have some simple friend or foe identification and danger warning functions, are far from being comparable to that original from an unknown palace. But after all, this is also a high-tech gadget that can roughly determine the target's strength level. Moreover, most importantly, the core components and manufacturing process of this artificial probe have been mastered to a certain extent by Dr. Vegapunk. This means that Marine will be able to achieve small-scale mass production and preliminary practical deployment of this probe in the future. This achievement, though, is still somewhat insignificant compared to the grand goal of the Five Elders and Marshal Akinu, of completely cracking and copying all of Buu's legacy technology. However, it was like a ray of light that broke through the darkness, allowing the Marine executives to see a glimmer of hope to catch up with or even surpass the technological level of that unknown palace civilization. Oh, success. I finally succeeded. Dr. Vegapunk looked at the artificial detector in his hand, which looked a bit copycat, but could indeed work, barely. He was so excited that his whole body was shaking. His wise eyes hidden behind the strange helmet were also bloodshot due to excessive excitement. He knew that this seemingly insignificant gadget actually had a huge strategic significance. He immediately sent this important scientific research achievement of his, as well as a detailed report full of humility and a bright future, to the Five Elders in Sindamaria through secret channels. In the report, he other than slightly exaggerating the actual performance and reliability of his artificial probe. More importantly, he made a new request to the Five Elders in an earnest tone filled with the spirit of scientific exploration and unlimited loyalty to the world government. He requested that the Five Elders allow him to have access to more core, technological information and physical samples about the mysterious palace. Especially, those mysterious devices located in the core area of the palace, which may contain more powerful Yamato, unknown technology. He believed that as long as he could obtain these more precious research materials, he would be able to decipher more and more amazing secrets of Buu's legacy in a shorter time. Thus, he could develop more powerful and more deterrent super weapons for the world government. After receiving Dr. Vegapunk's report, which was filled with good news and new requests, the Five Elders felt unusually complicated. They felt a little relieved and a little surprised that Dr. Vegapunk had been able to copy a simplified version of the combat power detector so quickly. I also feel a headache and frustration from Dr. Vegapunk's never-ending research funding applications, and, increasingly bold, authority requests. Sky. Dash 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 dot 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 dot. However, they also knew that Dr. Vegapunk was the only main card in their hands that could compete with the unknown palace civilization in terms of technology. So, after some, not particularly intense weighing, they finally approved part of Dr. Vegapunk's request. They agreed that, under the premise of ensuring safety, they could appropriately open up some research permissions and sample support regarding non-core technologies in the outer areas of the palace to Dr. Vegapunk. As for the technology in the core area of the palace, well, let's wait until the Marines' legacy recovery team can come out alive and bring back something valuable. Dr. Vegapunk, although he is a bit stingy and conservative about the five elders, I feel a little unsatisfied with the reply advertisement. However, he also knew that food must be eaten bite by bite and the road must be walked step by step. At least, he now has a legal excuse and some resources to continue his further research. A more crazy and, black technology, scientific research competition centered on Buu's legacy is about to take place in Vegapunk's laboratory and, with the support of the highest levels of the world government, it is being accelerated. As the value of Buu's legacy is being hyped up higher and higher on the black market, the bloody fights it has sparked have become more and more frequent and brutal. Especially in New World, that chaotic sea full of lawlessness and the survival of the fittest. Some, originally just licking blood on the edge of a knife, living a precarious life, Lone Ranger killers, or some small-scale but strange assassination organizations. After hearing the legends about the God's tools, they also changed their career plans. They are no longer like before, just taking on some, ordinary assassination missions, with low pay and high risks. They began to turn their attention to those lucky people who got the Buu legacy by accident, but whose own strength was not that good. In their eyes, these lucky ones are simply groups of people moving around and not very resistant, a huge treasure trove. As long as they could snatch even one piece of Buu's legacy from them and then sell it on the black market, the profit they could get would be more than what they would earn from all their hard work. Several years of hard work, and much more. Therefore, under the temptation of huge profits, some new types of professional hunters, who specialize in hunting down Buu legacy holders and snatching crops for a living have emerged. Their methods are strange and their whereabouts are unpredictable, just like a lion majesty hiding in the darkness, quietly approaching their prey. Then, they would use their poison fangs to give their prey a fatal blow. Many people, in the previous chaos, were lucky enough to get some scattered Buu heritage, such as a Senzu Bean, or a broken universal capsule, and moreover, the lucky guy, who was still gloating over his good luck, had no time to warm up these treasures before he died inexplicably. These new types of professional hunters and the legacy in their hands naturally became the trophies of those hunters. The appearance of these assassins and hunters who target the legacy will undoubtedly make those who accidentally obtain the legacy but are not strong enough to protect themselves. People fell into a deep nightmare. It also makes this already chaotic new world even more dangerous and bloody. The old order is collapsing, and a new, more cruel and full of black humor law of the jungle is quietly being established. Just as the undercurrent of the new world was becoming more and more turbulent due to the emergence of Buu legacy. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, is also in his adventure full of foodie instinct and battle instinct. Unknowingly, he has become familiar with the kind of the mysterious power of Chi has a deeper, although he himself may not know what it is, experience and application. During the fierce battle with Hodi Jones on the Fishman Island, Luffy, in a state of rage and extreme strength, unconsciously combined armament hockey with the one from the palace. The pink demon's way of condensing energy learned from the image on the colored stone tablet was carried out in a preliminary and very superficial fusion. That time, the power of the fire fist gun he fired was much stronger than before. After entering the new world, as the enemies they encountered became stronger and stronger, they also became more and more prisoned, such as those who mastered part of the Buu legacy. Or people who use Kai superficially. No. Chapter 82. Other forces are following. The Oriole is behind. Luffy, in battle, would more and more frequently unconsciously combine armament hockey with that vague feeling of ki that he himself couldn't explain. He discovered that when he concentrated his attention highly, for example, when he was very, very hungry, or very, very angry, and concentrated all his strength, not just muscle strength, but also a strong desire from the heart to knock the opponent away on his fist or a certain part of his body, and then burst out suddenly. The power, penetration, and that indescribable, explosive power of his attacks seemed to be significantly improved. For example, during a battle with a tough enemy who possessed the ability of the steel fruit, and whose entire body could turn into hard steel. Luffy is in a state of rage after failing to capture the enemy and his stomach is growling with hunger. He suddenly had an idea, and subconsciously added a little bit of the feeling of condensing energy that he had learned from the pink demon to each bullet of his rubber fist that was shooting out as fast as a machine gun. Result. Rubber. Machine gun. I saw that his rubber bullets, which originally could only make a series of dang 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 crisp sounds on the opponent's steel body but could not cause any substantial damage, were now equipped with that kind of weak but real chi. Surprisingly, just like a red-hot iron burning through butter, easily penetrated the opponent's proud steel defense. On the opponent's hard body, it left smoking, penetrating small holes. Although those small 937 holes were quickly restored due to the self-healing effect of the opponent's devil fruit ability. However, that unprecedented, penetrating feeling, and the horrified expression on the other party's face, as if he had seen a ghost, made Luffy feel extremely excited and, a little proud. Ha ha ha, see, I have more strength when I'm hungry. Luffy rubbed his empty stomach and boasted loudly to the iron fruit ability user who had been beaten by him to the point of doubting his life. He himself, however, was completely unaware that the increase in the power of his rubber machine gun move was not simply due to the fact that being hungry gives you more strength. It was because he had already begun, unconsciously, to initially fuse and utilize Haki and Ki, two completely different but mysterious forces that seemed to have some interconnection. This kind of unconscious use of techniques is full of Luffy characteristics, although it is still very superficial and unstable. However, it is like a seed full of infinite possibilities, buried deep within Luffy's body. It will also surely bloom more dazzling and amazing flowers of power on his future path of growth. Different from Luffy's unconscious fusion of power which is full of foodie instinct and battle intuition. Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman of the Straw Hat crew, seems to be more focused, hardworking, and full of the persistence and obsessive-compulsive spirit that is unique to Kendo Otakus. Ever since he witnessed the terrifying power of the pink demon to destroy a planet with a wave of his hand in the image of the Blackstone tablet in the mysterious palace of Marineford, Zoro has developed an indescribable yearning and confusion for the pure chi that can tear apart space. He had been trying to combine his increasingly improved armament Haki with that hazy feeling of ki, hoping to find a new path leading to a higher realm of Kendo. Although he doesn't have the epiphany ability like Luffy, the protagonist Halo. However, with his steel-like will and his almost obsessive pursuit of Kendo, he was also groping and moving forward little by little, with difficulty. Once, the Straw Hat crew, on an island in the New World that was, full of futuristic technology although, most of them were flashy and inferior imitations, were having a fierce battle with an enemy, wearing a heavy, high-tech power armor, that was said to be made from the scraps of Buu's legacy. Zoro is caught in an unprecedented tough battle. That enemy's physical and sword skills were only, third-rate. However, the technological armor he was wearing, which looked very tough, actually possessed extremely amazing defensive power. Zoro's sharp slash that was powerful enough to cut through steel, when it hit the armor, could only splash out a series of dazzling sparks and leave a series of shallow white marks, and could not cause any substantial damage to it at all. This made Zoro, who was always proud of his strong attacking power, feel unprecedented frustration and anger. Damn it, this turtle shell, what on earth is it made of? Why is it so hard? Zoro was waving the three knives in his hands, engaging in a fierce fight with the enemy wearing technological armor, while cursing in his heart. He could feel that if he continued like this, his physical strength would sooner or later be exhausted by the other party. Just when his mind was highly concentrated and on the verge of breaking point, even, his consciousness was beginning to become a little blurry. Suddenly, in his mind, like a flash of lightning, the terrifying scene of the pink demon destroying the planet with a wave of his hand appeared again. Advertisement. And that kind of pure energy explosion without any techniques or impurities, which seemed to be able to tear apart space and annihilate everything. It's that feeling. Suddenly, Zoro's eyes burst into an unprecedented, terrifying light. At this moment, he was blessed. He no longer thought about sword moves, techniques, or the use of Haki. He just put all his will, all his faith, all, his desire for victory and his anger towards that turtle shell. All concentrated on the blade in his hand. At the same time, he subconsciously used some of the crude techniques about the instantaneous burst of energy that he had obtained from the image of the pink demon and from his own vague understanding of chi over the past period of time. He suddenly took a step forward. The three knives in his hands carried a resolute momentum to move forward and cut off everything. I bowed fiercely to that enemy who was wearing heavy technological armor. Home. Zoro didn't even have time to shout out the name of the move. All I saw was a black slash that was more condensed, sharper, and more full of destructive aura than ever before. Like a bolt of lightning that cuts through the night sky, it instantly cuts through the thickest special alloy armor on the enemy's chest. Clang. A deafening, teeth-grinding metallic wail suddenly sounded. Sparks flying. Energy surge. Everyone who saw this scene subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they found that enemy wearing heavy technological armor is still intact, standing there. Zoro's earth-shattering blow seemed not to be able to completely cut through the opponent's hard turtle shell as he had hoped. Ha, ha ha ha, ha ha, the enemy in the high-tech armor, after a brief moment of surprise, let out a hoarse laugh, full of pride and relief for having survived a disaster. It's useless. This set of my Super invincible diamond indestructible universe's most handsome armor. It's made of real, Buu alloy. With the attack of a third-rate swordsman like you, it's simply impossible. However, before he could finish his words, they suddenly stopped. Because he suddenly discovered that on his chest, the special alloy armor that he was so proud of, which was said to be able to withstand all attacks, there were actually two. There appeared a, not too deep, but clearly visible, cut. Moreover, the edge of the cut had a trace of charred black, as if it had been burned by some high-temperature energy. This is impossible. The smug smile on the enemy's face froze in an instant, replaced by unbelievable horror and deep fear. And Zoro himself, after seeing that his sword, which he had used all his strength to strike, only left a shallow cut on the opponent's armor, his heart was also filled with resentment and a hint of disappointment. However, when he carefully observed the cut with strange burning marks, a glimmer of enlightenment and hope flashed in his eyes. Exclamation mark. He knew that the knife he had just struck still did not do its job completely. However, he, vaguely, touched upon a new possibility that could make him stronger. That kind of perfectly blending will, hockey, and the explosive technique gained from the perception of a slash that can be done in a moment's thought. Perhaps, this is the important direction of his future swordsmanship. Advertisement. Zoro held the knife tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with more determination and burning fighting spirit. He knew that he was one step closer to the state where he could cut off everything. The Fishman Island, this dream island located 10,000 meters below the sea, is now shrouded in a shadow filled with despair and madness. The captain of the new Fishman pirates, Hodi Jones, and his core cadres who had also taken a large amount of the mutant, evil drug launched a long-planned full-scale invasion of the kingdom of Ryugu, turning this beautiful island into a hell of blood and fire. With the terrifying power brought by the drugs, which far exceeded their own limits, and the almost morbid hatred for humans that came from hundreds of years of resentment, they wantonly destroyed and killed crazily on the Fishman Island, trying to completely eliminate all the fishmen and mermen who were friendly to humans. They want to establish a new Murloc empire that belongs only to the Murlocs and mermen, and completely breaks away from humans. However, there is full of paranoia and the great ideal of destroying desires, but was met with stubborn resistance from the Straw Hat crew and all the peace-loving residents of the Fishman Island. A final battle that would determine the future of the Fishman Island took place in the central square of the Fishman Island, Goran Code Square, and on the ancient weapon, Noah's Ark, that carried countless hopes and a hint of ominous premonitions. Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid who was always full of justice and belligerence, naturally took on the challenge of confronting the final boss, Hodi Jones, who had become a bit neither human nor fish due to excessive drug use. The two sides, on the deck of the huge ark, Noah, that was about to crash into the Fishman Island, launched a earth-shattering life and death struggle. After Hodi Jones took dozens, even hundreds of mutated, evil drugs in succession, his body had swelled to an extremely terrifying size. The degree of distortion. His muscles were as hard as steel, covered with blue veins bursting from the effects of drugs and, some disgusting-looking black Madara spots. His teeth became sharper and more bloodthirsty than any shark's teeth. His eyes also turned red due to the stimulation of the drugs, filled with deep hatred and crazy murderous intent towards humans. The power he could unleash had reached a terrifying level, enough to easily tear apart steel, crack the earth, and even stir up huge waves in the sea. Straw Hat Boy Luffy, you damn human. Do you think that, with your weak fists, you can stop the great revival of our fishmen? Hodi Jones roared like a wounded beast, and his huge white fish tail covered with hard scales, like a giant steel whip, came towards Luffy with a devastating momentum. Go to hell, together with those traitors who betrayed our fishmen, turn into dust on the seabed. Luffy 0.2 did not flinch at all in the face of Hodi Jones' desperate and crazy attack. His eyes were also burning with raging anger and a firm will. He knew that he had to stop this guy, stop him, and destroy the Fishman Island. Stop him from harming those innocent lives. Stop him from imposing the hatred of his own race on a world that should be full of peace and hope. I don't care about your revival of the fishmen or your bullshit hatred. Luffy roared, and his small body once again erupted with unprecedented power. I only know that you are a coward who only relies on drugs to hurt yourself and others. You are a pathetic person who is blinded by hatred and doesn't even know what you really want. And I will never let someone like you succeed. Anger, unparalleled rage, and, when facing a desperate situation, that kind of never giving up, moving forward, the extreme state. In Luffy's body, the strange power of armament hockey and the hazy that he gradually comprehended and unconsciously integrated in the battles with various powerful enemies was once again completely stimulated. He concentrated armament hockey on his arms and legs, making them as black as ink and as hard as steel. At the same time, he subconsciously imitated the way the pink demon condensed his chi, and highly compressed and concentrated all his strength and the strong desire to protect the Fishman Island and his companions, into the attack that was about to erupt. 18. His rubber body wrapped with black hockey is like a compressed spring, accumulating terrifying power to destroy the world. Chapter 83. The pressure of the deep sea. The limit of submarines. Jet. Machine gun. A deafening roar. Luffy's black iron fists, as dense as raindrops, with a strange force that was faster, heavier, more penetrating and explosive than ever before, fiercely slammed into Hodi Jones's huge body, which had become unusually tough due to excessive drug use, but was also full of flaws. Boom 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 boom. Waves of, thunderous, dense, teeth-grinding sounds of flesh and bones colliding continuously rang out on the deck of Noah's Ark. Hodi Jones's proud hard scales and steel-like muscles that were strong enough to resist sword attacks were actually like paper in front of Luffy's black iron fist that contained a strange sense of chi. Every punch he landed on would leave a terrifying fist mark deep enough to see the bone. Every time he punched, his body, which had come abnormally swollen due to the effects of the drugs, would emit a series of crackling sounds, as if it could not bear the weight. Wow. Puff. Hodi Jones let out a series of heart-wrenching screams, and out of his mouth continuously spewed a mixture of blood and, some unknown internal organs, filthy things. He could clearly feel that his strength, which was forcibly increased by the drugs, was rapidly fading away. His body, which had become unusually strong due to the drugs, was also crumbling and disintegrating, inch by inch. He couldn't understand. He couldn't believe it. Why could that skinny little straw hat kid burst out with such a terrifying force, even more powerful than this drug-fueled monster? No. Impossible. I am the captain of the new Murloc pirates. I am the future of the Murlocs. How could I lose to a lowly human like you? Hodi Jones' heart was filled with unwillingness and despair. Driven by a strong desire to survive and the fear of failure, he made a decision that was even crazier and even more stupid. He took out the last small bag of 16 from his pocket, which was also the most powerful one, the mutated, murder drug S. Then, without even looking at it, he swallowed the whole bag of red pills into his stomach. Gulp. As those pills, containing terrifying energy and deadly poison, slid into his throat. Hodi Jones' body underwent a drastic change again. His body was swelling even more horribly than before. His muscles were bulging, even breaking the hard scales on his body. His eyes turned redder than blood. They were filled with pure, irrational madness and a desire for destruction. A terrifying aura that was more powerful and more evil than ever before suddenly burst out from him. Hodi Jones let out a roar that was not like a human beast's voice. In his brain, which had become somewhat delirious due to excessive drug use, there was only one thought left. That is, to kill the straw hat boy in front of you. Tear him into pieces. Then, destroy the entire Fishman Island. Let all those friendly people to humans go to hell. However, this kind of false strength, gained by burning one's life, is destined to be unsustainable. Just when Hodi Jones burst out his last and craziest power, preparing to have a final battle with Luffy, to the death. His body, which had become extremely fragile due to excessive overdraft, finally could no longer withstand the horrific load of drugs. His body suddenly, just like a deflated ball, quickly shrank. His originally strong and sturdy muscles, in just a few seconds, shrank into skin and bones. His originally black and shiny fish scales also became dull and even, began to fall off piece by piece. His red eyes, which were once filled with hatred and madness, also quickly lost all their brilliance and became cloudy and empty. The most horrible thing is his hair. His originally fairly thick black hair actually turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then, it completely turned pale, like dead grass. Just a dozen seconds. Advertisement. Hodi Jones, the captain of the new Fishman pirates who was once ambitious and tried to subvert the entire Fishman Island, has changed from a relatively young and strong, although he took drugs, Fishman, to a sagging skin, wrinkled face, gray hair, and even can't even stand steadily, a frail old man. He completely overdrew all his vitality. He aged quickly. My strength. Hodi Jones looked at his hands, which had become dry and thin and covered with the scars of old age, in a daze, and muttered to himself in a hoarse voice. He could clearly feel that the power in his body, that once made him feel extremely powerful, was receding rapidly like the tide. Instead, there is endless weakness and fear of death. He failed. The defeat was so complete and so miserable. Luffy looked at the man in front of him, Hodi Jones, who suddenly changed from a ferocious monster into a pitiful-looking old man. The anger on his face gradually subsided. There wasn't much joy and pride in his heart. On the contrary, there is a hint of complexity and a hint of sympathy. He knew that this guy, although hateful, was also truly pitiful. His whole life, it seemed, was spent in hatred of humanity and pursuit of false power, and he never truly lived for himself. In the end, it could only end up with such a miserable end. Luffy sighed softly. Then, he stretched out his rubber fist, which was still wrapped with black hockey. It's over, he whispered. Then, with one punch, he knocked unconscious the old and decrepit Hodi Jones, who had completely lost the ability to resist. The turmoil on the Fishman Island, filled with blood and fire, finally came to an end with this last punch. The Straw Hat crew, and all the peace-loving residents of the Fishman Island, successfully protected this beautiful island. And Hodi Jones and his remnants of the new Fishman pirates, who had also become old and frail due to excessive use of the evil drug ES, also received the punishment they deserved. During the battle, they also deeply felt the troubles and, a hint of warning brought about by the Buu legacy, although only indirect and negative impact. They knew that the future new world would become even more unpredictable and dangerous due to the appearance of those, God's tools. After successfully resolving the incident on the Fishman Island, and, attending a celebratory banquet, hosted by the Ryugu Kingdom, which was full of delicious food and joy, Luffy was naturally, the one who ate the happiest and, the one who ate the most. The Straw Hat crew was finally saying goodbye to this beautiful island and those hospitable fishmen and mermaid friends. Before leaving the Fishman Island, Sea Knight Jinbei, the fishman hero who also played an important role in this incident, specially found Luffy and had a heartfelt talk with him. Luffy-kun. Jinbei looked at the Straw Hat boy in front of him, who seemed a little out of tune on weekdays, but could always burst out amazing power at critical moments. His eyes were full of relief and a little bit of worry. This time, really, thank you and your friends very much. If it weren't for you, the Fishman Island, I'm afraid, would really be doomed. He, it's nothing. We are friends, Luffy said nonchalantly while gnawing on a huge piece of grilled fish. But, Jinbei's tone suddenly became a little serious, although the crisis on the Fishman Island has been temporarily resolved. However, the danger level of the new world you are going to next is probably far beyond your imagination. Especially, recently due to the appearance of the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, and those, Buu legacy, the situation in the entire new world has become more complicated and unpredictable. Jinbei briefly introduced to Luffy and the others some of the news he had gathered from some reliable sources such as the Revolutionary Army or the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates about the chaos and disputes caused by Buu's legacy around the world. When I heard that those props with magical powers could actually cause such great chaos and a bloody fight, the expressions on the faces of the Straw Hat crew members, except Luffy who was still concentrating on eating the grilled fish, became somewhat solemn. They also realized more deeply that the Buu legacy was not just some fun toys or some props that could bring convenience. They are more like sharp double-edged swords. It can bring miracles and hope, but it can also cause disaster and despair. So, Luffy-kun. Jinbei's eyes turned to Luffy again, his tone becoming unusually serious. You must be extra careful in your adventure in the new world. Don't easily provoke those powerful enemies who may have the Buu legacy. And don't put yourself and your friends in unnecessary danger because of momentary curiosity or greed. Hearing this, Luffy finally put down the grilled fish in his hand. His eyes, which were always full of innocence and optimism, rarely flashed a trace of seriousness. He knew that what Boss Jinbei said was right. New world is indeed dangerous. Advertisement. Those Buu legacy are indeed troublesome. He. Luffy suddenly grinned, his face regaining that carefree and sunny expression. Don't worry, Boss Jinbei. We are the Straw Hat crew, but very strong. Besides, his eyes were gleaming with an infinite yearning and expectation for unknown adventures. New world, it sounds like it will be even more fun. I must go there. Go there, find more powerful partners, beat up more annoying villains, and become the king of pirates. Oh, that's right. Luffy suddenly remembered something. He slapped his thigh and showed an even more excited expression on his face. I also want to find that in the new world Gohan Buu, who left so many good things. Make friends with him. Then, find that machine that can turn candy into candy. Move it to our ship. He. Looking at Luffy who, was still full of foodie instinct and adventurous spirit, Jinbei also felt a little helpless and a headache. However, in his heart, an inexplicable sense of confidence and expectation rose up involuntarily. Exit. Only someone like Luffy, who is simple, optimistic, and possesses the incredible protagonist aura, can, in this increasingly chaotic and dangerous new world, truly carve out a future of its own, right? Well, take care of yourself, Luffy-kun. Everyone. Jinbei bowed deeply to the Straw Hat crew who were about to set off, his eyes filled with sincere blessings and 473. Well, Boss Jinbei, take care of yourself too. See you in New World. Luffy also smiled brightly at Jinbei, then waved his hand vigorously. Wave. With the reluctant farewell of the residents of the Fishman Island, the Straw Hat crews, Thousand Sunny, set sail again, heading for a new land full of unknowns and challenges. The true starting point of the world. Let's go. Their understanding of the so-called Buu legacy has become more profound and more specific because of the incident on the Fishman Island. They are also filled with stronger anticipation and more cautious vigilance for the upcoming adventure. Luffy even listed the search for Gohan Buu and the candy-making machine as one of the important goals of his adventure in the new world. However, finding One Piece and becoming the king of pirates are still the most important goals. The storm of the new world is already waving to them. And the Straw Hat crew's more exciting and more unexpected adventure story has just begun. Shortly after, the Straw Hat crew, full of longing for a new world and a desire for delicious food, officially embarked on a new journey. They were very lucky, or rather, very unlucky, to find themselves at the first stop of New World, the one half of which was burning with blazing fire and the other half was covered with Punk Hazard is an island filled with a biting cold, strange and dangerous atmosphere. The paragraph of first of all, they were here, and they had met that person several times in Sabayati Archipelago and some at war, and, they had also saved him. The surgeon of death, who saved Luffy's life, Trafalgar Law, met again, unexpectedly. Moreover, this time, Luo seemed not to cause trouble for them. Instead, he took the initiative to ask Luffy to join the Pirates' alliance, which sounded full of conspiracy and unreliability. Their purpose is to join forces to take down the next 4 emperors. This sudden blockbuster shocked the members of the Straw Hat crew, except Luffy, who was still in good shape, and some of them couldn't help laughing. However, what shocked them even more was the darker and more evil secrets hidden on this island. They discovered that this seemingly uninhabited island was actually the home of a madman who once worked in the Marine Science Corps but was later expelled for conducting various forbidden experiments. Mad Scientist M. Geisa Currents, Secret Experimental Base. And Jisa Kalang, the evil scientist who has an almost morbid obsession with the power of gas fruit and biological weapons of mass destruction, is conducting some more cruel, horrible experiments. Chapter 84. Passing through the light film. Re-entering the palace. Not only is he secretly producing a key ingredient called sad, that can be used to produce artificial zone devil fruit smile for a dark middleman in New World, that is Don Quixote Doflamingo, in large quantities. More importantly, in the process of conducting these crazy experiments, he seemed to have also involved some of the early technologies of energy weapons and biological transformation obtained from the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace. These technical data were most likely obtained by Doflamingo through his huge underground network from some, unreliable channels. Then, they were shared with Geisa, an equally unreliable, scientific partner. Therefore, with the blessing of these Buu legacy technologies that are full of black technology, Geisa Kalang's experiments that were already very crazy and dangerous became even more uncontrollable and full of surprises. For example, he used the preliminary research data on energy weapons obtained from the palace, as well as some high-tech parts disassembled from the remains of metal puppets, and actually really equipped his victims of the jauntization experiment on ordinary human children with some simple laser guns that were not very powerful but could indeed emit energy beams. Although those laser guns, due to immature technology and unstable energy supply, often explode or injure their own people. However, the 1 or 2 energy beams filled with unknown radiation that they occasionally successfully emitted did indeed cause extremely horrific damage and some irreversible genetic mutations to those enemies who were unfortunate enough to encounter them, such as some unlucky pirates who strayed into this place, or marine soldiers who came to investigate. For example, he used the initial technical data on biological transformation obtained from the palace, as well as some samples of the mutated killer drug S, obtained from the black market on the Fishman Island, and actually began to try to use the gas fruit abilities of humans, animals, and even his own gas fruit abilities to do something even more insane. He wants to create a super biochemical weapon that possesses multiple biological characteristics, can release deadly poison gas, and has a special affinity for Buu energy. Although most of his experiments, which were full of creativity and anti-human ideas, ended in failure. However, those successful works by chance were so weird and dangerous that they were enough to make any normal person shudder. After going deep into the heart of Punk Hazard Island, the Straw Hat crew unfortunately, or fortunately, became the latest witnesses and potential experimental materials of Geisa Kuron's crazy experiments. And because of this, they also realized more deeply that if the Buu legacy fell into the hands of a madman like Geisa, it would bring about a terrible disaster. In the secret research institute on Punk Hazard Island, which is filled with poison gas and all kinds of weird experimental subjects, the Straw Hat crew not only has to deal with Geisa Kalang's troublesome gas fruit ability, but also his high-tech, transformed, snow mountain killer subordinates. You also have to face a bigger, more slimier, horrible pet. That is Geisa Current's masterpiece, a giant slime monster with self-awareness that is made of a mixture of high-concentration H2S gas and some unknown viscous substance, crown, or Death Kingdom slime. This slime monster is already very difficult and disgusting. Not only can it release a highly toxic gas that is enough to paralyze the nerves, but it can also eat and digest anything that comes into contact with it, just like a real slime. However, what makes Straw Hat crew even more troubled is that Geisa Kalang, the crazy scientist, wants to enhance the combat power and the viewing quality of his beloved pet. He was so crazy that he forcibly implanted a piece of mysterious fragment that he got from Doflamingo, which was said to have flowed out of the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, and contained extremely unstable but powerful, unknown energy, into the core of the slime monster. He originally thought that this fragment filled with Buu energy could act like a catalyst, greatly enhancing the toxicity and explosive power of the slime, turning it into an indestructible and a super killer weapon that could self-destruct at a critical moment. Result: he did halfway there. After the fragment containing unstable energy was implanted into the slime monster, crown, its size has indeed become larger than before. The poison gas it releases has also become more deadly and difficult to defend against than before. Moreover, it seems that it really does possess some kind of potential ability similar to energy burst or self-destruction. But he also failed halfway. Because the fragment containing the unstable Buu energy has a nature of energy and uncontrollability that is far beyond the imagination of Geisa Kalang, a half-baked scientist. Not only was it unable to perfectly fuse with the slime's poisonous gas core. Advertisement. On the contrary, like a time bomb, a huge hidden danger was buried inside the slime's body that could explode at any time. This makes the slime monster, Crown, become more dangerous and more uncontrollable than before. Sometimes, due to the disorder of energy in its body, it would uncontrollably release all kinds of new types of poisonous gases with extremely strange colors and smells. Sometimes, it would be unable to withstand the huge Buu energy, and its body would swell violently, as if it would explode at any time. It would even, because it was in a bad mood. Or, simply hungry, and, without distinguishing between friend and foe, it would try to devour everything that moves around it. Including its master, Geisa Kalang himself. This, more dangerous and uncontrollable slime monster, created by the inferior combination of Dragon Ball technology and Devil Fruit's ability, indirectly shows the Straw Hat crew and all the people who are paying attention to this incident, that if the Buu legacy is abused or recklessly modified, it will bring terrible, serious consequences. It is like a living negative example, silently telling the cruel reality that once Pandora's box is opened, it can never be easily closed again. Just when the Straw Hat crew was on the Punk Hazard Island, fighting wits and courage with Guy Saw Current and his scientific creations that were full of creativity and danger and suffering terribly. Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law, in the midst of his battles and deceitful dealings with Guy Saw, used his micro-energy scalpel, which he seized from the CPO female agent and enhanced by his op fruit ability to make some new important discoveries about the energy of Buu's legacy. Luo discovered that the energy fragments that Geisa Kuran used in his crazy experiments, which were said to come from the Dragon Ball Palace, contained energy fluctuations that were similar to the special energy that he had felt from the energy scalpel of the CPO female agent before, after artificial transformation and energy compression. It seemed that there were both similarities and essential differences. The energy fluctuations of those unprocessed Buu energy fragments were even more primitive, violent, and even more unstable. It was like an ancient beast that had not yet been tamed, full of destruction and unpredictability. The energy on the energy scalpel of the CPO female agent is more pure, condensed, and more easier to be controlled. Although, that kind of control is only, relatively speaking. What surprised Law even more was that he discovered that this special energy from Buu's legacy seemed to have some kind of very strange repulsion or resonance with the Devil Fruit ability he was familiar with. For example, when he tried to use his enhanced energy scalpel to cut some artificial devil fruit smiles that Guy had created using SAD and that were not yet fully formed. He discovered that the energy on the scalpel would actually produce extremely violent conflicts and rejections with the bloodline factor, energy contained in those artificial devil fruits. It would even cause some small-scale energy explosions. And when he tried to use the energy scalpel to touch and analyze the core of the slime monster, Crown, that had been implanted with the Buu energy fragments. However, he discovered that the energy on the scalpel seemed to be able to resonate with the Buu energy fragment inside the slime core to a certain extent. It could even draw a tiny bit of weak, but real, energy feedback from it. This strange phenomenon full of contradictions and unknowns made Chuan feel confused and he realized that the nature and working principle of this special energy from the Buu legacy was probably far more complex and profound than he had imagined. The strange relationship between it and the Devil Fruit ability, which is both friend and foe, good and evil, also provides him with some new and bolder ideas for using the op fruit ability to study and transform the Buu heritage in the future. Exit. He could try to use the op fruit ability to peel off and reorganize the energy structure inside the Buu legacy. Perhaps he could try to fuse this Buu energy with certain specific Devil Fruit abilities in a safer and more controllable way. He could even try to use this Buu energy to reversely analyze the true secret of the Devil Fruit. These ideas, which are full of the spirit of medical exploration and a hint of mad scientist potential, kept flashing in Luo's mind. He knew that the micro energy in his hand, the scalpel of mass, and the preliminary discoveries about the energy of Buu's legacy will become the important keys for him to uncover more unknown secrets. And he will certainly use these keys in future adventures to open doors, leading to higher realms of power and deeper mysteries of life. Advertisement. Mysterious Gate. Punk Hazard, the island of death that is half hell of fire and half purgatory of ice and snow, has become a place of chaos and chaos due to the unexpected arrival of Straw Hat Crew and Trafalgar Law, as well as Scientist M. Geisa Current's secret experiments, full of creativity and danger, have become more chaotic and lively, just as Luffy and Law, for their own purposes although. Luffy's purpose might just be, simply to beat up that annoying-looking gas B ****************. And when the battle with Geisa Current and his, high-tech, transformation troops was fierce and chaotic. The Marine G5 branch stationed on this island is known for its members who are mostly, unkempt, rough, and, often do something. The, problem children, concentration camp, which was famous for its, out-of-line, behavior that caused headaches for the naval headquarters, has now become. Some things are not peaceful. The base commander of Marine G5, Vice Admiral Onatake Virgo, seems, serious, ruthless, and, often throws leftovers away. The, Justice Marine, with the grains of ash stuck to his face was alone at the moment, in his, also a bit unkempt, even, exuding a faint smell of sweat. Inside the house, his face was no longer the usual harshness and, a hint of, naivety, that he showed when facing his subordinates. Instead, it was filled with a kind of, cold. A complex expression of calculation and, a hint of morbid excitement. In his hand, he was playing with a, simple-looking, but still high-tech, single-lens instrument, combat power detector. Detector. This detector was not the standard equipment issued to him by the naval headquarters. Instead, he had obtained it through some secret channels belonging to the Don Quixote family. Hyphenation point get your hands on, personal belongings. Although, the function of this detector may not be as strong and accurate as those, original goods, directly from the Dragon Ball Palace. Maybe it's just a poor quality knockoff made by some unknown small workshop based on some, technical information circulated on the black market that is hard to tell whether it's real or fake. However, for Virgo, one of the highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family who was hidden deep inside the Marine, this, although a bit, copycat. However, this, gadget, that can roughly judge the strength of others still has extremely important strategic value. He carefully put the simple combat power detector on his left eye. Then, his eyes, like a lion majesty, slowly swept across the office. Hanging on the wall are personnel file photos of the core members of the G5 branch. On the lens, it immediately detected the extremely weak, life breath, or, archival records, left on the photos. God knows how many fake detectors these people have. What is the working principle of the device? It showed some, fuzzy numbers and, ambiguous symbols that represented the approximate strength levels of those members. This guy's combat capability is assessed as C level. His loyalty, seems to be a bit problematic. We can, find a chance to deal with him. Oh, this new kid, looks lazy and careless, but, his combat capability is rated B-. And, he seems to have great potential. Interesting. Needs, focus on it. Chapter 85 The Detector's Response. Guidance from the energy source. As for this, smoker who has always been against lousy. His combat power is rated as high as A level. And, he seems to have a special mark of, Lodia ability user, and, extremely difficult to deal with, on his back. He is indeed, a troublesome guy. But, it's just right, I can use him to, test the power of some of Lousy's new, interesting toys. While Virgo was carefully observing the various data and marks displayed on the detector, he gently tapped the table with his fingers, which were covered with armament hockey and as hard as steel, making a series of, knock-knock, sounds that were filled with an ominous atmosphere. He discovered that this simple combat power detector, although, not very accurate, would often display some strange garbled characters because of, poor signals or, too many grains of rice on the operator's face. However, it could, to a certain extent, help him, to more clearly identify those, unstable factors, within the G5 branch, who were truly powerful, or, who might pose a potential threat to his secret, undercover mission. For him, an executor of, dark justice, with an, important mission, this is undoubtedly a very practical and more, efficient, management tool. He can use this detector to conduct more secretive and more, cruel and ruthless, personnel screening, and, internal cleansing, within the G5 branch. Those, waste, who are not loyal enough to him, or who are too weak and have no use value, will be ruthlessly eliminated. Those, thorns, who have potential but are unruly and difficult to control are all, focused on training, and, thought reform, in various ways, full of, love, and, care. Thus, the entire G5 branch was completely transformed into, the most stable and, the most, convenient, secret base, for Don Quixote family in New World. In addition to being used for, internal rectification, Virgo also discovered that this combat power detector also had a certain reference value in evaluating the true combat power of those, external friends, who, might have, friendly interactions, with their G5 branch such as Straw Hat Boy Luffy and, Death Surgeon. Trafalgar Law, the two, little troublemakers, who are causing chaos on Punk Hazard Island. Although, he couldn't, completely believe the data displayed on the detector, the data would often go off the charts because the opponent's, protagonist Halo, was so strong. But, at least, it can allow him to have a relatively clear, mental preparation, about the approximate strength levels of those guys. So that, in the future, friendly competitions, one can, better grasp the, measure, and avoid, accidentally killing the other party, or, even worse, being killed by the other party. Straw Hat Boy Luffy, Trafalgar Law. Virgo looked at the secret intelligence about Punk Hazard's latest developments in his hand, as well as the two high-risk values displayed on the detector that made him feel both a headache and a little excited. A smile full of coldness and a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. Let Lousy play a more exciting game with you guys. Foo 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 foo. Marine G5 branch, this problem children concentration camp that was already full of chaos and a hint of gangster atmosphere has become even more turbulent and more full of dangers because of the appearance of the combat effectiveness detector in Virgo's hand, which is also full of problems and a hint of copycat atmosphere. Just when Guiju Virgo was in the office of the G5 branch, using that simple combat power detector, he was carrying out various secret plans that were full of farsightedness and a hint of sinisterness and cunningness. Another member of the Marine G5 branch, an outlier, whose style is completely different from those unkempt, rough guys around him, the White Hunter Smoker, at this moment, is filled with deep confusion and a hint of irritation. Smoker, the Logia smoke fruit user who always has 2 cigars in his mouth, has a hot temper and hates evil. He finds it extremely confusing and difficult to accept the various strange things that have happened around him recently. First, his immediate superior, Vice Admiral Virgo, whom he had always disliked, had been acting more and more strangely, and more, unpredictable. Sometimes, he would look at himself and other G5 branch members with a strange look, full of scrutiny and evaluation, as if he was looking at a group of commodities waiting to be tagged with a price tag. Sometimes, suddenly, they would show unusual respect and promote some guys who usually performed mediocrely, or even were a little lazy. And some other old subordinates who were obviously quite capable, loyal and reliable, would be ruthlessly dealt with by him, or simply disappear from the face of the earth because of some trivial matters, or just for no reason. This kind of personnel change, which is full of arbitrariness and a little bit of neurosis, has plunged the entire G5 branch into a weird atmosphere where everyone is in a panic and sees enemies everywhere. Smoker has reported these unusual situations to his superiors, such as Naval Headquarters. However, the responses he got were always some ambiguous, bureaucratic, perfunctory responses and warning him not to meddle in other people's business. This made Smoker, who was always upright and had a bad temper, feel extremely aggrieved and angry. What made him feel even more confused and a little uneasy was the most recent friendly exchange that he and Vice Admiral Virgo had accidentally had because of a disagreement on how to carry out a mission. He actually, vaguely, felt a different way of using power from that D********* D Virgo, that was completely different from the past, full of explosiveness and, a little bit of weird penetration. Advertisement. That power, though, is still based on armament hockey. However, the moment it exploded, it seemed to contain some kind of more condensed and more, difficult to defend, unknown energy. At that moment, Smoker even felt that his proud Logia smoke body, which was immune to most physical attacks, actually had the illusion of being injured, or even broken, by the opponent's turtle punch style but extremely heavy attack. Although, it was only a momentary feeling, and that D Virgo quickly withdrew that strange power, and, with a hypocritical smile full of superior caring for subordinates, he forcibly ended the friendly exchange. However, that unusual feeling of power was like a seed, full of doubt, buried deep in Smoker's heart. He began to wonder if that D Virgo had secretly practiced some kind of evil ways that were strictly prohibited within the Marine. Or, had he also gained some unknown benefits from those rumors about the Buu legacy? What made Smoker even more annoyed was that he himself was also trying to sense and imitate that mysterious power called Chi, that was rumored to be miraculous by the outside world. He heard that the Iron Fist Monka who unexpectedly rose to prominence in East Blue was able to knock the Marine captain away with one punch because he mastered this kind of Kai. He also heard that when the Straw Hat Boy Luffy was fighting Hodi Jones on the Fishman Island, he had also burst out with a similar, strange power full of the protagonist's halo. Although Smoker has some skepticism towards these, unreliable rumors. However, as a Justice Marine, who has strict requirements on his own strength and is eager to become stronger, he couldn't help but conduct some attempts in private that were full of scientific exploration spirit. He tried, like those, third-rate martial arts novels, to sit cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky, and then, draw the chi into the body. Or, flow the chi through the 4 fields. Apart from making himself suffer from back pain, and almost having poor blood circulation in the lower body due to incorrect sitting posture, he did not feel any so-called chi at all. He also tried to combine his ability of controlling the smoke fruit with the techniques of energy burst he had read in some ancient martial arts manuals, of course, some unreliable cheap books. He fantasized whether he could also, like those legendary Qigong masters, eject smoke shock waves from his hands. Or, use the smoke to condense into an indestructible smoke sword. Result. Apart from making himself all over the place and almost getting carbon monoxide poisoning due to the high smoke concentration, he also gained nothing. What made him most depressed was that he found that his proud smoke fruit ability, when it was being so-called fused with the energy of Kai that he imagined, seemed to have some kind of. He felt that the ability of smoke fruit was a kind of power that spread outward and was full of the characteristics of freedom and invisibility. And that kind of chi that he imagined was more like a kind of inward condensing force full of introverted and explosive characteristics. These two completely different power attributes made it impossible for him to find any balance point that could effectively combine them. This frustrating attempt made Smoker feel deeply doubtful and a little resistant to the new power system that was rumored to be miraculous by the outside world. He began to wonder if the so-called chi was not suitable for people like them to practice. Logia demon fruit power. Or, that kind of power itself is a kind of mutually exclusive with the devil fruit ability, evil ways. Smoker's confusion. And, a little bit of going off the deep end, which also represents a part of people who, in the face of the impact of this new power system, have become accustomed to their own demons. The strong men of the old times, who possessed fruit abilities, all had a common feeling of confusion and anxiety. They both desire to obtain greater power, but are also afraid that in the pursuit of new power they might lose their original path. Advertisement. This conflict and choice between the new and old power systems will surely trouble more powerful people in the days to come. Just when Smoker was confused by the conflict between he and Logia's abilities. His direct subordinate, the marine swordswoman who always wears a pair of myopic glasses, has a somewhat reckless personality but is full of persistence in kendo and, a little bit of collection addiction. Tashigi, in this chaotic and dangerous battle on Punk Hazard Island, once again, deeply felt the inadequacy of his own strength. Whether facing Gaisakuron's despicable means full of high technology and gas attacks, or facing Vice Admiral Virgo's armament hockey attack which is full of turtle fist style but extremely heavy and weird. Or, facing the long-range harassment from the Snow Mountain Killer, which, looks a bit copycat, but can still emit energy beams. Tashigi felt that her fairly sophisticated swordsmanship, and the swords in her hands, which could barely be called famous swords, were no match for these. In front of an enemy that doesn't play by the rules, they all seem so weak and powerless, so vulnerable. Once again, like countless times before, she dragged down Mr. Smoker because of her weakness and even nearly killed him. This deep feeling of powerlessness and strong self-blame, like a poisonous thorn, pierced Tashigi's heart fiercely, making her feel both painful and unwilling. Heart. Why am I always so weak? Tashigi tightly grasped the famous sword, Shigur, in her hand, her knuckles turned white from the force, and her eyes were flashing with unyielding tears. Is it possible that I can only follow behind Mr. Smoker for the rest of my life and be a burden? She remembered the time in Logue Town when the green algae-haired swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, easily defeated her with just one move. She also remembered the time in Alabasta, when Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, burst out with amazing power in order to protect his companions. She also thought of the various legends that have been circulating around the world recently about the Buu legacy, and the mysterious power called Kai. Ideographic period. It is said that the green algae-haired swordsman Zoro seems to be also exploring and feeling about the power called Ki, to some extent. Could it be that that kind of power could really allow a person to achieve a dramatic improvement in a short period of time? Tashigi's heart was filled with confusion and a hint of desire. She knew that she could no longer be like before, just simply obsessed with collecting various famous swords, and then, looking forward to being able to use these magic weapons. To make up for the lack of one's own strength. She must find a path of swordsmanship that is truly suitable for her and can make her stronger. What she is pursuing is not just a sharper knife and harder electricity. Rather, it is a higher realm of swordsmanship itself. A kind of truly powerful force that can cut off all illusions and protect all that is precious. I must become stronger. Tashigi wiped away the tears from her eyes, and a firm and burning fire was rekindled in her eyes. I don't want to be. Will no longer be a burden to anyone. I will also use the sword in my hand to protect the justice I believe in. Ideographic period. Chapter 86. The palace's self-purification function. The mess from last time is gone. Tashigi's determination, though, sounds a bit middle school, and, a little bit overestimating one's own capabilities. However, this kind of never admit defeat belief and persistent pursuit of a higher realm is also the indispensable soul of a true swordsman. And her slightly immature but powerful determination will surely guide her on a path to the truly powerful swordsmanship at some point in the future. After that chaotic adventure on Punk Hazard Island filled with gas, poison gas, snowmen, and all kinds of strange experimental subjects. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, and Trafalgar Law, the Surgeon of Death, finally, in a wonderful atmosphere, full of no friendship without fighting, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend, successfully defeated the evil and crazy scientist, M. Guy Sa Kalang. and captured him alive. This B************, D, who once caused quite a stir in the New World with his artificial devil fruit and weapons of mass destruction, finally got the temporary punishment he deserved. After all, with his cockroach-like vitality and his special skill of sucking up to powerful people, no one knows whether he will make a comeback and continue to do evil in the future. After successfully liberating Punk Hazard Island, although this island, maybe, doesn't need their liberation, and, by the way, saving those poor children who were used as experimental subjects by Guy. The two tech geeks of the Straw Hat crew, the sniper Usopp and the shipwright Frankie, were just like Columbus who discovered the New World. They happily rushed into Gaizen's secret laboratory filled with all kinds of dangerous chemicals and, unknown experimental subjects, and began to carry out, the desire for knowledge, and the desire for destruction, the spoils recovery, work. They finally found some inferior imitations and some scattered research materials related to the legendary Buu legacy, from the experimental equipment and discarded parts that were piled up in the corner by Guy, which were covered with dust and, some suspicious stains. Although, most of these things are full of Geisa Kalang's, whimsical crazy conjectures and unrealistic science fantasy. For example, a detailed design drawing on how to combine the gas fruit ability with, cosmic rays, to create a super invincible gas gamma ray destruction death ray cannon. Moreover, some of the core technologies involved in Buu's legacy are mostly incomplete, are seriously misunderstood and, modified in 2 days. However, for Usopp and Frankie, two, amateurs, who can only be regarded as getting a glimpse of the black technology field, these, although legacies, full of Guy characteristics, also allow them to have a more intuitive and, a little concrete understanding of that unknown, ahead of its time technology. At least, they knew that the instrument that could detect combat power seemed to have a core component called energy sensing chip inside. At least they also knew that the shell of the universal capsule that could create things out of thin air seemed to be made of some kind of unknown alloy that could store and conduct special energy. However, these, extremely superficial and rough cognitions are still far from their grand goal of completely cracking and copying the Buu legacy. However, this was like a door leading to a new world, and it slowly opened a small gap in front of them. It also makes them feel more eager for technological exploration, and, a little overestimating their own capabilities. After successfully solving the incident on Punk Hazard Island, and, by the way, recovering some of the Buu legacy, full of surprises and accidents from Geisa Kalang's laboratory, Straw Hat crew, together with their new ally Trafalgar Law, headed non-stop towards their next target, Dressrosa, which was more dangerous, more full of conspiracy and, a hint of birdcage. Their common goal is very clear, that is, to bring down the most dangerous dark middleman in the New World, Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was hidden under the halo of Shichibukai. During the voyage to Dressrosa, Trafalgar Law also revealed more shocking secrets about Doflamingo to Luffy and others. He told Luffy that Doflamingo was not only the mastermind behind the artificial devil fruit smile, but also an important sponsor of the mad scientist Geisa Kalang. He is also an ambitious man who is full of greed and strong control over the Buu legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace. It is said that after the Summit War, Doflamingo immediately used his underground network all over the world, as well as some unknown secret channels, to frantically collect and hoard various Buu legacy. Not only did he buy several of them from the black market at a high price, they were said to be relatively intact in function, and they had also been preliminarily certified by Dr. Vegapunk, genuine combat power detectors. He also, through some coercion, inducement, and plundering means, got some lucky people these advanced universal capsules that are said to be able to transform into powerful weapons or some more practical means of transportation. There are even rumors that he seems to have obtained 1 or 2 Senzu Beans that can bring people back to life. Although the authenticity of this rumor remains to be verified. And after Doflamingo obtained these God's tools that were enough to change the situation of the battle, he did not just put them away or show them off his collections. He is secretly using these Buu heritage and some of the early technologies about energy weapons and biological transformation that he shared from Geisa Kalang, trying to build an underground technological empire that belongs entirely to him and is not controlled by the world government. Advertisement. He wants to perfectly combine the powerful strength of the Buu legacy with the various traditional skills of his own Don Quixote family, such as the manipulation of the string fruit, or some dark business operations. Thus, he created an invincible army that not only possessed technological weapons that were beyond their time, but was also absolutely loyal to him. Then, he would use this invincible army to subvert the order of the entire world and realize his crazy ambition to dominate the sea, and even become the king of the New World. And his land of love, passion and toys in New World, Dressrosa, may very well be hiding the core secrets of his legacy empire, and a large number of experimental results. So, Straw Hat Master Law looked at Luffy, his eyes flashing with a hint of imperceptible solemnity and a hint of expectation. This time when we go to Dressrosa, we will not only face a powerful Shichibukai, but also a more dangerous and unpredictable technological madman who has mastered part of the power of the Buu legacy. We must be fully prepared. Otherwise, we may not even be able to get out of his birdcage alive. Luo's words undoubtedly added some heavy pressure and unknown variables to the Straw Hat crew's upcoming trip to Dressrosa. And after listening to Law's introduction, which was full of spoilers and foreshadowing, Luffy still didn't have much idea about things like the underground technological empire or the balance of power. However, he was more full of interest and desire to beat that Flamingo B*****************, D, who was said to have mastered a lot of Buu's legacy. Oh, that Flamingo. It sounds like it has a lot of fun things hidden in it. He. Luffy's eyes turned into stars again, and his face showed a childlike, innocent and, a little, money grubber, smile. When we get to Dressrosa, we must take away all his treasures. Then hold a bigger party. Hey. It seems that Straw Hat Crew's trip to Dressrosa is destined to be not peaceful. And they are about to have a more thrilling and more surprising life and death duel with Don Quixote Doflamingo and his probably already initially formed heritage empire in that kingdom full of lies, conspiracies, and a hint of toys. East Blue, that area of sea that is much calmer and weaker than the Grand Line. Iron Fist, Monka, the little pirate leader who once became famous in East Blue because he accidentally picked up a few torn pages of the Kame Ryu training manual, and was even regarded as a martial arts genius by some equally ignorant little pirates. However, his fate at this moment came to an end full of tragedy and a hint of black humor. Ever since the last time, he relied on his sometimes ineffective shock wave magic and some unspeakable luck to defeat the Marine captain with one punch, and robbed a Marine warship by the way. Please send flowers 00148063116 Filu 192,531,081. Monka's heart was completely floating. He was no longer satisfied with being a local emperor in the small pond of East Blue, someone who could barely scare some small fish and shrimps. He longs for more power. He longs for a wider stage. He longs to become the true overlord of the sea. The few remaining pages of the Turtle Immortal style training manual, in his hand that recorded the Shockwave Divine Art, were undoubtedly his only hope to realize this great dream. However, as mentioned before, since the technique is incomplete, and Monka himself really has no talent for practice and cultural level. Therefore, after his strength reached that primary bottleneck of being able to only break a relatively thick wooden board, or knock down an unlucky seagull, he could no longer make any further progress. This made Monka feel extremely frustrated and unwilling. He began to frantically search around the world for any information that might be related to the book, Turtle Immortal Style Cultivation Manual. He even was willing to take out all the little, pitiful money he had robbed, with great difficulty, and offer a reward for those. There is no full version cheats. Just when he was becoming a little, obsessed, and even unscrupulous in his pursuit of greater power. A man who claimed to be a senior cadre from a powerful pirates group in Grand Line, although that guy looked more like a advertisement. A smooth-talking charlatan took the initiative to find him. That senior cadre showed great interest and curiosity in Monka's powerful-sounding shockwave magic. SXXCO. He told Monka that the captain of their pirates group was a peerless master who was also interested in various ancient martial arts and mysterious powers. If Monka is willing to join their pirates group and present his secret book of magical skills to their captain for consultation, then not only will their captain be rewarded handsomely, but more importantly, he may be able to teach him a few tricks to help him break through the bottleneck and become a true heaven-destroying master. The shock wave magic skill that can destroy the world. They will even teach him the complete version of the secret manual that is even more mysterious and profound, which is treasured by the pirates group. This is full of temptation and a little bit of pie in the sky, beautiful promise for Iron Fist, who is currently worried about his stagnant strength. For Monka, it is simply like a timely rain after a long drought, a timely help in times of need. He almost, without any hesitation, joyfully accepted the senior cadre's gracious invitation. He even carefully wrapped up the remaining pages of his Turtle Immortal training manual, which he regarded as a treasure in oilcloth and prepared as a greeting gift. Dedicated to the captain who is a peerless master, whom I have never met. However, he never expected that this was a complete scam. The so-called Big Pirates group was actually just a group that was slightly stronger than his Iron Scraps Pirates group, and was equally inferior. Just a ragtag army, and the reason why they came to Monka was not because they admired his shockwave magic, or they wanted to exchange martial arts experience with him. Their real purpose is just to use Monka, a simple-minded and self-righteous sucker, as cannon fodder. Go participate in a war between them and another more powerful pirate group, because they are competing for the right to collect protection fees, from an unknown island, and a war is about to break out. It was a dangerous fight. Poor, Iron Fist, Monka, was fooled by that, senior cadre, with superb acting skills. He brought his group of equally brainless minions, and happily followed the senior cadre to the battlefield of the fighting. And they were regarded as, the Suicide Squad, charging into battle. Facing dozens of ferocious enemies holding sharp blades, whose strength is far superior to theirs. Iron Fist, Monka finally realized that he had been fooled. But it's already too late. The retreat route had already been quietly cut off by that, equally malicious partner. What awaits him? Song, a bloody massacre with no chance of winning. Damn you, you despicable liars, I'm going to fight you. After realizing that he had been deceived, Iron Fist, Monka felt extremely angry and humiliated. Chapter 87. New Room. Buu's entertainment room. However, he still had a little bit of pirate's blood, and, the instinct of survival in his bones, which made him burst into the final madness. He roared, and concentrated the few and not very obedient chi in his body, as well as all the strength in his body, on his fists without reservation. Then, at those enemies who were rushing towards him with a fierce smile, he launched the most powerful and most desperate attack in his life. Turtle, Iron Fist, Super Invincible, Destructive Shockwave. Although the name of the move he called out was still full of flaws, and what he emitted was still just 2 balls of weak, but slightly brighter, light blue energy than before. Those 2 balls of energy that could barely be called shock waves, with Monka's unwilling and angry will, fiercely blasted towards the enemies in the front. Bang, bang, 2 muffled sounds. The expressions of those little pirates who originally had disdain and mockery on their faces suddenly changed when they were hit in the chest by those 2 balls of energy that seemed to have no power. They only felt a strange force that was explosive and penetrating, that instantly flowed into their bodies. And, puff, they actually, really, spurted blood from their mouths and flew backwards. Although they didn't die on the spot, they also temporarily lost their ability to fight. In the last moments of his life, Iron Fist, Monka actually, really, burst out with a little potential that surpassed his own limits. Righto. This was only a short-lived flash of life. After 050 defeated those unlucky pioneers, the energy and physical strength in Monka's body were completely exhausted. He didn't even have time to let out another unwilling roar. They were ruthlessly overwhelmed by more and more brutal enemies. The flash of swords and sabers. Blood stained his already worn-out pirate's jacket. Iron Fist, Monka, the East Blue martial arts wizard, who rose to prominence due to an accident and fell due to his own stupidity and greed, ended his short life, which was full of legends and a touch of black humor, on an unknown island in the Grand Line. Until his death, he never figured out what kind of magic skill he was practicing. He also couldn't have another bite of his favorite barbecue. And the few remaining pages of the Turtle School training manual, in his hand, which he regarded as treasures, were also looted from his body after his death by the more powerful pirates who finally won the fight. Then, like a trophy, full of unknowns and temptations, it continued to circulate quietly, in this underground world full of blood and desires. Waiting for the next lucky guy, or unlucky guy, to appear. Just when Iron Fist, Monka, because of his obsession with pursuing the complete martial arts, finally, died in an unknown corner of the Grand Line in a tragic way. At the headquarters of the Marine Science Corps, in a secret laboratory full of all kinds of fantastic ideas and, a hint of madness, the genius scientist drive. Vegapunk, after months or even longer of hard work and, countless failed attempts, finally, achieved a milestone. Great breakthrough in the militarization of Buu's legacy. That is, advertisement. He actually, really, after analyzing the driving methods, energy cores, and related technological principles of the weapon systems of some of the metal puppets recovered from the Dragon Ball Palace, successfully carried out a small-scale, but significant, upgrade and transformation of Marine's current, human weapon, the Pacifist. The new enhanced robot, named Pacifist Mark II, has not changed much in appearance compared to the original Pacifist, that is, mass-produced weapons based on the Tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, which, look a bit simple but are quite powerful. It's still that, slightly bulky but powerful huge body. It's still that, terrifying weapon system that can fire powerful lasers from its mouth. However, in some key details, very obvious enhancements and improvements have been made. First, the armor. Dr. Vegapunk, using some preliminary data on unknown alloy materials analyzed from the remains of the palace metal puppets, as well as some of his own, equally unreliable, exclusive secret recipes, in his own laboratory, successfully replaced the Pacifist Mark II with a new type of composite material that is more durable, more, resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, and even has a hint of absorptive properties. The defensive power of this new type of armor, though, is still far from comparable to those palace puppets that are truly made of Buu's legacy materials and can withstand attacks from top powerhouses. However, compared to the original pacifists, ordinary alloy armor that can only be considered relatively tough, its strength and survivability have undoubtedly achieved a qualitative leap. At least, when facing attacks from some, not so perverted pirates, such as ordinary people with special abilities who don't know hockey, or small-time captains who only know some mediocre kung fu, it can hold on for a longer time, and won't be easily beaten into a pile of scrap metal. Secondly, the weapon system. Dr. Vegapunk also obtained some preliminary application principles of Buu energy, and, some immature energy compression and emission technologies from the energy weapon systems of those palace metal puppets, as well as his own preliminary research on the combat power detectors and the wreckage of the palace radar. Then, he drastically upgraded the original laser launch system of the pacifists, full of experimental spirit and a hint of gambling. He transformed the muzzle that the pacifists said could only fire straight lasers into a composite energy cannon that looked more ferocious and multifunctional. This new energy cannon can not only continue to fire more powerful high-energy laser beams that have been initially blessed by Buu energy. Even when, the energy supply is sufficient, and the operator is lucky, he can barely fire a kind of similar to the Iron Fist, Monka, not very powerful but with a certain impact effect, a simplified version of energy shells. Although, this kind of energy shell has a short range, low accuracy, and often misfires due to, energy circuit overload, or even explodes the pupil. But, after all, it is also a brand new attack method full of Buu technology. This Pacifist Mark II, which has been significantly improved in both offense and defense, after a series of internal tests by Dr. Vegapunk that were full of surprises and accidents, was finally secretly delivered to the world government's top intelligence and assassination organization, CPO, for a small-scale, actual combat trial. Those, ruthless, dark justice, enforcers of CPO, after getting these, new toys that look more powerful, and powerful, naturally, felt like they had found a treasure and were ecstatic. They immediately put these, Pacifist Mark II, into their ongoing secret missions of legacy recovery and out-of-control purification that were full of blood and violence around the world. Result. The effect is outstanding. These, Pacifist Mark II, that have been initially strengthened by Buu technology, have demonstrated in actual combat more powerful combat capabilities and more terrifying killing efficiency than the original pacifist. Their more solid alloy armor can effectively resist the dying counterattacks of most of the out-of-control ones. Their more powerful high-energy laser beams, and, the energy shells that they can occasionally successfully launch, can also more quickly and effectively blast those targets that dare to resist into pieces. For a time, the CPO's purification operation became smoother and more efficient because of the addition of these Pacifist Mark II. And because of these preliminary deployment of legacy weapons, the world government has developed stronger confidence and greater desire for Dr. Vegapunk's scientific research capabilities and the great potential of the Buu legacy. Advertisement. They began to support Dr. Vegapunk's research work with even more efforts, and also hoped to obtain more and more core Buu technology from the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace more urgently. A military technology competition centered on the Buu legacy has quietly begun within the world government. And those out of control, who unfortunately became the actual combat test subjects of Pacifist Mark II, paid the most painful price with their blood and lives for the birth of this legacy weapon, full of unknowns and dangers. Just as the world government was excited by the initial success of the Pacifist Mark II, it began to plan how to further. It's time to squeeze out more value from that mysterious palace. The Revolutionary Army, an underground force dedicated to overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government, is also quietly accumulating their own new power under the leadership of their commander-in-chief Monkey D. Dragon and Chief of Staff Sabo. After Sabo seized the fragments of Introduction to Crane Sen Ryu fighting techniques from that uninhabited island full of surprises, he immediately kept it secret. Brought back the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Baldigo. Then, he and Long worked together to study these two secret books of magical skills, Turtle School and Crane School, which were full of metaphysics and a little bit of unreliability, as well as the preliminary research data on the energy principle of Buu's legacy that leaked out from the Vegapunk laboratory. They studied them day and night, full of revolutionary enthusiasm and bold imagination. In-depth research and, secondary creation. Although, their understanding of the mysterious power called Chi is still very superficial and full of speculation. However, with Long's unfathomable wisdom, Sabo's extraordinary talent, and, the valuable experience gained by countless revolutionary martyrs with their blood and lives, although these experiences may have nothing to do with the cultivation of Chi. They actually, really, from those incomplete data and, theories full of misunderstandings, summarized a set of preliminary training methods, which, although still very imperfect, can barely be called the outline of rapid training of the Revolutionary Army's characteristic Qigong. Then, they could not wait to secretly select from within the Revolutionary Army a group of young warriors with excellent qualifications. Mainly, they were physically tough, and their brains were, simple and gullible. Strong wills. Mainly they had an almost blind and fanatical belief in the revolutionary cause, and absolutely loyal to Ryu and Sabo. Formed the first and only Kai unit in the history of the Revolutionary Army, full of experimental spirit and unknown risks, although they may not even have touched a hair of Kai yet. In the following days, Sabo personally served as the chief instructor of this seed force. Every day, he passionately teaches those young warriors, who are also full of expectations and a little confused, the secret of chi, which he himself doesn't quite understand. He asked them to imitate the postures of the Kame Sen Ryu to feel the energy of nature and become one with the world. Although, maybe they just sat by the sea for half a day in the cold wind and collectively caught a cold. Then, they were asked to imitate the posture of Crane Senryu to concentrate the sharp blade of the spirit and pierce through all illusions. Although, they might, 2.6, just make themselves dizzy, and then, almost perform a leap of faith, on the spot. He also combined the Buu energy data from Vegapunk's lab with his own understanding of the Mara fruit's abilities to create some unique techniques that were full of Sabo characteristics, and a fusion of fire and air. Although those techniques might just to make those young warriors. When you're lucky, it's easier to light your hair or your crotch on fire. In short, the training process of this chi unit of the Revolutionary Army is full of hardships, twists and turns, and countless accidents and surprises. However, under Sabo's encouragement full of revolutionary optimism and careful guidance of never give up, never abandon. And those young fighters, supported by their tenacious vitality and infinite loyalty to the revolutionary cause. Surprisingly, there really are a small number of seed players who are luckier and have good talents after weeks or even months of devil training, filled with blood and tears and a hint of comedy. Initially, I have mastered some very basic application techniques of chi. Although they are still far from being able to emit shock waves from their palms like Iron Fist, Monka, which can break wooden boards. Not to mention destroying planets at will like that pink demon. However, they are able to a certain extent, condense the energy known as Kai into their fists and feet, thereby bursting out with faster speed and stronger power than ever before in a short period of time. Chapter 88 An Unexpected Reward. A broken candy-making machine. Or, they can also barely attach chi to some specially made throwing weapons such as poisoned flying needles. Or rocks tied with explosives, making them more penetrating and a little bit of energy damage. Although these very rudimentary and unstable uses of chi may still be vulnerable in front of a truly strong person. However, for the Revolutionary Army, this is already a great breakthrough, from nothing to something. So, after an assessment that was filled with caution and anticipation, Long and Sabo decided that it was time to let this newly sprouted Kai force conduct a small-scale combat test. The target they chose was a small supply base of marine in New World, which was relatively weakly defended and stored a batch of medicines and food that the Revolutionary Army urgently needed. The action quietly unfolded on a dark and windy night. Sabo personally led the dozen or so young warriors of the chi unit who had just set out and sneaked into the outskirts of the marine supply base like ghosts. Then, under the unified command of Sabo, those young warriors who were not good at controlling the primordial power in their bodies, held and launched a surprise attack on the base's defense system, full of youthful vitality and revolutionary passion. Some of them, imitating some unknown moves from Crane Sen Ryu, tried to use their chi to point acupuncture points from a distance to paralyze those rotating automatic turrets. Although they might just be randomly poking the air with their fingers for a long time. Some of them, imitating the an equally unknown move of the Kame Ryu, tried to use ki to energy shield to block those sporadic bullets fired from the watchtower. Although they might have just used their bodies to resist a few weak lead bullets. Some the more smart ones simply gathered all their energy on their legs and then in a faster than a rabbit running around in the base, creating chaos and attracting fire. The entire surprise attack process was full of all kinds of ridiculous accidents and surprises. However, we have to admit that these recruit kids of the Revolutionary Army, though still very young, have indeed mastered a little bit of Kai. The explosive power and speed advantages they have shown have indeed caught the Marines, who are used to traditional fighting methods, off guard and difficult to deal with. Especially when Sabo himself took action and used his more powerful Flame Dragon King move that combined the Dragon Claw Fist and the power of the Mara fruit to easily destroy several of the most critical defense nodes of the base. The defense system of the entire Marine supply base was completely paralyzed. In the end, after paying the small price of a few young soldiers suffered minor injuries due to bad luck. The first batch of Kai troops led by Sabo actually successfully captured the Marine supply base and seized a considerable amount of medicine and food. Although this operation was not large in scale and the results were, well, they were only satisfactory. However, the huge potential of the mysterious power of chi in actual combat proved by it made Long and Sabo, as well as all the revolutionary soldiers who participated in it, feel unprecedented excitement and encouragement. They knew that the future of the Revolutionary Army, because of the emergence of this new force, had added unlimited possibilities. And those Marine soldiers who had managed to survive the surprise attack, when reporting to their superiors, used a tone filled with fear and disbelief, describing those Revolutionary Army monsters that were like ghosts and possessed incredible powers. This also made the naval headquarters more vigilant and fearful of the true strength and potential threat of the Revolutionary Army, which was their biggest concern. Just when the Revolutionary Army was rejoicing over the success of the Chi unit's first actual combat, and began to plan how to promote the practice of this new power on a larger scale. In a dark corner of the New World, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach is using the small amount of Buu's legacy in his hands, as well as some secret information about the mysterious palace that is difficult to distinguish between true and false, to carry out his recruiting operation that is full of greed and expansionist desire. Blackbeard, an ambitious man known for his cunning, cruelty, and boundless desire for power, knows that in this increasingly chaotic and dangerous new era, his own strength alone is far from enough to realize his great dream of dominating the world. He needs more helpers, more strong ones who are also loyal to him or same ambitions and desires. B9, 11%. Advertisement. So, he began to consciously use the Buu heritage he got from the palace, such as the combat power detectors that were still in good working order, or the damage treatment device that seemed to be barely usable, as well as some intelligence he had inquired about the mysterious palace and Gohan Buu through various channels, which was full of exclusive insider information and earth-shattering secrets. Of course, the authenticity of this information may only be known by him as bait to attract those pirates or other marginal characters who were also not doing so well in the New World, but were quite powerful and ambitious to join him. Don't you feel that you are talented but not appreciated? You have great strength but cannot get the status and wealth you deserve. It doesn't matter. Come to my Blackbeard pirates. We have a combat power detector that can make you invincible in battle. We have a magic healing device that can make you recover quickly after being injured. And more powerful, Buu legacy is waiting for you to discover and enjoy. Aren't you full of curiosity and desire for the Gohan Buu, who can destroy the planet and the Dragon Ball Palace, full of unknown treasures? It doesn't matter. Come to my Blackbeard pirates. Our captain, Master Teach, is the chosen one, who holds the core secrets of the palace and the method to enter. As long as you join us, you will have the opportunity to explore that mysterious place full of miracles and wealth with us. You may even get the Gohan Buu's God's gift. Blackbeard Teach, using his eloquence that was full of persuasion and a hint of MLM leader potential, as well as those Buu heritage that could really bring some practical benefits as bait. Actually, really, successfully attracted some strong men who were originally well known in the New World, but for various reasons were not doing well to join him. For example, a swordsman who was once the second in command of a powerful pirate group, but was forced to defect because of some irreconcilable conflicts with the captain over the issue of unequal distribution of spoils. For example, a person who possesses the ability of the Paramesha Devil Fruit, but does not know how to develop and use it. The potential stock that has been buried all along. For example, a martial arts expert who was once the captain of a certain kingdom's palace guard, but was accidentally discovered some of the king's unspeakable secrets, and was exiled overseas. In short, the size of the Blackbeard pirates has increased in a short period of time due to the addition of these new members who are full of stories and ambitions. Further expansion. His influence in the New World is also growing, day by day. It has even begun to pose some not so big, but definite threats and challenges to those other four emperors who were originally high and mighty. Blackbeard Teach is using his unique and effective way, step by step, to realize his all-consuming dark ambition. And those new members who were attracted by the Buu legacy and the secret information about the palace in his hands and joined his team will surely become his important chess pieces and cannon fodder in his quest to dominate the world at some point in the future. While forces around the world are engaging in all kinds of open and covert struggles, filled with conspiracy, blood, and a hint of black humor, for the Buu legacy that has already leaked out or has not yet been discovered. That coordinate point left by the mysterious palace in the sea near Marineford, which constantly flashes with lavender light, the energy fluctuations around it seem to have undergone some new, subtle changes. After weeks or even months of continuous observation and data analysis by the Marine and some other forces with relatively advanced detection equipment, such as the Red Hair Pirates or the Revolutionary Army's secret submarine, they were surprised to find out that entrance to the space passage that is located in the deep sea and leads to the interior of the palace, which is filled with unknown energy turbulence and powerful force fields, its stability seems not to be constant. It seems there is some kind of periodic changes similar to tides or moon phases. During certain specific time periods such as the full moon night of every month. Or every 49 days. Who knows? The violent and chaotic energy turbulence around the entrance of the space channel will weaken to a certain extent. And that space passage that was originally full of exclusion and danger will become relatively more stable and easier to enter. Although this stable opening period will not last too long, maybe only a few hours or a day or two. Moreover, even within this open period, entering that space channel is still full of unknowns and huge risks. However, for those explorers, ambitious people, and who are full of endless desire for the treasures and secrets inside the palace. For the desperate criminals, this discovery is undoubtedly great news. Advertisement. This means that they finally have a relatively safe, of course, only relatively, and efficient, the chance to enter that mysterious palace. So, when the first accurately predicted periodic stable opening period of the palace entrance is about to come, a new round of more powerful than ever before, more full of professionalism and a little bit of internationalism. The palace exploration craze of the time has begun again in full swing in the chaotic sea area near Marineford, which has long been regarded as a battlefield by various forces. The prologue. This time, those involved are not just those sporadic, insignificant small pirate groups, or some 700 hot-headed private expedition teams. More of them are some regular troops who are well prepared, have stronger strength and more advanced equipment. For example, the Marines' Heritage Recovery Team has been more fully prepared. It is said that this time, they not only brought more pacifist Mark I, and also borrowed some more high-tech equipment from Dr. Vegapunk, specifically designed to deal with the unknown energy fields and defense mechanisms inside the palace. Secret weapon. For example, Kaido of the Beasts and BIGMOM pirates also sent out their most elite officers, even the 3 disasters, or General Stars, level. Another character leads a larger and more brutal treasure hunting task force. Even some old and powerful people who were not very interested in this treasure hunt game, but did not want to be abandoned by the trend of the times, such as some legendary pirates who have retired for many years, or a secret army of an ancient kingdom that has never fought with the world, are also driven by various interests in various ways. Under the movement, quietly joined this gluttonous feast, full of unknowns and temptations. Suddenly, the already overcrowded sea area near Marineford became even more crowded with ships and people. There are all kinds of submarines with strange shapes and distinctive flags, exploration ships, and even homemade submarines, made of wooden barrels and bamboo rafts. Like a crowd of fish swimming across a river, they swarmed towards the entrance of the palace, which was emitting an alluring light in the deep sea. A more chaotic and bloody battle for the palace entrance, and a deep-sea palace adventure, full of unknowns and thrills. It will be officially staged during this periodic opening period, full of opportunities and death. And that mysterious palace, sleeping in the deep sea, will soon be opened, under the cordial greetings of these uninvited, enthusiastic visitors. Gradually, its mysterious veil full of unknowns and horrors is unveiled. In the sea near Marineford, the entrance to the Dragon Ball Palace is periodically opened, and an adventure full of unknowns and blood has begun again. During the boom, some more lucky, or more business-minded guys have begun to bring back the money they had managed to get out of the palace. The Buu legacy that was obtained was being operated in a commercial manner that was full of creativity and smell of money. Among them, the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly the one which was taken from a palace by a private expedition team funded by a fat South Blue businessman after paying a heavy price. In the newly discovered small room, I brought out small food replicator. Chapter 89 Alarm triggered. The palace's defense mechanism. Although the copying efficiency of that machine is not high, it is said that copying a palm-sized piece of barbecue takes several hours, and consumes some unknown energy that cannot be stably supplied at present, and the taste and nutritional value of the copied food are also slightly worse than the original. More importantly, it seems to have some picky eating problems. For example, it seems that it can only replicate some foods with relatively simple structures, such as fruits, bread, or some relatively pure meat. As for those high-end dishes, with more complicated cooking techniques or a wide variety of ingredients, such as Buddha jumps over the wall, or Wellington beef, it is completely helpless, and even, it will freeze on the spot because it cannot analyze the food structure. But even so, there are so many limitations and unsatisfactory aspects. This machine, in the eyes of some people, may be just a useless small food replicator, but it was still bought by a super rich man who was also from South Blue, but richer and more business-minded than the fat businessman before, at a jaw-droppingly high price, from the private expedition team, which had become a little elated because of this successful expedition. No, it was bought by friendly negotiation from the private expedition team. The reason why the super rich man would spend all his money to buy such a machine that doesn't look very practical is naturally not to solve the world famine problem, or to provide free lunch to those poor people who are starving. What he values is the huge, commercial value, and, the even more inestimable, social value, behind this machine. He used this magic machine, that, although its copying efficiency was low, could indeed create food out of thin air, and began to hold one secret banquet after another, filled with mystery and honor, in his extremely luxurious private estate, located on a secret island in South Blue. The guests invited to these banquets were all well-known dignitaries, business tycoons, and some mysterious people with special backgrounds and ulterior motives in South Blue and even in the world. And at these, secret banquets full of the atmosphere of the upper class, the most eye-catching finale is naturally the small food replicator will perform on the spot, replicating some extremely rare, even legendary ingredients that have long been extinct in the outside world. For example, a millennium ginseng fruit that is said to prolong life and beautify the skin. Although the replica might just be an ordinary apple that tastes a bit like ginseng. Another example is a piece of ancient mammoth tenderloin that is said to make people extremely strong and immune to all diseases. Although the replica may just be an ordinary piece of beef with a rough texture. Another example, a cup of rainbow nectar from the castle in the sky that is said to give people a taste of God. Although the replica may just be an ordinary soda water with coloring and saccharin added. Although the real taste and efficacy of these copied rare ingredients may not be as magical as the legend says. But that kind of witnessing food appear out of nothing, it's like a miracle. And the great satisfaction and vanity of being able to taste the legendary delicacy that is unique in the world, although it is a replica. But it was enough to make those top dignitaries and business tycoons who had long been tired of ordinary delicacies feel unprecedented excitement and, a hint of awe. Therefore, the super rich man successfully won over countless powerful or wealthy business partners and, political allies by means of these secret banquets full of gimmicks and mystery. As a result, his influence has been unprecedentedly expanded in South Blue and even in the upper class of the world. He even began to use this food replicator to conduct some more high-end and artistic business operations. For example, limited sales of some unique artistic desserts copied by the God's machine. Although those desserts might just be copied from some ordinary candies and cookies. Or hold some super luxurious charity dinners with the theme of tasting ancient delicacies and experiencing the gift of God. Although most of the charity funds may eventually flow into his own pocket. In short, that small food replicator that was probably just a inconspicuous household appliance in a corner of the Dragon Ball Palace actually really exerted a huge commercial value that far exceeded its own edible value after it fell into the hands of this super rich man who was full of business acumen and a little bit of profiteer potential. It also makes this world, which is already full of money and desire, even more full of bubbles and a hint of false prosperity. Just when that small food replicator set off a food storm full of sweetness and vanity in the upper class of South Blue. Advertisement. In some other more chaotic and mixed underground black markets in the world, imitations of other Buu legacy have also begun to emerge, like mushrooms after rain, one after another. After all, those real Buu heritage, such as Senzu Beans, intact combat power detectors, or powerful universal capsules, are really too scarce in number. And most of them are in the hands of Marineford emperors, or some other top forces, and it is impossible for them to easily circulate on the black market. However, human beings, wisdom and greed are infinite. Some, copycat workshop owners, with more flexible minds and stronger hands-on skills, for example, some black-hearted blacksmiths in the first half of the Grand Line who specialize in making and selling all kinds of inferior imitations of famous swords, or some folk scientists in the lawless zone who specialize in studying how to use the least cost to make the most powerful homemade bombs, after hearing all the magical legends about the Buu legacy and getting some technical drawings or physical remains that are difficult to distinguish between true and false through various channels. They immediately sense the huge business opportunity contained therein. So, they began to work day and night, overtime, using their own crude equipment and limited materials to carry out various creative and opportunistic imitation works. The things they imitated can be described as a mixed bag of 8 gates, nothing is too strange. There is a kind of imitation Senzu Beans that uses ordinary anko, paints it with a layer of shiny red paint, and then soaks it in some unknown chemicals so that it emits a strange fragrance similar to the breath of life. It is said that this imitation magic bean, although it cannot bring people back to life, nor can it instantly heal fatal injuries. However, after eating it, it can make people feel refreshed and full of strength in a short period of time, and even produce some more pleasant and floating hallucinations. Although this effect is probably just the side effects of those unknown chemicals. There are those that use ordinary magnifying lenses, embedded in a high-tech shell that is randomly pieced together from discarded iron sheets and plastic tubes, and then secretly install a small, manually adjustable, digital dial, with various numbers from 1 to 99,999 engraved on it behind the lens. Manual combat power detector. It is said that this manual detector, although it has no detection function at all, but as long as you quietly turn the digital dial to display a just right value on the lens when facing different enemies, it can, to a certain extent, play a magical effect of bluffing or self-comforting. There is also the kind that uses a ordinary marble-sized hollow metal ball, stuffs a small amount of not very powerful but can produce a lot of smoke, smashing cannon, gunpowder inside, and then uses colorful paint to paint a few cool looking numbers or skull marks on the outside of the metal ball. One-time attack capsule. It is said that this attack capsule, although has no actual killing power, but when you need to escape or want to create chaos, throw it on the ground, and with a bang, it will produce a thick smoke full of visual effects and a hint of choking smell, thus buying the user precious a few seconds of escape time. These Buu legacy imitations are full of copycat spirit and folk wisdom, although their functions are mostly very unstable and may even have some very dangerous side effects. For example, after eating high imitation Senzu beans, one may vomit and have diarrhea, or produce some indescribable sequelae. However, their prices are much, much cheaper than those legendary, genuine goods. Therefore, among those ordinary treasure hunters who are eager to obtain God's props, but are short of money, some speculators who are more greedy for small profits, there is still a huge market for it. Many people, with the hopeful mentality of what if? Or, what if what I bought is the authentic one? Rush to buy these imitations of Buu legacy that are difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Naturally, some are happy while others are sad. Some people who are luckier or clearer headed may just pay for a lesson or get some useless but harmless toys. Others, well, less lucky. Or, the greedy ones are likely to be deceived and lose their fortunes, or even use those unstable functions and full of imitations that are full of dangerous side effects, and pay a more painful price. Advertisement. A chaotic market, a mixture of real and fake, Buu legacy, full of deception and a hint of black humor, has quietly formed in every dark corner of the world. It also makes those treasure hunts that were originally full of unknowns and dangers even more confusing and full of surprises. Just as the rest of the world is becoming increasingly chaotic and full of business opportunities due to the emergence of Buu legacy. A certain place in New World, full of passion and a hint of blood. The land of love, passion and toys. Dressrosa, its famous Cleta arena. Inside, and under the careful planning and business operation of the man behind the scenes, Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, something attractive is happening quietly. New changes in purpose. Doflamingo, the Shichibukai who calls the shots in the dark world, is naturally filled with greedy desires and a strong desire to possess the Buu legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace. However, he also knew clearly that those truly valuable core legacies, such as Senzu Beans, intact detectors, are powerful universal capsules. Most of them are in the hands of Marine or other four emperors. It is almost an impossible task for him to get them easily. However, this does not prevent him from using those, relatively easy to obtain, and easier to be copied and promoted. Edge. Zhao's legacy, such as the simple cultivation method of the mysterious power called Qi, too, for themselves, to gain greater benefits and, to create a greater sensation. He keenly realized that in that new era full of the unknown and power worship, people were full of all kinds of novel, powerful, and even the performance fighting style has a strong interest and a strong desire to watch. The Dressrosa Cleta arena, which he controls, is undoubtedly the best place to satisfy people's desires. So, under Doflamingo's, Liming's instructions, Cleta arena, in order to attract more spectators, solicit more bets, and further enhance Dressrosa's popularity and influence in the entire new world. Degree. Start. Introducing some people who have mastered that mysterious power, called Qi, so-called Qigong masters, to participate in the gladiator shows in the arena. These so-called Qigong masters come from a mixed group. Yes, maybe, really, like Iron Fist Monka, who accidentally got some incomplete maps of Turtle Senryu, or Crane Senryu, and, like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, he developed a little bit of unsystematic Qi sense. Some of them may have received some flashy and intimidating information from some unreliable charlatans. Chen Mao's Qigong performance routine. There are some who don't even have any Qi foundation at all, but just rely on their relatively strong bodies, or some special the devil fruit ability, coupled with some imaginative special effects and acting skills, to pretend to be a Qigong master and deceive the audience. Applause and bounty from the organizer.